I'm E.G. Marshall, major domo of this mansion of the mysterious and the macabre. We complain that so many of the old values are lost on this new generation. And it may be true. But consider some of our old values. We were told to look before you leap. But we were also told, he who hesitates is lost. Obviously, there has always been a problem in communication. As the philosopher said, we must simplify. Simplify and clarify. Our mystery drama, Marry for Murder, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Mandel Kramer. It is sponsored in part by Luden's Medicated Cough Drops and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One. All of us are looking for something, and if we want it badly enough, perhaps we might visit the office of James Kellogg. James is a private detective, and he specializes in finding things for people. On a philosophical level, we might speculate, to whom does Jim go when he has to find something for himself?
Well, where does a doctor go when he needs an operation? What does a barber do when he wants a haircut? Anyhow, I've been described as a private detective, and right off, I would like to straighten everybody out on some basic facts. Fiction has made a pretty good thing out of my profession. You know, the luscious blonde with the inviting eyes who enters the office all afire with passion. I don't get cases like that. I don't get sapped on the skull and wake up in the arms of a gorgeous redhead. You want to know what I get? I usually get what just walked into my office this morning. Fat and 50-ish. And what do you think her problem is?
I want you to know, Mr. Kellogg, I investigated you thoroughly before coming here.
As indeed you should, Mrs. Melvin.
An influential member of the family personally discussed the matter with the district attorney and asked him to recommend someone. Your name was suggested.
Now that you're here,
I shall explain exactly why we deemed it advisable to engage a private eye.
One moment, Mrs. Melvin. I am not a private eye. I am a private detective or a confidential investigator. Please continue.
Here is our problem.
Our problem?
I am acting for the family, my two brothers and myself. We decided this would be the wisest course of action. We have a sister who was about to make a dreadful mistake.
Yes?
Anne's husband died a year ago. He was in the hardware business and left a large amount of money.
How large?
Is that germane to this discussion?
One never knows.
After taxes, $2 million.
That's large. Continue.
Anne intends to marry again.
This is the dreadful mistake?
Yes.
How old is your sister?
Oh, just 40.
Well, isn't she mature enough to know what she's doing?
Oh, she's a babe in the woods. She's always led a sheltered life. She knows nothing of the world.
Mm-hmm. And, of course, the man in question is younger than your sister.
How did you know?
Well, Mrs. Melvin, this is not a unique situation.
Well, the family wants this thing broken up.
Why? Because you're afraid her money will go to her new husband and not be available to you?
Now, see here,
Be realistic. How can I or anybody break up this romance if she's determined to marry him?
By exposing him for what he is.
What is he?
A thief. A confidence man.
Well, if you know this, then he's already been exposed.
But that's just it. We don't know it for a fact.
Then how can you say it?
Because it's true. It must be true.
Why?
A fellow like him, smooth, sneaky. Oh, and he seems so much younger.
Is your sister attractive?
That is not the point. Walter Jones is too glib.
That's his name, Walter Jones?
Yes.
What does he do?
Oh, he says he's come to town to open a sales office.
What kind of sales office?
Well, I don't know. He's obviously a swindler and a shopper. And if so, he must have been in trouble with the law at one time or another.
Have you discussed this with your sister?
Oh, she's so thoroughly infatuated she won't listen to a single word against him. But if you could come up with solid evidence of a criminal record, I am convinced we could nip this thing in the bud.
Well, suppose he has no criminal record.
Impossible. One look at his face.
It could take a great deal of my time and your money to find out.
I consider that money well spent. It's an investment in my dear sister's happiness.
On the other hand, even if this evidence does exist, it may not do you any good.
What do you mean?
Well, suppose your sister's so much in love with this man that she decides to marry him anyhow.
You just find that evidence.
Well, I'll need...
I know what you'll need. I've prepared a sheet of paper listing this infamous person's address, the places he frequents, and so on. Here's his photograph. It's an excellent likeness.
You've come well prepared.
I'm paying you for your time. I won't have you waste one single moment. I expect a detailed report of your progress.
That's one thing you can be sure you'll get out of all this, Mrs. Melvin. A report. A nice, neat, concise, leather-bound report.
Why did you cut the motor, Walter, darling?
Oh, it's so lovely out here. Let's drift for a while. Let's lie back and look up at the sun and not go anywhere.
Yes, why not? Isn't it really what we're doing?
And, dearest, what do you mean?
Aren't we just drifting, not getting anywhere?
I know.
Let's get married.
I want that, dear, more than anything in the world.
Well, then why don't we get married tomorrow?
Where?
Anywhere. There are enough judges, clergymen.
No, dear.
You really don't want to marry me, do you?
Now, what you're saying is let's go off and get married.
Well, yes, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, and your family will say, aha, we were right.
About what?
You know about what? Right in thinking there's something shady about me. See, he stole her away. No, I want us to be married properly.
Oh.
And you do, too. You know, dear, you're really a very old-fashioned, conservative girl at heart.
No, I'm not.
Oh, yeah, you want a formal wedding surrounded by your family and friends.
But my sister and her brother say that they won't come. Very well. We gave them their chance.
Darling, a marriage should be forever. Even though we both had previous experiences that might deny it. However, this is the real one for each of us.
Oh, yes, darling. It is. I know it is.
Then let's be patient. Perhaps for just a little while.
Oh, I've been patient with my stupid sister long enough.
Well, let's give them a little more time. And when they get to know me better...
I don't care.
Darling, I'm doing this for you. If it were up to me, we'd be standing before a justice of the peace tonight. But your family means so much to you. You want their approval. So let's wait a little while.
All right, darling. But that's going to be a very little while.
Greetings, Lieutenant.
What can I do for you, James?
Well, I'm looking for a baddie. That is, he may be. Walter Jones. The name ring a bell?
No bell at all. Walter Jones. But, Edgar. In the big file under J. Jones. First name Walter. See if there's a make. Yeah.
Name could be a phony.
What's he supposed to have done?
Well, I don't know what he's done exactly, Lieutenant. I only know what he wants to do. He wants to get married.
Has that become a crime?
Well, maybe it ought to be. Outraged prospective in-laws, blushing bride with $2 million clutched in her hand like a lollipop.
And friend Walter out to snatch it away from her. Well, some guys have all the luck. Lieutenant Martin. Yeah, Edgar? Oh, thanks. Sorry, James.
How about the listing from the Federals?
A blank. And Edgar checked the all states wanted folder, too.
Well, can we cross-file him, Lieutenant?
It means we'll have to look at a lot of pictures.
Well, you might want him one day yourself.
Now, what's this guy's M.O.?
Well, if he has one, he's a confidence operator. Makes a habit of marrying wealthy widows.
This mugshot here on the file. Here's your guy in the picture.
Walter Jones. It's his real name. Age 33. Did 2 years for stock swindle.
That's the only rap they ever got him on. But look at what he beat.
Yeah. Suspicion of homicide. Carolyn Jones, wife. Released lack of evidence. Tried for murder. Julia Jones, wife. Acquitted.
Yep. And now does the mad wife killer strike again?
A lieutenant's suspicion will get us nowhere. And the time that he was tried for it, he beat it.
I don't know what we can do. The fraud thing he's already paid for. The suspicious stuff?
Neither here nor there. Legally, he's innocent.
So he cannot be arrested. He can't be stopped.
I'm not out for an arrest, Lieutenant. All my client sent me to the store for was information, and I got it. Thanks, Lieutenant. And thank your department for your courtesy and cooperation.
This piece of paper is even more than I dared hope for. Not only is he a thief, he is also a murderer.
Now, that hasn't been proved. What do you plan to do with this information?
Rest assured I shall use it in a manner which I deem to be most effective.
Well, then I'd say the case is closed. You'll receive a bill for my services.
And I'll wager all you did to earn your exorbitant fee was to go down to police headquarters and ask a few simple questions.
Well, Mrs. Melvin, it's not just a question of who you know. It's what you know.
Hello?
Phyllis?
Oh, yes, Anne, dear. How are you?
Phyllis, I want to invite you to my wedding.
Oh, do you?
Now, I don't want you to go into an entire 3-act play about it. Walter and I intend to be married this coming Sunday at St. Maurice's at 4. You and the rest of the family can come and give us your blessing, or not, as you see fit. I asked you.
Darling, what makes you think we wouldn't come?
Phyllis, what are you saying?
4 o'clock? Of course we'll be there. And then we'll have a reception at my house.
Phyllis.
And, darling, I'm so happy for you. Now, let me call everyone. Goodbye, dear. I'll talk with you later.
What do you think of that?
What is it, Anne?
They're coming. My family is actually coming.
All of them?
Roy and Bob, everyone.
Well.
Phyllis calls us shot.
I told you they'd see the light eventually. Now, aren't you glad we didn't run off somewhere and have this most meaningful and beautiful ceremony performed among strangers?
You were right, dear. You're always right.
Stick to your own point of view, dear. Eventually, people come around.
Oh, Walter, I don't know what I'd ever do without you.
Don't worry, Anne, darling. You'll never be without me.
Phyllis?
Yes, dear?
What's keeping him?
Oh, he may have been delayed in traffic.
He's late.
Now, dear, you must calm yourself.
Something's happened to him.
Nothing has happened to him.
You did something to him.
Me? Why, what could I possibly do?
I don't know. Something. I can tell by the look on your face.
Oh, now,
I know that look since we were children. You've had that wise, superior, all-knowing look.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Whenever you were trying to put something over on me.
But what could I be putting over on you?
You're at the bottom of this.
Of what?
Of Walter's disappearance.
Who says Walter's disappeared?
But why isn't he here? No, Phyllis, you did something. You swore that you would break this up.
But that was before I got to know Walter.
This is your doing. It's not going to work, though. Somehow, some way, I am going to find Walter if it takes me the rest of my life. And every dollar that I have in this world. I'm going to find Walter. Nothing can keep us apart. Nothing. Nobody.
Well, there's a ringing endorsement for you. But what did happen to Walter Jones? You know perfectly well he's not going to show up at the church. But why not? Assuming the information on him in the police files is correct, isn't that his thing? Doesn't he marry rich women? Obviously, we have a lot of ground to cover, and the second act will be with you in just a few moments. Some men can marry for love, and some can marry for money. And happy is he who can marry for both. Walter Jones, now. He appeared to be in an ideal situation. He seemed to be in love with Anne, and 7 figures are required to describe Anne's fortune. So why did Walter leave Anne at the church? What does Private Investigator Jim Kellogg think?
I didn't think anything about it, if you must know. Actually, as far as I was concerned, the case was closed. I'd already forgotten Walter Jones and Mrs. Melvin and her sister Anne until one morning when my secretary came into my office. In case the mention of the word secretary causes you to conjure up certain romantic fantasies, I must disappoint you again. My secretary wears pince-nez glasses and has snow-white hair, and the only reason I hired her is because she is the most efficient human being I ever encountered. Yes, Mrs. Haskell.
And Mrs. Trainor's here to see you.
Oh, in reference to what?
I believe it will concern a missing person, but I am somewhat puzzled.
You puzzled, Mrs. Haskell, by what?
Her face. It seems quite familiar, but I just don't know why.
Mrs. Trainor entered my office. Looking at her, I'd say she was somewhere between 35 and 40. And still looking at her, I'd say she was one of the most attractive women I'd ever met. But that was beside the point. Mrs. Haskell was right. There was something strangely familiar about this woman, but I couldn't place it either.
I don't know how I feel about all this, Mr. Kellogg.
What do you mean?
I was walking down the street, and it started to rain. I stepped into the lobby of this building just to get out of the wet, and I glanced at the directory, and there was your name, James Kellogg, private investigator. And right then and there, I said to myself, why shouldn't I hire a private detective?
Why do you feel you need one?
I'm terribly worried. My fiancé has disappeared.
Yes?
I don't know what more I can tell you.
How long's he been gone?
It's 3 weeks. The truth is, he left me waiting at the church.
Sorry to hear that.
I went to his apartment. The superintendent told me that he had moved out.
No forwarding address?
None.
You talked to his friends, his family?
He has no family. And I never met any of his friends. You see, Mr. Kellogg, it was one of those whirlwind courtships. We were just two people who met and fell in love and decided to get married.
Well, you know, there are certain people, as the wedding date approaches, who they just become frightened and take off for a little while.
No, I refuse to believe that Walter did that. I am sure something terrible must have happened to him.
Well, we'll see what we can do, Mrs. Trainor. Were you widowed or divorced?
My first husband died.
I see. And what is your fiancé's name?
Walter Jones.
I beg your pardon?
Jones. Walter Jones.
Yes. Walter Jones. That's why she looked familiar. She was the sister of that impossible Melvin woman. Same shape to the face, same color in the eyes, only on Mrs. Trainor it all looked good. However, this was not the time to admire the physical attributes of Mrs. Trainor. I was now confronted with a problem which seldom, if ever, troubles most fictional detectives. The little matter of professional ethics.
He just disappeared suddenly without a trace.
And your first name?
Anne.
You have a family?
Oh, yes. A sister and 2 brothers.
Mm-hmm. What was their attitude toward your fiancé?
They were violently opposed. They thought that Walter was after my money, but that's impossible.
Are you sure?
Of course. And talking about money, I've plenty of it, so you needn't spare any expense in looking for Walter.
Excuse me? Yes.
I've been thinking why that Mrs. Trainor looked so familiar. Finally, it came to me. Could it be she is related to that Mrs. Melvin?
Yes, precisely. And it concerns an allied matter.
Oh?
It will therefore be necessary for us to adopt an attitude toward the situation, Mrs. Haskell. But don't you bother. I'll come out to see you.
You'll take the case, won't you, Mr. Kellogg?
Would you excuse me for just one moment? My secretary has a most urgent problem. Guess what she wants?
I would assume she wants you to find her fiancé.
Obviously, her sister, Mrs. Melvin, didn't tell her that she hired me earlier to dig up Walter's past, nor any of the specifics of that past either, or she would have mentioned it. The question is, can I accept Mrs. Trainor as a client?
Oh, why not?
Well, wouldn't that be the same thing as working both sides of the street?
But not at the same time.
Mrs. Melvin hired me to break up the marriage.
Did she?
Well, maybe not. I mean, I never agreed to do that.
Oh, of course course not. How could you?
All I was required to do was to secure certain information concerning Walter Jones.
Exactly. And your client was satisfied.
Now, another client, quite by coincidence, also wants information concerning the same Walter Jones. Specifically, his whereabouts. Now, is there any legitimate reason why I shouldn't take the case?
None that occurs to me at the moment.
Only one thing puzzles me.
Yes?
What can a woman with her looks and charm see in a phony like this Walter Jones?
Tell me, Mr. Kellogg, is that a legitimate area of curiosity for a private detective?
Well, I'm talking now as a man. Mrs. Traynor, tell me everything you know about Walter Jones.
I don't know very much. I only know I love him.
Well, shouldn't marriage require a firmer foundation?
Such as?
Well, I would assume knowing something about each other's habits, tastes, attitudes, so forth.
And how much did you know about your wife before you married her?
I've never been married.
Well, then you hardly qualify as an expert.
Still, it would seem that a successful union is based upon mutual interest, knowledge of each other.
You keep saying it's important to know all about the person you intend to marry. I say nonsense. Pure, unadulterated nonsense. Love at first sight. That's what it was between Walter Jones and me.
Love at first sight.
It's the only real way.
Mr. Kellogg, have you begun work on Mrs. Traynor's case yet?
Yes, Mrs. Haskell, I have.
Well, do you suppose you have any operational reports for me to take?
Seems a shame to turn a man like Walter Jones loose on Mrs. Traynor.
That's not our problem, Mr. Kellogg, is it?
No.
Do you want me to hire some temporary operatives?
Mrs. Haskell, do you believe in love at first sight?
Oh, I remember 45 years ago, I was standing on a street corner. A young man drove past and splashed mud all over my legs.
I didn't think women showed their legs in those days.
I had lifted my skirt to step over the puddle. The young man apologized profusely. We looked at each other. Then and there, we knew. We both knew. Does that answer your question?
I'll be leaving town for several days, Mrs. Haskell.
With whom did you fall in love at first sight?
Now, that is a ridiculous question.
I didn't have to ask.
Sergeant, I understand about 7 years ago you were the arresting officer in the Julia Jones murder case?
Yeah. Well, as it turned out, it wasn't a murder, so it never even got to be a case.
What happened?
Oh, she was an older dame. They went out in their boat. She drowned. He claimed she fell overboard. Pretty heavy insurance there. And so the relatives started pointing fingers.
How'd it work out?
Well, I just booked him on suspicion. The DA figured he didn't have enough for an indictment. The thing just dissolved.
Mm-hmm. And what do you think?
Well, I guess we'll never know, huh?
Mr. Thorpe, I understand you're the attorney who prosecuted Walter Jones a few years ago for the murder of his wife, Betty?
I was the assistant, and that little case may have cost the DA his job. I never saw anything fall apart the way that one did.
Did he murder his wife?
You haven't murdered anybody until the jury says so.
How did it go?
She was his second wife. He claimed she had been acting nuttish, and so on that night she came at him with a revolver. So they grappled with her, it went off, and killed her.
It doesn't sound like the strongest story in the world.
No, and especially since it came out that his first wife had died a few years before under what might have been suspicious circumstances.
Drowning?
Yeah. Well, my ex-boss, the DA, was politically ambitious. He saw a chance to get publicity. He figured there'd be no trouble getting a verdict of first-degree murder, considering Walter Jones' past record.
Well, what went wrong?
Everything. Turned out the wife had been psychotic. She had threatened to kill him in front of witnesses. There was so much doubt the judge made a directed charge for acquittal.
Mm-hmm. Well, what do you think?
Well, if he married my daughter, I don't think I'd sleep nights.
Well, Mr. Kellogg, what have you discovered?
I've discovered that we can't take a chance.
Oh, on what?
No, that should be on whom? On Mr. Walter Jones.
How do you mean that?
He may or may not be a murderer. He may or may not have murdered his previous wives for their money.
Is this what your client is paying you to find out? I was under the impression she wanted you to find him.
And if I do, she'll marry him.
Oh, it's a free country.
But I can't take that chance. I mean, suppose he kills her, too. She's very rich.
Well, why not show her the record?
Now, that won't stop her. She'll say he's being framed.
Then what do you propose to do?
I don't know. She's a woman who has a terrific sense of loyalty.
Then why not drop the case?
No, I couldn't do that.
Why not?
Because she'd just go somewhere else, find somebody else to find Walter Jones.
Well, what happened to Walter Jones?
No, he'll turn up.
What makes you so sure?
Anyway, right now, I have a really pressing problem.
Oh, what?
When it suits his purpose, Jones will show up to marry Ann Traynor. There's only one way I can save her.
How?
I have to make her forget Walter Jones.
Once again, Mr. Kellogg. How?
How? Well, there's only one way. By making her fall in love with me.
Well, here we have Private Detective James Kellogg, who may be somewhat out of his depths. From what you know of him, he's not the swashbuckling romantic hero. And yet, he is proposing a most swashbuckling romantic ploy. Well, he's never done anything like this before, which means that Act 3 should contain surprises for all of us. There is always the conflict between desire and duty. For instance, duty compels Jim Kellogg to find Walter Jones. Desire would have Jim make sure Walter never shows up at all. Most people finally decide to yield to desire or heed the call of duty. Jim, on the other hand, has decided to do both, which means he will try to find Walter Jones and not find him at the same time.
I'm not really sure I heard what you said, Mr. Kellogg.
I said I would make Mrs. Traynor fall in love with me, Mrs. Haskell.
Is that an ethical procedure, Mr. Kellogg?
How can I permit her to marry Walter Jones? He may be a killer.
Why don't you give her the facts and allow her to make her own decision?
Being a woman, she'd only be confused.
Really, Mr. Kellogg?
Oh, I meant nothing deprecatory. I have every respect for a woman's intellectual capacity.
Oh, thank you.
But a woman in love is a strange creature. That's because love itself is not a rational state. A revelation of the facts would only make her fall more deeply in love with Walter Jones.
Why?
Because it'd also give her a chance to be a martyr. She could say, you see, the whole world is against him, but I shall stand by him.
From a practical point of view, Mr. Kellogg, how do you intend to make Mrs. Traynor fall in love with you?
Well, I hadn't thought about that, but...
There are several difficulties you would have to overcome.
For instance?
Well, Walter Jones is quite tall. You are, average.
Height isn't everything.
Mr. Jones is strikingly handsome. Whereas you...
Well, people are like fruit. It's not the outer husk or the shell, it's the kernel, the meat, the true substance inside.
Well, from the conversations I have had with Mrs. Traynor, I understand Walter Jones talks beautifully and romantically.
Mrs. Haskell, Mrs. Traynor will fall in love with me because it's the right thing for her to do.
I've been trying to reach you for these past few days to see if there's been any progress.
Oh, I was out of town, Mrs. Traynor.
I'm so worried. Is it possible for a person to disappear without leaving a single trace?
Look, it's noontime. I'll take you to lunch.
No, I'm not hungry. I can't think of food.
We might be able to discuss some important matters.
Oh, if we're going to talk about finding Walter, then that's something else. I think that this is the first full meal I've had in weeks. I've been so nervous about everything since Walter disappeared.
You know, you look very attractive when you eat. Yes?
Oh, my goodness. Do you realize that was what Walter said to me?
Walter?
I was sitting in a coffee shop having lunch by myself when the stunning-looking man said to me, "Do you know that you look very attractive when you eat?" We both laughed. It was as if we had laughed together so often in the past. He was the kind of man that I wanted all my life. Oh, Mr. Kellogg, you've got to find him for me. You've got to. Promise.
I promise.
Good. Now let's hurry back to the office.
The office?
Yes, it's the most important place in my life right now.
Why?
Because it's the brain center, the place where the strategy to find Walter is being formulated. The phone should be ringing. Undercover men should be coming in and out.
Well...
I've no patience to do anything else or be anywhere else, and I want to help.
Help?
Please. Let me. I could answer the phones, take messages, assist Mrs. Haskell.
But...
Please. Let me be a part of it.
I have an assistant.
What can I do? She's the client.
How is your campaign coming?
Which campaign?
The one that's supposed to make her fall in love with you.
I don't know.
Mr. Kellogg, my husband and I agreed that I would work here because we felt you were an unusually ethical man.
Well, I try.
Is what you're doing now ethical?
What do you mean?
You are being paid to find Walter Jones.
I'm looking for Walter Jones.
I am your private secretary. If you're doing any investigating, it isn't apparent to me.
Well, what should I be doing?
You should be out looking for Walter Jones.
Well, by the same token, I could be in looking for Walter Jones.
There is every possibility that he is a murderer. And I can understand your feelings. But you should confess to her.
Mrs. Haskell, I'm doing this my own way. And it's the only way that has a chance of success.
And what is that way?
It's a line of investigation that has to be kept confidential, even from you. I hope you understand.
Oh, I understand. It probably has to be kept confidential because it doesn't exist.
Oh, I don't think I could concentrate on tennis, Mr. Kellogg.
Well, fitness, that's a must for a detective. And right now, you are a detective.
Well...
Come on. You need some air, some sun, some exercise.
That's right. I must be strong for Walter. That's out.
Yep. I guess it was. That's game. Set. Match. You beat me.
It was all I could do to even score a single point off Walter.
Oh.
What a marvelous tennis player. And he had a killer instinct.
He did, huh?
Even if he was playing with me, he couldn't let up. He had to play all out all the time.
Tell me about Walter's killer instinct. You know anything about his past?
Oh, I don't care about his past. He was honest with me. He told me he'd been married twice before.
Mm-hmm. What else did he tell you?
Not important.
Well, suppose it should turn out that he hadn't led a very exemplary kind of life.
That's a very stuffy way of putting it. That's exactly how my late husband Edgar would have said it.
Oh?
Mr. Kellogg, if only you could learn how to relax. You and men like Edgar.
Why don't you call me Jim?
Oh, no. You're the Mr. type. The correct, formal, proper Mr. type.
Good morning, Mr. Kellogg.
Good morning, Mrs. Haskell.
I don't mind telling you that however lofty your motives, I thoroughly disagree with your tactics in this case. Ordinarily, I would have resigned in protest.
I assure you, Mrs. Haskell.
However, sir, you are about to receive your comeuppance.
What do you mean?
Mrs. Traynor is waiting in your office.
Hmm?
And I would say she appears to be somewhat miffed.
Miffed?
Surely you knew you were headed for trouble. Well, sir, it has finally arrived.
What are you talking about?
Why don't you ask her?
Good morning, Mrs. Traynor.
Mr. Kellogg, may I have the bill for your services rendered to date?
Why, Mrs. Traynor?
You've been very pleasant. You've taken me to lunch, to dinner, to tennis, golf, theater. You've done everything but look for Walter Jones.
But I have been looking for...
Oh, please. I was married to a businessman for over 20 years. I know when things are being done in a businesslike fashion. No work has been done in this office on Walter Jones. There have been no phone calls, no reports. It dawned on me that you're not looking for Walter. I asked myself why, and then I realized. You're in love with me, Mr. Kellogg. Do you admit it?
Yes.
Well, it's impossible.
Why?
Because I love Walter.
It's quite possible he murdered 2 wives.
It's impossible.
I can show you the record.
I have seen the record. Walter was completely honest. He told me the police were suspicious, and he agreed that they had cause to be.
How did he account for his first wife's drowning?
She fell overboard. It was foggy. He couldn't find her.
You believe that?
The authorities believed it. They refused to prosecute.
1 accidental death I might accept, but 2?
He was terribly lonesome. He needed companionship. He married in haste, and... Oh, she was a psychotic. It was obvious.
And how will they account for your murder?
I think that's despicable.
All right, Mrs. Traynor, I am in love with you.
See what I mean? You're in love with me, and you call me Mrs. Traynor. You weren't trying to find Walter Jones.
But I was. Excuse me. Yes?
Mr. Kellogg, I want to apologize. You were looking for Walter Jones after all. Billy Smith just called and said he's living at 19 Gladstone Oval. His phone number is 555-8308.
Thank you, Mrs. Haskell.
I want to settle up our account. Send me a bill. I shall hire another detective who will really look for Walter.
That won't be necessary. I just found him for you.
What are you saying?
Do you want to know how? Your sister hired me to dig up his past, and I found his past record. I gave it to her. She obviously decided to confront him, scare him away. She probably paid him off.
It doesn't make sense. If she has this record, why should she pay him off?
The scenario. She shows him the record. He says, Anne won't care. She says, can you take that chance? Settle for a little, Walter. Take a few bucks and beat it. So he takes it. But he's going to keep coming back and taking more and more. And when he's drained it dry, then he'll show up and claim you and a Maine fortune.
This is a most despicable lie.
How do you think I found Walter Jones? I had a man watching your sister's house. Walter's been calling on her.
I refuse to believe it.
You don't want to believe it.
Where is his phone number?
Here on this pad.
Finally.
And listen to me. He doesn't love you.
He's alive. He's safe.
Hello?
Walter. Darling.
Anne!
Why did you disappear?
Anne, I began to worry that you might begin to think about my record and have doubts.
Oh, you fool. You wonderful fool. Do you love me?
Oh, Anne, I love you so much.
Please come to my apartment. I'll be home in 20 minutes. I love you. I am so grateful to you, Mr. Kellogg. Send me the bill.
He doesn't love you.
He does.
I can prove it.
How could you prove such a thing? It's impossible.
You don't want me to prove it.
It can't be done. Walter and I are completely in love.
All right, you're afraid, and I don't blame you.
What would I be afraid of?
Afraid to put his love to the test.
What test?
I say that all he wants is your money, and I propose a test that can prove it. But you're afraid.
Now, I am sick and tired of the cynicism showed by you and my sister and my brothers. And everybody wants to brand Walter Jones for life. I'd like to wipe that self-righteous smirk right off your face. You know, if you have a legitimate way to put his love to the test, I'll give you the chance to go wrong.
Is Mrs. Traynor at home?
She just stepped out for a few minutes.
Oh, she's expecting me. My name is Walter Jones. I'm Mrs. Traynor's fiancé.
Oh, well, won't you come in?
Thank you. Are you a friend of Anne's?
Well, I'm afraid she wouldn't think so. Actually, I've been appointed a receiver by the court.
What did you say?
Well, since you're Mrs. Traynor's fiancé, surely you should know what's going on.
Say, what is going on? Who are those men? What are they doing?
Easy, boys, easy, will you? For heaven's sake, don't chip that table. Well, it should be obvious, Mr. Jones. I'm the receiver in bankruptcy, and the men here are removing the furniture. You can put two and two together.
No, wait. I'm not sure I understand.
Well, it'll all be in the papers tonight anyway. It wasn't generally known, but Mrs. Trainor's husband left the company in bad shape when he died. They've declared bankruptcy. We've been ordered to attach Mrs. Trainor's assets, too.
Mrs. Trainor's?
Yeah. You know, her bank accounts, jewels, spurs, furnishings. She was on the books, you see, as an officer of the corporation.
Now, wait a minute. According to the law, an officer of the corporation is not responsible for...
I see you know your law. That's true, ordinarily. But in this case, we have reason to suspect fraud.
Oh?
I think she'll be stripped clean. But she's lucky. She had you to take care of her.
Me?
Yeah, you said you were a fiancé, didn't you?
No, I'm sure you misunderstood. I said I was a friend of her fiancé, and I was passing through, and I just thought I'd say hello.
Well, sit down. I mean, she'll be right back. I'm sure she could use some cheering up.
Oh, I wish I could do that, but I have a plane to catch.
Well, I'll tell her you were here.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Jim.
Walter Jones dropped by to say hello.
So I heard.
I'm sorry.
You win.
May have won the battle. Lost the war.
No. When I saw the two of you side by side, I realized that I was really very happy with my first husband.
I'm not a very exciting guy, Anne.
Well, at least I can be sure of one thing. You'll never kill me for the insurance. And no woman who married Walter Jones could ever make that statement.
Proving that we should all be grateful for small favors. Walter Jones is presumably still at large, happily married or happily bereaved. And yet, why are we coming down so hard on the man? All of it is circumstantial. He could be as innocent as a newborn babe. But don't bet on it. Don't bet on anything, except perhaps on my coming back in just a few moments. We look down, perhaps, on a beautiful girl who marries an older man for his money. But do we ever stop to consider why he marries her? True, she wouldn't marry him if he were poor, but would he marry her if she were old and repulsive? Why do people marry people? In retrospect, we have presented a story of marriage. And the moral is any one you care to take away with you. We present these cautionary tales complete with morals 7 times each week. Our cast included Mandel Kramer, Patsy Bruder, Evie Juster, Arthur Anderson, and Dan Ockrell. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Luden's Medicated Cough Drops. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
If freedom fails. We'd like to take you on a visit to a town that doesn't exist. A town we call Springfield, USA. We'd like to show you how things would be in any American town if communism took over. This is the story of the enslavement of a group of labor unions and of the way in which this was done. The title, The Union Killer.
Papa, that's it.
Where does it stop?
Where's the front of the platform? Come on.
Oh, why did he have to come in the midnight train? It's so...
Oh, come on, Papa. We've got to meet him properly.
What's his name again?
Kerr, Papa. But call him Mr. Kerr. Here. This is where the first car always stops. Here it comes. See the headlights?
I seem unable to make his name stick in my mind.
Kerr.
Perhaps because the whole business is so distasteful.
Papa, it's for the good of Springfield.
Springfield labor unions have always gotten along without interference from the state capital.
Well, the government has the right to oversee union elections.
That's none of the state's business.
Of course it is, Papa. I've tried to explain a dozen times.
Please, Diane, no dialectics. I'm tired.
Confused.
Yes, that too. The idea of sending this Communist Party man down...
It's time the party sent someone to teach the union leaders how... Now remember, Mr. Kerr.
In all my 10 years as chairman of the Springfield Trade Union Council, I never thought I'd see the day when the state capital would send someone down to dictate to...
Papa, you mustn't say that. The state... Must be Mr. Kerr. It is Mr. Kerr.
Hunter? Yes. Yes, sir, Mr. Kerr. We're happy to... Oh, my daughter, Diane Hunter. She acts as my secretary, too.
How do you do, sir?
Do we have transport?
Yes, sir.
This way, Mr. Kerr. I suppose you've come down because of the approaching union elections in Springfield.
And because of the possibility of a labor strike, if certain candidates win. I refer to the present leaders.
Oh, but there's no talk of a strike in Springfield.
Well, my information is otherwise. Your major unions are...
I tell you, there's no talk...
Your major unions are...
glassworkers. I was president till I retired. Machinists, woodworkers, chemical, teamsters. The big five. The smaller unions follow their lead.
You're the chairman of the City Trade Union Council, correct?
Yes, Mr.
And you know that under the State Labor Code you may be removed by the State Labor Commissariat, which I represent?
Oh, yes, I know. Mm-hmm. But about the union elections, Mr. Kerr, there will be in no sense a strike vote.
Really?
What Papa means is that the elections are just for union officers. You see, practically all the Springfield unions hold elections at the same time.
The present union officers who are running for office again do say that the right to strike is a fundamental right of labor. Correct?
Yes, but
They do say so, correct?
Yes, sir, they do. This is our car.
When are the elections to be held?
Nomination meetings are in 3 weeks.
And elections the following week.
But they're only ordinary union elections.
The situation is clear. There must be no election of officers who are not responsive to the production plan of the Communist Party.
But free local union elections are fundamental.
Hunter, what percentage of your local industry is government-owned here?
Oh, about 85%.
Have you ever heard of the 5-year plan?
Why, of course.
And remember it. We in Soviet America live, eat, and breathe by that plan.
Of course.
All industry must function to fulfill that plan.
It is sabotage to endanger the plan.
Correct, Miss Hunter. And to strike is sabotage.
But surely...
I will require an office.
There's one next to Papa's in the Union Hall.
And a secretary.
Oh, our budget
I'll be glad to act as your...
Very good, Miss Hunter.
I'll be there at 9.
And Hunter, I want you to stay as close to your office during the next 4 weeks as you can. There's work to be done. Trade union work.
You see, Mr. Kerr, your office gets the morning sun, and it faces Park Square.
Mm-hmm. And your father's office?
Through that door on the right.
The Union Hall?
Through the one on the left. Would you like to see it?
Later. Let's get to work.
Yes, sir.
Now, here's a list of 23 offices to be called.
Yes, sir.
Call the number indicated. Say, today is Tuesday.
But it's Wednesday.
Miss Hunter, you will follow orders without deviation or question.
Yes, sir.
Then you will simply say, Mr. Carr is here, and hang up. Clear?
Yes, sir.
And the name is pronounced Carr. Is that clear?
Yes, sir.
Make those calls in the order indicated. Secret police, Communist Party headquarters, and so on and so on. Clear?
Yes, sir.
You will say no more.
Yes, sir.
And no less.
Yes, Mr. Carr. Oh, Papa.
Hunter?
Yes, Mr. Kerr?
Papa, it's Carr.
Yes, Mr. Carr. Good morning, sir.
Sit down. I have a few questions. First, the bylaws of the Big Five unions all provide for secret elections. Hunter, I'm asking you a question.
Oh, sorry, sir. Sorry. I didn't realize you were asking.
Do they?
Yes, secret ballots. Like ordinary municipal and state elections.
And the vote on nominations?
Is open, sir. Both nominating speeches and the vote. The vote is by a show of hands. But, Mr. Carr, I don't think Springfield will spoil its strike rate.
Now then,
What are the reasons for the labor unrest here in Springfield?
I hoped we'd get down to cases, Mr. Carr. Now, understand, there's no talk of a strike, but the unions have tried to bargain in good faith with the plant managers and have gotten nowhere. Speed up is killing the men's health. The hours are being stretched without overtime pay. The men are being punished for absenteeism as though staying away from work was a common crime.
It is.
I beg your pardon?
Do I have to repeat my lecture of last night? Just because Springfield has met its production quotas in the past, there's no reason to think that they'll be allowed to fall behind now.
We are producing more
Will
now
you
than...
old line labor men never learn that wages and hours are no longer the measure of correct working conditions?
Correct.
Don't I make myself clear?
But how are we to judge working conditions except by wages and hours and the treatment that the worker gets from the plant manager?
All right. Let me repeat. The function of a trade union is to aid the Communist Party to carry out the plan of production under such hours and such wages and such working conditions and such punishments as may be necessary to secure the fulfillment of the plan.
But how can I conscientiously...
Hunter, what is your salary as chairman of the Trade Union Council?
Well, it's only...
Yes, when's your term up?
In 2 years.
Provided you are not removed by the State Labor Commissariat.
Yes, that's correct, according to the State Labor Code.
You will make yourself available to me at all times.
Yes, sir.
At all times.
Yes, sir.
Today is Tuesday. Mr. Carr is here. That was the last call, sir.
Miss Hunter, I was surprised to learn that your father is not a party member.
Oh, yes, sir. I'm sorry. But I am. I'm recording secretary of the Young Communist League. And I'm a candidate for the Communist Party itself.
Miss Hunter, I'm trying to tell you that I know all that. I had your party status carefully checked last night.
Oh, well, I thought...
Yes, I'm merely trying to get your opinion of your father.
I think his failure to join the party is to be condemned.
I think it's despicable.
I think that he should join the party.
Well, perhaps your opinion is strong enough for you to be trusted.
I'm a good party member, sir.
Fine. Then let's get to work. Get me the local chief of secret police.
Yes, sir.
And have the following connections ready for me. Chairman of the Springfield Party, director of propaganda of the party, editor of the Springfield News.
He's the same man.
That's fine. Also the director of the local radio station here.
Yes, sir. Mr. Carr calling the chief of secret police.
Also the mayor, the chairman of the board of aldermen, also the head of the Young Communist League. Did you get all those?
Yes, sir.
Good.
Hello. One moment, please. The police, sir. Your number 1 line.
All right. Code word. Monday follows Tuesday. Correct. Now, for immediate action. Complete dossiers on the chiefs of all the following unions. Machinists, woodworkers, chemical, glass, and teamsters. Everything. Political history, moral delinquencies, religious bias, criminal record. For secondary action, dossiers on chiefs of all other Springfield Union locals. Clear? Also dossiers on all relatives to the second degree. Clear? Correct. Next, Miss Hunter.
The chairman of the party local is waiting on number 2, sir.
Fine. Carr here. The assignment concerns trade union matters. You will immediately mobilize all party forces for propaganda and direct action activity. I will address a meeting of all cell leaders and shop workers tonight at your headquarters at 8 p.m. sharp. It is of special importance that all party members with particular influence in Springfield trade unions attend. I want also to point out that this task is of first priority and will take precedence over all other assignments. Clear? Correct.
Editor of Springfield News on number 3.
Miss Carr, prepare for my signature requisitions for extra newsprint and other necessary supplies and labor for a 4-week period. Right. Rough copy in connection with local trade union matters will be supplied to you for your personal attention. In addition, you will be at my office, Trade Union Building, tomorrow night, 8 p.m., for detailed instructions. Clear? Correct.
Director of Station WSPR waiting.
All right, Miss Hunter. This is Carr. You will reserve sufficient Class A airtime during the next 4 weeks to give trade union matters a minimum of 3 hours daily. 3 hours. Cancel all other commitments if necessary. You will be at my office, Trade Union Building, tomorrow night at 8 p.m. for detailed instructions. Clear? Correct. Young Communist League, this is Carr. Clear? Correct. Board of Aldermen, this is Carr. Clear? Correct. Mayor's office, this is Carr. Clear? Correct. Very efficient, Miss Hunter. There's a place for you in the Communist Party.
Thank you, sir. I hope...
Yes.
Mr. Carr.
Yes, Hunter?
I didn't mean to give the impression before that I oppose.
Yes.
That I am at all unreliable.
Go on.
but I cannot be relied upon to cooperate.
Good. Come on in, then. You and probably Miss Hunter can help me on our next move. Now tell me, of the big 5 unions, which is the most powerful?
The Teamsters.
Well, not quite the biggest, but the most aggressive.
Why?
Because of its leader, O'Malley.
Party member?
No.
Why not?
Unreliable.
What's he like?
Strong. Obstinate.
But a reasonable man.
Intelligent?
Oh, yes.
Shrewd, you mean?
Experienced.
Pre-revolutionary experience.
All right, I understand. Miss Hunter, set up an appointment. I'll see him first. After all, O'Malley, I'm only proposing a procedure that's common throughout the country.
It's not common to Springfield, never has been. I hope never will be.
Well, what's your objection to open voting at union elections?
It's not secret.
Well, let's get to the point, shall we?
That is the point. A man's entitled to keep his vote to himself.
Pre-revolutionary theory.
Well, so far as I'm concerned, the coming elections are going to be secret. That's the American tradition.
All right. Let's take the American tradition. What's happened to the tradition of speaking your mind? Of letting the world know where you stand, of saying your piece out loud? What's the difference between talking straight out in the open and voting straight out in the open?
The difference is that if the membership of my union votes in the open, they lay themselves open to retaliation.
Now, you misunderstand me, O'Malley. As a representative of the Labor Commissariat, I'm the last one to want to see that happen. My only interest is to avoid any strike which will endanger production. Production's the thing that concerns me.
And working conditions concern me.
Well, I suggest open voting only because you want to win better conditions from the plant managers. Show them your labor solidarity openly. Don't you realize what a voice vote means at a mass rally and what it can do to persuade the managers that labor's just demands ought to be satisfied? It will be an open, fearless demonstration of strength by open vote.
The answer is still no.
You'll change your mind.
I'm sure I won't.
I'm sure you will. I found your appraisal of O'Malley unfortunately correct, Miss Hunter.
Carl Ebert isn't as pig-headed.
Ebert is the head of the glass workers.
Yes, sir. And he'll probably be early for his appointment. He's with Ebert.
Mm-hmm. Come in, Ebert.
Mr. Carr?
Yes, sir. Now, Ebert, come in. Sit down.
Thank you. Thank you.
Miss Hunter, make a record of our conversation.
Yes.
Huh?
Oh, just for the record, Ebert. Nothing official. Say, by the way, have you been in touch with O'Malley since last week when I saw him?
Yes. Yes, of course.
Well, then you know generally what I want to talk about here. Let me state my position in case Mr. O'Malley didn't make it clear. Now, my only job is to avert the possibility of any strikes in Springfield. Now, that'd be bad for your union and for our production plan, wouldn't it? My idea is to avert even the possibility of a strike by a demonstration of solidarity here, a tremendous voice vote at mass rallies by the various unions.
But, as O'Malley said, an open vote lays the men
open. Now, Mr. Ebert, American working men afraid to speak out? Really, now. Americans afraid to stand up and be counted? What about our great American tradition of saying your piece out loud?
I didn't think of it quite that way.
Yes, and I'm sure Mr. O'Malley didn't put it that way.
No.
Let me ask you, Mr. Ebert, what's the difference between talking straight out loud in the good old American way and in voting out loud?
You certainly make it sound different than O'Malley does. But, Mr. Carr, I think in this I must agree with the others.
What others?
Well, O'Malley spoke to me and Jenkins of the machiners.
Anyone else?
Yes, and Gilchrist of the woodworkers.
I see. You all went along with O'Malley?
Yes, Mr. Carr. But I don't want you to think that any of us want to slow down on the state plan. Oh, that's the last thing we want to do.
Yes, and the last thing the Labor Commissariat wants to do is to trample on the desires of the local union organizations. You're absolutely right, Ebert. It'd be better to leave the voting procedure as it always has been, secret.
Oh, I'm very glad.
But, did O'Malley tell you that he wants to change the nominating procedure?
Change it? No, he said nothing about that.
Do you think it needs changing?
Of course not.
Well, he wants to make the vote at the nomination meeting secret.
What? He didn't even mention that to me.
No, perhaps O'Malley isn't telling you everything.
But why should O'Malley...
Why shouldn't he trust you, yeah?
Well, no,
you are against any such change in the nominating procedure?
Of course. I see no reason for change.
Especially since O'Malley didn't see fit to take me into his confidence.
Did he tell Jenkins or Gilchrist?
Well, I'm sure he didn't.
Now, listen, if I were you, I'd check with Jenkins. He's head of the machinist, you say, and with Gilchrist to make certain that O'Malley isn't trying to put something over on all of you. He's a very...
You are listening to The Union Killer, a story of the way things could be if communism took over. A picture of what life would be like under a communist regime in an ordinary American town. A town we call Springfield, USA.
The chairman of the Young Communist League on the line, Mr. Carr.
This is Carr. I've been here 2 weeks, and I've not seen any action worthy of the Young Communist League from you. You are the Young Communist League, aren't you? Then I expect the following. Identify O'Malley with strike action. O'Malley wants strike action. A vote for O'Malley is a vote for a strike. O'Malley is your primary target. Others will follow. The following organizations will participate. Parent teachers, the Springfield Agricultural Collective, student bodies of Springfield College, high schools and elementary schools. All sports organizations will cooperate. All cultural societies will volunteer. The writers, painters, musicians guilds will be pointedly invited. Everyone. The slogan will be, Forward the 5-year plan.
Chairman of the party is waiting on number 2, Mr. Carr.
Thank you. This is Carr here. I am not satisfied with your campaign. The Springfield News does not carry enough anti-O'Malley copy. Now look, tear down his character. I've given you the material. Use it. Build Ebert up. Play him off against O'Malley. And use the front page, not the inside. Did you learn nothing at propaganda school? Same criticism for WSPR. Hammer the message that O'Malley and his gang are pro-strike and that they don't give a tinker's damn for the 5-year plan. O'Malley is pro-strike. You got that? Repeat it and repeat it and repeat it now. Point 2. Your union infiltration is pitifully, and I say pitifully, inadequate. Have you learned nothing or have you forgotten everything? Till now, comrade, I have thought that only the head of the Young Communist League needed replacing, but believe me, comrades, you're even more dispensable. Now, follow these orders without deviation. During the next 2 weeks, you will introduce into each of the big 5 unions enough party members to accomplish the following. First, to educate a majority of the union membership to the necessity of nominating only anti-O'Malley, anti-Ebert, anti-Jenkins, anti-Gilchrist, and anti-Meany candidates. None of these men or their supporters must be nominated. And if nominated, they must not be elected. Second, the party workers will observe and report the names of all union members who vote for the nomination of those men and their sympathizers. Clear? Correct. Stupid farmer. Miss Hunter, isn't Meany of the chemical workers supposed to be in here this morning?
Yes, in 10 minutes, sir. And Gilchrist of the woodworkers this afternoon at 2.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Carr.
Yeah?
You said, before on the telephone, that party members were to report how the membership voted. Isn't the vote in each union by secret ballot?
Of course it is. Well, that is, the vote which will elect or defeat O'Malley, for example, as president of the Teamsters. That'll be secret.
Well, then, how can you observe who...
Miss Hunter, think.
Well, I don't see how you...
Now, look. Let's take O'Malley again. 2, 3, possibly 4 other men, besides O'Malley, want to be president of the Teamsters Union, correct?
Mm-hmm.
But the present bylaws provide that there shall be no more than 3 nominees for each office. And the vote to choose the 3 nominees...
will be open.
Exactly. Just as provided for in the present bylaws.
And those who disclose by their open vote that they wish to nominate an unreliable candidate will be observed.
Correct. And besides your wife, Gilchrist?
Well, 3 children, Mr. Carr. They're 2 boys and a girl.
Oh, really? How old?
Well, the boys are almost ready for college. Mr. Carr, speaking of my boys and my daughter and my wife, too.
Yes, what about them?
Well, there seems to have been some inquiries made at school about my boys and daughter, and, the secretary of the parent-teachers group was questioning about my wife.
Really?
My brother-in-law, he's a party member. He was questioned closely about me.
Well, come on, what's the point, Gilchrist? What's the point?
Well, sir, that's never happened before, and I
well,
thought
perhaps
that,
this is just an inquiry concerning your credit.
Oh, no. This is different. The questions are unusual, you know. They're my personal history, political, religious, my family, and my wife's, too.
Is that so?
Mr. Carr, has this inquiry got anything to do with the strike situation?
Yes.
But
Gilchrist, get this through your head. The leadership of the Soviet state is the responsibility of the Communist Party. The Communist Party leads the masses by means of transmission belts. One transmission belt is the trade union, and you, as the head of the woodworkers, will either carry out the orders of the Communist Party or you'll be through. Clear?
With my family.
Correct. With O'Malley, and Ebert, and Jenkins and Meany. I will tolerate stupidity only so far. Tell me, what kind of men do you use for investigators? Morons, idiots, imbeciles? Or perhaps you delude yourself that you are the director of propaganda and not the chief of secret police? Is an investigation a publicity campaign? Must the whole city know who, when, where, and how you are and what you do? Must the very person under investigation be informed of your every question? All right, now. You can forget Gilchrist. I have him in hand. Clear? Correct. Complete your investigations on Jenkins, Ebert, and Meany. O'Malley? No. We'll handle him otherwise. Clear? Correct. However, your report on the O'Malley-Meany conversation may be very helpful.
Mr. Carr.
Yes?
Mr. Meany's in the next office waiting.
Have him come in.
Jenkins and Ebert are with him, and O'Malley, too.
I didn't ask them.
Well, they're here.
All right. Tell them to come in.
Go ahead.
Gentlemen?
Did you think you could get away with it, Carr?
What's that, O'Malley?
With misrepresenting our last conversation?
Well, how do you mean?
Saying that I want a secret vote on nomination.
Well, didn't you say that you...
You know I never mentioned it.
That is a lie. A lie made to deceive and to double-cross.
Who? You?
No, your friends, Ebert here, Jenkins, too.
Well, that's the real lie.
Is it?
Yes, it is.
Well, now, let's just test who's lying. Tell us. Where did you spend last Tuesday evening?
What's that got?
Do you prefer not to answer?
Well, not at all.
Well, come on, then.
Well,
You were with me, O'Malley.
So you're with Meany. Where?
Well, yes, that's right. At his office in the Chemical Workers Building.
What did you discuss with him?
Well, what we would do if and when a strike would ever become necessary.
Nothing else, huh?
O'Malley, you did suggest the idea of a secret vote at the nomination meeting.
So you have discussed.
Well, then not with you, as you told Ebert.
No, huh? Well, why didn't you?
Well, it didn't occur to me then.
And not with Ebert either?
Well, I was going
And not
to.
with Jenkins either?
Well, I was going to discuss it with everyone.
But you didn't with me, did you? Why lie about it, O'Malley?
Well, I didn't.
O'Malley, why with Meany and not with me? After all, I am the senior union leader in Springfield. My union was the first. I have a
Well, now,
right.
Ebert,
What's the difference? What I want to know is why there's something to do about a secret vote for nominations. We've never done it that way.
I'm against it, especially on such short
Well,
notice.
now, you don't understand, Ebert.
Why? Haven't I enough experience as a union
Well,
leader?
that's not what I mean.
Well, then what do you mean?
Well, Ebert Jenkins, don't you see why a secret vote in the election is not enough? The nomination vote has to be secret, too, so that the men can nominate without fear of retaliation.
I'm not convinced that there ought to be any change in our established procedure, O'Malley.
Me neither.
Then you, too, have noticed the spontaneous demonstrations all over the city, huh? Gentlemen, I think that your general population is more politically advanced than some of your labor leaders here.
Mr. Carr has been a very busy man since he arrived.
We cannot afford to fly against popular opinion.
Well, I know one thing. That working conditions have broken down to the point where something has to be done. The managers won't bargain. We've got to keep leaders in office who are for the unions and against being controlled by the Communist Party. Furthermore, in order to protect the men, the nomination vote has to be secret. And what's more, I don't believe that the so-called spontaneous demonstrations in favor of the 5-year plan mean that the people of the city won't be sympathetic with our wage and our demands.
Well, sit down, Hunter. Gilchrist, I'm glad you came.
O'Malley, I'm not too sure that changing procedure is for the best at this time.
Speaking as chairman of the Trade Union Council, I think that we ought to consider our actions very carefully.
Hunter, you weren't talking like that a month ago.
What do you mean?
Nor you, Gilchrist.
I've got a right to change my mind.
Yes, you've also got an obligation to your union membership. And I mean all of you.
You can't say that I don't always act in accordance. When do you have the right to say that
You're
I
a
can't?
troublemaker, O'Malley. You want to rule the roost.
As chairman of the Trade Union Council, I call this meeting to order.
Miss Hunter, would you read that back, please?
Yes, sir. For the personal attention of the State Commissar of Labor, on the basis of my observation at Springfield and other cities, I suggest that the secret union ballot be preserved for propaganda effect.
Right. Now add this.
Yes, sir.
However, the state labor code should be amended to provide that all voting for nominees who aspire to union office shall be by open voting. By this method, we will be able to observe those who desire the nomination of undesirable candidates and to discipline union members where need be. Come in. All right, on time. Come in. Miss Hunter, would you step into your father's office for a few minutes? I'll call you when I need you.
Yes, sir.
Now, regarding tomorrow's elections, are your police ready?
O'Malley will be removed tonight.
Correct.
Party observers will be present in sufficient numbers to observe all union voters and will report to me on all pro-O'Malley voters.
Correct. Very good.
But, Mr. Carr, in the event that Meany of the chemical workers, he's strong for O'Malley, and if he takes over O'Malley's leadership and carries the nominations and then swings the elections against us, what then?
Don't worry about that. If persuasion fails, there's always the gun.
You have just heard a story of what happens to trade unions under a communist regime. You think this could not happen? It did happen in Russia, where according to the bylaws of the trade unions of the USSR, quote, Soviet trade unions shall conduct all their work under the direction of the Communist Party. It did happen in Poland, where the Communist Party liquidated such democratic trade union leaders as Henryk Ehrlich, Viktor Alter, and Katsima Putzak. It did happen in Romania, where by virtue of law number 52, labor organizations can no longer negotiate labor contracts. This is done for them by federations and Confederation of Labor, a body controlled by the Communist Party. It did happen in Hungary, where by paragraph 45 of the penal law, a person who has not a definite occupation in his hometown must serve at forced labor at a place to be determined by the authorities. You've been listening to If Freedom Fails, starring Jack Webb's Carr in The Union Killer. Lillian Byoff played the role of Diane, and Cliff Barnett was Tom. Music was composed by Earl Lawrence, with musical direction by Michelle Perrier. The Union Killer was written for If Freedom Failed by Arthur Weiss, produced and directed by Robert M. Young. Sergeant Lloyd Iyer speaking. This program has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
In just a moment, hear Best Plays. First, though, all of us look forward to a relaxing weekend these hot summer days. But weekdays, NBC brings you lots of easy listening, too, with Bob Hope and Dave Garroway, as well as a chance to visit with One Man's Family. For quiz Monday through Friday, there's It Pays to Be Married and Second Chance. And, of course, the most up-to-the-minute direct reports from home and abroad on Morgan Beatty's famous News of the World. Yes, weekdays, listening's a pleasure, too. And now, Best Plays on NBC. From New York, where the American stage begins, NBC presents Best Plays, transcribed with John Chapman. Best Plays, a series of hour-length dramas selected from the outstanding successes of the New York stage. Now, John Chapman, drama critic of the New York Daily News, is here to introduce Maureen Stapleton and Eli Wallach in The Rose Tattoo by Tennessee Williams. Mr. Chapman.
The author of our best play, Tennessee Williams, has managed to win 1 Pulitzer Prize and 2 Drama Critics Circle Awards, which is good going for a young man who is trying to work his way up in the theater. Better than his prize-winning ability, though, is Williams's ability to start people talking. For talk is as important to the stage as it is on it. All Williams' plays so far are easily remembered, including the one we are about to offer you, The Rose Tattoo. His first 3 heroines, in The Glass Menagerie, A Streetcar Named Desire, and Summer and Smoke, were repressed women. Trying a change of pace, Williams wondered what would happen if one of his women were unrepressed. The Rose Tattoo, which is a comedy for adults, is the result. Its successful production on Broadway brought sudden fame to the 2 leading actors, Maureen Stapleton and Eli Wallach, and we are happy to present them to you in this performance.
Now the day is drawing toward the evening. This is the hour that we Italians call prima sera, the beginning of dusk. That is where we are in time. In place, imagine that we are somewhere between New Orleans, Louisiana, and Mobile, Alabama, and that we are about to enter the house of Baronessa Serafina delle Rose, a dressmaker. Serafina! Serafina!
Assunta! Is that you?
Sì. Buonasera, cara.
Buonasera. Come on in.
There is something wild in the air. No wind, but everything is moving.
I don't see nothing moving, and neither do you. Oh, Assunta, could you undo a couple of hooks? The dress is so tight on me.
The baby's coming soon, huh?
Soon. Assunta, I'll tell you something which maybe you won't believe.
It's impossible to tell me anything that I don't believe.
Siete, Assunta. I knew that I was to become a mother the very night it happened. There was something different.
Davvero?
Ah, siete. That night, I woke up with a burning pain on me. Here, a pain like a needle. Quick, hot little stitches. So I turned on the light. I looked at my breast. I saw the rose tattoo of my husband.
Rosario's tattoo?
On me. His tattoo. And when I saw it, I knew.
Did Rosario see it?
I screamed. When he woke up, it was gone. It only lasted a moment. But I did see it. And I did know when I seen it that in my body another rose was growing.
Did he believe it that you saw it?
No. He laughed. He laughed and I cried.
And he took you in his arms, and then you stopped crying.
See?
Oh, Serafina, for you everything has to be different. A sign, a miracle, a wonder of some kind.
That's the truth.
But why? Because you are more important? The wife of the Barone? In Sicily they call his uncle a Barone. But in Sicily everybody's a Barone that owns a piece of the land and a separate house for the goats. And here, what is the Barone della Rosa? He drives a truck of bananas.
No, not bananas.
Cosa dici, no bananas?
On top of the truck is the bananas. But underneath is something else.
Che altra cosa?
Why, whatever it is that the brothers Romano want hauled out of the state, he hauls it for them underneath the bananas. And money. He gets so much money it spills from his pockets. Soon I don't have to make dresses.
Soon I think you will have to make a black veil.
Oh, no. No. Tonight's the last time he does it. Tomorrow, he quits hauling stuff for the brothers Romano. He pays for the 10-ton truck and works for himself. We live with dignity in America then. Our own truck. Our own house. In the house, everything will be electric. But tonight, Assunta, stay with me. I can't swallow my heart. Not till I hear the truck stop in front of the house and his key in the lock in the door. In his hair, Assunta, he wears oil of roses. And when I wake up at night, the air, the dark room, it's full of roses. With him, time doesn't pass.
You say the clock is a liar?
No. I say the clock is a fool. I don't listen to it. My heart is my clock. My heart don't say tick-tick. It says love, love. Now, I have two hearts in me. Both of them saying love, love. Assunta, I can't swallow my heart.
A woman must not have a heart too big to swallow, Buonasera.
Stay with me.
I have to visit a woman who drank rat poison because of a heart too big for her to swallow.
Go then. I'll not be alone. It's so wonderful having two lives in the body. Not one, but two. I'm heavy with life. I'm big, big, big with life. You want something?
Yes, I heard you do sewing.
Yes, I do sewing. Come in. You can sit right down there.
How fast can you make a shirt for me?
Well, that all depends.
I got a piece of silk with me. I want it made into a shirt for a man I'm in love with. Tomorrow's the anniversary of the day we met. Here's the material.
Oh, che bella stufa. Ooh, that would be wonderful stuff for a lady's blouse.
I want a man's shirt made with it.
Silk? This red for a shirt for a man.
This man is wild, like a gypsy.
Oh, a woman should not encourage a man to be wild.
A man that's wild is hard for a woman to hold. But if he was tame, would the woman want to hold him?
I'm a married woman in business. I don't know nothing about wild men and wild women. I don't have much
I'll pay you
time.
3 times the price you ask me for it.
Oh.
Money's not the object. But it's got to be ready tomorrow.
See. Pin the measurements and your name on the silk, and the shirt will be ready tomorrow. The name, please?
My name is Estelle Hohengarten.
Here, you write it on the card. You come tomorrow. It'll be ready if I have to work all night.
Serafina did work all night. Perhaps in order to finish the shirt. Or maybe it was just to keep her mind away from her husband, who had still not returned from his trip. When morning came, I was the first one to know why. Because Father Di Leo came and asked me to go with him and break the news to her. As we came up into the yard, her sewing machine was still going.
There's still a light in the house?
She's still working.
Assunta, will you tell her that Rosario is dead?
Oh, Father, it will not be necessary to tell her. She will know when she sees her.
Serafina?
Who is that? Assunta. Father.
Serafina. Rosario.
Don't speak. Don't tell me.
My child, we must...
Don't speak! Don't speak!
She's lost the baby. But Serafina's a very strong woman, and it won't kill her. But she's trying not to breathe. Assunta, this is a hypodermic.
See.
In the arm with the needle if she screams or struggles to get up again.
Sì, capisco, dottore. For 3 years after Rosario's death, Serafina did not leave the house. She didn't comb her hair and always wore the same dirty old petticoat. And the time she wasn't sewing, she spent it kneeling down in front of the marble urn where she kept her husband's ashes. On the morning her daughter Rosa was to graduate from the high school, A woman that I never seen before came by my porch and stopped.
Could you tell me where I might find Rosa Della Rosa?
What do you want with her?
I'm a high school teacher. Have you seen her?
Rosa? I see her this morning at Serafina's window. And you know how?
How?
Naked.
Why? What did she do?
Do? You know what she said? Senora, please call this numero and ask for Jack. And tell Jack my clothes are locked up so I can't get out from the house. Then Serafina come. She grabbed the girl by the hair and she pulled her from the window and she slammed the shutters right on my face.
Who is Jack?
Oh, he's a sailor. She met him at the high school dance. And you know, somebody tell Serafina. That's why she locked up the girl's clothes and she can't leave the house.
Oh, something's going on in that house. I hear someone.
That's Serafina's house.
She cut her wrist. She cut her wrist, my daughter. Madonna me. Mrs. Della Rosa, your daughter has not cut her wrist. Now, come in and see her.
Che dice?
Your daughter's all right. Rosa, come here and show your mother that you're not bleeding to death.
Mama, it's all right.
Oh, it's still bleeding. Listen to Daddy, Mama. So ashamed I could die.
See the way she looks at me? I got a wild thing in my house.
Let's not have any more outbursts of emotion.
You make me sick. Sick to my stomach, you make me. You, school, you start all this trouble. You give this dance, and she gets mixed up with a sailor.
Don't listen to her. Don't pay any attention to her, Miss York. I'm ready to go to the high school.
What do you think you want to do at this high school? How high is this high school? Look, I'll show you. As high as that pile of dirt out there in the street.
Mama, stop that.
Now, wait a minute. I ain't through talking. I just hear teaching.
I'm so ashamed I could die. So ashamed. Mama, you look disgusting. Disgusting. Disgusting!
You hear what my daughter called me? She called me disgusting.
Mrs. Della Rosa, why don't you take a bath, get dressed, and come to the graduation?
See, maybe that's what I'll do.
I'll go on ahead with Rosa. You come on when you're ready. Will you?
I'll come. In 15 minutes, I'll be there.
Serafina? Try the door. See if it ain't open, Flora.
Oh, you. Oh, don't bother me now. Please, I'm late for the graduation, and I can't find the graduation present.
You've got plenty of time.
Do you hear the band playing?
They're just warming up. Now, Serafina, where's my blouse?
Your blouse? Oh, it's not ready. Look, I gotta get to the high school now.
I gotta get to the depot in that blouse.
We're going to the American Legion Parade in Orleans. All right, give it to me. I'll stitch them together. Oh, if you make me late for my daughter's graduation, I'll make you sorry somehow. Sit down, Bessie. Don't wear out your feet before we get to the city.
Molly told me the town is full of excitement. They're dropping paper sacks full of water out of hotel windows. No kidding. A double dog dare anybody to try that on me.
Hey, you two ladies, watch how you talk. This here is a religious house. You're sitting in the same room with Our Lady and the blessed ashes of my husband.
Well, excuse me. You know, Bessie, she used to have a sweet figure. A little bit plump, but attractive. But sitting there at that sewing machine for 3 years in a slip and not stepping out of the house is naturally give a hip.
If I didn't have hips, I'd be a very uncomfortable woman when I sat down.
Hey, who's that? Some Legionnaires are on the highway. Legionnaires? No kidding. Oh, he's looking this way. Yes, that's it. Mademoiselle Thermometer, parlez-vous? Mademoiselle Thermometer, parlez-vous? Yes,
Thermometer, that we kissed it, boy.
Hey,
honky tonk. Now take your blast and get out. This is the house of Rosario de la Rosa. And those are his ashes in the marble urn. And I won't have improper things going on here. Nor dirty talk, neither.
Who's talking dirty?
You are. Dirty talk all the time. Men. You two men crazy things, you.
Sour grapes. Sour grapes is your trouble. You're just wild with envy.
When I think of men, I think about my husband. My husband was a Sicilian. And maybe that's the reason. I'm not man crazy, and I don't like hearing the talk of women that are.
Oh, no, let's go. Forget about it. Just wait a minute. Listen, I don't accept insults from no one.
Go on. Go on to New Orleans. You two men crazy things, you. And do what you want. But not in my house. At my window, in front of my husband's ashes. I'm not interested in that sort of man-crazy business. I remember my husband with the body of a young boy and hair on his head black and thick as mine is, and skin on him smooth and sweet as a yellow rose.
A rose, was it?
Yes. Yes, a rose. A rose.
Yes, a rose. Of a gangster. Shot smuggling dope under a load of bananas.
So let's go. My folks was peasants. But he come from the landowner. Signorelli, my husband. I'm satisfied to remember the love of a man that was only mine. Never touched by the hand of nobody. Nobody but me. Just me.
Never touched by nobody?
Never. Nobody but me.
I know somebody that could a tale unfold. And not so far from here, neither. Not no further than the Square Rubies, that place on Esplanade.
Estelle Hohengarten.
Yes, Estelle Hohengarten, the blackjack dealer from Texas.
What did you say?
Everybody's known it but you, Serafina. I'm just telling the facts that come out at the inquest while you was in bed with your eyes shut tight and a sheet pulled up over your head like a female ostrich. And it was a romance. Not just a fly-by-night thing, but a steady affair that went on for more than a year.
Liar.
And he had a rose tattoo on his chest. And Estelle was so gone on him, she went on down to Bourbon Street and had one put on her.
You liar. You liar!
Oh, let's go. She's gonna hit you. She better not.
Liar! Liar!
Mama? Are you there, Mama?
Rosa?
Yeah, she's in there.
Well, I better go and wait outside for a while.
Will you stay right here? Mama, Jack's with me. Are you dressed up nicely? Why is it so dark in here?
Wait a minute.
Mama. Mama, you said you were dressed up pretty.
Rose, you, graduate all right?
Mama, this is Jack Hunter.
Hello, Mrs. Del Rosa. It sure is a pleasure to meet you, ma'am. I was hoping to see you at the graduation.
I guess Mama was too worn out to go.
Rosa, shut the front door and lock it. There was a policeman here and two women. We had a fight.
I'm sorry you didn't make the graduation, Miss Del Rosa.
What? What?
I think that your Mama... Show her your prize, Rosa.
Look what I got, Mama.
What?
The Digest of Knowledge.
Everything's in them, from abracadabra to zoo. My sister was jealous. She just got a diploma.
Diploma? Where is it? Didn't you get no diploma?
Si, Mama. Eccolo. Guarda.
Yes, ma'am, Mrs. Del Rosa. You certainly got a right to be very proud of your daughter.
I am proud of the memory of her father. He was a baron. Now, who are you?
Mama, I just introduced him. His name is Jack Hunter.
What are you hunting, Jack?
Mama!
Same as all of them? To have a good time. And the devil cares who pays. Well, I'm sick of men. I'm almost as sick of men as I am of women. Rosie, you get out of here. I want to talk to this boy.
I didn't bring Jack here to be insulted.
Go on, honey, go on. And let your mama talk to me. I think your mama's just got a slight wrong impression.
Yes, I got an impression.
I'll go get dressed. Oh, Mama, don't spoil it for me. This is the happiest day of my life.
Mrs. Del Rosa?
Della Rosa.
Mrs. Della Rosa, I'm sorry about this. Believe me, Mrs. Della Rosa, the last thing I had in mind was getting mixed up in a family situation.
What did you do with my daughter at that high school dance?
We danced.
And the next night? What did you do?
The next night we went to the movies.
What did you do there?
At the movies? We ate a bag of popcorn and watched the movie.
She came home at midnight. She told me she's with her girlfriend studying civics.
Whatever story she told you, it ain't my fault.
And the night after that?
Last Tuesday, we went roller skating. Afterwards, we went to a drugstore and had an ice cream soda.
Alone?
At the drugstore? No, it was crowded. And the skating rink was full of people skating.
You mean you have not been alone with my daughter?
Alone or not alone, what's the point of that question? I still don't see the point of it.
We are Sicilians. We do not leave the girls alone with boys they are not engaged to.
Mrs. Della Rosa, this is the United States.
We are Sicilians. We are not cold-blooded. My girl, she is innocent.
Mrs. Della Rosa, I gotta tell you something. You might not believe it. It's a hard thing to say. But I'm also innocent.
What? No. I do not believe it.
That's true, though.
You, a sailor?
Yes, ma'am. Mrs. Della Rosa, I don't...
No. 2 weeks ago, I was slapping her wrist for scratching mosquito bites. And she rode on a bicycle to the school. Now, all at once, I got a wild thing in the house. She says she's in love. Now you say you're in love too?
Yes, ma'am, I do. I'm in love very much.
What are you? Catholic?
Me? Yes, ma'am, Catholic.
You don't look Catholic to me.
Oh, Theo, Mama, how do Catholics look? How do they look different from anyone else?
You stay out till I call you. Now turn around.
Do what, ma'am?
I said turn around. Turn around, please, for me. Why do they make them pants so tight?
Well, that's a question you'll have to ask the Navy, Mrs. Della Rosa.
And that gold earring. Why do you wear a gold ring in your ear for, huh?
They're crossing the equator, Mama. He was initiated into the court of Neptune and gets to wear a gold
Now, you
earring.
see that? You see what a wild thing I got in my house?
Mrs. Della Rosa, I guess the Sicilians are very emotional people.
And I want nobody to take advantage of that.
You got the wrong idea about me, Mrs. Della Rosa.
You say you are Catholic?
Yes, ma'am.
Then kneel down in front of Our Lady.
All right, ma'am. Now what?
Now, you say after me what I say.
Yes, ma'am.
I promise the Holy Mother that I will respect the innocence of the daughter of... Will you get out of here? What, are you going to say it?
Well, yes, ma'am. I promise... What was it again, ma'am?
I promise the Holy Mother.
I promise the Holy Mother.
That I will respect the innocence of the daughter Rosa. Of Rosario della Rosa.
That I will respect the innocence of the daughter Rosa of Rosario della Rosa.
Cross yourself. Now get up. I'm satisfied now.
Mom, I've never been so mortified in all my life. Come on, Jack, let's go.
Where are you going?
We're going in 3 sailboats to Diamond Bay.
Oh, well, go then. But you be careful. He still don't look like a Catholic to me.
Buongiorno, Serafina.
Buongiorno.
I'm surprised to see you sitting outdoors like this. What is this thing you're wearing? I think it is an undergarment. I must tell you, The change in your appearance and behavior since Rosario's death is shocking. Shocking. I knew this was going to happen when you broke the church law and had your husband cremated. Set up a little idolatrous shrine in your house and give worship to a bottle of ashes. Are you listening?
Yes.
Serafina, you're still a young woman, eligible for marriage and bearing again. I remember you dressed in pale blue silk at Mass one morning, Easter, yes. Like a lady wearing a piece of the weather. Oh, how proudly you walked. Too proudly.
I walked with my husband.
Now you crouch and shuffle about barefoot. You live like a convict, dressed in the rags of a convict. Why don't you go in the house, get dressed?
Go in the house. I will go in the house. If you will answer one question. Will you answer one question?
I will if I know the answer.
Father, you used to hear the confessions of my husband.
Yes?
Did he ever speak to you of a woman?
Serafina, you know better than to ask me such a question. I don't break the church laws. The secrets of the confessional are sacred
I've got to know. You could tell me. I've got to know.
Let go of me, Serafina.
Not till you tell me, Father. Father, you will tell me. Oh, please tell me. Or I'll go mad.
Serafina.
I'll go back in the house and smash the urn with the ashes if you don't tell me.
What could I tell you if you would not believe the known facts?
The known facts? Who knows the known facts? Nobody knew my Rose of the world but me. And now they can lie because the Rose ain't living.
Please.
They want the marble urn broken. They want me to smash it. They want the rose ashes scattered because I had too much glory. And they don't want glory like that in nobody's heart.
Serafina, take your hands off me.
When you tell me, I'll let you go. Oh, it's been a long time. I wanted to break out like this.
Let go of me, Serafina. Must I call for help?
Yes, call. Call for help, but I won't let you go till you tell me.
You're not a respectable woman.
No, I'm not respectable. I'm a woman.
No, you're not a woman. You're an animal.
See, animale, son animale. You tell him. Shout it up and down the block.
Serafina.
He is attacking the priest. He'll tear the black suit from him unless he tells her the women in this town are lying to her.
Serafina.
Tell me.
Assunta! Assunta!
Father, no. Father, you tell me. Please tell me. See, I let you go. No, I'm not an animal. Please. Please tell me. Serafina, figlia mia. Keep away from me. Oh, Father, are you all right?
Thank you, Assunta. See. Serafina, won't you go inside to get dressed?
Leave me alone. Both of you. Go away and leave me alone.
In a moment, Act 2 of The Rose Tattoo, starring Maureen Stapleton and Eli Wallach. Now, Act 2 of the Best Plays production of The Rose Tattoo, starring Maureen Stapleton and Eli Wallach.
After Father DeLeo left, Serafina sat for the rest of the afternoon on the porch. From time to time, I would look out to see if she was all right. And once, when I went to the window, I saw a strange man get out of a car on the road and go up to the porch where she was sitting.
Good afternoon, lady.
What do you want?
Well, I got a little novelty here which I'm offering to just a few lucky people at what we call an introductory price. Know what I mean?
No.
Well, lady, this thing here that I'm dropping right in your lap is bigger than television. I sell directly to merchants, but when I stopped over there to have my car serviced, I seen you taking the air on the stoop. I thought I'd walk...
Hey! Where you run?
Now, lady, this little article has a deceptive appearance. Now, first of all, I want you to notice how the hay is for horses. Now, madam, allow me to show you what happens when you...
I'm talking to you.
Something giving you gas pains, Macaroni?
My name is not Macaroni.
All right, spaghetti.
I'm not Macaroni. I'm not spaghetti. I'm a human being that drives a truck of bananas.
I drive a truck of bananas for the Southern Fruit Company for a living. Not to play cowboys and Indians on no highway with no rotten road hog. I give you the sign to pass me. You tail me and give me the horn. And then on that curb, you go past me and make me drive off the highway. I don't like that, no sir. And I'm glad you stop here. Now take the cigar out of your mouth. Take out the cigar.
Take it out for me, greaseball.
If I take it out, I'll push it down your throat. I got 3 dependents. If I fight, I get fired. But I'm gonna fight and get fired. Take out the cigar.
Suppose I don't.
Then I'll just take it out for you.
Well, let's see you try, eh?
Hey, get away. Get out of my yard where you're fighting.
I got your license number, Macaroni. I know your boss. You're drop dead. Drop dead. Hey, lady, I gotta go in the house.
Hey, you stay out of there. Where do you think you're going?
Hey, please, leave me alone. I gotta be alone. Leave me alone, please, now. Hey,
what are you doing in here? Why'd you come in my house?
Hey, lady, please leave me alone.
You got no business in here.
I gotta cry after a fight. I'm sorry, lady.
What's the matter with you?
I always cry after a fight, but I don't want the people to see me. It's not like a man.
A man is no different from nobody else. Everybody cries sometimes. I always cry when somebody else is crying.
Hey, lady. Don't cry. Why should you cry? I'll stop in a minute. This is not like a man. I'm ashamed of myself. I'll stop now, please, lady.
Your jacket is torn.
How come your jacket is torn? Oh, Dio.
No, you take it off. I'll sew it up for you. I do sew.
I got 3 dependents and he took down my license number.
Oh, people are always taking down license numbers and telephone numbers. And numbers, they don't mean nothing, all the numbers.
3 dependents, not citizens even. No relief check, no nothing. He's going to complain to the boss.
I wanted to cry all day.
He said he'd fire me if I don't stop crying.
Will you please stop crying so I can stop crying?
I'm a sissy. Excuse me, I'm ashamed.
Oh, no. No, don't you be ashamed of nothing. The world is too crazy for people to be ashamed in it. I'm not ashamed. I had 2 fights on the street today. And my daughter, she called me disgusting. I gotta sew this by hand. I broke my machine in a fight with 2 women.
That's what they call a cat fight. I'm ashamed of what happened. Crying is not like a man.
Oh, nobody saw you but me. To me, it don't matter.
You're simpatica molto. It was not just a fight that makes me break down.
No, you and me, too. What was the trouble today?
Well, my name is Mangiacavallo, which means eat a horse. It's a comical name, I know. Well, today at the Southern Fruit Company, I find on the pay envelope, not Mangiacavallo, eat a horse in big print. Inside the envelope, I find a notice. My wages have been garnished. You know what garnished is? Garnished, eat a horse, road hog, all in one day. That's too much. I go crazy. I boil. I cry. I'm ashamed, but I'm not able to help it. Even a what truck driver's a human being. And human beings, they must cry.
Yes, they must cry. I couldn't cry all day, but now I cry. I feel much better. When my husband was here, I never cried.
Excuse me for asking, but where's your husband?
Them are his ashes in the marble urn.
Ah.
He was a baron.
I hope he's resting in peace.
You reminded me of him when you took off your shirt. He hauled bananas. Isn't that what you do?
Si, senor.
In a 10-ton truck?
No, an 8-ton truck.
My husband hauled bananas in a 10-ton truck.
He was a baron.
On his chest, he had the tattoo of a rose. I'll tell you something about the tattoo of my husband. Well, he had this rose tattoo on his chest. And one night, I woke up with a burning pain on me here. I turned on the light. I looked at my breast. And on it, I saw the rose tattoo of my husband. On me. On my breast, his tattoo.
Well, strano.
And that was the night... I gotta speak frankly to you.
I must speak frankly. We're grown-up people.
That was the night I conceived my son. The little boy I lost when I lost my husband. I don't know why I told you, but I like how you talk. You know, there's some people, they want to make everything dirty. Two of them kind of people, they came to my house today. And they told me a terrible lie in front of the ashes. It was so awful a lie. If I thought it was true, I'd smash the earth and throw the ashes away.
What lie did they tell you?
No, I don't want to talk about it. I just want to forget it.
Yeah, I would forget anything that makes you unhappy. Yeah. Hey, you know, this is a cozy little home-like place you got here.
Oh, it's molto modesto. You got a nice place, too?
I got a place with 3 dependents in it.
What dependents?
I got 1 old maid sister, 1 feeble-minded grandmother, 1 lush of a pop. They got the pachisi habit. They play the game of pachisi morning, night, and noon, and they pass a bucket of beer around the table.
They got the beer habit, too?
Oh, yeah. And the numbers habit, especially my grandmother. She's a very sweet old lady who don't think it's necessary to pay the grocery bill so long as there's money to play on the numbers. Today, the Ideal Grocery Company, they garnish my wages. There, now, I told you my whole life. And now I got to make a telephone call.
Who you got to call?
I'm calling my boss in Biloxi to explain why I'm late.
Oh, the call to Biloxi is a 10-cent call.
Don't worry about it.
I'm not worried about it. You'll pay it.
You got a sensible attitude toward life. Hello? Give me the Southern Fruit Company in Biloxi, 787.
You're a bachelor, huh? With 3 dependents.
I'll tell you my hopes and dreams.
Who? Me?
I'm hoping to meet some sensible older lady. Maybe a lady a little bit older than me. I don't care if she's a little bit too plump or not such a stylish dresser. The important thing in a lady is understanding, good sense. And I wanted to have a well-furnished house and a profitable little business of some kind.
Oh, and such a lady with a well-furnished house and a business, what does she want with a man with 3 dependents? They got the pachisi habit, the beer habit, playing the numbers.
Love and affection in a world that's lonely, cold. Vanessa, I'm a healthy young man existing without no life of my own.
That call is 10 cents for 3 minutes. Is the line busy?
No, not the line, but the boss.
The charge for the call goes higher. This ain't the phone of a millionaire you're using. Now get your boss on the phone or hang up the phone.
What? Mr. Siccardi? How's tricks at the Southern Fruit Company this hot afternoon? Ha! It's Mangiacavallo. What? You got the complaint already? Wait. Ma senti, per favore. No, this roadhog was... Hello? Mr. Siccardi? A man with 3 dependents out of a job.
I ain't through sewing your jacket, but it's too dark to see the work anymore. I got a suggestion to make. You open the bottom drawer of that bureau there. You'll find a shirt in white tissue paper. You can wear it while I'm fixing this. It was made for somebody, and they never called for it. Is there a name pinned to it?
Estelle?
No, don't tell me that name.
What a beautiful shirt. The color of a rose. Seta pura. This shirt is too good for Mangiacarlo. Everything here is too good for Mangiacarlo.
Nothing is too good for a man if the man is good. You are welcome to wear it. How does it feel, huh? The silk on you.
Feels like a girl's hands.
It'll make you less trouble.
There's nothing more beautiful than a gift between people. Now you're smiling. You like me a little bit better.
You know, what they should have done when you was a baby.
What?
They should have put tape on your ears to hold them back to your head. So when you grew up, they wouldn't stick out like that. Like wings on a little Cupid doll.
Well, I gotta go now. You've been troppo gentile, Mrs.
I am the widow of the Baron della Rosa. Excuse the way I'm not dressed. I'm not always like this. Sometimes I fix myself up. When my husband was living, when my husband comes home, I had on a clean dress. Sometimes I even put a rose in my hair.
A rose in your hair would be pretty.
For a widow, it ain't the time of roses.
When can I bring the shirt back?
When you pass by again.
I pass by tonight for supper. Volete?
Well, look at the window. If the shutters are open and there's a light in the window, you can stop by for your jacket. But if the shutters are closed, you better not stop by because my daughter will be home. She's gone on a picnic. She might be home early, but not that there's nothing wrong with two grown people having a conversation, but my daughter's 15, and I got to be careful to set her a perfect example. But if there's a light in the window, then you'll be expected.
Arrivederci.
Good evening.
Signora della Rosa.
Is something the matter?
I didn't expect to see you looking so pretty. You are a young little widow.
You are, fix yourself up.
I've been to the Ideal Barbers. I got the whole works.
You got rose oil in your hair.
Si, olio di rosa. You like the smell of it?
Si. Shall we sit down?
I guess that's better than standing up. Shall we sit down on that sofa?
You take the sofa. I'll sit down on this chair.
You don't like to sit down on a sofa?
I talk just as good on a chair as I talk on a sofa. What do you hit your shoulders so much like that for, huh?
Oh, that's a nervous habit.
Oh. I thought maybe the suit don't fit you good.
I bought this suit to get married in 4 years ago.
But you didn't get married.
I give her, the girl, a zircon instead of a diamond. She had it examined, the door was slammed in my face.
I think maybe I do the same thing myself.
By the zircon?
No, slam the door.
Our eyes were not sincere looking. You've got sincere looking eyes. Give me a hand so I can tell your fortune.
Oh, tell me if you can... If my husband... What do you see?
I see 2 men in your life. One, very handsome. One, not handsome. His ears are too big, but not as big as his heart. He has 3 dependents and enough love for 3 men.
Oh, you talk a sweet mouth. Well, what's in that fancy red box?
That's a present I bought for a nervous but nice little lady. Open it.
Ah, chocolate.
Hey.
Oh, grazie. But I'm too fat.
You're not fat. You're just pleasing and plump.
Don't talk that way. It makes me nervous. If I get nervous, I start to cry.
Hey, let's talk about something to take your mind off your troubles. You say you got a young daughter?
Her name is Rosa. She's only 15.
But she's got a boyfriend, does she?
She met a sailor.
Oh, dear. No wonder you seem so nervous.
I don't want to let her go out with this sailor. He wears a gold ring in his ear.
Madonna Santa. Did he have a tattoo?
Did who have what?
The sailor friend of your daughter. Did he have a tattoo?
Why do you ask me that?
Because most sailors, they got a tattoo.
How do I know if he had a tattoo or not?
I got a tattoo.
You got a tattoo?
See, veramente.
What kind of tattoo you got?
What kind do you think?
I think you got a South Sea girl without no clothes on.
No South Sea girl.
Then you got a big red heart with Mama written on it.
Wrong again, Baroness. Wait. I'll take off my shirt and show you.
What are you doing in this house is take off your shirt?
Wait till I tell you to look. 1 second now. Okay, look.
No. No, not a rose.
Sì, una rosa.
Oh, I don't feel very good. The air...
Che fate? Che dici?
The house has a tin roof on it. The air is close. I can't breathe. For that.
I didn't mean to surprise you.
No, please, don't talk about it. Anybody could have a rose tattoo. It don't mean nothing. When did you get that tattoo put on your chest?
I got it tonight after supper.
That's what I thought.
I wanted to be close to you, to make you happy. I want so bad to...
Hey!
What's the matter, Baronessa? I only want to make you happy.
Tell it to the Marines. You got that tattoo and that box of candy after supper, and you came here to fool me.
I got the box of chocolate a long time ago.
How long ago? If that's not too personal a question.
I got it the night the door was slammed in my face by the girl I give the zircon.
Well, let that be a lesson to you. Don't try to fool women. You're not smart enough.
I guess you want me to go away and give back the red shirt.
Oh, keep the shirt. I don't want it back. And stop hitching your shoulders. You make me nervous.
Well, is it my fault you've been a widow too long?
You make a mistake.
You make a mistake.
Both of us make a mistake.
Hey, we should have been friends. But I think we meet the wrong day. Suppose I go out, I come in the door again, and we start all over.
Oh. No. No, it's no use. The day was wrong to begin with. It started with them two women. They told me today that my husband was mixed up with a woman at the square roof. Hey, what was the name on that shirt? On that slip of paper, do you remember?
I remember the name because I know the woman. The name was Estelle Hohengardt.
You take me there. Take me to the square roof. Wait, there's something I have to get first. This I take with me.
Hey, Baronessa, what do you want to take them scissors for?
To cut the lying tongue out of a woman's mouth. You take me there.
They got a cover charge
I'll
there.
charge them a cover.
The fun don't start until
I'll
midnight.
start it sooner.
The floor show commences at midnight.
I'll commence. Now, you take me there now. I'll cut the heart out of that woman. She cut the heart out of me.
Nobody's going to cut the heart out of nobody.
What are you doing?
Esplanade 970.
Hey, you ain't paid for the call this afternoon yet. Who are you calling now?
I want to speak to the blackjack dealer, please. Mr. Estelle Hohengarten.
No, don't talk to that woman. She'll lie.
Oh, not Estelle Hohengarten. She deals a straight game of cards. Estelle, this is Mangiacarlo. I got a question to ask you, which is a very personal question. It's got to do with a very good-looking truck driver, not living now, but once on a time thought to have been a very well-known character at the square roof. His name was... Baronessa, what was his name?
Rosario della Rosa.
Rosario della Rosa was the name. Vero? Vero?
Give me that phone. Hello? This is the wife speaking. What do you know of my husband? What is the lie?
Don't you remember? I brought you the rose-colored silk to make him a shirt. You said, for a man. And I said, yes, for a man that's wild like a gypsy. But if you think I'm a liar, come here and let me show you his rose tattooed on my chest.
What are you doing?
This is the urn that holds the ashes of a rose.
Baronessa!
A minute ago, I pushed you away. Now I do not push you away. Buonanotte, Mr. Mangiacavallo!
You make me go home now?
No. Siente, Cristina. You make out like you're going. You drive the truck down the road and hide it. Then you come back, and I leave the back door open for you to come in.
Capisco. Arrivederci!
Buonanotte!
Buonanotte!
And give them my love! Give everybody my love! Arrivederci!
When does your ship sail?
Tomorrow,
Where to?
Guatemala.
Is that a long trip?
And after Guatemala, Rio and Buenos Aires. Then around the Straits of Magellan and back up the west coast of South America. Putting in at 3 ports before we dock at San Francisco.
This was the happiest day of my life. This is the saddest night.
Is your mother asleep?
Mm-hmm. Probably dreaming about my father. Is that what she wants me to do, just dream about love?
She knows that her Rosa is a rose. And she wants her Rose to have someone better than me.
Better than you.
Well, you see me through rose-colored glasses.
I see you with love.
Yes, but your mama sees me with common sense. Honey, I gotta go.
You'd have to break my arms, too.
Oh, Rosa, you want to drive me crazy.
I want you not to leave me.
You're a very young girl. 15. 15 is too young.
Carissimo.
Well, you gotta save some of those feelings for when you're grown up.
I am grown up. Grown enough to be married.
I gotta be going. I
won't let you.
Now listen to me, Rosa. Today on that island, I remembered that promise I made your mother, and I kept it.
What time in the afternoon must you be on the boat?
5. Why?
What will you be doing till 5?
I'm going to check in at some Fleabag Hotel on North Rampart Street, and then I'm going to get loaded.
Do me a little favor. Before you get loaded, will you look in the waiting room at the Greyhound bus station, please, at 12 o'clock noon?
Why?
You might find me there, waiting for you.
Well, your mama would never let you go.
I'll find some way. I want you to give me that little gold ring on your finger. I want to give you my heart to keep forever, and ever and ever.
In all my life, I never knew nothing so sweet as you in my arms.
Look for me at 12 noon. I'll be there somehow. Mama.
Rosa.
Shh, Mama, be quiet.
Rosa.
Well, Mama, I just got home from the picnic. There's a man on the living room sofa without his shirt.
Oh, Dio. Rosa, you stay here.
You gonna call the police?
I'll get rid of him. You stay here.
I'm coming with you.
You hear me? Stay here.
Well, not by myself. You've been drinking, too. You can smell it.
Hey, you, man.
What?
What are you doing in my house, huh? You get up. Get out of here. You want to call the police?
What an ace. I have a beautiful dream of you. Beautiful
You
dream.
get out of here. Quick.
What an ace, huh? I love
Get
you.
out.
But last night
Don't
you
talk
said...
to me. Don't say nothing. Get out before I kill you.
Vanessa? If I come back tonight, maybe...
Police!
Vanessa! Por favor!
Who was that man?
I don't know how he got in. Maybe the back door was open, huh?
Oh. Yes, maybe it was.
Maybe he climbed in the window.
He fell down the chimney, maybe.
Rosa, I want you to understand about that man. That was a man. That was a man.
Can't you think of a lie, Mama?
He was a truck driver, Carter. He got into a fight, and I took pity on him. I let him sleep on the sofa. Carter. He was Sicilian. He had rose oil in his hair and the rose tattoo of your father. I dreamed he was your father. I'm sorry. How beautiful is my daughter.
Mama, if I leave now, I can still see Jack before his ship sails. I'm going.
Go then, Rosa. Go to the boy.
I'll be back tonight.
Rosa. Rosa.
Serafina.
Asunta, I heard you called the police. Are you in trouble? Asunta, the urn is broke. The ashes are spilt on the floor, and I cannot touch them. Here is the urn.
But there are no ashes.
A man, when he burns, he leaves only a handful of ashes. No woman can hold him. The wind must blow him away.
Serafina, he is standing on the road. He has no shirt on, but on his chest is the tattoo of a rose.
Asunta, I'll tell you something maybe you won't believe.
Oh, Philomena, it is impossible to tell me anything that I don't believe.
When I hear his voice, I feel someday that I will be a woman again. I'll feel on my breast the burning of the rose. Someday I shall carry again in my body 2 lives. 2 lives again. 2.
Dove vai, Serafina?
Vengo, amore.
Baronessa.
Amore.
Baronessa. Maybe now I call you Serafina.
You have just heard the Best Plays production of The Rose Tattoo, starring Maureen Stapleton and Eli Wallach. And here once more is your host, drama critic John Chapman.
Our thanks and our applause to Miss Stapleton, Mr. Wallach, and company for their performance. Next week, we shall try a different kind of comedy, Kiss the Boys Goodbye. At the time she wrote this hit, the author signed her name Clara Booth. She is better known now as our ambassador to Italy, Clara Booth Luce. This comedy won new fame for an actress, Helen Clare, and we shall have Miss Clare with us next week in her original role. This is Chapman saying goodbye until then.
The Rose Tattoo was transcribed and adapted for radio by Earl Hamner. Heard in the cast were Jane Webb as Rosa, with Louis Van Ruten, John McGovern, Agnes Young, Ann Diamond, Bob Hastings, Virginia Payne, and from the original Broadway cast, Jane Hoffman as Flora and Augusta Marighi as Asunta. Best Plays is an NBC production supervised by William Welch and directed by Edward King. Your announcer is Fred Collins.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
This is Chesterton Radio, your home for podcasts of works by G.K. Chesterton, plus drama, comedy, mystery, science fiction, big bands, and much more. The soundtrack to your Chesterton day at chestertonradio.com.
The Cavalcade of America, presented by DuPont. The story of Sam Houston. Adapted for radio from Sam Houston the Raven. The Pulitzer Prize-winning biography by Marquis James. With Walter Houston, star of stage, screen, and radio, as Sam Houston.
The DuPont Company, makers of better things for better living through chemistry, brings you the Cavalcade of America. Tonight, instead of our story about the Pilgrim Fathers, as announced, We are presenting the drama of a great, colorful American character, Sam Houston. And here is Dr. Frank Monahan, professor of history at Yale University, the cavalcade of America's historical advisor. Dr. Monahan.
In certain dramatic moments of the past, the fate of a nation has marched side by side with that of an individual. These individuals are the molders of the future. Destiny often twists them about round a point which they cannot, at the moment, recognize. Certainly Sam Houston did not early realize that the events of a January day in 1829 would shatter his own pattern of life and shape the course of American history. When Houston was born, George Washington was President of the United States. At the time of his death, Abraham Lincoln was guiding the nation through a civil war. Sam Houston in his time was many things: school teacher, soldier, lawyer. He was the governor of Tennessee, a United States senator, the first president of the Republic of Texas. At one time, he seemed scheduled for the presidency of the United States. This office is one which most men do not deliberately avoid. Yet Sam Houston, when all seemed most promising, renounced it all. He defied destiny, but he could not escape it. Tonight, we introduce Sam Houston at a decisive turning point, not merely in his own career, but in the history of the United States. This turning point was the 22nd of January, 1829. Snow is falling over the Cumberland Valley in Tennessee. The best society of the valley is assembling at Colonel John Allen's plantation home for the marriage of his daughter Eliza to the most eligible bachelor in the state, General Sam Houston, governor of Tennessee. The bride's mother is adjusting the wedding veil.
Eliza, stop it, I tell you. Please stop it. How can you behave this way?
Mother, I can't help it. I can't help it.
Do you want everyone to hear? How can you be so ungrateful after all Papa and I've tried to do for you?
But, Mama, I don't love him.
Oh, no. Now every girl feels that way. I thought I didn't want to marry your father. Come along now. Dry your eyes. You'll see. You'll be all right.
Nothing will ever be right if I marry him. I won't. I won't go through with it.
Eliza, you don't know what you're saying. The finest man this side of the Allegheny.
Oh, no.
A friend of the president himself. You'll thank your lucky stars someday. Why, you might even be the first lady of the land.
Oh, please, Mother.
There's the music. Come on, honey, dry your eyes. It's time to start downstairs. You're a beautiful bride, dear.
Meanwhile, downstairs in the dining room, the lofty mahogany-paneled walls glisten in the candlelight. Around a long, darkly gleaming table stand Colonel Allen, his tall, handsome son, several gentlemen of the Cumberland Valley, and General Sam Houston.
Here's to you, Sam. I drink to your re-election as governor of Tennessee.
I second that toast.
Just a minute, gentlemen. Let me propose the toast. To Sam Houston, and to the day when my daughter becomes the first lady of the land.
Good luck, Sam. You've always had it. May you always keep it.
Yes, indeed.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you. Thank you. It's true, I am a lucky man. I'd like to have you all join me now in a toast to one who has brought me the best luck a man could ever have. Gentlemen, to the very fiber of my life, to the one who, well, you know what I'm trying to say, to the lady who has consented to become my wife, Eliza Allen.
Father, Eliza's ready. She's coming down the stairs.
All right, Sonny. Come, let us go, gentlemen. All right.
Wilt thou love her, comfort her, honor and keep her in sickness and in health, and forsaking all others, keep thee only unto her, so long as ye both shall live?
I will.
Eliza Allen, wilt thou have this man to be thy wedded husband? Wilt thou love him, honor and obey him, and keep him in sickness and in health, and forsaking all others, keep thee only unto him, so long as ye both shall live?
I will.
Eliza,
Yes?
may I come in?
Yes. Come in.
Oh, Eliza, I missed you. I looked everywhere for you, but it's all right now. Oh, you were so lovely. The center of all eyes. I don't blame you wanting to be alone for a while.
Yes, I know. My, listen to that wind.
Yes, darling, I hear it. Eliza,
Yes?
what's the matter?
Matter?
I love you, Eliza.
Oh,
Remember the first time I saw you? You were so sweet. A radiant, lovely young girl. The next time you were a woman, still as sweet and radiant. Only you had grown far more lovely. And when I looked into your eyes, I thought of what Indian lovers say to each other. Your soul comes into the very center of my soul.
it's cold in here. Can't we...
Eliza, are you shy with my arms around you?
No. No, I'm not.
Shouldn't be, my dear.
Of course not. Not with an old friend like you, Sam.
Old friend. Why don't you speak plainly?
No. No, there's nothing to say.
There must be something, isn't there? Say it, dear.
I can't. I can't say it.
Yes, you can. You must. What is it, Eliza? Tell me.
Don't. Don't ask me.
I've got to know, Eliza. I have a right to know. Now, what is it?
Are you blind? You ought to know it. I don't love you. I never have and I never will because I love someone else.
You married me in love with another man?
Yes, I did. How many times must I tell you? Yes. I married you because my father wanted me to. Because you're a great man. The governor of Tennessee.
Your father made you do this?
Please, don't say any more. Please, leave me alone.
Good night, Eliza.
Sam Houston and his bride hid the sorrow that had come into their lives as admiring throngs cheered them on the way to Nashville. A few weeks passed, and then one night in his home, Sam Houston opens the parlor door.
Oh, Sam, you startled me.
Good evening, Eliza.
I didn't expect you home so soon.
You needn't bother to conceal that letter in your skirt. We don't have any secrets, Eliza. I think we understand each other.
It's nothing. Let's not talk about it.
I think we should. There are many things we ought to talk about.
There's nothing more to say. You know, and I know.
Eliza, I tell you, it is not too late. We can start all over again. Take my love. A love that shall be yours every minute, every hour.
No, Sam. This must be the end. Let's stop this mockery now.
No, you don't mean that.
Yes, Sam, I do. Here's your wedding ring. Take it. Well, why don't you?
Please. Please, Eliza. Can't we try again?
No, it would be useless. You know that. Here's your ring. Now I'm going to say good night.
Please, Eliza. Please. Listen, forgive me. It's my fault. Forgive me and try to understand this torment in me. But don't leave me, Eliza. Don't leave me. We can go on together. I need you so, my darling. Eliza, wait. Where are you going?
To pack my clothes and go home.
Listen to them out there, Sam. They say you wronged your bride, a Southern woman, an Allen. They're angry because they don't understand. But we've known each other since your ma brought you to Tennessee in a wagon. Are you hearing what I'm saying to you, Sam?
I hear you. I can finish this letter and listen.
Well, then, you've got to tell the folks why Eliza...
What is there to say? It isn't for the public. It's a private affair, and as far as I'm concerned, it will remain so.
It won't be that way, Sam. Folks are looking for you to say something. You're the governor. You just can't do things that way.
I'm resigning as governor.
Sam, no.
Yes.
You mustn't do it.
Yes, here's the letter, Sheriff. Deliver it to the Speaker of the Senate.
Sam, you can't do this.
I've made up my mind. You'll realize I did the right thing after I've gone.
Gone? What do you mean, gone, Sam?
I'm going away, Sheriff. Somewhere where there's kindness and peace. And I'm never coming back.
That night, the fire blazes brightly in Sam Houston's study. He's burning his personal papers. At sunrise, he boards the river packet Red Rover, and the little steamboat churns downstream. At Clarksville, the last stop in Tennessee, 2 men come aboard.
Sam, 2 of the Allen boys are aboard. They want to speak with you.
They may. Very well, gentlemen.
Got something to say to you, Sam Houston?
You take your hands off your guns, boys. I'll listen to you.
You're coming ashore with us, Sam.
We'll see about that. What do you want?
Folks are saying you ran away because you questioned our sister, Eliza's honor.
You either give us a written denial of this rumor, or come back to Nashville with us and deny it in public.
We haven't much time. The passengers are looking this way. So make up your mind.
I will do neither.
Take care.
Will you passengers bear witness to the request I entrust to my brothers-in-law? Thank you. And now, gentlemen, I bid you to publish in the Nashville papers that if any wretch ever dares to utter a word against the purity of Mrs. Houston, I will come back and write the libel in his heart's blood. Good day, gentlemen.
Sam Houston vanished from the white man's civilization to take up his life in the wilderness that is now Oklahoma, in the domain of the Cherokee Indians, a people with whom he lived as a boy. The Cherokee chieftain, Ulatika, who had once adopted Sam as his son and called him the Raven, advances and embraces him.
My son, my son.
My chieftain, I am thankful for your welcome.
11 winters have passed since we met. I have heard you were a great chief among your people. I have heard a dark cloud had fallen on the white path you were walking.
The wind has whispered truly, Ulatika. I am no longer a chief among our white brothers.
We are in great trouble, my son.
Trouble?
The bellies of 7,000 of our braves are empty. The man, the great white father, did not pay us fully for the lands in Tennessee. And here there is no game.
But what of the food the government supplies?
We have meat supplied us by an agent. But it is bad meat, my son.
My chieftain, you're being cheated. Not by the great white father. For President Andrew Jackson is my friend, and I know. But by men he trusts. I will go to him and put a stop to this injustice. Because now you are my people. I shall leave these forests and go to the great white father in Washington and tell him of these wrongs.
By the tarnal, Sam Houston, what's the idea of coming in the White House togged out in that wigwam blanket? We could tend to your business without you putting on moccasins and that Indian shirt. I don't like it.
I'm coming to you as ambassador for the Cherokees, Mr. President. But that's why I'm dressed as one. Well, how have things been going with you?
Not so good, Sam. Mm-hmm. These cussed hypocrites in Washington stir up trouble every chance they get.
That's what brings me to Washington, Mr. President. These men you sent to deal with the Cherokees cheated both you and the Indians. They're still doing it. It's got to stop, Mr. President.
You mean I've been trusting a pack of horse thieves?
That's what I mean. The Cherokees were cheated out of their land, and now they're getting bad meat.
Then by the tarnal, we'll draw up a new rations contract. What do you suggest, Sam?
Well, I could supply rations for about 18 cents a day.
Sounds mighty fair to me, Sam. Why, instead of all this cussedness, can't people be square in their dealings? That's what I can't see at all.
Yeah, they said I'd find you out here on the porch, Mr. President, when I was to come out.
Yes, so you did, General Green.
Sam Houston, meet General Duff Green.
How do you do, Houston?
General Green publishes the United States Telegraph.
Say, I don't like to interrupt, Mr. President, but
No, that's all right. Houston and I have been talking about a contract for supplying rations to Cherokee Indians.
The guarantee to the Cherokees and payment for their lands in Tennessee, General Green.
Well, what's the trouble? This government supplies rations to those savages.
Yes, rotten meat, General Green. If you had nothing else for your table, I think you'd prefer to starve and grow thinner.
Present ration costs the government 21 cents a day, and by the tunnel, it's mighty unsatisfactory. Houston says he could supply a good ration for 18 cents, saving $12,000 a day.
Now, I can't share your enthusiasm, Mr. President, but I can see how General Houston's offer will line his pocket with a fine profit. This will become known, and you'll be in trouble if I may say so, Mr. President.
I resent that, Green.
Sit down, Sam. Sit down, I tell you. Will you excuse me now, General Green?
Certainly. Good morning, Mr. President. Good morning.
Sorry, I lost my temper.
Oh, never mind that, Sam. I tell you what, we'll see that justice is done. Those Cherokees will get paid in full for their lands in Tennessee, and by the tunnel, I'll tell the Secretary of War to give you that ration contract.
I thank you. Not for myself, General, but for my people.
President Jackson failed to reckon with the power of his enemies. General Green's newspaper published sharp, caustic editorials against Sam Houston. One day, Houston enters the home of his friend, Congressman Cave Johnson of Tennessee, angrily waving a newspaper.
Look here, Cave. General Green has published a speech by William Stanberry, congressman from Ohio. Were you in the house when Stanberry spoke?
Yes, Sam, I was.
Listen, Cave. Did he say the Secretary of War had been dismissed from the cabinet because he tried fraudulently to give me a contract to feed the Cherokees? Did he use that word, fraudulently?
He did, Sam.
That's all I want to know. Where's that walking stick I gave you?
It's in the hat rack, Sam.
Mind if I borrow it for a few days?
What on earth you want with it?
Well, nothing much. I just want to take a stroll down Pennsylvania Avenue and teach a horse thief some manners. Beg pardon, sir. Are you Mr. Stanberry?
I am, sir.
I've been looking for you. You're a lying rascal.
Keep your distance or I'll shoot.
Oh, you won't. Trying to pull a pistol on me, eh?
Let go of me. Let go of me.
You declared me a thief before Congress. You refused to answer my letter and fight like a gentleman. Then you'll be whipped like a dog.
No, help! Help! Help!
Like a dog.
This affair's disgraceful, Sam. By the tunnel, disgraceful.
I know, Mr. President. But I did everything a gentleman could. I wrote Stanberry a letter. He sent it back unopened.
No excuses. You've assaulted a member of Congress for words spoken in his seat in the House of Representatives. Now you'll be arraigned and tried.
Expect I will be, sir.
I'm ashamed of you, Sam Houston. Look at yourself in that old buckskin coat and Indian shirt. Haven't you any other clothes?
No, sir, I haven't.
Well, get some. Here, borrow this. Pick up that purse. Do as I say, sir. Buy yourself some civilized clothes. Look like Sam Houston.
House of Representatives has heard Mr. Stanberry's testimony, charging the prisoner Sam Houston with violating the laws of the United States. The prisoner will now come forward out of the dais and conduct his defense.
Mr. Speaker, members of Congress, I have committed no offense for which the Congress may punish me without invading the private rights of a citizen of these United States of America. On the wall above our heads hangs the symbol of those rights, the American flag. Before the eyes of American legislators, that proud emblem casts its sacred protection over the personal rights of every American citizen. Gentlemen, when you have destroyed the pride of American character, you will have destroyed the brightest jewel heaven has ever made. You will have drained the holiest drop which visits the hearts of your sages and councils and the heroes in battle. But so long as those glittering stars remain aloft, so long I trust shall my rights, shall the rights of every American citizen remain safe, till discord shall wreck the universe and time itself shall cease. Order! 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 Order!
Despite the fervor and eloquence of his plea, Sam Houston was sentenced to be reprimanded by the Speaker of the House. A few weeks after his trial, he goes to say farewell to his great friend at the White House and is received by Sarah York Jackson, the President's daughter-in-law.
Sit down, General Houston. May I give you some tea?
Thank you, Miss Sarah. Is the President at home?
Papa will be in presently. He's expecting you.
I brought you a little farewell present, Miss Sarah.
Oh, gracious me, another? You're always bringing us presents.
Well, this one is a little more special. Since I left Nashville, I've worn it in a little chamois bag around my neck. It's for you, Miss Sarah.
Oh, a ring. How lovely. Oh, thank you.
No, don't thank me. It was always my wish for that ring to belong to someone very dear to me.
I'm glad you're here, Sam. I'd like to speak to you.
Oh, good afternoon, General.
Sarah, will you excuse us?
Certainly, Papa. Look, General Houston has given me another present. The most lovely ring.
Yes. It is by the tunnel. That's a beauty.
You said I mustn't thank you, General Houston. So I'll wear your ring and remember how fond of you we all are.
That's fine music from you, Miss Sarah.
Now run along, Sarah.
Yes, Papa. I wager there's a present for you, too, in General Houston's package.
Sam, wasn't that the ring you gave to your wife?
Yes, it was.
Then you don't want to go giving it away to Sarah. Day may come when Eliza will ask you to give it back to her.
I'd hoped for a time Eliza might get over the way she felt about me. Now I know she won't. That's why I gave her ring to Sarah. It shuts the door. Now it's time to shut the door on another failure. Here's my farewell present for you, sir. My ceremonial Indian costume.
Now, listen, my boy. I wouldn't get all riled up over that work among the Cherokees if I was you. Maybe the politicians down here did wallop you for it. But I tell you what, Sam. You'll find out there's more people in this country than those croaking bullfrogs over in Congress. They're different people. They think different. They know what you were fighting for. And they've got their eyes on you now.
Well, maybe you're right, sir.
Sure I'm right. Show them nothing can lick you. You know, they know that you're a big man, Sam. And they know you can do big things. You've got a destiny in your own country.
Destiny. Maybe that's it. Perhaps there's something more to a man's life than his own sorrows. I reckon they just sort of hit him in the heart to prepare him for something he doesn't understand. Maybe it's in the West that I'll find it. The Empire of Texas. Remember, General, I spoke to you once about Texas, and you said I wasn't ready then. But perhaps now my work lies in Texas.
Texas. It's a big job, Sam. Texas should be in the Union. Should be, and by the eternal it shall.
That's what I promise you, General. By the eternal.
The Raven disappears beyond the horizons of the West, where the America of his time was on the threshold of new and expanding frontiers. And the America that was to come achieved a new greatness because of the forceful genius of a man who, through suffering and a strange sense of destiny, became the liberator of the vast empire of Texas and a leader in the cavalcade of America. Thank you, Walter Houston. We're honored to have you as our guest tonight on the DuPont Cavalcade. And now, before we hear from Dr. Monahan about next week's program, we have a story from the wonder world of chemistry.
If you were traveling in the southern part of the United States these January days, you'd see a familiar picture, perhaps be part of it. For already the southern farmer is doing his planting. In those tiny seeds he's planting, there's the making of success or failure. Seeds can carry diseases that will ruin crops. And if crops fail due to disease in the seed, that means bad luck for everyone. For crop failures make your groceries cost more. Well, that's where chemical research steps in to help the farmer and everybody who buys the things the farmer raises. Today, chemists provide disinfectants for treating seeds before they are planted. An accident that happened almost 300 years ago marked the beginning of chemical seed treatment. About the year 1670, a sailing vessel loaded with wheat was wrecked near Bristol, England. Farmers living along the coast salvaged some of the grain from the wreck. But since the seawater had spoiled it for flour, they planted it for seed. They noticed that the wheat grown from this seed was fairly free from disease, while crops grown from ordinary seed were not nearly as healthy. The news spread, and for about 100 years, it was common practice to treat seed with salt water. It was not until our own times, after the turn of the 20th century, that the greatest progress was made in seed treatment. DuPont chemists, among others, realized that here was a real need to be filled by chemistry. Today, the farmer can protect his crops against disease, no matter what he wishes to grow, because chemists are supplying materials that do the job and do it well. When you look at a kernel of seed corn, the surface seems hard and smooth like a piece of china. Actually, it is full of tiny cracks that are hiding places for harmful germs. To reach these parasites, scientists have devised chemicals that by contact or by forming a gas penetrate every crack. The results of seed treatment are clearly shown at harvest time. Potatoes, for example. Farm tests show that modern chemical treatment of seed potatoes creates an average increase in the crop of more than 35 bushels to the acre. And they're better potatoes, too. The cost of treating the seed is as little as 36 cents per acre. Similar chemical treatment likewise protects flowers, bulbs, and vegetables. And all this means greater success for the farmer, a mighty important citizen in this America of ours, and better, cheaper food for your dinner table. That's what happens when chemists go to work. In the close partnership of the chemist and the farmer, we see another fulfillment of the DuPont pledge, better things for better living through chemistry. And now, Dr. Monahan.
It is once more a pleasure to give you a question which will be answered on the Cavalcade of America at this time next week. Who made the most famous midnight ride in American history? I can almost hear 100,000 voices say, Paul Revere. You are correct. So I'll phrase the question for next week's program this way. What woman in American history made a midnight ride as notable and even more spectacular than that of Paul Revere? Good night.
The orchestra and musical effects this evening, as usual, were under the direction of Don Voorhees. Next week, the DuPont Cavalcade will present an original radio drama based on Tal Kama's story of Mehitable Wings, and starring Jeanette Nolan. This is Thomas Chalmers saying good night and best wishes from the DuPont Company.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
This is Chesterton Radio, the true, good, and beautiful at chestertonradio.com.
The Cavalcade of America, presented by DuPont. The Raven Wins Texas, a story of Sam Houston. Adapted for radio from The Raven, the Pulitzer Prize-winning biography by Marquis James. Starring Walter Houston in the role of Sam Houston. Tonight, the DuPont Company, makers of better things for better living through chemistry, again has the privilege to present Walter Houston in an original Cavalcade of America drama, The Story of Sam Houston. In a brilliant career in the American theater, Walter Houston is noted for his performances in The Barker, Dodsworth, and Knickerbocker Holiday. He has been acclaimed for his roles in the motion picture version of Dodsworth, as well as in Rhodes and The Light That Fades. This week, he returns to Broadway in a new play, Passenger to Bali. Tonight he appears for the second time in this series of The Cavalcade of America in the role of Sam Houston in The Raven Wins Texas. It is the end of a summer day in the year 1832. In the White House at Washington, two men face each other, President Andrew Jackson and General Sam Houston.
Sam, remember you spoke to me a long time ago about Texas?
Yes, I do, Mr. President. You said you weren't ready to talk about it then.
Well, I am now. Been keeping my ear to the ground, hearing a lot about what's going on down in Texas now. And here it is. They were promised statehood in the Mexican Confederation 8 years ago. And by the eternal Sam, that promise ain't been kept.
Of course it hasn't been kept. Didn't think it would be, did you?
Here's what I'm thinking, Sam. Texas shouldn't belong to Mexico at all.
Certainly it should.
It should belong to the Union.
You're going to have a walloping fight to get it in.
Well, who's afraid of a fight? No, more than a fight, Sam. Bigger things than that at stake in Texas. Powerful big things. It's the whole Southwest. There's got to be only one civilization down there. One. The American civilization.
Amen to that, sir.
Sam, you go on out there to Texas. You'll find Steve Austin at the head of things out there. He's a good man. Maybe too good to be dealing with that Mexican rattlesnake Santa Anna. Watch out for his fangs. He's got 'em to use 'em.
It's a big job, General.
Sure it is, Sam. But I tell you, Texas should be in the Union. Should be. By the eternal it shall.
That's what I promise you, General. By the eternal. Mind if I walk with you to your horse, Mr. Austin?
Why, no, General Houston. I'm glad to have a few words with you if you'd like. What's on your mind?
Mr. Austin, ever since I came to Texas, I've been telling you Santa Anna is a split-tongued reptile that you can't trust. And I'm asking you for the last time, don't go down to Mexico City to see him. It won't do any good, sir.
General Houston, I've got to go. You were at the convention. You know they sent me down there to ask Santa Anna to recognize the rights of Texas.
I know it. I fought the plan all through the convention, and I still say it won't work. I tell you, you can't rely on Santa Anna.
He's got every reason to be grateful to us. Texas helped make him president of Mexico. Listen, General, you've been paying too much attention to the hot-headed element down here. I trust Santa Anna, and I believe he'll give us our way in Texas.
You can't trust him, sir. He's a tyrant, and you'll find out you're just wasting your time.
Well, I'm the best judge of that, General. Goodbye, sir.
Goodbye, Mr. Austin.
Senor Presidente.
Yes, Almonte. What is it now?
It is this, Senor Stephen Austin. He still waits to see you.
He must wait, Almonte, until I am ready to see him.
Excellency, it is now 6 months that he has been here waiting for an audience. May I remind you that...
Enough, Almonte. You can remind him and yourself, too, that I am the Napoleon on this continent.
I beg your Excellency's pardon, but Senor Stephen Austin is ready to leave us.
Leave?
He just told me so himself.
Waited 6 months, he said. 6 months is too short a time, Almonte. Senor Stephen Austin will stay with us a little longer.
Excellency, would it not
I need no help from Senor Stephen Austin. I have discovered a letter here, a letter Senor Austin wrote to friends in Texas. It was too bad he wrote it. I shall make Senor Stephen Austin pay for that mistake.
I hear it. I do not quite understand, Excellency.
Senor Stephen Austin was indiscreet enough to write that Texas might have to separate from Mexico. Separate from me. You hear? And join the United States.
He is a traitor to Mexico.
Senor Stephen Austin will find it is his mistake to oppose me. Almonte, you go out there. You arrest Senor Stephen Austin. You give him a deep and a solitary cell. When you have done this, Almonte, you come back
Tell me about it.
Yes, Secretary. Well, sir, will the President see me now?
I am sorry, Senor Austin. I have told you the President will not.
But I've been trying to see him for 6 months. Surely.
I have said, Senor Austin, you will not see him. Senor Austin, you are under arrest.
Arrest? What for? You have no right to arrest me. I represent Texas.
And General Santa Anna represents Mexico.
I trusted him. Sam Houston was right. Tell your Santa Anna he can imprison Stephen Austin. But there are Americans in Texas who will make him pay for it. You can't stifle the cry of liberty. No man ever has. No man ever will.
Mr. Speaker, General Sam Houston. Mr. Speaker, gentlemen, we all know what we are up against. Santa Anna still holds Stephen Austin in a dungeon. And what have our people done? Driven a few Mexican garrisons out, and what's the result? These paltry slaps at Mexico have done more harm than good. Santa Anna will be back any day with an army for revenge. And gentlemen, Texas is not ready for him. We have no government. We have no army. We better organize both and be quick about it.
Mr. Speaker, I move that Sam Houston be given command of the Army of Texas.
I second the motion. Gentlemen, you've heard the motion. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? The motion is carried. Speaker?
General Houston.
Yes, what is it, Sutherland?
A message, sir, from the boys at the Alamo. Santa Anna is attacking.
Mr. Speaker! Mr. Speaker, just a minute. What's wrong, General? I've got a message here from Colonel Travis and David Crockett at the Alamo. In 10 days getting to us. It reads, I'm besieged by Mexican troops. Santa Anna demands our surrender. Otherwise, our troops will be put to the sword. I call upon you in the name of liberty, patriotism, and everything dear to Americans to come to our aid with dispatch.
I move this convention immediately adjourn, arm, and march to the aid of the Alamo.
Gentlemen, please listen to me. This isn't the time to go off half-cocked. That's been our trouble. We've got to save the Alamo, and we've got to have an army to do it. Your place is here. Mine is to find an army. And God willing, we'll save the Alamo.
General Houston.
Oh, Firefly. Oh, what is it, Major?
Scouts up ahead found a woman riding by herself looking for you, sir. They're bringing her back here.
Well, who do you suppose she is?
Well, said her name is Mrs. Dickinson, General. Oh, here they come now, sir.
Well, what's up? Give the order to halt.
Yes, sir.
Is General Houston there?
I'm General Houston, ma'am. What's the trouble?
General, I've a message for you. The Alamo has fallen.
Fallen. We're too late.
Colonel Travis, David Crockett, they're all killed. Butchered, slaughtered by Santa Anna.
The whole garrison?
Yes, General. We stood them off for 12 days. Only 180 men against 4,000. Then at dawn on the 13th day, the Mexicans put scaling ladders against the walls. And that was the end. There were only 6 of us left. We watched Santa Anna come into the Alamo and cross the square to where we were. He came prancing up on a pony, and his men cheered and sang until I thought I'd never seen so many maniacs in one place.
Well, there he is. The great Santa Anna.
13 days. Well, it took him that long to ride inside these walls, anyway.
What'll they do? What'll they do to us now?
Keep up your nerve, Mrs. Dickinson. Don't let them think you're scared. Remember, we showed them what we could do for 12 days. We're not going to quake before them now.
Make way! Make way for the Presidente.
At ease! At ease! Well, Almonte, the victory is mine.
Yes, Senor Presidente, but another one like it will ruin you.
Silence, Almonte.
Yes.
These are the prisoners.
These 5 men here, Senor. The woman there.
Prisoners are a nuisance, Almonte. I do not wish to have him. Good.
You bloodthirsty beast! Haven't you butchered enough of us?
Oh, there is a flash of spirit for you, Almonte. I shall show little mercy. The senor
Come here, senor.
No! No, I won't.
When Santa Ana orders, he's obeyed, senor. Your arm is tender, senor. It's very easily broken. Proceed, Almonte.
No! Oh, no, don't.
Almonte, what are you waiting for?
Yes, Senor President. Ready. Aim. Fire.
You see, senora, what my mercy spared you. Now you can do something for me. You know this General Sam Houston?
Yes.
You will find this Senor Sam Houston. You will take a message to him. Almonte, you have a horse made ready for the senora.
Please.
Listen well, senora. Give him my compliment. Tell him what you have seen. Tell him to remember the Alamo. That will be the fate of every man in Texas who opposes my authority. Now, on this horse. Quickly, senora. Up! Go!
So, Santa Ana sends a message. And here's our reply, Mrs. Dickinson. We'll remember the Alamo, and Santa Ana will never forget it. Hockley.
Yes, sir?
Tell the men we'll have to eat cold rations tonight. I want no campfires burning. Too easily spotted by Santa Ana's men.
Yes, General. Well, they'll wipe us out anyway, if you ask me. I tell you, General Houston, it's no good. We haven't a chance.
I'll throttle you if you keep up that talk.
Very well, sir. But tell me how 900 men are going to drive off 7,000.
That's my problem, Major Smith. The Mexicans haven't trapped us yet, and I tell you they won't. Texas is a powerful big place to fight in, and there's lots of room for one big blow.
Come on, you.
What's going on there?
Come on here.
What is it?
Come in.
What is that? What's the matter there?
Scouts picked up a rattlesnake, riddled it into camp. General. Come on, you speak up, you spy. Santa Ana. Yeah, no. We don't savvy Mexico around here. English, you know English. All right. Tell him just what you told me. Go on.
Santa Ana, he come this way. 4 division. He kill all. Right behind.
Yes? Santa Ana right back of us?
Shall I hang him or shoot him?
No, por favor.
No.
No, Dios.
No, there's no hurry. Major Smith.
Yes, General.
Well, you're right, Smith. It's no use. We can't fight 7,000.
I thought so.
Yes, we'd better get out of here. Make for the border of the United States before it's too late. I guess it's all over, boys. We're licked.
All right, sir. Makes sense to me.
What's this spy doing in here? Kick him out of this camp before I change my mind and have him strung up. Get out of here.
Come on. Go on, get out.
We'll have to hurry before it's too late.
Where are you going, Major Smith?
I'm going to carry out your orders.
Major.
Yes, General?
Do you think I'm a lunatic?
Didn't you just say it was all over?
Sure, I said it. Sure, we're going to retreat. And when that spy tells Santa Ana, he'll come chasing after us, and we'll give him a run. A run he'll never forget. And then, boys, we'll strike. We'll hit him when he least expects it.
All right, go ahead, but you're making a mistake.
I'm commanding this army. I give the orders. Sound the retreat.
Whoa. Captain Baker.
What is, Major?
Follow me down the road.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Oh, there. Oh. Captain Martin.
Yes, Major?
Follow us. Hurry.
Yes, sir.
Oh, there. Major Hartley.
Yes?
You follow us off the road here, over in those cottonwoods.
What's the matter?
Come on. You'll see.
All right.
Get. Come on. Now listen, men. We've got to take a stand. Houston's kept us retreating for 38 days. Santa Ana's still hot on our trail. Officers of his staff, I vote we demand an explanation.
He'll give us an explanation, all right.
Sure he will. But if it isn't satisfactory, he should be removed from command.
Who'll succeed him? You, Major? Well, that's beside the point, but this isn't. We're licked, men. The army's deserting. Hundreds have gone across the border into the States. About time we did, too.
Rats getting their hides off a sinking ship, huh? You all heard what General Houston said about this retreat being part of a plan?
Yeah, we heard him. We heard him say a lot of things. Victory is certain. Remember the Alamo. I say he ought to remember it. Instead of backing us up to the border and then swinging us east over this way, he doesn't know what he's doing. What kind of a general is he?
All right, men. He's had his way long enough. We can get along without him. Are we all agreed to take a stand that way?
Wait a minute. Somebody's riding through the woods. Who is it? He's alone, whoever he is. Houston.
Well, how'd he find out we were meeting?
Never mind. It's too late now.
Oh, boy. Well, I sort of missed you boys. Letting the Army get away ahead of you, aren't you?
Well, General Houston,
Yes, what's the matter? Oh, come on, out with it.
Go ahead, Major Smith.
Well, how much longer are we going to retreat? We have a right to know. So have the men, the ones who haven't deserted you yet.
Is that the way you all feel? Baker? Martin? Hockley?
No, sir, I don't.
Thanks, Hockley. The trouble with you men is you don't know what's going on. Instead of going off in the woods here, you should have stayed with me and learned a few things. The scouts have reported that Santa Ana has gone into camp just beyond the San Jacinto there, only one of his 4 divisions with it.
What are you going to do, General?
You see, it's almost 3 o'clock. An hour from now, they'll still be taking their siesta. Hockley, is my imagination playing tricks with me again?
Playing tricks, sir?
That eagle. See it up there?
Yes, sir, but...
Hey, there was an eagle above my head when I came into Texas. Now this one at San Jacinto, an eagle again, sailing toward Santa Ana's camp. All right, boys. The retreat's over. Now we attack. Here they are. Here are the orders. We'll assemble in these woods. 4 o'clock, when I raise the sword, we'll advance to catch him and catch him asleep. Don't fire until I give the order. Remember now, no firing until I give the signal. Quiet, man, quiet. Got to catch him sleeping during siesta.
No sign of life in their camp yet, sir. They've seen us, sir.
Hold your fire, men. Hold your fire, Hockley.
Yes, General.
We're almost at the Mexican breastwork.
I know. It's about 20 yards, sir.
Everything ready?
Yes, sir.
Can you see our artillery?
Men are looking this way. They're waiting for the signal, sir.
All right. Wave your hat. Signaling them to fire.
Right, sir.
Now, give it to them. Remember the Alamo, boys.
Sit down, lean against this tree, sir.
Yes. Yeah, all right, Hockley.
I'd try not to move that leg any more than you have to, sir. I'm afraid you shattered the bone.
Never mind it, Hockley. Have they found Santa Ana? Where is he, Hockley?
Well, the men have been searching all night, sir. I guess we missed him.
Missed him? And we've failed, Hockley. Santa Ana will be back with his 3 divisions and wipe us out. We've got to find him.
Well, we can't even tell who is an officer and who isn't, the way these Mexicans are ripped off their epaulets. What's going on back there?
Major Hockley. Major Hockley, they caught Santa Ana.
Caught him? Where is he?
They're bringing him in now. That one there.
Oh, that can't be Santa Ana.
Robeson got him, but didn't realize who he'd caught till the other prisoners began shouting El Presidente.
What are you laughing at, Hockley?
Oh, wait till I race you up, General Houston. You laugh, too. He's wearing a blue smock and red carpet slippers.
This is the great Santa Ana. I guess we interrupted his siesta at that. Well, great work, boys. Quiet now. Quiet, here he is.
I am General Antonio Lopez de Santa Ana, President of Mexico, Commander-in-Chief of the Army of Operations.
Indeed. Take a seat, General. Sit down. Sit on that box there.
I place myself at the disposal of the brave General Houston.
You don't have much choice, do you?
The man who has conquered the Napoleon of the West may consider himself born to no common destiny. It now remains for him to be generous to the vanquished.
Yes, you should have thought of that at the Alamo.
I propose, General Houston.
You propose? What?
I propose an armistice.
Armistice? Well, I'll do all the proposing, understand?
As you wish.
You write an order instructing your troops to leave Texas soil forever.
Could I have
Has anyone a piece of opium?
Opium? So?
I would be very grateful.
Now I see you in your true color. The Napoleon of the West.
It is not a great thing, I ask.
No? Nor I. Merely that your armies leave Texas. You'll write the order of evacuation.
Yes, senor. Yes, I will do so.
Take him away, boys.
All right, General. Come on, you.
Otley.
Yes, General.
Get me a paper and a quill. I'm going to write to Andrew Jackson.
Yes.
We've won our freedom. Now all that remains is for us to join Texas with the Union. When that day comes, and someday it will, I'll tell old Hickory myself. By the eternal.
Oh, General Houston.
I'm sorry, Hannah. We got here too late.
I'm sorry, too, General. He asked about you at the very last.
This is my son, Hannah.
How do you do, Hannah? How do you do, Miss Sam?
We left as soon as we heard. Could we see him?
Yes, sir. You can. This way, General.
You come too, Sam. My son.
Yes, Father?
My son, always remember you've looked on the face of Andrew Jackson.
He was a great man, wasn't he, Father?
No man alive, no one will ever be his equal.
Father, he sent you to Texas, didn't he?
Long time ago. Now he's gone without knowing that Texas belongs to the Union.
No, General. He knew. Word came this morning.
Did he say anything?
He smiled all over his face. Then he looked up and said, Texas in the Union. My old friend has been true to his trust.
You say he smiled? Come along, son. We're going home.
The Raven's flight is ended. But the heritage he left us lies in the greatness of the Lone Star State. And tonight, Sam Houston, the foremost Texan of his time and all time, takes an honored place in the cavalcade of America. Thank you, Walter Houston. We are happy to have you as our guest on the Cavalcade of America. And now, before we hear from Dr. Monahan about next week's program, we have a story from the wonder world of chemistry. Picture a room with rows of green apples hanging from hooks on the wall. One green apple hangs from each hook. Sounds foolish, doesn't it? But it isn't. It's just a part of the careful research to find a better and safer way of controlling the codling moth and preventing wormy apples. Codling mothworms love apples. They cause heavy damage to apple crops and make you pay more for the fruit. Materials now used to protect apples from these pests must be washed off at harvest time in order to protect your health. You can see what a fine thing it would be to have a safe protection that wouldn't need to be washed off. Some years ago, DuPont scientists began a search for a material that would defeat the insects and not harm humans. So they built a dining room for the codling mothworms with tempting green apples hanging on hooks. They provided comfortable little cages for codling moths to live in and lay their eggs. Month after month, they treated green apples with various chemicals and watched the mothworms. It was a long search, but those DuPont men kept plugging at it, and finally they found a promising chemical with a long name, phenothiazine. Anyway, the name isn't half as important as the fact that it does protect apples against the codling moth when sprayed properly on the fruit. It also protects grapes against the grapeberry moth and a disease called the black rot. It stops Japanese beetles from feeding on plants and fruits, and is proving effective against other insects, too. There's another queer angle to this story. Zoologists of the United States Department of Agriculture have tried out the same chemical as a remedy for certain internal parasites of sheep. They found it to be the most effective known remedy for this purpose. A single dose does the trick. It didn't take long for the news of this experimental work to travel to the great sheep-raising countries of Canada and Australia. Scientists there have had equally good results. And now similar trials are being made with cattle, hogs, and other animals. So you see, the benefits of chemical research travel far and wide. Whether you grow apples or raise sheep or merely buy lamb chops and enjoy apple pie, chemistry has been working to protect your pocketbook. And there you have the essence of the DuPont pledge, better things for better living through chemistry. And now the cavalcade of America's historian, Dr. Frank Monahan of Yale University.
Sam Houston, the founder of the Republic of Texas, was a great man molding a great event, and so his name is written large in American history. But it is true that frequently a great event can be approached and understood through the hopes and actions of the little people, whom history does not headline. The cavalcade program for next week, entitled On Jordan's Banks, is the story of an unknown youth named Sam Davis. Sam Davis was a Confederate spy, a spy who was caught. But Davis, during his brief career, seems to me to represent the highest devotion to a cause, the most complete loyalty to an ideal. And these are qualities that have given strength to the fabric of American character and greatness.
Next week, when the Cavalcade of America presents On Jordan's Banks, our star will be Elliott Reed. Radio listeners everywhere will recognize Elliott Reed and remember his outstanding performances on many radio programs. On Broadway, he's been a talented and versatile member of the Mercury Theater, appearing in Julius Caesar and The Shoemaker's Holiday. Next week, he will be starred in the Cavalcade of America's drama On Jordan's Banks in the role of Private Sam Davis. On tonight's program, the orchestra and musical effects are under the direction of Don Voorhees. This is Basil Rysdale saying good night and best wishes from DuPont.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
This is Chesterton Radio, your home for podcasts of works by G.K. Chesterton, plus drama, comedy, mystery, science fiction, big bands, and much more. The soundtrack to your Chesterton day at chestertonradio.com.
Suspense. Autolite and its 96,000 dealers present Miss Marlene Dietrich in Murder Strikes Three Times, a suspense play produced and edited by William Spear. Friends, for snappy starting on zippy, snippy days, there's nothing better than a set of the famous ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs.
Mr. Wilcox, sounds like a speech.
Speech? This is no speech, Debbie. This is the free flow of fervent feeling for the newest addition to the complete line of ignition-engineered spark plugs made by Autolite. The wide-gap Autolite resistor spark plugs.
Mr. Wilcox, are you trying to say that Autolite resistor spark plugs offer car owners special advantages?
Precisely, my pedantic pretty, because Autolite builds an exclusive 10,000-ohm resistor right into every Autolite resistor spark plug. And this makes practical a wider initial gap setting, the advantages of which have long been recognized by automotive engineers.
I never knew that, Mr. Wilcox. Tell me more.
My girl, Autolite resistor spark plugs give double life under equal conditions as compared to spark plugs without the built-in resistor. Yes, sir, this newest addition to the complete Autolite ignition-engineered spark plug line is the only spark plug that will give you smoother performance on leaner gas mixtures and greater gas savings. So, see your Autolite spark plug dealer tomorrow for a set of the famous ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs. And remember, whether you choose the regular type or the resistor type, you'll be right, because you're always right with Autolite.
And now, with Murder Strikes Three Times and the performance of Marlene Dietrich, Autolite hopes once again to keep you in suspense.
John L. Lewis and the soft coal mine operators will be getting down to specific cases soon. And now, the exclusive that I promised you earlier in the program. A report so sensational that I am going to devote all of my remaining time to it. I have before me a copy of a document delivered in person today to the district attorney's office by one Fredonia Bell. Fredonia Bell was the trusted personal maid of Laura Starling Morton, whom you will remember from the widely publicized murder trial of 2 years ago. This document is a statement written by Laura Starling Morton in her own hand, and it begins as follows, quote, "I only regret that it will be impossible for me to be present, and this is read aloud.
What I shall relate here concerns 3 men. Of these 3 men, it is not on behalf of my husband, Robert, that I write, nor on behalf of my husband, Charles. This is for Elmer. But I do not think that Elmer will ever see it. For Elmer, too, is going to die."
Laura,
Yes, Robert?
where's my electric razor?
In the medicine cabinet where it always is.
Oh.
Well, Robert, I wish you wouldn't shave while you're in the bathtub that way.
What's the difference where I shave? I like to shave in the bathtub.
I just don't like to see you meddling with electricity while you're in there. You might get a shock or something.
Oh, sure. Mrs. Thomas Edison.
All right, go ahead. I don't care.
I like to shave in the bathtub. I'm relaxed in the bathtub. I read in the bathtub. I think in the bathtub. I'm not going to change my habits for you.
I know, dear. I suppose that is a lot to expect.
Oh, for heaven's sake. I can't really understand.
Robert! Robert! It was a good loud scream. Then I stood in the door of the bathroom and looked. A good long look. Then I called the doctor. The doctor called the police. The police called the district attorney. And I found myself confronted by a young man with red hair and glasses who gave the immediate impression of being clever, unscrupulous, and objectionable. That was Elmer.
Mrs. Williams, I'm Elmer Garner of the district attorney's office.
How do you do, Mr. Garner?
I thought you and I had better have a little private chat.
What about, Mr. Garner?
About your husband.
What about my husband?
Mrs. Williams, I'm going to be very frank with you on a number of counts. I'm what is known as an assistant district attorney.
Mr. Garner, I have just lost my husband. I hardly think...
I'm coming to that, Mrs. Williams. Now, the district attorney has put me on this case because, well, he thinks he doesn't have a case. Routine investigation. Now, maybe it's because the DA is essentially a nice man with nice instincts, and I am not, but I don't agree with him.
About what?
About not having a case. Because I can smell him, Mrs. Williams. I can smell him a mile away.
What can you smell, Mr. Garner?
Murder.
Oh, I see.
Good. Well, your attitude is very good. No phony hysteria, no fake indignation. Realistic. Oh, I like that. I'm that way myself.
Mr. Garner, I'm trying my best to maintain my composure under trying circumstances. I must say your extraordinary insinuation does not make it any easier.
Now, look. I know you killed him. And you know that I know you killed him.
Mr. Garner.
Now, as I said, I was going to be very frank with you, Miss Williams, and I am. On your side of the story is the fact that although I know you killed him, it may be a little difficult to prove that you killed him. Not too difficult, but a little.
I should think it might, since it is utterly untrue.
Now, let's see what cards I hold. You are a laboratory technician, or you were before you were married, right?
Right.
And your technical knowledge would have told you that a man using a faulty electrical appliance while sitting in a tub full of water stood an excellent chance of electrocuting himself.
I also know that a man firing a bullet into his head would stand an excellent chance of killing himself.
The insulation in the cable of that electric razor was frayed. Now, that might have happened through normal wear, but it also might have happened because it was tampered with by you.
And then again, as you say, it might not.
Would it surprise you to know that we've got your fingerprints all over that razor?
It would surprise me more if you hadn't. Oh, and everything else in the house for that matter, Mr. Garner.
Uh-huh. Oh, you're a very intelligent woman, Mrs. Williams. You're right. It would have looked funny. You were smart not to wipe off those prints. Very smart.
Thank you.
However, so much for the means. Now, for the motive. We can establish, of course, that you and your husband didn't get along.
Unfortunately, you can establish that about many husbands and wives.
And that your husband was insured for $50,000 in your favor. And that there's about $50,000 more in community property. And that you inherit, right?
Naturally.
Well, $100,000 is quite a nice little motive, Mrs. Williams.
But it doesn't prove anything, does it, Mr. Garner?
It depends on how it's used by the prosecuting attorney. And that's me, you know.
I know.
Tell me, do you have a lawyer, Mrs. Williams?
Not yet.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Oh, you are a very intelligent woman. That would have looked bad, too, if you'd had a lawyer right on tap. But you're going to need a lawyer, you know.
So it would appear.
All right. How about me?
You?
Sure, I'm a lawyer.
You have just finished telling me that you would be the prosecuting attorney.
Well, that's just the point. Why spend a lot of money on a lawyer who probably can't get you off anyway when you can spend it on me and have a sure thing? You see?
Yes, I see.
All I want is half. $50,000.
No.
Matter too much?
No.
Now, look, sister, you don't seem to realize that I'm in a position, depending how I handle this case, either to set you free or to hang you.
That, Mr. Garner, is where we disagree.
You mean you're willing to gamble and I can't do it?
If you wish to put it that way...
All right. But $50,000 will look cheap. Cheap! When they slip that noose around your neck. There she sits, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Cold, calm, emotionless. The same Laura Williams who carefully calculated, carefully planned, and premeditated the murder of her husband. I ask the death penalty. I must ask it. For ponder well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. If you set her free, believe me, this will not be the last accident to mark the bloody trail through life of Laura Williams. And when that accident occurs, when the next victim is struck down, his innocent blood will be upon your hands.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, have you reached a verdict?
We have.
What is your verdict?
On the grounds of insufficient evidence, we find the defendant not guilty.
All right.
I guess the sporting thing to say is congratulations. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. Garner.
Say one thing, you got what it takes. The jury was evenly divided that whole first day. Did you know that?
Yes, I knew it.
Yes, I wasn't too far wrong at that, was I?
Just far enough, Mr. Garner.
Listen again, just as a sporting proposition, tell me. Did you...
Did I what?
Oh, come on, we're alone here. Anyway, it doesn't matter because you can't be tried twice for the same thing. You know that, don't you?
Yes, I know it.
Well, did you?
Yes. You cheap, contemptible blackmailer, yes. I killed him. How do you like that? I killed him. Yes, I told him the truth. Just to see the smirk fall from his face. Just to see him actually snarl with frustration. Knowing that I'd gotten away with murder and he couldn't do anything about it. Yes, I couldn't have resisted telling him then. Even though it meant I'd die of it. Which I will.
Autolite is bringing you Marlene Dietrich in Murder Strikes 3 Times. Tonight's production in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense. Debbie, my dear director of elocution, you interest me strangely. First you're hoity-toity, then you're hoity-poity. How come?
Mr. Wilcox, I am leading a double life.
Double life? Say, that's just what the new wide-gap Autolite resistor spark plugs offer car owners everywhere.
Double life under equal conditions as compared to spark plugs without built-in resistor.
Gently, Mr. Wilcox, gently.
You see, friends, Wide Gap Autolite resistor spark plugs are the newest addition to the complete line of ignition-engineered spark plugs made by Autolite. They offer money-saving advantages, smoother performance, greater gas saving, quicker starting in cold weather.
Mr. Wilcox, your diphthongs are showing.
Thank you, my little lecturer. Next time you stop at your favorite service station, ask your dealer to install a set of ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs in your car. And whether you choose the regular type or the resistor-type spark plugs, you'll be right, because you're always right with Autolite.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage our star, Marlene Dietrich, and featuring Hans Conried as Elmer in Murder Strikes Three Times, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Perhaps I gambled too recklessly with Elmer. I have since had cause to wonder. But there were things I could not foresee, as well as Elmer. Suffice it to say that after my acquittal, with $100,000 from Robert's estate, I moved to another city and took up my life again under another name. That there, as Laura Starling, I met and married Charles Morton, a charming and eccentric man whose genius as a research chemist accounted not only for those qualities which endeared him to me, but for a very considerable personal fortune as well. I was quite happy and completely in love. And as the years went by, I had seen, I thought, the last of Elmer.
Charles? Oh, Charles,
Yes, my dear.
I had the coffee.
Coffee?
You said you wanted coffee. It's ready now.
But I have some coffee.
You took that out there 3 hours ago. Now come in and get your coffee.
Yes, in a moment, my dear. As soon as I finish.
Charles, you come out of the smelly laboratory and have your coffee. Besides, I have a surprise for you.
You have? Well, I'll be right in, dear.
And bring the other coffee cup with you.
Yes. Now, what's all this about a surprise?
Look.
What? Oh, yes. I seem to have left my glasses in the laboratory.
Oh, Charles, you're simply priceless. It's a cake. This is our anniversary, darling. Our 4th wedding anniversary.
Is it? So it is. Laura, this is so thoughtful of you. I'm afraid I'm hopeless, my dear. I know it's the husband who should be thoughtful, but
You're just you, darling. Now sit down and relax for a while.
Yes. Oh, here's your cup.
Thank you. Charles, what's in that cup?
Coffee.
Charles, I'm sure that even in the atomic age, coffee does not come in the form of white crystals.
Oh, yes. I'd finished my coffee and...
Charles, what is it?
Thiochlorate. You see, at the moment, I'm...
Charles.
What?
It's deadly poison.
So it is. You see, the
Oh,
time
Charles, I
read-
wish you wouldn't mix things up in the cups and dishes that way. It's dangerous.
Dangerous?
Suppose you got the cups mixed up. Suppose you
Good
drank...
heavens, Laura. Half the stuff you use in chemistry is dangerous if you go to drink it. But who's going to do that? It's like eating soap. You wash your hands with it every day, but who'd think of eating it?
Now, you take that cup right back out to the laboratory and empty it and wash it out.
All right.
Charles,
Yes?
I was wondering, since it's our anniversary,
Yes?
let's go out to dinner and celebrate.
Why, yes. I think that's a splendid idea. Oh, my goodness.
What?
Oh, I completely forgot. My brother is coming to see us today.
Brother?
Well, my half-brother. I meant to tell you...
Charles, I never knew you had a brother.
Didn't you? Well, you see, he's been in the Army for about 5 years. He just got back a short time ago, and I got a wire yesterday saying he'd be passing through town and he'd like to see me. So...
Does he know you're remarried?
Well, I suppose. I suppose he doesn't. As a matter of fact, we've never been very close. Neither of us much of a letter writing, and so on, but he's the only relative I've got.
And all the sympathy I've wasted on you because I thought you were an orphan or something.
Oh, I was, practically.
When is he coming?
Why, this afternoon sometime, I think. Well, I guess that's your answer. I am sorry, my dear.
Charles, that's all right. Maybe your brother would like to go out and celebrate with us.
Well?
Right in there, sir.
Hello there.
Hello, Charles.
Come in. And I want you to meet my wife. Laura, this is my brother, Elmer.
There was no doubt that it was Elmer. There was no doubt that he recognized me. And there was no doubt in my mind as to how he intended to play his hand this time either. For he gave no public sign of recognition, but simply looked straight at me and smiled. And smiled and smiled.
So you've gone into private practice, eh, Elmer? Criminal law, I suppose.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's no appreciation in this country of men who hold public office, financially at least.
Oh, Elmer, you always did have your eye on the dollar, didn't you?
What about your racket, Charlie? What have you been up to?
Oh, just puttering around here in my laboratory.
You mean right here at home?
Of course. Oh, I guess that's new since you were here last.
Well, there's a lot that's new since I was here last.
It's right in there, right through those doors.
Isn't that sort of a nuisance for a wife, or isn't it?
Not in the least. Why should it be?
Now, Laura, don't try to cover up my feelings. Just before you came, she was scolding me for carrying thiochlorate around in the family coffee cup.
Isn't that interesting? Isn't that a coincidence?
Why?
Now, I was just thinking, what a fine setup for a murder. Now, somebody poisons a chemist in his own laboratory, and it looks just like an accident. Neat, huh?
You will find that Elmer has a morbid mind, my dear. He used to try people for murder back in Illinois.
And I tried some beauties, too. Oh, well, I've got to get going. I'm sorry I can't accept your invitation for tonight.
But you are staying over a few days, are you?
Oh, yes. I'll see you again.
Good.
Soon.
Good.
Now, don't bother to come to the door with me, Charles. I know you want to get back to your work.
Well...
Perhaps Laura will, huh? Give us a little chance to get acquainted.
Why, yes, of course.
Call us, Elmer.
Well, you can depend on it, Charlie.
Good.
Well. Little Laura Williams.
What do you want?
What do you think old Charlie would say if he knew, huh?
I asked you a question.
I suppose he'd go on loving you in his own peculiar fashion, but never be quite the same, would it? There'd always be that little gnawing doubt. Another accident, maybe. Oh, no, I'm afraid things will be kind of under strain around here, Laura.
You do have a price, I suppose.
I might. By the way, why are you so eager to pay it?
I'm happy here. I'm at peace with myself and the world. I don't want anything to change.
No other reason?
What other reason would there be?
I suppose all his property would go to you in the event of another little accident. Huh?
You don't really believe that.
The motive and the means. Money and poison.
How much, Elmer?
No. No, you got me wrong, Laura. I don't want money.
When did that happen?
Did it ever occur to you that I might simply be interested in my brother's welfare?
No. All that has occurred to me so far is to wonder why I had to pick the one man in the world who is related to you.
You want to hear my proposition?
I'm waiting.
Yeah. The motive and the means. Now, there's always the means for an intelligent person like you. But if we took away the motive...
The motive?
The money, the will. No motive, no temptation, you see?
I see.
Yeah, in a way, it's for your own protection, too. Because if Charlie so much as slipped on a banana peel and you inherited that money, there's no jury in the world that wouldn't convict you, simply on your past record. You realize that, don't you?
Yes.
So, no motive, no case either, you see?
What do you want me to do?
Get him to change his will.
In favor of his only living relative, I presume?
Uh-huh. That's me.
And then?
That's all. And you're in the clear. Because after that, Charlie couldn't suspect you, even if I told him. Probably wouldn't believe it. Throw me out of the house for persecuting his little bride. Maybe even change his will right back again, you see?
All right.
Ha. You can do it, can't you?
I suppose so.
Oh, I know you can. I know you'd better.
Such a strange request from me.
Darling, I don't want your money. I only want you.
I know, dear, but after all, I'm considerably older than you are, my dear, and chances are that someday...
No, the whole idea of losing you and then profiting by it, it's just hateful.
But who else would I leave it to?
Leave it to your brother.
Elmer?
Why not? It doesn't matter, but...
Well...
Please, darling, for me.
All right, my dear, if it really makes a difference to you. Now, don't you worry about it anymore. I'll take care of it sometime.
No, I want you to do it now, right away, today.
Well, I'd have to get in touch with my lawyer.
I'll call him for you. I'll get him on the phone right now.
My goodness, love. You act as though it were a matter of life and death.
Mr. Elmer Garner, please.
Thank you.
Yeah.
This is Laura.
Uh-huh.
It's all right. It's all arranged.
Is it?
Yes, the lawyer's coming tomorrow.
Did he tell the lawyer the changes he wanted made?
Yes, he did.
Not that I think you'd ever tell a lie, Laura, but how do I know all this?
Hasn't he told you?
No.
Then perhaps you'd better drop in this evening.
That's more like it.
I'll expect you after dinner.
I'll be there.
Elmer arrived this evening, less than an hour ago. We were having coffee in the living room. Earlier, Charles had been showing him through the laboratory. It was not until after that I had a moment to speak to him alone.
Ah, the wonderful fellow, old Charlie. So trusting.
Did he tell you?
About what?
The will.
Oh, that. Yeah. It seems to be that I'm to be old Charlie's beloved heir. He still can't understand it.
Are you satisfied then?
My dear Laura, I was never more satisfied in my life. Almost evens things up, doesn't it? Almost.
You never forgot that, did you? That you lost.
Lost? Who says I lost? Game isn't over till the last card is played, sister.
It is for you. Now get out of here.
Okay. All in good time.
Sorry I had to leave you, but those reactions have to be checked every hour.
Oh, that's all right, Charlie. Laura and I were just going over old times in Illinois. You didn't know we both came from Illinois, did you?
No, I hadn't realized.
I'm sure I told you, Charles. You must have forgotten.
Oh, yes, probably. Coffee ready?
Yes. Will you have coffee with us, Elmer?
Oh, you bet I will.
Anything in it?
No, nothing in mine.
Charles always takes his black, too.
Laura does make the best coffee.
Well, then, here's to Laura's coffee.
There was something about his smile when he said it. That smile. And then all of a sudden I saw it. I saw the whole terrible thing. Don't drink it, Charles!
Well. Old Charlie seems to have keeled over, huh? Wouldn't be surprised if that was thiochlorate poisoning. The motive and the means. And the motive's a real beaut this time, Laura, because you had to kill him before he changed his will. Neat, huh?
You killed him.
Sure, but that's not what the jury's going to think.
No.
And, of course, I'll get the money anyway. You couldn't very well collect it, because they're going to hang you.
No!
Elmer's downstairs in the living room. I'm in my study. And once more I'm waiting for the police. There's no escape for me, of course. Elmer knows that. But there's one little thing that he has forgotten, the last play of the game. For I just have drawn up a will of my own, leaving my property and everything that I inherit from Charles to Elmer. It is dated 3 days ago. This statement I shall give into the safekeeping of my personal maid, Fredonia Bell, who, after all is said and done, has been the only true friend I've ever had. I shall give it to her with instructions for its eventual disposal, which I know she will follow to the letter. When that is done, I shall play the last card in the game. I don't think Elmer will find it possible to trump that card. Because, you see, when the police come, it is Elmer who will have to do the explaining, not I. And he will have to explain two bodies, Charles and mine.
Charles and mine, unquote. And as the world knows, Laura Morton was found dead by the same means which caused her husband's death in that double tragedy 2 years ago. And now we have this document. And the irony of the document, ladies and gentlemen, the terrible irony, is that it was delivered to the district attorney's office by Fredonia Bell this evening at 8 o'clock, 2 years later. And why did the good Fredonia wait until tonight? Because she was thus following explicitly the instructions of her mistress, Laura Starling Morton, who specified that the envelope be handed to the police exactly 24 hours after the execution of Elmer Garner. Good night.
presented by Autolite. Tonight, starring Marlene Dietrich and featuring Hans Conried.
Well, Deborah, are you satisfied with my diction?
Completely, Mr. Wilcox. I've decided it is what you say that matters, not how you say it.
Well, then, let me say that Autolite makes more than 400 products for cars, trucks, planes, and boats in 28 plants, coast to coast. These include complete electrical systems used as original equipment on many makes of America's finest cars. Spark plugs, batteries, generators, coils, distributors, starting motors, bullseye, sealed beam headlights. All engineered to fit together perfectly, work together perfectly, because they're a perfect team. So, friends, don't accept electrical parts supposed to be as good. Ask for and insist on Autolite, original factory parts at your neighborhood service station, car dealer, garage, or repair shop. Remember, you're always right with Autolite. Next Thursday, for Suspense, Dick Powell will be our star. The play is called Slow Burn. And it is, as we say,
a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Tonight's Suspense play was produced and edited by William Spear and directed by Norman MacDonald. Music for Suspense is composed by Lucien Moraweck and conducted by Lud Gluskin. Murder Strikes Three Times is an original play for radio by John DeWitt. Marlene Dietrich will soon be seen in the Warner Brothers production Stage Fright.
You can buy Autolite regular or resistor spark plugs, Autolite Stay-Full batteries, Autolite electrical parts at your neighborhood Autolite dealers. Switch to Autolite. Good night.
There is still a tremendous job to be done in gaining new knowledge about the causes, prevention, treatment, and cure of heart diseases. Give to this worthy cause. Send your contribution to HEART, H-E-A-R-T, care of your local post office. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Welcome to the fear you can hear. Welcome to the sounds of suspense, to the terrifying world of your own imagination. And I hope you won't hold it against us if we scare you a little with a tale that really could happen, I suppose. But when you hear the outcome, you'll hope it never does. Consider the case of Paula Richards, age 24, who put her future in the hands of an old fortune teller and dealer in the macabre.
But one thing I must add about our arrangement.
Yes?
On the birth of the child, I will demand one favor. You must promise to grant it.
A favor? What?
I shall ask it when the child is born.
But I can't promise that when I don't know what it is.
It's a very small favor, but it is part of the bargain. And believe me, Mrs. Richards, if you do decide to bargain with me, I warn you to be ready to keep your part of it.
Our mystery drama, Mother Love, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Bob Jurin and stars Joan Hackett. It is sponsored in part by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, brewers of Budweiser, and by the Kellogg Company, makers of Kellogg's Special K cereal. I'll return shortly with Act One.
Some research experts say you can't taste the difference between beers. Well, if they're right, then Anheuser-Busch wastes a barrel of time Beechwood aging Budweiser. Only they don't think so. Brewing beer right does make a difference, and they're betting a bundle that you can taste the difference in Bud. When it comes to brewing Budweiser, the Anheuser-Busch choice is to go all the way, because they still care about quality. Look at it this way. If the Bud people have a choice between what some experts say and what beer drinkers say, well, you'd better believe they'll go with you beer drinkers every time. When you say Budweiser, you've said it all. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis.
This is WOR New York, your station for Mystery Theater.
Hey, Ma, what's for dinner?
ShopRite has a beautiful buy to help you serve dinner. Fine imported porcelain china. The beautifully crafted Lovelace pattern by Crown Victoria. An elegant white-on-white platinum-banded pattern to complement any table. Now available only at ShopRite. The basic place-setting pieces, dinner plate, cup and saucer, dessert plate, and bread and butter plate, are just 39 cents. 39 cents each with every $3 purchase. A different place-setting piece is featured each week at this special price. You'll want to collect all the magnificent completer pieces and matching ovenware available every week at low prices, too. Visit ShopRite and start your set of lovely porcelain china today. It's a beautiful buy.
Hey, Ma, what's for dinner? ShopRite has the answer.
Offer not available in Westchester, Ulster, Orange, Dutchess, and Columbia counties.
A doctor's waiting room is not the most pleasant place to spend a winter morning. And for Paula and George Richards, this morning is a very fateful one.
What's taking him so long?
Easy, honey. Dr. Morton has other patients, sick patients.
Why can't Dr. Morton say yes or no? Why does he have to keep us waiting?
He wanted to see us together, in person. I understand how he feels. Sometimes a doctor's word can make or wreck a life.
This waiting is making a wreck out of me. I'm going to call Mr. Jordan. I'll tell him I won't be in today. I told him I'd be late, but I'm just no good for work today. I'm sure the doctor won't mind my using his phone.
Jordan Electric.
Oh, Mr. Jordan, I didn't expect you to answer.
Oh, Millie's out sick. What's the verdict, Paula?
I don't know yet. That's why I'm calling. I'm too upset to come in today. Is it all right?
Sure, I understand. The books can wait another day. No audit till the end of the quarter anyway.
Thank you.
What's the holdup?
The doctor's busy. We're next.
Courage up, Paula. I've got my fingers crossed for you.
Thanks, Mr. Jordan. Goodbye.
Bye, Paula.
He didn't mind, did he?
No, he didn't. He said if I wanted...
Mrs. Richards, Mr. Richards.
Hello, Doc.
Oh, thank heavens.
Will you step inside, please? Come right in. Take those chairs by the desk.
Thank you.
I'm sorry you had to wait.
Doctor, I'd like...
I know, Miss Richards. You're anxious about the tests.
Oh, you have no idea.
Easy, honey.
I'll come right to the point. I think that's what you want.
Yes.
Please, Doctor.
All right. I can't sweet-talk my way through to make it easier for you. The results are negative. I'm sorry, Mrs. Richards, but from my examination, Dr. Field's examination, and the lab tests, you simply cannot ever hope to bear a child.
Oh, George.
It's certain, then? Absolutely certain?
Yes, it is.
Would artificial...
No. The trouble lies with Mrs. Richards. She's physically incapable of conceiving or bearing a child.
I was trying to prepare for this, but it sort of hits you right between the eyes.
Take me home, George, please.
I hate to leave you alone today, but I have to get to the studio.
It's all right, George.
You know that I'm not going to love you any the less, Paula.
Darling, I just wanted to give you a son.
So it's not in our cards. We have each other. That's the main reason we got married, to be together. A baby would have been the extra icing on the cake.
Don't stop loving me, George. Please. Please, George. Don't stop loving me.
I told you I won't, honey. And I meant it. You'll be okay today?
I'll be okay. I won't be singing around the apartment, but I won't be jumping out the window either.
I hate like the devil to leave you, honey, but I'm due on the air with the noon news.
I'll be all right. See you at 7.
Paula, what's the news? I've been dying for your call all morning.
Edna, would you have lunch with me today? I know our date isn't until Friday, and I know that it's snowing awful hard, but if you could just...
Of course I'll have lunch, but get me down off the ceiling. What did the doctor say?
I'll meet you at the towers, 1:00.
Oh, of course. Paula, what happened? Bad news?
Yes, bad news.
Oh, I can imagine how tough it is for you, Paula.
No, you can't. I'm going to lose George.
Did he say that?
No, just the opposite, but... Oh, Edna, I know. I have a feeling.
Oh, now, Paula, honey, don't start planning your own downfall.
I'm afraid it's all planned. It's all in the cards.
In the cards?
Yes, you know, it's just an expression.
Well, honey, I don't know whether I should suggest this.
What?
Well, you're just mentioning cards. It seems sort of frivolous at a time like this, but... Well, there's a woman down in the East Village. She tells fortunes, you know, with cards and tea leaves.
And what could you do for me? Tell me what I already know.
Well, this woman specializes in herbs. She calls herself Mother Love.
Mother Love?
Well, now, mind you, I'm just suggesting, but maybe, just maybe, this woman could help you.
How?
Sometimes these old crones can read things in the future. Maybe a baby is in the cards for you.
After the doctor said that there wasn't...
It's just an idea.
Well, how do you know this Mother Love?
Oh, quite by accident. About 6 months ago. Henry and, well, maybe it was Ed. Anyway, it was the current one at the time. We were bar hopping in the village when we came on this fantastic storefront. The window was painted green and purple with red curtains, and it said, Mother Love, in orange letters. Fortunes told, secret herb remedies. Seemed like a lark, so we went in. And all I remember from then on was mumbling and incense. And being told, 1, I'd never marry. 2, that I was too fickle and flighty. And 3, that my mother had had a wart on her right side.
Oh, really?
Darned if the old crone wasn't right about that, too.
Edna, the idea that a fortune teller spell can help me have a baby is just nonsense.
Well, looking at it in the cold light of day, you're right. It's just a thought. Oh, something to say, I guess. Oh, honestly, Paula, I feel so uncomfortable. I mean, what do you say to someone in your predicament?
Hello?
Edna?
Oh, hi, Paula.
Edna, look, last month you mentioned a woman in the village. She works with herbs.
Mother Love? Oh, Paula, you don't mean you've been thinking seriously about that?
Not until now, not really, but I'd like to know how to find her.
Well, I seem to remember it was on 8th Street. No, it was 9th. Yeah, 9th, near 1st. Well, that's about all I'm sure of.
9th, near 1st.
Now, Paula, I wasn't really being serious last month.
Well, it can't do any harm. Right now, I'm ready to grab at any straws.
Oh, when are you going?
Saturday.
Have you told George?
No, he'd be furious.
Do you want me to come with you?
Would you? I'd feel a lot better.
Now, Paula, let's not go too far.
What does that mean?
Well, we all laugh at fortune-telling and spells and brews, but sometimes when we want to believe, well, things happen.
I'm going to this Mother Love because I want something to happen. Maybe she can't do anything to help me have a baby, but I'm going to try. Look, it was all your idea, Edna.
I think it's at the end of this block.
What a neighborhood. Makes my skin crawl.
That's it.
I see what you mean about those red curtains and orange letters.
Looks like a Coney Island transplant that failed.
Mother Love, fortunes told, secret herb remedies. Well, Mother Love, here I come. Good heavens. I never expected anything like this.
It's not what I remember. Oh, but then I'd been bar hopping. This rug, it must be worth a fortune.
Edna, look at the paintings.
There's too much incense, though.
Mother has company. Good morning, ladies. Come in. How can Mother serve you? Your fortunes, perhaps? Maybe an ailment? Well?
I'd like to talk to you.
It will cost you. Mother's time is expensive.
Well, I'll pay.
Are both of you?
Oh, no, I'm just along for the ride.
Come then. We'll go into my studio.
Edna, I'll be here.
This way, my dear. Through the curtains. It's a little dark, but I like it that way.
Mother, is that you? Mother?
Of course, Claude.
Mother, is that you?
Don't be alarmed. He's harmless. He's my son.
What's the matter with him?
He's blind and feeble-minded.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Come, sit down at the table. What will it be? Cards, tea leaves, crystal ball?
No. I'm more interested in herbs, I think.
What is it you want?
I want to have a baby. I was told that you might be able to help.
Who told you I can do things like that?
A friend?
That one out there?
No, someone else.
Mother, is that you?
Yes, Claude. Everything's all right. I tell fortunes. I give herbs for minor complaints. I do not deal in that sort of thing.
Is there a herb that might help me?
Of course not. Not without...
a spell.
Forget it. I've said too much already.
Mother love, I want desperately to have a child. The doctor says that I can't. The problem is my fault. I'll try anything. Even if a spell is necessary.
It will be expensive.
I don't care.
There may be a way to help you have a normal baby with your own husband.
Please, that's all I want.
It will cost you $1,000.
I have that.
Plus another $5,000 when you have conceived.
5,000?
I said it would be expensive, and I guarantee nothing. With these things, we can only try.
Will you tell me one thing?
Perhaps. Perhaps not.
Have you ever done this or this sort of thing before?
I cannot answer that.
Quite a gamble for Paula. $6,000 and no guarantee. A long shot if there ever was one. Will she take the gamble? Is she desperate enough? We'll soon see. I'll be back shortly with Act 2.
And now another tale of the ball and chain. At Kellogg's Special K.
Presents Overweight on an overnight train.
Is the seat taken?
Please, sit down. You have exceptional legs. But why is one of them attached to a ball and chain?
This ball and chain? It's a symbol.
Funny, I would have sworn it was a ball and chain.
I mean symbolic. Because carrying around a few extra pounds can be just like lugging around this ball and chain.
I see. May I suggest something?
Uh-huh.
Try a bowl of Special K skim milk, orange juice, and coffee. It's the Special K breakfast.
Will it make me lose weight?
No.
Oh.
You must also exercise and eat smart at every meal.
I see.
Do you know the Special K breakfast is less than 240 calories, 99% fat-free, and delicious?
No, but if you hum a few bars...
And that's another tale of the ball and chain.
Your happy ending could begin with the Kellogg's Special K breakfast.
That's Kellogg's Special K. Good night.
This is WOR New York, your Mystery Theater station.
No matter what you're saving for, that's what Suburban Savings for Suburban.
Suburban Savings offers you a regular savings account with flexibility. You can add any amount to your account whenever you wish. Withdraw whenever you want. Suburban Savings pays a 5.25% annual interest rate on regular savings paid quarterly, which earns an annual effective yield of 5.47%. Interest is compounded continuously from day of deposit to day of withdrawal, as long as $50 is maintained in the account to the end of the quarter. Come into Suburban Savings and open an account with flexibility. our regular savings account. In New Jersey, at Bayonne, Edgewater, Elmwood Park, Emerson, Hackettstown, Morris Plains, Nutley, Paramus, and Sparta.
Welcome again to the studio of Mother Love in a dingy part of New York City. A strange and eerie place where strange things are said to happen. Let's see if they do, as Paula Richards considers a bargain for a baby.
I'll have to think this over. I admit that I am desperate, but I'll just have to think about it.
It's for you to decide, of course.
Mother, who's there? Who is that?
Hush, Claude. I'll be with you in a moment. I'm sorry, he's very ill.
Thank you. Anyway, I'll be in touch with you if I decide that...
You'll be in touch. Yes. Claude, what's the matter now? Mother's here. Mother is always here.
Well, I thought you'd never come out. What happened?
Let's get out of here.
She really said that?
Well, she said she doesn't guarantee anything.
Paula, now listen to me. Forget it. She's a fraud and you know it. Well, you can't throw away $6,000 on a phony fortune teller.
But if she could possibly...
Oh, what? You'll have to tell George about this.
Heavens, no. He'd think I was completely crazy.
You know, I'm sorry I ever brought this up.
Don't be, Edna. Look, I won't lose my head.
Well, now, where would you get the money anyway without telling George?
Well, I have $1,000 on a personal account. It's all that's left of my father's inheritance. I'll worry about the rest later.
Mother has company. It's you.
I have the 1,000. I want to try.
Come in. This way. I thought you'd be back. Mother Love knows.
Mother, is that you?
You have the money.
Here, in cash.
Good. I need it. For Claude. He needs medicine so badly. Poor Claude cost me so much. Are you sure you want a child?
I want a baby. Get on with whatever you have to do.
Yes, of course. Excuse me, I have to get some things. I had them already. I knew you'd be back. Now, first of all, this talisman. You must wear it around your waist. This package contains herbs. A special combination to relax you. That's the secret. To relax. Half a teaspoon in a cup of boiling water once a day. In the morning is best.
That's all?
For now. But one thing I must add about our arrangement.
Yes?
On the birth of the child, I will ask you one favor. You must promise to grant it.
A favor? But what?
I shall ask it when the child is born.
But I can't promise that when I don't know what it is.
It's a very small favor. Don't worry. But it's part of the bargain.
Very well, it's a long way off.
Yes, it is. Take the talisman and the herbs. And don't be alarmed if certain unusual things happen in the next few weeks.
Unusual things? What kind of things?
You'll understand. You'll recognize them. They will mean things are working. Have you told your husband about this?
No.
Good. Tell no one. No one. Now, the last thing I must have is your name.
Paula Richards.
Your husband?
George Richards.
Go now. And beware.
I'll be in touch with you.
Yes. 5,000. Remember when you conceive.
Mother! Who's there? Who's
Lord, Mother's here now. Only Mother.
See, Claude? $1,000 from the nice lady. The lady who's going to help us. You're going to get better, Claude. You won't be sick anymore. The lady is going to help us. Isn't that nice, Claude?
Paula? Penny for your thoughts.
Oh, I wasn't thinking of anything, really.
You've been like that a lot lately. Distant.
I'm surprised you noticed.
Look, honey, I know I haven't been a lily to live with either. I mean, we've let our problem be too important. We're both disappointed, but we can't change the situation. I mean, we have to adjust to it. Sorry if I've been a pill, if I've done anything to make you so...
Edgy.
That's your word. Is that how you feel?
I guess. George, let's go to the show tonight. We haven't been out in weeks.
I'd like that, Paula. I'd really like that.
I've had a lot on my mind, and you're right. I've been thinking about myself too much.
I'll see what I can get tickets for.
Look at the time. I've got to shower and run.
Hey, will you look at that?
What is it?
It's a bird. At the window. I think it's a crow.
No, crows are bigger.
A blackbird?
No, I don't know.
I thought they all went south for the winter.
It looks awfully cold.
Well, don't invite it in. They know how to take care of themselves. I'll see you tonight, honey.
Bye, George.
I'll call you at the office about the tickets for tonight.
Okay. Shoo. Go away. Shoo. Oh, well, a few crumbs. Then I've got to get to work. You look so cold. Now, here's some bread. Get out of here! Get out! What am I going to do? Oh, get off the floor, lad! Get out! Get out! Oh, Lord! What am I going to do? Get out! Shoo! Oh, good. Go away! Hello? Mrs. Jensen? Is Mr. Jensen there? This is Mrs. Richards in 3A. No, it's not about the heat. It's about a bird in my apartment. I can't get it out. Well, I thought that Mr. Jensen might... Oh, no, I've got to get to work. All right, I'll leave... he can get in with the pass key. Maybe the bird will just fly out, and I'll leave the window open a little. Yes, all right, thank you. Bye. Stop following me. Get out! What am I going to do to get rid of you? You wanted to see me, Mr. Jordan?
Yes. Sit down, Paula. How are you feeling?
Why?
Well, I know you've had a personal disappointment. You've been under a strain.
You don't have to say it, Mr. Jordan. I know that my work has just been rotten lately, and I'm just all on edge. And today there's a bird in my apartment.
A bird?
Tapped on the window this morning, and stupid me opened the window and gave it some crumbs.
What kind of bird?
I don't know. It's black and shiny. Not too big. I asked the superintendent to get it out. It's so unnerving.
Well, I can imagine.
I'm sorry about the work, Mr. Jordan. I know I've been letting you down.
No, well, I'm sure it's just a passing thing. Your work has always been tops, Paula. But the books are important. And with the auditors coming in next month, well, everything just has to be in order.
I know, Mr. Jordan, and I promise I'll straighten up.
Yes? Yes, she's here. It's a call for you.
Oh, it must be George about tonight. Hello?
Mrs. Richards? You know who this is.
Yes, I know.
Tell me, Mrs. Richards, has the visitor arrived yet?
The visitor?
You'll know. You'll know when the visitor arrives.
You don't mean the bird.
Good. He has arrived. It's working. Yes, it's working, Mrs. Richards. Don't neglect the tea now, whatever you do. And take care of the visitor. It is most important. I'll be in touch with you again very soon.
Oh, Paula, is it trouble? You're white as a ghost.
No trouble at all. That is, I don't know.
Well, you mentioned the bird. Is that it?
Yes. The superintendent got it out.
Oh, good. Then there's nothing to worry about. Hey, honey, I'm home. Paula?
Don't touch it, George.
What?
Just let it alone.
Oh, good grief. How did it get in?
Look, I let it in by accident. It won't leave.
I'll get it to leave.
No, George, don't go near it, please.
Paula, we are not going to live with that in the house.
It has a broken leg. I was thinking of getting a cage for it.
You can't cage a wild bird, and I'm not going to sit around with one beady eye staring at me like that.
George, don't touch it, please. Just go along with me.
Oh, Paula, a pet is one thing, but this...
I have to take care of it.
Why a wild bird? I can't stand the way it stares at me.
It stares at me, too. Well, just get used to it.
Now, well, this gives me the willies.
I'll get dinner. You have to be back at the studio at 9, don't you?
Yeah, I'm sorry about our theater date, but with Pete's wife in the delivery room, I've got to cover the evening news.
Of course, Pete shouldn't be anywhere else when the baby is born. Do you want French fries or boiled potatoes?
Whatever's fastest. So you found a home, did you? Well, I'm not in favor of it, but it looks like you're part of the family.
Paula, come in. I haven't seen you, since your father's funeral, almost 3 years.
It was nice of you to see me, Mr. Martin.
And why wouldn't I? I'm only sorry I wasn't more attentive to you after your father passed away. Fred and I were good friends. I've missed him.
Thank you. So have I. I'm here to ask a favor.
Of course, Paula.
Mr. Martin, would you lend me $5,000, no questions asked?
5,000? Are you in some kind of trouble, Paula?
No questions?
Oh, yes, of course. You wouldn't ask me if you didn't need it badly. I will, Paula. I don't have that much on hand. Suppose I send you a check.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I don't need it immediately. Any time in the next few weeks will just be fine.
You'll have it in a few days.
I promise you I will pay you back.
Oh, I'm not worried about that.
Hello?
Mrs. Richards?
Oh, yes, it's you.
Things are ready. You'll be needing the $5,000 very soon.
I've arranged that.
Good. How is the visitor? Still there? It must be there.
It is.
Good. $5,000, Claude.
What?
The lady will give us $5,000.
Mother?
You'll be going to get better, Claude. You'll be able to see again. Your legs won't hurt. Mother has to leave you for a while. But don't worry, Claude. We'll be together soon with $5,000. Everything will be all right. I promise you.
Everything will be all right for Mother Love and Claude, and presumably Paula. But when we tamper with the unknown, the results can be very unexpected. I'll return shortly with Act 3.
I'm Hy Brown, producer of Radio Mystery Theater. In recent weeks, I've invited listeners to enter a weekly prize drawing and to send along comments about our program if you wished. Well, you leave me just about speechless except to say thank you for the fantastic response. Thousands upon thousands of letters, and they're still pouring in. But although we couldn't feel more gratified, there is a problem. In addition to your kind words, many of you ask questions, and the volume of mail is so great that we can't get around to sifting through it for many weeks. But now that the drawing is over, if you have a specific question, please try us again, and we'll aim for a quick reply. Address, Mystery Theater, Box 5152, Radio City Station, New York, 10019. Mystery Theater, Box 5152, Radio City Station, New York, 10019.
This is WOR New York, 710 on your dial, your Mystery Theater station.
John Wingate with a reminder. Tonight at 10 o'clock, the Wingate News Digest. And question, you planning to drive this weekend? Great. New England? Forget it. The Poconos? Watch out. Upstate? Westchester? Rockland? You're in trouble there, too. A spokesman for the Auto Club of New York will tell you it's going to be a dry weekend coming up. And he'll also let you know how he feels about the gas shortage. It's short, he says, but why, he doesn't know. Then a special. Our White House correspondent, Clifford Evans, analyzing Richard Nixon's speech at 9 o'clock tonight. Mr. Evans on with me at 10 o'clock. Later, deafness. What are the early warning signs that you, at whatever age, may be going deaf? We'll find out from a top expert on hearing. He himself has the problem and knows. Tonight, 10 o'clock, John Wingate, WOR.
Let's return now to the plight of Paula and George Richards. You'll remember that Mother Love told Claude everything would be all right. But things are not quite so right for George. In fact, things for George are getting downright impossible.
Paula, I am not going to bed another night with the bird on the dresser.
It's been there every night for 2 weeks. All it does is sleep. You've got to admit he hasn't been any trouble.
I still don't like the look in its eye. The way it hobbles with that broken leg. It's grotesque.
Turn out the light, George. You won't see it then.
Oh, boy. I never thought I'd be sharing my bedroom with a bird.
Good night, darling.
What's the matter with that thing?
I don't know. It never acted that way before.
If it keeps that up, I'm going to shoot it.
Good night, George.
Good night, Paula. Paula, what is it? Paula!
There's pain in my
Oh, wait a minute. Let me get the light. There. I'll call Dr. Morton.
No. Wait. Oh, what's the matter with... What is the matter with the bird?
Devil, take the bird. I'm concerned about you.
It's going... Stop it. What time is it?
It's 4:30. I'm calling Dr. Morton.
No. Not yet.
It might be appendicitis.
No. It's not that.
I'm going to kill that bird if it doesn't shut up.
Look, I'll be all right. I'll be all right. I'll see... God, I'll see Dr. Morton in the morning. George?
Yes, honey.
What time is it?
7 o'clock.
I fell asleep.
After the pain seemed to stop.
Oh, the pain. I'm so much better now.
Well, we're going to see Dr. Morton just as soon as you feel well enough to get up.
No, I'll be all right. I'll just stay home. I don't want to see Dr. Morton today.
Paula, you can't let it go. It might be something serious.
I promise I'll see him when it is necessary. I want to stay in bed today.
I'm going to call him and tell him about it after I make us some coffee.
All right. I'm going to wash.
I'll call Mr. Jordan also and tell him that you won't be in today.
He isn't going to like that.
Paula.
What?
Come in here.
What's the matter? You sound so...
I didn't do it, Paul. I know I threatened to, but I swear I didn't. I never gave the bird another thought after that painage. I never touched it.
Oh, George, it's all crumpled up.
It's dead, Paul. The bird is dead.
How long ago was this attack?
A little over a month ago, Dr. Morton.
Why didn't you see me right away?
Well, I wanted to be sure.
Well, Paula, there are some preliminary signs similar to pregnancy.
That's what I thought. I knew it would be.
Don't get your hopes up yet, Paula. I told you about
the impossibility of your...
I know, but I think that...
And I said these symptoms are similar to pregnancy. They could be caused by something else. I'd like to run a few more tests.
All right, anything that you say, but this time they're going to be positive. I know, Dr. Morton, I just know. A woman knows when life has started within her. Hello?
Mrs. Richards, I thought I'd be seeing you by now.
Oh, yes, well, the doctor hasn't confirmed it yet, but
But we know, don't we?
Yes.
The second part of our bargain is due, Mrs. Richards. $5,000. And after what we've already been through, I think you know I mean what I say.
Yes, I do.
Good. I'll be expecting you, Mrs. Richards.
I promise I'll keep my end of the bargain. I told you I arranged for the money. It just hasn't come in yet. I'll check on it today.
Good. I'll be seeing you soon, then.
Yes, I promise.
I hope so, Mrs. Richards. You know what I can do.
Hello, may I speak to Mr. Morton, please? No, Mr. Morton Sr. Yeah. What? Oh, God, when? Well, he can't be dead. He just can't be dead. Well, listen, do you know if he sent... Oh, no, you wouldn't know that. What am I going to do? Dear God. No, I don't want to speak to anyone else.
I expected you sooner.
I'm sorry. I had to turn to another source for the money.
It doesn't matter. You're here with it now?
It's all there.
Good. We're almost even then, eh?
I hope so.
You don't sound grateful, Mrs. Richards. You wanted a child, and you are pregnant. You should be grateful. I have lost my son.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Claude is dead. But he was so ill, perhaps it's better. Part of this will pay for the funeral. The rest is for the future.
I really must go now.
Of course. Go. And good fortune. You won't need the amulet anymore. Save it as a souvenir. And I'll be seeing you when the baby is born.
Paula, George. Sit down. Well, I'm sure glad Paula's finally decided to have you check on those stomach pains, Dr. Morton.
When I examined her last week...
Last week?
I didn't tell you, George. I wanted to be sure first.
Sure what?
I'm going to have a baby.
What?
That's right, George. I wanted to see you both about the results of the tests. It's almost impossible for me to believe, but it's conclusive. Paula is pregnant.
I wanted it so much for you, George.
What? You said that Paula could never conceive or bear a child.
I did, but Paula proved us wrong. Believe me, many things happen to prove us wrong now and then.
You're happy, George?
Happy? Oh, Paula, now I know why you've been so irritable and distant. You know, I feel like I'm getting my wife back along with a baby.
Well, I want to see you every 2 weeks. We usually make it a monthly visit, but you're an unusual case.
A very wonderful case.
I wish you both much happiness.
You wanted to see me, Mr. Jordan?
Yes, Paula. How are you feeling?
I think full is the word.
When is the big day?
The end of August. It's only 3 months. I'm going to spend an uncomfortable summer.
It looks that way. I don't know any way of saying this, Paula, other than just coming right out with it. You know we were audited last month at the end of the quarter.
Yes.
The auditors found a shortage of $5,000. I'll have to have an explanation.
Yes, I suppose you will.
Now, I know there must be a reason, Paula. You've worked for me for 5 years. Never a mistake.
I'm going to tell you the truth. I just hope that you can believe it.
Why shouldn't I?
couldn't get the money anywhere. I haven't told George, but we'll pay it back. Look, I promise you.
I hope so. But I'll go along with that.
Thank you, Mr. Jordan.
Right now, the baby's the important thing.
George, it's time. I know it.
I'll get Dr. Morton.
I'll get the suitcase.
Congratulations, Dad.
Everything's all right. Paula?
Paula's fine.
Boy or girl?
Only the mother can tell you that. Go on in.
Paula, honey.
George, isn't he beautiful? I've already named him George Jr. I hope you don't mind.
Mind? Oh, no. Honey, honey, honey. More champagne, Edna?
Silly question.
A toast to the godmother.
Here.
Oh, you two. You know you're going to make a grown woman cry.
To Edna and to little George.
Oh, I'm so happy for both of you. And you don't know how relieved I am.
Relieved?
Oh. Well, what I mean is
I think that Edna means that she's relieved she doesn't have to listen to my troubles at lunch anymore. From now on, everything's roses.
I'll get it. Hello? Yes. It's for you, honey.
Hello?
Hello, Mrs. Richards. Congratulations on your new son.
Well, how did you... thank you.
It's time now for the favor. The last part of our bargain.
Yes, I suppose it is.
Good. I'll see you here in my studio tomorrow with the baby.
Just to see him?
That's all. Just to see him.
All right.
Good.
Come in.
I don't want to seem rude, but I'd like to get this over with just as quickly as possible.
Come. Let me hold him. There we are. What a fine, healthy boy. Aren't you, Claude? Such a fine, strong legs now. They don't hurt anymore, do they, Claude?
Give me back the baby.
Mother told you everything would be all right, Claude. Yes, Claude.
Oh, my God, what is it?
Mother told you that you'd be away for a little while. But now we're together again. And you won't be sick anymore, Claude. You have a fine new body now. And we'll take better care of it than we did with the last one. Mother will see to that, Claude. Mother will see to it.
So, little George, or little Claude, whichever you prefer, seems to have more than his share of mothers. Perhaps Paula and Mother Love will share the raising of the child. But whatever they do, I hope that you, if you're ever tempted to deal in spells, will remember some age-old advice and follow it. Caveat emptor. Let the buyer beware. I'll be back shortly.
And now, with another story of mystery and intrigue, here is Commander Neville Putney to keep you in anxiety. What's this story about, Commander?
Well, it concerns a middle-aged business executive named Fremont Witherton, who, after spending his entire career with the same firm, returned home one evening with his dreams suddenly shattered.
Is that you, Fremont?
It's me, Erica.
Fremont, you look so peaked.
Erica, I've been fired. That new plant manager, he's been trying to cut me out, and today he succeeded.
Well, you don't need to give me that hangdog look. Just go out and get another job.
I'm through, Erica. I'm 58 years old. Nobody will hire me for half the salary I've been making. My only hope is to kill the plant manager.
Fremont, I hate rough stuff, but if you've decided, your Roscoe's upstairs in the trunk. You load it, and I'll warm up the getaway car.
Hey, young man. How about that for a story?
Now, that was a dilly, Commander, but you just can't leave us this way. How did it all come out?
Time's up for now, but tune in, Bob and Ray, on WOR 3:15 to 7, and maybe you'll find out.
This is WOR New York, your Mystery Theater station.
Good evening, everyone. This is Patricia McCann. Welcome back to the New York Times, Craig Claiborne, and to the McCann program tomorrow morning at 11:15 a.m. right here on WOR.
Ah, sweet mystery, magic, mysticism. These are the ingredients we mix well, chill, and serve nightly on Radio Mystery Theater. Come and enjoy our hospitality again when malice heads the menu and menace is our mead. Our cast included Joan Hackett, Vinette Carroll, Mason Adams, Leon Janney, Evie Juster, and Roger DeCoven. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Am I dead? Not quite. You're in a hospital with a bullet in your brain. As the saying goes, as good as dead.
And Sherry and Herb got away with it. Oh, it isn't fair. If I only had it to do all over again.
Suppose you had. Could you do better?
Of course. Of course, if I knew what I know now.
Naturally. That would have to be a precondition if you're asking for yesterday to live over again.
Oh, please. Please, give me the chance.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The WOR Mystery Theater was brought to you by ShopRite Supermarkets, where you get a lot more for a little less, and Suburban Savings, with offices throughout New Jersey. The preceding Mystery Theater program was furnished by the CBS Radio Network. Next, a scene from tomorrow night's Edge of the Seat entertainment of the WOR Radio Mystery Theater.
Brain injury, boys. Handle with care. That's it. Nice and easy. Keep him flat on the cart.
How is he, Doc?
Still breathing, Sergeant. Touch and go. You want to stay with it as we take him in?
You don't see that. What's he saying?
Search me.
Could hold up a minute so I can hear what he's
Not
trying
a
to
second, Sergeant. Anything this guy has to tell you will be after he's operated on, not before. If then.
Sounds like he's talking with someone. Asking for something. Yesterday. There, something about yesterday.
What this baby ought to be worrying about is tomorrow.
Listen for The Man Who Asked for Yesterday, another chilling tale on the WOR Radio Mystery Theater tomorrow night, right after the Fulton Lewis commentary at 7.
This is Sherry Henry, proud as a winning politician to announce my special guest tomorrow is Mrs. Malcolm Wilson, the wife of our new governor of New York. Now, you know, the truth is, even though the Wilsons have been at the pinnacle of state government for 16 years, we really know very little about them as people. And what fun, I promise you, it's going to be to meet this charming First Lady. That's Mrs. Malcolm Wilson on the Sherry Henry program. It's tomorrow afternoon, 2:15 on WOR Radio.
You're now to set for news with John Scott, WOR New York.
Jessica Tandy and Hume Cronin in The Marriage. The sponsors of this program offer no endorsement of the opinions, philosophies, stubbornness, or confusion of the persons represented therein. However, with the conviction that marriage remains the most popular domestic arrangement between friendly people, NBC takes pleasure in presenting by transcription one of the most distinguished couples in the American theater, Jessica Tandy and Hume Cronin as Liz and Ben Marriott in the new dramatic series, The Marriage.
Even the most discreet of family men are guilty of tossing out an occasional boomerang, a boomerang known technically as the unwise statement. On the morning after the night before, a man says to his wife, never again, so help me. An unwise statement. And here's another. If you ever get to New York, be sure to look me up. Well, it was statement number 2 that came winging back to hit us the other night. Emily and Pete were in bed. Liz was writing some letters, and I was putting a new plug on a light cord.
It always makes me nervous to watch someone fiddle around with electricity. Are you sure you know what you're doing?
Perfectly. Where did those pliers go?
You're sitting on them.
Huh?
No, under your left side.
Oh. I think I'll simplify the wiring in this room.
What's the matter with it?
Too many long cords twisted all over the place. Wonder why I have so many little bolts.
Maybe you should just simplify the toolbox. Ben.
Yeah?
I think we've got a slight problem we have to consider.
What?
A telegram that came today.
Where? Where is it? Who's it from?
My dear open-hearted husband. It's from that first citizen of Elkhart, Kansas, our beloved but slightly overwhelming benefactor, Mr. Frederick Hetzel.
Fred Hetzel? After all this time?
Fred Hetzel after all this time.
This is known as an echo conversation.
He's going to make his first visit to New York unforgettable for all 3 of us.
Let me see that. Hardware booming, but time called to show you grand kids that Elkhart knows how roar. Signed,
Yowie, old Fred.
What are we going to do?
See him, of course.
For 4 whole days?
Ben, he was wonderful to us.
I know. Any Kansan might give you a lift when your car breaks down, but who else would put a stranger up at his house for 3 days when it turns out that the motor has to be practically reincarnated?
He may be a little shocked to see how us grand kids have changed since 1937. Oh, well, I guess the best way to show our gratitude is to let him be nice to us again.
Pop! Hey, Pop!
Careful, Pete. Clear all wires.
Pop, why did some people get mad when President Roosevelt changed the time of Thanksgiving?
I thought you were asleep.
In school, Miss Whitaker said some people got mad. Why?
Well, Pete, it's just that Thanksgiving's something that people like to keep the same way it's always been.
The way I'd like to keep the wiring in this room.
Oh. Hey, Pop.
Go to bed, Pete. It's late.
Okay. Good night.
Good night, dear.
Good night.
But, Pop, you've got the radio plugged into the wire that's plugged into the lamp at the other end.
Liz, what's the matter with us? We won't be able to see Fred Hetzel a week from Thursday.
Why not?
A week from Thursday's Thanksgiving.
Ben, holiday or no holiday, we can't just ignore him.
Unless we happen not to be here.
Huh?
Mm-hmm. His feelings couldn't be hurt if we'd made plans not to be here.
Where could we be?
In the country. Why not? We bought that place. Why not go out there and have a real old-fashioned Thanksgiving weekend? Kids haven't even seen the house. This is a perfect time for it.
You mean go and eat Thanksgiving dinner out there?
Sure.
And sleep there for 3 whole cold Connecticut nights? Ben, the place is a mess, and you know it.
Well,
the Pilgrims, after all, were used to the rugged life. We are not.
Well, it's high time the kids had a taste of it. I'm surprised I didn't think of it before. What's Thanksgiving in New York anyway? Traffic, noise, dirt, a frozen turkey from the supermarket, canned cranberry sauce. Did the Pilgrims have canned cranberry sauce?
Don't rationalize, dear. All you've come up with is a bad dodge for avoiding Fred Hetzel.
Well, if it was any other time, I'd face it gladly. Catch the morning show at the Roxy, visit the Flea Circus on 42nd Street.
Ben, listen to me. I like the idea of a weekend in the country. I really do. But our place just isn't ready to be lived in. I'd be a nervous wreck, and so would you.
I tell you, we'll go out this Sunday. Just to try it out. If the four of us can't get that house bearable in a day, we're not worth much.
Do you really think Pete and Emily would be much help?
They've got to learn to work with their hands. I was a city kid, too. Don't forget that.
I know.
Uh-huh.
Dan, it seems darker in here.
It does, doesn't it? Let's see. Where does this wire go?
Dan, it's all very well to get dewy-eyed about the Pilgrim Fathers, but...
Let's try it.
And just forget about Fred Hetzel?
Well, we'll be back for Sunday night. We could see him then.
So we could. Dan, I think you...
Yes, I know. I've blown a fuse. Go ahead. I'm waiting for the laugh.
Don't be silly, darling. Did the Pilgrim Fathers have electric lights?
At first, Emily and Pete were a little disconcerted by the notion of bringing civilization to the wilderness. But since it was our own wilderness, newly acquired a couple of weeks before, they finally agreed to the experiment. The drive out to Connecticut early Sunday morning was a joy. And the arrival at our ancient, charming, unpaid-for place was ecstatic.
Hey, this is terrific. Look at those Keno woods.
Those what woods?
Keno. It's his word for the week.
Mom, next summer can we have a house party? Everybody could sleep on the porch. Pop, didn't you say there was a lake or something? Silly, it's only a pond. Where is it, Daddy?
Over there.
Hey, Em, let's explore. Sure. Come on. The super chief of the convention.
Hey, you kids, come on back here. Enter the house. There's work to be done.
They were gone. I followed Liz into the kitchen with my tool chest and a can of kerosene to see if I could get the old oil stove working. I couldn't. Emily showed up a few minutes later and began poking around with a broom in a desultory fashion. I went on the warpath looking for Pete, the vanishing American. I felt as if we belonged to rival tribes. What happened was that he found me in a thicket.
Pop, what are you doing? You caught or something?
Never mind. Now, look, you go right back to the house. Do you remember what I said? Everybody has to help.
Sure, Pop. Like I said, I want to help.
Come on, then.
You know, this place is Keno.
Mm-hmm.
What do you want me to do, chop down a tree?
We'll work up to that gradually. Just start by pulling those vines loose. They keep the back door from opening.
Okay, you bet. Sure thing.
Pete!
Hey, Pop! Look where I am! Only I can't get down!
I told you to pull the vine loose, not use it for a ladder.
It happened like that. So I climbed up here to look around. It's Keno!
I got Pete off the roof and put him to work indoors. The attic had a couple of loose floorboards. I handed him a hammer and some long nails and went downstairs to help Liz out with a big, beautiful brass bed.
They're in as far as they'll go.
Good boy. I'll come up and check.
What do you mean they're in? Those boards are as loose as they were before.
I meant the nails. They won't go in any farther.
The two loose boards looked like a pair of disheveled porcupines, prickly with nails at every conceivable angle, nails that fell out when I brushed them with my hand. The tough old wood had been too much for Pete's way with a hammer. He even put up a fight against my own technique, but I made it.
Everything all right? Down here, we were sort of showered.
With chipped paint.
Where's Pete?
Daddy, I think I'm going to sleep on this old mattress. It's not so very moldy.
Where's Pete?
He went to collect firewood.
Does he think he can just pick up firewood? Like driftwood on the beach?
He took the hatchet.
Oh, well, that's just Keno. After the hammer episode, I feared for the wood chopping exploits of my assistant handyman. I needn't have worried. When I finally found him, after searching for a good part of what was left of the precious afternoon, he was asleep. asleep under a bush with a handful of sticks cuddled up against his chest. I kicked him. Gently, of course.
Oh. Hi, Pop.
Hi.
Gee, it's kind of cold. I fell asleep.
Woodsman, I see that I didn't have to warn you to spare that tree.
But these will be all right for kindling, won't they?
Peter,
What?
where's the hatchet?
The hatchet?
The hatchet. We can run through that a couple of times more if you like. The hatchet, the hatchet, the hatchet, the hatchet.
Well, it was like this. I was exploring, sort of, over that way, and I heard something dripping. Now, in the movie, The Last of the Comanches, when they were all dying of thirst, the Indian boy put his ear to the ground till he found the well.
Mm-hmm.
So I started moving my head along the ground. I came to a space where there are a lot of boards on the ground, and the dripping got louder. I pushed one of the boards and,
Go on.
well, the hatchet sort of slipped through the hole, and I heard a splash. I looked down, but I couldn't see anything.
That did it. We packed up the equipment that was left and went back to the city. Even I was convinced that the old plantation was nowhere near ready to harbor 4 Marriotts for a whole weekend. Liz was very nice about the whole thing. She didn't needle me. She didn't bring the subject up till just before we went to sleep.
Ben, dear.
Yes?
We could still go, you know.
Go where?
To our house, just for the day.
No.
In spite of everything, the kids are crazy about it. It's going to be a wonderful place.
Maybe. By 1960.
Oh, we could cook here and take the food along.
It doesn't mean anything to me. I don't care if we eat a progressive dinner at the Automat.
Ben, what's the matter? What's really eating you?
Our kids. Our children, Emily and Peter, they're spoiled, soft, especially Pete.
He is? Why should he be able to cope with the country? It's not his environment.
Well, now, there are plenty of things he could have done.
Wouldn't you have been excited? Wouldn't you have gone cavorting all over the landscape if you'd never seen the place before?
Well, maybe. But I wouldn't have dropped a hatchet down the well. Thanksgiving Day arrived and was distinctly spiritless in the Marriott household. Liz knocked herself out on the turkey and fixings, but right after dinner, Emily went to her football game and Pete went to his movie. It was entitled Sioux Uprising. I went for a walk in the trackless wilds of Greenwich Village, and Liz took a nap. In the evening, we reconvened, but no one volunteered to share his experiences of the day. After a while, Pete went to bed.
Answer, will you, Emily?
Yes, Mother.
You kidding? Every time it rings, she's there with the speed of light.
Hello? Yes, it is. No, I'm not. I'm her daughter. Uncle who? I think you better talk to Daddy.
Liz?
No, I'm 15, but... Well, I don't know.
Who is it, dear?
He says I should call him Uncle Fred. He's at LaGuardia Airport.
Fred Hetzel. I'd forgotten all about him. I'll take it, Em.
Here.
Fred! How are you, fella?
Fella.
What? Tonight. Well, Fred, it's pretty late. Be after 11 by the time you got here. What? Of course I know how to roar. Here, Liz, take it over, will you?
Shall I roar? Fred! Fred, it's wonderful to hear from you. Oh, we couldn't tonight. I'm dead. But Ben's off all day tomorrow. Oh, we'd love it, of course.
I wasn't going to take tomorrow off. I was going to...
That's right, the whole weekend. No special ideas. Oh, you do? Well, we've seen quite a bit, really, but... Oh, of course, Fred. We'll be ready. See you tomorrow, then. Good night.
He isn't a real uncle, is he, Daddy?
No, Emily. Bogus. He's a very nice hardware man who was kind to your mother and me in Kansas in 1937.
Sounds kind of spooky.
Don't try to understand, dear. Let's all go to bed. Your father and I have to be in a sort of a track meet tomorrow.
I don't get it, but, well, good luck. Good night.
Good Good night, Em.
Good night, Em. Well, what's on the Hetzel program?
Everything. Fred says he's always heard New Yorkers are the last ones to see the sights of their own city.
Huh.
He's going to make us kids exceptions by taking us on the grand tour.
Doesn't he know the kids with kids are exceptions already? We've been everywhere.
Obviously not.
Why didn't you tell him?
Ben, how could we? He's so happy to be here.
Does he know where to take us?
Well, if not, he'll find out.
I have a question for you, Liz. Who's buried in Grant's tomb? On Friday morning, old Fred hit the doorstep. He hardly gave us a chance to say hello.
Man, oh, man, do I love you both.
Well,
Don't
Fred,
start yapping now. We'll catch up on the way. You kids are really going to see your own city. Say, have you heard about the stove salesman who lost his nerve when the heat was on?
Colorful Oriental Chinatown.
That's Hong Chi's, you remember?
Oh, yeah.
The restaurant where Pete got so sick on that colorful Oriental apple pie.
Ah, this is real interesting. Say, have you heard the one about the refrigerator man who wondered why he always got a chilly reception?
But did they have to make the Statue of Liberty so tall? Ben, I couldn't even make these steps 10 years ago.
Hang on to me, dear. Out of loyalty to Elkhart, Kansas.
Sorry they don't let you up into the torch anymore. Boy, is this great for the old leg muscles. So I wanted you to see one place nobody would get to see, even a New Yorker who had the time. There's a friend of mine. He helped me with some tough litigation on a defective storm window case. Told me about this Hall of Records. It's got property deeds dating from 1653.
But Fred, Ben's a lawyer, too.
Naturally, this is a mighty useful place to know about.
Are we going anywhere else, Fred?
You bet your life. Which reminds me, you kids ever listen to Groucho Marx?
We certainly do.
Oh, I love that gag of his. You know the one I mean. Tell me, who's buried in Grant's tomb?
Agonizing day ran out at last, and we had a respite. A respite during which we had to spruce up for the evening agenda. Dinner at a place where we'd once been clipped, a so-called comedy we'd suffered through last winter, the whole to be topped off with a gay fling at the Latin Casino. We were dressing gamely.
I feel as if today were a milestone, like my 70th birthday.
A client of mine saw me on that parachute jump.
I wonder what he was doing there.
Maybe he was being nice to a man who'd once been nice to him in Kansas. Well, that does it.
What?
Shoelace.
Go barefoot.
Liz?
I haven't the strength to answer any more questions, Ben.
I'll make it a statement, then. Numbness may save us tonight, but what about tomorrow?
No fair. That's a question.
Fred said that tomorrow we were going to...
I know.
Can I come in now?
Yes, you may.
Where are you going?
Everywhere, dear.
With this guy?
Yes, Pete.
Who is this guy, anyway?
He's a man of high purpose, Pete. Your mother and I are frailer vessels.
Oh. Why didn't we go to the country for the weekend? Like we were going to. You never told me why.
I almost don't remember.
Well, there was just too much to be done to get the place ready, Pete.
I could have helped.
Huh?
Hey, Em says you went to Coney Island today. Lucky duckers.
Yeah, it was Keno.
Em says I messed up the whole weekend.
You helped, Hatchet Man. You helped.
Don't, Ben.
I get it.
That must be Fred, ahead of the dot. Are you all set?
Never, 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 never. Promptness is a vice. Gratitude is an overrated virtue. Kindness is doom. We go and it is done. The bell invites us. Hear it not, Marriott's. It is a knell that summons us to pleasure or to hell. About the details of the evening, let's just say that it ended at last, somewhat to my surprise. Ended with Fred's promise to be at our door bright and early the next morning. Liz and I slept right through the alarm. First thing I heard the next morning was voices filtering through the
I guess
fuzziness.
they're tired. Mom usually wakes up the first time you shout.
Never mind, Pete, my lad. Let them sleep. I don't mind sitting. They make hard cement in your town.
How do you like Coney Island?
Fine. Fine. I like it fine.
Me too. Pop doesn't like it much.
He doesn't?
No. He used to, but...
But what?
Well, I guess he's getting older, and he likes to be quiet.
Oh. Too bad he didn't tell me. Too bad I didn't take you.
Yeah. He likes Chinatown all right, though. Where else did you go yesterday?
Well, Statue of Liberty.
Again?
Uh-huh. Fulton Fish Market.
Pop likes to eat fish, but he hates the smell of it. You know something? We weren't supposed to be here at all this weekend.
Where were you supposed to be?
Well, we've got a Keno new old house in Connecticut, in the country. We were supposed to get it all fixed up Sunday, so we could spend the weekend there. Only...
Then how come you didn't go? On account of your Uncle Fred?
I don't know. Maybe. Only it's still kind of a mess out there. I sort of let Pop down. I dropped the hatchet down the well.
Why did you do that?
Pop says I'm not very good with tools. Are you? Hammers and axes and things like that?
Am I good with them, Pete? I live by them. I sell them. Hetzel Wholesale has the best line of tools in the country.
Yeah? Too bad you didn't come out to the country instead of staying here and running Mom and Pop ragged.
Good morning, Peter. I'll see you later.
I was just telling Uncle Fred about...
Yes, I heard. Will you go and get dressed, please? Now, look, Fred. About that foolish stuff that Pete was dishing out, just nonsense. Liz and I have been delighted
No, you haven't. You've been run ragged. And you know something? So is old Fred. I was ready to call it quits after the first night.
What?
But I didn't want to disappoint you kids.
Why? We thought that you were
We'd all gone right on beating our brains out if it wasn't for that Pete. The one honest, straight-headed character in the crowd. Brother, I can't take the pace in this city. Why didn't you kids tell me you got a nice, quiet house in the country? When do we start?
Ben and Liz Marriott will be back in just a moment. In the meantime...
Wonderful.
You know, Peter certainly knows how to handle people.
Better than we do. At least friendly Kansans. I guess you'll learn to handle things, too, after a while.
What are you talking about?
Oh, Fred told me. Pete dropped the rake in the pond.
Now, what was he doing, for heaven's sake?
Trying to catch fish.
Oh. Good night.
Good night, darling.
Enjoy NBC Star Playhouse tonight on the NBC Radio Network.
Lux presents Hollywood. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Flakes, bring you the Lux Radio Theater, starring Mark Stevens, Richard Widmark, and Lloyd Nolan in The Street with No Name. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keeley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. There's an invisible battle raging constantly throughout this land. Tonight's play is the story of one incident in this battle between a ruthless underworld and the relentless courage of the men of the FBI. The play is The Street with No Name, and while directing the picture for 20th Century Fox, I had the privilege of working closely with the director of the FBI, Mr. J. Edgar Hoover, and seeing firsthand the machine-like precision of the Bureau. Tonight, we have the same three stars who were in the picture: Mark Stevens, Richard Widmark, and Lloyd Nolan. 3 accomplished players who bring the ring of cold truth to this fight between the champions of the law and the forces of evil. Of course, the housewives in our audience are waging a daily battle of their own these days, and many of them have chosen Lux Flakes as an ally. Their fight is to make nice things stay new-looking longer, a perfect assignment for Lux Flakes. And our stars have their assignments, so the curtain rises on The Street with No Name, starring Mark Stevens as Gene Cordell, Richard Widmark as Alex Stiles, and Lloyd Nolan as Inspector Briggs. Some months ago, late at night, a group of men entered the Meadowbrook Club, a typical roadhouse on the outskirts of Center City. They drew guns, and their leader...
This is a stick-up. Hands on the table and don't move. Come on, snap it up. All right, get up against the wall.
Methodically, the men proceeded to line the guests up against the wall.
Come on, you...
Unfortunately, a woman became hysterical. She screamed. Victim, Helen Jennings, housewife. Survivors, husband and 2 children. The bullet that killed Mrs. Jennings was sent by the Center City Police to FBI headquarters in Washington, examined and carefully cataloged. 5 days later, also in Center City, a guard was murdered while trying to prevent the holdup of a bank. 2 murders within 5 days in the same city. This bank robbery, a violation of a federal statute, gave the FBI jurisdiction to come in actively on the case. It was assigned to Inspector George A. Briggs. Briggs went at once to Center City. He was met by Richard Atkins, special agent in charge of the FBI field office.
Well, your hunch was right, Atkins. The bullet that killed the bank guard came from the same gun that killed the Jennings woman, the Luger automatic. Tell me, you getting any help from the police?
Full cooperation. Homitz, he's the chief, and Lieutenant Stoller of the homicide squad.
Yes, you mentioned a man named Demery.
Oh, yes, a member of the city council, chairman of the police advisory board. There's an election coming up.
Oh. Funny how certain politicians discover there's a police department just before an election.
Yes. If it's all right with you, Inspector, suppose we go straight to police headquarters. Chief Homitz, Lieutenant Stoller, and Councilman Demery, Inspector Briggs.
How do you do, gentlemen?
As a councilman, I'm certainly glad to see you, Inspector. We can use a little help right now. I guess Atkins has told you where we stand.
I told him he can expect full cooperation, Chief.
Of course, there's no point trying to kid you, Inspector. Things here are in a pretty bad way. Yes, crime has really moved into this town. Oh, now, don't misunderstand me, Chief. Nobody's blaming you. You need more help than we've given you. The mayor and the council recognize that. But neither recriminations nor promises will give us results. And that's what we've got to get. So I don't mind saying I feel a lot better with Chief Briggs here. Well, as far as the police department's concerned, we're... Excuse me. Yes? Good. That's more like it. Bring him in. Well, maybe we've got our first break. And what does that mean? A couple of the boys just picked up a suspect. Looks good. They're bringing him in now.
Yes, the suspect looked very good. Robert Danker, age 24. Tough guy. Police record. But Danker refused to confess.
Now, you better stop this double talk, Danker, and start giving us some facts. What time did you leave the Meadowbrook the night of the holdup?
I told you I was never in that crib joint.
You're certain of that?
Sure, I'm certain.
Well, then what about this driver's license? State of California made out to Robert Danker. Is it yours?
Yeah. Yeah, it's mine.
This license was found on the floor of the Meadowbrook right after Helen Jennings was murdered. And you tell us you weren't there.
That's the guy who swiped it, how it got there. It's a frame.
Who's framing
I'll take care of it myself.
Look, if you're being framed, we want to help you. Use your head, Danker. Your best chance to clear yourself is to prove you were framed.
I'll prove it my own way when I get out of here.
That may not be so easy.
Okay, I'll take my chances.
You claim that you were in Chicago the night of the holdup.
Yeah, I was.
Well, have you got any proof of that? Who saw you there?
Look, it's a city. Nobody sees you in a city.
Well, what about a room clerk, landlady?
I didn't have no room.
Well, where'd you sleep that night?
Under a new building going up near the freight yard.
Danker, This jacket you're wearing, what's this spot, this red spot here near the shoulder?
It's paint, red paint. It come off a girder in the cellar of the building where I hold up.
All right, Danker, take it off.
It's paint, I tell you. What are you booking me on?
For the time being, suspicion of robbery.
Danker's jacket was sent immediately to the FBI laboratories for microscopic examination and chemical analysis. They teletyped their findings to our office in Center City. Lieutenant Stoller was with the chief when I arrived at police headquarters.
Oh, what's the score, Inspector?
Well, Stoller, the red paint was paint. The red spot was paint. Danker is innocent.
Innocent?
That's right, Chief. That girder was painted at 5:30 on the afternoon of the murder. It was quick-drying paint, 6 to 8 hours.
Mm-hmm.
The paint penetrated Danker's jacket just enough to show that it was almost dry at the time that Danker rubbed against it.
Oh, and the kid was framed, huh, with that driver's license.
Now, if we can get him to open up about that license, when he lost it, or if he lent it to somebody.
Well, let's go talk to him now.
I've got to run along. Let me know how you make out, Stoller.
So we went to the jail, Lieutenant Stoller and I. Only Danker wasn't there. Early that morning, he'd been released on bail. Bail furnished by the Personal Bonding Company. Their office was right across the street.
That's right, gentlemen. $5,000 bail for one Robert Danker.
You mind telling us who put up the money?
Oh, no, not at all. It's right here on the card. John Smith.
You know this Mr. Smith?
Never met him before in all my life. Wouldn't know him if I saw him again.
Any address?
Yes, but I think you'll find it just as phony as the name. They all do it. Here, Hotel Conlon.
All right, let's go, Stoller.
Glad to help you boys any time at all.
That night, at 20 minutes past 11, a body with numerous knife wounds was found on the main highway leading from Center City. It was identified as Robert Danker. I spent the next day with Atkins, our field agent, getting together certain essential information about Center City. I then returned to Washington. This case wasn't for me, and it wasn't for Atkins. It would have to be handled by someone who had never been seen in Center City before. By someone uniquely qualified for a very tough assignment. 10 days later, I had picked him out. His name, Gene Cordell. I was going over the case with Cordell when Cy Gordon came into my office.
Hello, Inspector. You tell me you got a job for me.
Yeah, pull up a chair, Cy. Oh, I don't suppose you know Gene Cordell?
Doesn't know me. Huh. Who brought me into the bureau? Kept me from being a wealthy lawyer. How are you, Cy?
Glad to see you again, Gene.
Oh, I was just telling Gene about this Center City affair. Now, it's pretty obvious that the same gang that pulled the bank robbery also pulled the Meadowbrook job and framed Robert Danker. Gene, take a look at these maps. Now, we know that Danker's hangout was right here in this section. Skid Row, huh? That's right, Skid Row. Here's Dock Street. Here's where Danker had a room, Royal Hotel. These are the various pool rooms and dives he was known to hang out in. And here's the Dock Street Gym.
Gym?
That's right. It's up one floor from the street for prize fighters. It's a place to train, a few sparring rings. It's also a hangout for hoodlums and gamblers. Since the war, at least half a dozen gangs have sprung up in this one area alone. And I'm convinced that one of them is responsible for the murders of the Jennings girl, the bank guard, and now Danker. Now, Gene, you're going to follow in Danker's footsteps. Drift into Center City sometime next week. Get a room at the Royal Hotel. And start trying to work yourself in. Cy here's going with you.
I couldn't ask for anyone better.
This is a one-man job, Gene. Cy will only be your contact. He'll get a room across the street from the Royal Hotel and put in a radio. And as soon as you learn anything, pass it on to him. Now, this Danker was a tough kid who knew his way around. You're to be his carbon copy. Now, I'll tell you exactly what I've got in mind. Well, that's how Gene Cordell went to Center City with Cy Gordon as his liaison. You're going to hear now what happened to him there. And And I guess the best way to reconstruct it is to give you the facts just as they occurred. For 2 weeks, Gene Cordell, now using the name of George Manley, bummed around Skid Row. Pool rooms, beer parlors, any place where he could be seen and accepted as a mug who knew his way around. Smart talking, tough. And then Gene started showing up in the Dock Street gym, watching the sparring match.
And ring number 2, David McGeehan, now go in and get Giuliano. Ring number 1, Kid Giovanni, boxing Pepe.
Gene Cordell knew a little something about boxing himself. He started to needle one of the fighters.
Hey, Giovino, step in with that left jab. What's the matter with you? Keep it up high. Okay, now, shoot the right. Shoot it! Get some brains. You're telegraphing it.
Hey, Snoop, dry up, will you? Counterpunch, kid. I told you counterpunch.
Keep your right up, Giovino. Block when he hooks. Block!
Now, look, Buster, take off.
You his trainer?
Yeah, I'm his trainer. What about it?
What are you training for, a quick dive? Come on, keep your left up, sucker. He'll tear your ears off.
All right, wife guy.
I'm trying to help your boy. Could use a little sharpening up.
Open your teeth once more and so help me out while you...
He bought a ticket to come in and watch, didn't he?
Well, that don't give him no...
lay off. Maybe you could show the kid a couple of things, huh?
Could be.
I'll give you $5 if you can go one round.
Make it 10.
You got a deal. Hey, Matty, get the champ some gear. He's going in there with the kid.
Gene went 3 rounds. He took something of a shellacking, but I guess he figured it was worth it. A few minutes later, in the dressing room...
Not bad, not bad.
Hey, you owe me $30.
Here, take it, sucker.
Okay, thanks. Hey, Alex Stiles, huh?
Yeah, I'm Alex Stiles, huh?
Some of the boys, they pointed me out to you. You own this place, huh?
You ever think of getting your teeth knocked in for more than just laughs?
Not anymore, I don't. Easier ways than that to pick up a quick buck.
Yeah? For instance?
Maybe I'll let you know when I've run through your 30.
Around the corner from the Dock Street gym, there's a penny arcade. Cordell and Gordon had picked it as one of their meeting places. Cordell was playing a pinball machine when Gordon wandered in and started playing the one next to him.
I think I've got a lead.
Go ahead.
Dock Street gym. Somebody went through my wallet. Lifted my Social Security card.
Good, fine. Now, what you better do is take it easy, cops.
Just a minute, Duke.
Oh, me? What's the matter?
What's your name?
What's it to you?
Come on, let's have it.
Manley.
George Manley?
Yeah.
You're under arrest.
Now, wait a minute. What for?
Next time you break into a jewelry store, don't leave your Social Security card. Let's go, Manley.
This is Gordon calling WFBI. Gordon calling WFBI.
Come in, Gordon.
Get this to Briggs, Washington. Cordell arrested early tonight. Suspicion of robbery. Tell Briggs Danker's shoes fit Cordell perfectly. That's all.
Two days later, a routine request, one of approximately 26,000 received daily by the FBI in Washington, came into the Identification Division from the Police Department of Center City. It asked for the complete file of a suspect under arrest for robbery. Name, George Manley. To prevent exposing George Manley's real identity, we sent a fake criminal record back to the Center City Police. And the following day, by teletype.
Briggs from Atkins, Center City. George Manley released today on bail. Bail posted by John Smith.
Bail posted by John Smith. Yes. What had happened to Robert Danker was happening to Agent Gene Cordell. Step by step. Cy Gordon was right. The shoes fit perfectly.
And ring 2, Billy McClure, now going with Phil Giordano.
Hello, Georgie. Well, I haven't seen you around lately.
How'd you know my name?
Oh, I know lots of things, Georgie. Get away, eh?
Yeah. Weekend in the country.
Courtesy of the city, eh?
Yeah, something like that.
Hey, wait a minute. What's your hurry, Georgie?
What goes, Stan?
Nothing at all.
I was just thinking that maybe we ought to get to know each other better. You busy tonight?
Not yet, I am.
Then you're invited.
Where?
You'll find out later. A friend of mine will pick you up around 9 o'clock. The Royal, isn't it? Crummy joint. See you, George.
Want a drink, honey?
Put it down.
How about giving me a little kiss, huh?
Do you mind? You're breathing down my neck.
My affectionate husband. What am I supposed to do around here? You playing the piano and all your high-class friends playing poker.
The door. Answer it.
Well, what did you think I was going to do? Hi, Chevy. Come on in. Oh, a stranger.
Hello, Georgie. Hi. Anything else, boss? No. Get yourself a hand in the poker game. Okay.
Hey, your friend, don't talk much, does he?
Chitty? No, Georgie. None of my friends talk very much. Come on, I want to see you alone. Sit down. What's your racket?
What's yours?
Sweet job you pulled in Pittsburgh. Smart. No conviction.
Pittsburgh? I ain't never been in Pittsburgh.
No? How about San Diego, April 47? Suspicion of armed robbery, no conviction.
You got me crossed.
How about Philly, last December? Grand larceny, no conviction. Miami, Richmond, Trenton, no conviction.
Look, what are you selling?
Here. Take a look at this report. A report direct from the FBI. Or should I say indirect? Through my pipeline here in Center City. In the police department, Georgie.
I don't get it. What goes?
I'm sorry about that weekend I gave you, but, you see, I'm building an organization along scientific lines. I need men who know their way around, who can get by. That's why I screened you.
Screened?
Sure, just like in the Army. I spot a guy who looks good, so what do? I get him framed. The cops check his record through the FBI. The report comes through. I get the report. It's my own idea. It takes connections, but I've got them.
Hey, this report of me here.
Ought to be back in the police files, Georgie? He'll get back.
Not bad.
Coming in, Georgie?
Well, if that's an offer, I'm sure grabbing it.
It's an offer.
Yeah, but wait a minute. What about my hearing? I'm supposed to show up in court Friday.
That'll be fixed. Forget it. Oh, there's just one little thing you'd better get straight, Georgie. I do the thinking. I give the orders.
That's okay by me.
Boss. Huh. You know, I want to like you, Georgie. You catch on fast. Here, buy yourself a closet full of clothes. I like my boys to look sharp.
WFBI calling Gordon. WFBI calling Gordon.
Come in, WFBI.
Inspector Briggs just arrived from Washington.
Good. Put him on.
Hello, Cy. Nothing new from Gene, huh?
Oh, Jen, Inspector. It's going to be a lot harder to contact from now on. He's with the Styles gang now most of the time.
I want to see him as soon as possible. Have you any idea how?
Well, today's Thursday. The usual meeting place for Thursdays is at night, a lunch wagon near the bay. Last ferry leaves at 10:30. Suppose you're on that ferry, Inspector. I'll try to have him join you.
Good. I'll be on the ferry.
Incidentally, I'm getting awful tired looking like a bum. Living like a bum, acting like a bum.
You keep your shirt on and arrange that meeting for me.
What'll it be, mister?
Coffee, Ann.
Out of donuts.
Okay, give me some pie.
Out of pie. Toast.
You won't get an argument out of me, honey. Toast.
Evening.
Coffee.
Yeah, a hamburger.
With?
Everything.
Okay.
Hey, miss, when's the next ferry?
Every hour and a half hour. And by God, the way, one out of a toast.
Hey, never mind that toast, lady. I just remembered something.
What's the matter with him?
Hold the toast, Eddie. We lost one.
By the time the ferry returned to Center City that night, Gene had convinced me that Styles' gang was the one we were after. The important thing now is to secure concrete evidence and ferret out who in the police department was making our records available to Alex Stiles. I saw Jean leave the ferry and disappear up the street, heading in the direction of the Royal Hotel.
Out kind of late, ain't you, Manley?
Chivy,
Yeah.
what's the idea?
Where you been, Georgie?
Took a ferry, across the river.
Yeah, I was tailing you most of the night. What'd you take a ferry for? Alec gets kind of curious about a new boy, likes to know what they do with their spare time. What'd you take a ferry for?
You trying to scare me with that knife? Put it away.
I said, what'd you take a ferry for?
What's it to you?
What you trying to pull?
Look, you got a long nose, Chivy. Why don't you keep to yourself?
Look, wise guy, from now on, you got no business. It ain't Alec's business.
You mean I got to share my special phone numbers with you guys?
The dame? So that was it. You know, I kind of figured that. Well, the boss just wanted to play it safe. What's the matter with the dames this side of the river?
Well, for one thing, too much competition.
Be at Alec's apartment tomorrow afternoon at 2 o'clock. I think maybe something's up. That's all, George.
Gordon calling WFBI. Gordon calling WFBI.
Come in, Gordon.
Get this to Inspector Briggs right away. The Stiles gang is planning a holdup tonight.
This is Briggs' side. Where and when?
There's no further information. Cordell unable to make usual contact this afternoon. I passed him on the street, but he couldn't stop. He had time to tell me that much and no more.
Is he contacting you again?
If he can. I'm watching his room now across the street. He isn't there. If he comes back before the night,
I may be able to give you something.
Okay, Si, thanks. We'll be waiting. Atkins, better alert all the men. We may be needing them tonight.
And now, here's our Hollywood reporter, Libby Collins. May I say, Libby, how charming you looked at the premiere of Command Decision?
Why, thank you, Mr. Keeley. But the men took the spotlight. You know, I think that's one of the most moving stories to come out of World War II.
Having been in the Air Force myself, I found it especially interesting. Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer has done a masterly job of adapting it from the New York stage hit. I'm delighted they released it in time to qualify for the 1948 Academy Award.
Isn't Clark Gable magnificent as the forceful General Dennis? The role is made to order for him.
A brilliant job of casting all round. Walter Pidgeon is tremendously effective as another Air Force general. And Van Johnson provides the picture with its lighter moments, with his portrayal of the amiably disillusioned sergeant. And Brian Donlevy is perfect as General Cliff Garnett.
With such a terrific all-male cast, I didn't even miss the girls. But I wish I had been on the set of Command Decision to pick up a few souvenirs.
Like the Flyers' nylon scarves?
Oh, I can see, John. You remember how the girls loved to get them during the war. They made wonderful blouses. And nylon luxes beautifully.
Especially with tiny diamonds of lux. They're so fast, they burst into suds the instant water touches them. Make richer suds, too, that last and last.
Another nice thing about nylon blouses and sweaters, they don't need ironing.
It's easy to keep all nice washables lovely longer with the new tiny diamonds of Lux. Tests show that colors stay lovely up to 3 times as long with Lux Flakes Care.
That's why it's foolish to risk fading or damage from wrong washing methods. Do you know, makers of nice washables recommend Lux Flakes 33-1. They're so gentle and safe.
Now, our producer, William Keeley.
Act 2 of The Street with No Name, starring Mark Stevens as Gene Cordell, Richard Widmark as Alex Stiles, and Lloyd Nolan as Inspector Briggs.
Yes, Gene had succeeded in getting word to us that the Alex Stiles gang was preparing to pull another job. But what job? We had to have the details. All afternoon, Cy Gordon, from his room across the street, kept his eyes glued on Gene's window. But the shade remained up, which meant Gene was out. He was with the Stiles gang in Alex Stiles' apartment.
All right. That's how we're going to pull this job. And just to make sure you guys are as smart as you think you are, play it back for me.
Okay.
At 25 after 10, I drive up with you to the gate of the Willard Mansion. You're in the back seat, all dressed up in a monkey suit.
Get on with it, Matty.
Well, the guy at the gate takes us for one of the invited characters, so he lets us through. And once through the gate, I get out of the car and boing, rocking to sleep.
Okay. Come on.
I pull him with car number 2 and keep the motor running.
Same here in the third car.
Just the third car pulls in, I'm cutting the wires to switch box. Then I start whistling.
And when Whitey whistles, me and Mutt get out of the car and go in the back door to the kitchen.
I stand by and keep the motor running. At 10:30, 5 minutes later, Monk, Georgie, me, and you, we're going in through the front.
All right, what's next?
Oh, me. I cover him, boss.
Look, are you with us or some dame?
Shut up. I'm right with you, boss.
You keep that head of yours where it belongs, or some cop will blow it off, pretty boy.
Yeah, you ain't kidding.
Nobody asked you. All right. We head for the banquet room. I line them up, face the right and left walls.
I keep them covered.
I take them on the left wall, work them over for whatever they got.
I do the same thing on the right wall.
Okay, now for the getaway.
Shivering me, we carry the junk out.
I cover you?
Right.
I head north on Highway 7.
We meet back here. Any questions?
No.
Okay, Whitey, Nick, Mutt, swipe 3 cars. Bring them around back of the gym. Now everybody blow. Go on, get something to eat. We take off at 10 o'clock sharp.
Nice going, General.
Well, what's the use of having a war, Georgie, if you don't learn from it?
Hey, I'll need a gun.
You got a gun, Georgie. Later.
Okay. See you. 10 o'clock.
Hiya, fellas. Not leaving already.
Yes, they're leaving already. Go on, boys, shove off.
Why don't you let them stick around here and clean up this mess? Beer bottles, cigarette butts, looks like they've been raising a top.
You don't like it?
Well, if the maid was here, she'd really blow a top. Gonna be busy tonight?
Yeah, for a while.
You know, I read where they got gold faucets in every bathroom. Gee, they must be free with money. I heard Mrs. Willard has a couple
Where
of...
did you hear that name? Who said anything about Willard?
What? I heard Matty. He said the Willard man.
I told you never to poke your nose into my business.
Oh! Cut it out! Who do you think you're shoving around? I don't take it.
You open your trap
I
and
will.
I'll fix you.
You ever touch me again, I swear I will.
Shut up.
I hope they get you tonight. Yeah, I hope they do. For me.
Royal Hotel. Some dump. Well, why don't you move out of this sleep bag, Georgie?
Well, maybe after tonight I'll be able to afford something better. Got time, Matty?
10 minutes to 10. What do you want to go to your room for?
Did you hear what Alex said? Better if we break it up and show up behind the gym one by one.
Yeah, drop me off around the block, Matty.
Okay. See you in 10 minutes, George.
Okay.
Gordon calling WSBI. Gordon calling WSBI.
Come in, Gordon. This is Briggs.
Gene's in his room, Inspector. He just signaled me to follow him.
Follow him. It's a little risky, isn't it?
Can you stay there till you hear from me?
I think I'd better stay here.
I'll get back to you as soon as I can. Gordon radioed back a few minutes later. He had followed Gene down Dock Street. At the corner, Gene stopped to light a cigarette. He threw the book of matches into the gutter and disappeared around the corner. On the matchbook was a message. Stiles gang hitting Willard Mansion about 10:30 tonight. A few minutes later, I was at the Center City Police Headquarters.
Well, my men are on their way there, Inspector. The Willard Mansion. How'd you get this tip?
I'll tell you all about it later, Chief.
We'll surround the house. Any luck, we'll get every last one of them.
Well, if we're all set, let's get out of here.
I got away as soon as I could, Chief.
I appreciate your letting me in on this. Good evening, Inspector. Well, you wanted me to keep you posted, Mr. Demery. Well, we're ready to leave.
I've got my own car. Is it all right if Lieutenant Stoller comes with me?
By all means. Take the bridge route, Stoller.
Yes, sir.
We'll go by way of Agnes Avenue, Demery. Oh, in your car. Less conspicuous. Better leave now, Inspector. We'll follow in a minute.
Now you see why we met at the gym, huh, Georgie?
How do you like this, Matty? Regular arsenal.
Yeah, the boss got everything here from tear gas and machine guns. All nice and handy in the basement under the gym.
Come on, you guys. Get what you need and clear out.
Yeah.
Come on.
Say, ain't it kind of risky, Matty? All these guns so close to home?
Risky. Good thing to look down here. Go on, Georgie. Pick yourself a boom-boom.
I'm taking this one. Boy, this is a honey beluga.
Lay off, Georgie. That's the boss's gun.
Yeah. You like Lugers? Take this one.
Okay. Swell.
Answer the phone, will you?
Yeah, sure, boss.
Yeah? He's busy. Okay, hang on. For you, boss. Says it's important.
Okay. Get those guys out of that room, lock it up. Hello. What? Yeah, okay.
Guess we're about set. You want to check over everything?
It's off. The job's off.
What do you mean it's off?
Chevy, tell the boys to dump those cars they grabbed, turn in their guns, and beat it. Go on, beat it.
Hey, what happened?
What do you mean, beat it?
What's up, Chevy? Trouble?
Don't ask questions. Go on. Start spreading.
Well, we've got the entire state surrounded, Inspector. Guess all we can do now is sit in the car and wait.
Chief Hormats get here, Lieutenant?
Yeah. He and Mr. Demery behind those trees near the servants' quarters.
KRZ-A to Inspector Briggs. KRZ-A to Inspector Briggs.
It's headquarters.
This is Briggs. Go ahead.
Inspector Briggs, call your office, 10:15 p.m. KRZ-A, over.
This is Briggs, calling WFBI. Come in, WFBI.
This is WFBI. Inspector Briggs, stand by for direct message from Gordon. Go ahead.
This is Gordon. Received urgent message from Gene. Family will not appear. Plans canceled. Family warned you were waiting for him. Over.
Thanks. Stand by. Well, Stoller, they're not going to show. Come on, let's break the bad news to the chief.
You're sure of this, Inspector? But what do you suppose happened?
Stiles just decided not to show up?
Well, it's not 10:30 yet. Suppose we wait a while, just in case.
Be a waste of time, Mr. Demery. They won't be here.
I'd still like to know why.
I wish I knew.
Alex? What's the matter? Home kind of early, aren't you? What happened?
I'll tell you what happened.
Oh!
Tipped the cops, didn't you?
Oh, no. No, I didn't. Honest, I didn't.
Said you hoped they'd get me, didn't you? So you tipped.
Oh!
You tipped.
Oh, no, Alex. No, I swear.
You tipped them. You tipped them. You tipped them.
Si, open up. Open up. It's Gene.
Gee, what the devil are you doing here?
It's okay. After the holdup fell through, Stiles told us to disappear. I'm meeting some of them later on at the nightclub.
What'd you come here for?
Look, there's a storeroom in the basement of the Dock Street gym. Stiles' arsenal. I spotted his gun there early tonight. A Luger. When the job washed out, Stiles put his gun back. Well, that's where I've just been. I broke into the room.
You got his gun?
No, but I got a sample from it. I brought along a Luger ammunition clip, loaded Stiles' gun, and fired a shot into a bale of newspapers. Now, here's the slug. Get it to Inspector Briggs. The slug can tell us if it was Stiles' gun that killed the Jannings woman and the bank guard.
Oh, gee, that's fine. That's great. But you know our setup. What if somebody saw you come here?
I had to take a chance. Anyway, I think I've already been spotted.
You what?
Just after I fired the shot, somebody came in the basement. It was dark. I got away. But he may have seen me. Now, you know, I had to come here.
Get out of town. I'll tell Briggs.
Look, if I disappear, they'll know it was me. I'll have to take my chances. I figured they're pretty good. Don't worry about me. Just get this slug to Inspector Briggs as soon as you can.
The bullet fired from Stiles' gun was on its way to Washington on the midnight plane. At 2 a.m., I heard again from Cy Gordon. The light was on in Gene's room at the Hotel Royal. Whoever had seen him in the basement of the Dock Street gym undoubtedly had failed to recognize him. But that wasn't all that happened that night. In a fashionable section of Center City, Mr. Demery had a late visitor.
All right, Stiles. What's so important that it couldn't wait till morning? And coming into my home.
The tip-off, Mr. Demery, the tip-off to the cops about the Willard Mansion job. Where'd it come from?
The FBI. Lucky for you, I was around. Take my advice, Stiles, and lay off for a while.
They've got nothing on me. But maybe I've got something on them.
What do you mean?
This gun here. Somebody just busted into my arsenal, shot it off. Tonight.
But why? What for?
What do you think? Bright boys. Trying to match the bullet with a couple of souvenirs I left behind in the Meadowbrook in that bank. Bright boys thinking only they can play at being cops. Okay, you're taking this gun, Demery. You're getting the fingerprints off it. The way I figure it, maybe the same rat who tipped them tonight shot it off.
You got any ideas?
Yeah, I got 8 ideas. It's got to be somebody in my outfit. I saw him running out of the basement. Nobody else knew where that arsenal was hidden.
You better get it out of there fast.
I'm way ahead of you, Mr. Demery. When do I get the dope on whose prints are on this loot?
Tomorrow, maybe. I'll call you.
Okay. And don't let that gun out of your sight.
I've got Gordon on the radio, Inspector.
Oh, thanks, Bert. Go ahead. What's the latest on James, Di?
Well, everything's quiet. I stood behind him in the line at the cafeteria for breakfast. At 10 o'clock, he went to the usual place, Dock Street Gym, and he's still there.
I've got some news for you.
Yeah?
Dick Atkins followed Alex Stiles' car late last night. Stiles drove to a house on Oak Street. We just checked it. The house is the residence of City Councilman Demery.
Holy smoke.
Yeah, there's nothing we can do yet. Not till we hear from Washington about that bullet. But pass the news on to Gene when he gets back. I'd really like to know what's going on in that Dock Street gym.
Well, it's been open. What are you going to do?
Oh, hello, boss.
Hi.
You want me to clear out of your office, boss?
Just killing time. I like little poker games.
Stay where you are. Anybody phone?
Boss. Not yet.
Okay.
Too bad about last night, Alec.
Yeah, Georgie. Too bad.
My first job at the outfit. Fizzled.
You want to tell us what happened?
Just a little change of plans.
I sure could have used that basket of lettuce. That blonde of mine.
I'm sick of you and your dames.
It's for you, boss. Telephone.
Okay.
Alex sure burning. What's eating him?
He's always burning, Georgie. The job last night. Come on, let's get back to the game.
This is Stiles.
You know someone by the name of George Manley?
Yeah.
You shouldn't.
I'll see that he gets your message. What about the package?
I can get it back to you this afternoon.
Okay, meet me at 4, usual place. Chivy.
Yeah?
Here's $500. Go over to the apartment, give it to my wife.
Yeah? What is it, her birthday?
Just tell her I'm sorry for last night. I made a mistake.
Okay.
And then come back. I found out what went wrong with the Willard job. Georgie Manley.
Take it easy. He's looking this way.
Keep him on tap. We'll take care of Georgie tonight.
We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Our stars will return with Act 3 of The Street with No Name in a moment. Tonight we have a fixie for our guest. Pretty young Betty Lynn, for whom 20th Century Fox predicts a future as bright as her hair. I understand, Betty, that you took a special interest in the filming of A Letter to Three Wives.
That's right, Mr. Kears. I'm trying to decide whether to be sophisticated like Linda Darnell in the
Oh,
picture.
the designing female, eh?
Mm-hmm. Or maybe like Jean Crane, who's awfully sweet, or Ann Southern, who plays a career wife.
Did you guess which one of the three husbands had strayed?
Oh, no, the ending was a terrific surprise. But I did notice that all the clothes were wonderfully in character, even the stockings. All the girls wore beautiful sheer nylons, of course, but Linda's were high fashion shades like emerald and burgundy.
But just as easy to care for, with tiny diamonds of luxe.
That's what the wardrobe mistress told me, Mr. Kennedy.
It pays, because nylons washed with Lux Flakes last twice as long. These tiny diamonds of Lux are a real triumph of the world-famous Lever Laboratories. They're so sheer they burst into suds the instant water touches them. And the suds are so rich, they last and last.
I discovered that myself.
It's foolish to risk strong soaps or rubbing with cake soap because those things make stockings run quickly. Strain tests prove it. In fact, over 90% of the makers of stockings recommend Lux Flakes. With Lux Care, it's just like getting an extra pair of stockings every time you buy a pair. Thank you for coming tonight, Betty Lynn.
Thank you.
We return you now to William Keighley.
The curtain rises on the third act of The Street with No Name, starring Mark Stevens as Gene Cordell, Richard Widmark as Alex Stiles, and Lloyd Nolan as Inspector Briggs.
Here's where we stood the day after the holdup of the Willard mansion had failed to materialize. Gene Cordell, by winning a daring gamble, had secured a bullet fired from Alex Stiles' gun, which, when we got our report, might send Stiles to the electric chair. We had also succeeded in establishing an association between Stiles and Councilman Demery. Toward the middle of the afternoon, I got a phone call from our local agent, Dick Atchison.
I've been tailing Demery all day, Inspector. We're across the bay now in Salem. Half an hour ago, Demery registered in a hotel. And just now, Alex Stiles went up to his room.
Well, keep watching him. There's nothing new here. But with Demery out of the way for a while, I'll go and see Chief Harmack.
Okay, I'll keep you posted.
Yes. By now, we knew considerable. But what we did not know was that Alex Stiles, in that hotel room, was already planning his fourth murder.
So the fingerprints on my gun belong to Georgie, eh, Mr. Demery?
That's right. Here, here's your gun back.
Well, you know, you're going to get a bonus for this, Mr. Demery. Yes, sir, I'm going to vote you a great big bonus.
Where's it coming from? With a stoolie in your outfit, they've got you stopped cold.
All we've got to do is chop the stoolie and we're in business again.
You don't know when to quit, do you, Stiles? Well, go ahead. Kill Manley. Give the FBI an engraved invitation to put you in the chair.
Who said I was going to kill him? No. No, that's where you come in, Mr. Demery.
Well, you're out of your mind.
You're going to be a great big hero tomorrow. Yes, sir, your name will be all over the front pages. Demery gets armed robber. Mayor's little man wins big police medal.
If you think you can mix me up anything like this...
The cops will do the killing.
Now, listen,
No,
Stiles.
you listen. I kicked in plenty when I didn't need you. Always around for the payoff, weren't you? Well, you're sticking around for this payoff, too, so sit down. Go on, sit down. We've got a job to do tonight. Here's where you come in. About 3 miles out of Center City, there's a factory, the Anderson Manufacturing Company. I've had it cased for weeks. And tonight, Georgie's going to be on hand when a couple of us open up the safe.
Drop over and have a little talk with you, Chief. Tell me, where did Mr. Demery go after we left the Willard place last night?
Well, I don't know. I suppose he went home.
Do you know where he lives?
Oak Street, I believe. I don't know the exact number offhand, but
1680 Oak Street. Where Alex Stiles went calling at about 1 o'clock last night. That's right, Chief. One of our agents saw him walk in.
What?
Before we left here last night to make that raid, were you with Demery all the time?
Why, yes, I'm sure I was. Oh, no, wait. I remember now. He went down the hall for a moment, the Police Advisory Board office.
5 minutes before 10, Stiles received a phone call. Subsequently, the Willard job was called off.
Demery, I can't believe it.
We've been checking his bank deposits, roughly 20 times in excess of his salary. And that's not all. Here, take a look at this.
What is it?
The report from our Identifications Division in Washington requests from your police department for the records of these men. Every one of them is a member of Stiles' gang. Now, these records supplied by us were then made available to Stiles. He used them up to check up on prospective gang members.
Excuse me.
Yes, sir.
Get hold of Sergeant Bryan. Have him come in.
Yes, sir.
Try and run a police department with stuff like this going on. No wonder we bang our heads against a stone wall every time we... Oh, come in, Sam. This is Inspector Briggs of the FBI, Sergeant Bryan.
How do you do, sir?
Sergeant.
Sam, take a look at this report.
Yeah?
Have you ever had a request from anyone here for the records of these men?
Well, I get so many requests, sir. Let me see. There's one I checked this morning, George Manley.
This morning?
I lifted one of his fingerprints from a gun.
Was that gun a Luger?
Yes, sir.
Who asked you to check it?
Mr. Demery.
Demery? Were Manley's the only prints you lifted from that gun?
No, there are a couple of other fragmentary prints. I identified them as Alex Stiles.
Thanks, Sergeant. That's all.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir?
Get me the radio room. I'll hold on.
Yes, sir. Radio room.
Get me WFBI right away. I'll explain this in just a minute, Chief.
KRZA calling WFBI. KRZA calling WFBI. Come in. This is WFBI. Go ahead. Stand by. Go ahead, sir.
Thanks. This is Briggs. Get me Gordon.
Yes, sir. WFBI calling Gordon. WFBI calling Gordon. Come in. This is Gordon. Go ahead, Inspector.
Si. Tell Cordell to get out immediately. He's in great danger.
Gene's in his room now, but he's got a couple of visitors. I can see him through the window. There's no rough stuff. They're just talking.
You've got to get a hold of him, Si. If he isn't alone, you'd better telephone.
What if they want to know who's calling?
Well, he'd have to talk his way out of it. We've got to warn him. Call the hotel. Tell the fellow at the desk to get Gene on the phone. Let me know what happens. I'll be back at the office in 15 minutes.
Right.
Well, I'm sorry, Chief, but that couldn't wait. Cordell's one of our agents. He's been doing undercover work in the Stiles gang under the name of George Manley.
That certainly ties in Demery. Well, what can I do to help?
Well, for the moment, nothing. See, we're expecting word from Washington any minute. They may give us a green light to move in on the Stiles gang. Why don't you come with me?
I'd like to.
So you've just been changing your clothes, huh, Georgie?
Well, you know how it is. Boss said he always likes his boys look sharp. Hey, what's pitch, Sheriff?
Alec told me and Matty to pay a little call. Just to tell you there's a little job on for tonight.
Yeah.
Yeah, want it on the phone.
Well? He says you want it on the phone.
Tell him I'm tied up.
Tied up? Okay.
Dane.
You sure?
Who else would know where to get me?
I don't know.
Yeah. Now, what's the deal?
The boss will tell us when we get there. We got a car downstairs. Let's go, Georgie.
Hey, taxi. Taxi.
Yes, sir.
FBI. Follow that gray car, quick.
Yes, sir.
It's been 20 minutes since you spoke to Gordon, Inspector. How long would it take him to phone?
Well, not 20 minutes, Dick. That's a cinch.
Something's up, Inspector. Something we don't know about.
There's nothing to do unless we...
Teletype, sir. Washington.
Let me get there. Ray test bullet from Ruger 7.65 millimeter. Barrel marking identical with murder bullets removed from victims Meadowbrook and bank murders. Arrest Stiles gang and Demery immediately. Signed, Hoover. This is it, Dick. Get the men ready.
Telephone for Chief Harmatch. You can take it there, sir.
For me? Thanks. Hello? What's that? How long ago? Okay. That was Lieutenant Stoller. When he came on duty, they told him Demery left headquarters about 10 minutes ago with the night detail. He had some hot tip about a robbery.
Where?
Nobody seems to know where. Let me try your shortwave.
Right there, that room in there.
I'll call the SWAT car.
Hello? Yes. Yes. This is the FBI. Who?
Well, just a moment. For you, Inspector, some cab drivers.
Hello. Yes, this is Briggs. What message? Anderson Manufacturing Company. Thank you very much. The message from Gordon. He took a cab, tailed Gene Cordell and two of the gang to the Anderson Manufacturing Company.
They've got a plant out on Fraser Road.
All right, then. Let's go.
Right in here, Georgie. The cashier's office. And there's the safe. Sweet job, huh?
That looks like a lead pipe cinch.
Yeah, I pulled this one right out of the air. How you doing with the safe, Matty?
It's open, boy.
You mean
They furnish you with a combination?
I told you I had connections, Georgie. All kinds of connections.
Where's Chibby been?
He spotted some guy following him. He's just been downstairs to take care of it.
Watchman?
Ask him. Chivy?
Okay, boss.
Who was it?
I don't know. Watchman, I guess. Don't matter now.
Okay. Put the knife away. Get over to that window. Got the cash yet, Matty?
I think this is all. Some bonds, too.
Just the cash. There you are, Georgie. It's for you. All yours.
I don't get it, Alec.
Go ahead, take it. No cuts for anybody. All yours. And this is one job that'll never get tipped off, will it, Georgie?
What are you talking about?
Oh, you mean you haven't heard? Well, somebody did a little singing to the FBI. Told them things. Like where I kept my gun. Like when we were going to pull the Willard job. Yeah, Georgie, we picked up a pigeon. Anything coming down the road, Chivy?
Nothing yet, boss.
Keep looking. Now, there's only one smart way to get rid of this story, Georgie. And that's to let the cops bump him off. Scientific, huh? You see, Georgie, any minute now, a squad of cops will be coming up those stairs, and guess who they're going to find here at the safe? And guess who they're going to pump full of slugs, thinking they're knocking off a safe cracker?
They're turning it off the highway.
And who do you suppose is bringing the cops, Georgie? My number one connection in the police department. We worked it out together. They come from down there. We go out the fire escape.
You'll never get away with this.
Okay, Matty, take care of the stoolie. No, not in the face. Don't mark him up.
They're here, boss.
Get going, Matty. The fire escape. Prop him up, Chivy. Yeah. Against the safe. That's it.
He fell to the floor again.
All right, put him back.
But the cops!
Get back there and put him up against that safe.
FBI. What's up, officer?
Robbery. Cashier's office on the second floor.
Who are those men over there?
Mr. Demery and some detectives. They're covering the fire escape. You'll find the others upstairs.
Let's get up there, Atkins.
Sergeant here saw him bending over in front of the safe. He's dead all right, Inspector.
Who is he?
One of Stiles' boys. They call him Chivy.
Was he the only one who was in here, Sergeant?
There was someone else, I'm sure. The room was dark, just a light from the corridor. The other one seemed to be on the floor, crawled behind the desk and got away. Probably still in the factory somewhere.
Inspector?
In here, Atkins. Any sign of Gene?
No, but I just found Cy Gordon. He's been knifed. He's just coming to.
All right, you stay with him, Atkins. Get somebody to help you. I'm going to look for Gene.
Inspector, there's a couple of men over there near the dynamo. Inspector Briggs. This way. Inspector Briggs.
Gene!
It's Stiles. He's getting away. The fire escape.
Watch yourselves, men. Those shots up there. Look, Mr. Demery, I still think a couple of us ought to cover that freight entrance.
You'll stay right here.
Step back. The door up there, the fire escape. It's opening up. Stiles. That's Alex Stiles. Let him come down. He doesn't see us, Mr. Demery. We'll get him without having to fire a shot. He's got a gun. We're playing it safe. Let him have it. I said let him have it.
Gene, you all right?
Okay. They got Stiles.
Well, Inspector, I didn't expect to find the FBI here. We got a tip on the robbery.
We got a tip, too, Mr. Demery.
Oh, is that so?
Yes, from one of our agents here. Mr. Demery, I'd like to have you meet George Manley.
Well, I'm very glad to meet you.
Just keep your hand out there, Mr. Demery. I'd like to try these on for size.
Well, what do you know? They fit. I just let the inspector sign. He says we're going back to Washington, both of us.
You got them all, huh?
Yeah. The chief just radioed. They picked up the others at the gym. Si, you're sure you're all right, huh?
Me? Old rhinoceros hide. What do you think?
The street on which crime flourishes is the street extending across America. It is the street with no name. Organized gangsterism is once again returning. If permitted to go unchecked, 3 out of every 4 Americans will eventually become one of its victims. Wherever law and order break down, there you will find public indifference. An alert and vigilant America will make for a secure America. Signed, J. Edgar Hoover.
Our stars will return for their curtain calls in a moment. Libby, what is the finest vacation you could imagine?
Well, that's easy. A cruise around the world.
Well, some lucky listener can win one in Lever's $50,000 travel contest.
It's the chance of a lifetime.
First prize is a round-the-world tour for two. All travel expenses paid, plus $1,000 pocket money and $700 for new clothes. Or $10,000 in cash.
Think of visiting the famous sidewalk cafes in Paris, historic London, the fabulous Orient, the beach at Waikiki.
There are 15 thrilling second prizes, too. Each an all-travel expense trip to Europe. Or $2,500 in cash.
You travel in state.
Best accommodations everywhere. All trips arranged by Thomas Cook & Son. And there are 400 additional cash prizes, each a crisp new $10 bill.
It's easy to enter. Just finish this statement in 25 words or less. I like the large-size box of Lux Flakes because...
Send each entry with a box top from large-size Lux Flakes to Lever Tour the World Contest, Box 1, New York 8, New York. Only residents of continental United States, Alaska, and Hawaii are eligible.
You'll find complete rules on entry blanks at your store, where the large size sale is being featured. Send in your entry this week.
Now, here's Mr. Keeley with our stars.
There's only one thing to say to a cast after tonight's performance, and that's well done. Here are the stars of our cast returning to the microphone. Mark Stevens, Richard Widmark, and Lloyd Nolan.
Bill, believe me, it's a pleasure to work with you once again.
Yes, and not quite as strenuous as the picture, Mark.
Well, I was kind of black and blue for 2 months after that one, Dick.
Oh, you get used to it after a while, Mark. This is my third FBI picture, so I feel almost like a G-man now.
You know, I'm very pleased that we could do The Street with No Name at this time as our way of congratulating J. Edgar Hoover, who is soon to mark his 25th anniversary as director of the FBI.
And we all join you in those congratulations, Bill.
Dick, I understand you're off in New England within the next few days.
Yes, Bill, I'm going to New Bedford for the opening of Down to the Sea in Ships. That's the picture that put 20th Century Fox in the whaling business.
And if you ran true to form, Dick, you probably scared the whales to death.
Nope. In this picture, I'm a nice guy for a change. What have you got planned for next week, Bill?
Next week, a drama that's packed with action and adventure. It's the 20th Century Fox picture, Captain from Castile. And our stars, Cornell Wilde and Jean Peters. This is a love story told against the thrilling background of Mexico in the days of the Spanish conquest. All the makings of a hit.
Bill, it sounds like a full house. Now, if you'll give me a box of Lux Flakes to take to Mr. Stevens, I'll be a popular man. It's a favorite at our house. Good night, and thanks.
Good night.
Good night, and thanks to all of you. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday evening when the Lux Radio Theater presents Cornell Wilde and Jean Peters in Captain from Castile. This is William Keeley saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Mark Stevens appeared through the courtesy of 20th Century Fox and is currently co-starring with Olivia de Havilland in The Snake Pit. Heard in tonight's cast were John McIntyre as Cy and Ed Begley as Chief. Our play was adapted by S.H. Barnett, and our music was directed by Louis Silvers. And this is your announcer, John Milton Kennedy, reminding you to join us again next Monday night to hear Cornell Wilde and Jean Peters in Captain from Castile. Stay tuned for My Friend Irma, which follows over these same stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
It was popular to say that in every relationship there is one who loves and one who is loved. You don't hear that dubious axiom so much of late. Instead, you hear the equally uncertain postulate that the earth is divided into the givers and the takers, which, in the hidden channels of our feelings, contains the same sediment of truth. Given two people, there will always be one who offers love and one who accepts it.
I don't know what they're talking about.
Darling, relax. Just take it easy.
Stanley, I wouldn't do such a thing.
I know.
I'm not a thief.
Of course you're not.
But somebody saw me do it.
Well, whoever somebody is wrong.
You believe me, don't you? I swear.
Honey, you don't have to swear anything. I believe you, and I love you. And because I love you, I believe you.
Our mystery drama, Mind Over Mind, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Elspeth Eric and stars Jada Rowland. I'll be back shortly with that one. Yes, this is a love story. Rather a strange, a bizarre love story, you may conclude before we are through. But a love story nevertheless. Probably there never was a love story that did not contain elements of the strange, the bizarre, for love itself is strange and contains elements of the bizarre, the incredible, as everyone who has ever loved or been loved very well knows. Our story's title is Mind Over Mind. Itself an odd name for a story.
What is she like? I don't know her all that well. Do you know her?
Kind of.
What does that mean?
Well, I never dated her or anything like that.
Mm-hmm. Did you date her?
Me? Certainly not.
I just asked. If you didn't date her or anything like that, what did you do?
I walked her home once or twice.
Which?
What?
Was it once or twice you walked her home?
I think it was twice I walked her home.
Where does she live?
Ridgeland Avenue between Elmwood and Euclid.
With her husband? Well, does anybody know?
I don't know.
You?
There was a man sitting on the porch the times I walked her home. He got up and kissed her. Now, I don't know if he was her husband or her... not her husband.
You didn't think to ask?
Well, how could I ask her?
I mean, when you saw her again.
It wasn't any of my business. How could I ask her? I told you I didn't know her that well. Gee,
Okay. All right, now. I don't suppose you know if she's married.
Well, I told you I don't. I don't go around prying into people's private lives. It's none of my business what they do away from here.
So far, we've come up with zilch. Nobody knows anything about, what's her name?
Dorothy. Dorothy Brent.
Nobody knows anything about Dorothy Brent, except she lives on Ridgeland Avenue between Elmwood and Euclid with a man who may or may not be her husband. Anybody want to add anything to that?
I don't. And I can't. I would if I could, but I can't.
Yeah. All right. So, let's get her in here.
Go easy on her, will you? She's a very nice girl.
That remains to be seen, doesn't it?
No, she really is.
When you meet her, you'll see what we mean.
All right. So get her in here.
Jerry, will you? You know her better than I do.
But when she finds out, she'll hate me. Dorothy? Dorothy?
Oh, hi, Jerry.
Getting ready to go home?
Yeah. Have to put a roast in the oven.
Ooh, a roast, huh? Living high these days.
Oh, I wouldn't say that exactly.
Gosh, my wife hasn't bought a roast since I can't remember when.
I don't do it too often. Like once a year. See you tomorrow, Jerry.
Dorothy, wait a minute, will you?
I really ought to get going.
I was supposed to tell you something.
Oh, what?
Mr. Treadway wants to see you in his office.
See me? What about?
Search me. I mean, he'll tell you.
He didn't tell you?
He didn't have to.
You mean you know?
In a way.
Well, what is it?
I'd rather Mr. Treadway would tell you.
I haven't been in Mr. Treadway's office since the day he hired me.
Yeah. Let's go, shall we?
That was a year ago.
Yeah. Come on, okay? He's waiting for you. He asked me to come out and get you.
Okay.
Dorothy, I think you should know. I think I should tell you.
Know what? Tell me what?
Mr. Treadway isn't alone. There's somebody with him.
Who?
Just somebody who wants to talk to you.
What about?
Listen, I didn't want to tell them, I swear, but when they asked me, I had to. See?
Had to what? Tell me what?
What I saw. I had to tell them what I saw. I had to.
Jerry, what's wrong with you?
I didn't want to. Here we are. Now, remember, Dorothy, they asked me, and I had to tell them. And try not to hate me, okay?
Who is that guy, that Jerry character?
Hey, Jerry Bissinger, his name is. He's one of the tellers.
Yeah. I gathered that.
Jerry has the desk right next to Dorothy.
I know that. I mean, what kind of a guy is he?
Well, he's been with the bank for 5 years. I hired him myself.
Is he reliable?
Well, I say so, yes. But then I thought Dorothy
wasn't given to flights of imagination. Seeing things.
Oh, no, I don't think so. But, something like this happens and you wonder, what do you really know about anybody? I mean, really know.
Yeah, makes you wonder, all right.
Jerry?
Yes, it's me, Mr. Treadway. It's us.
Well, come in. Come on in, both of you. Come in. Go ahead, sit down. Well, hello, Miss Brent. Will you take this chair?
Thank you, Mr. Treadway.
Oh, please, permit me to introduce... this is Detective Sergeant Hobbs, Dorothy.
Hello, Miss Brent.
Detective?
Yes, sit down. Here, Dorothy.
I got a few questions to ask you, if you don't mind.
No, I don't mind.
You work here?
Yes, of course I do. I'm a teller.
Now, you work next to Mr. Bissinger here, don't you?
Usually I do.
Now, you were working next to Mr. Bissinger yesterday, weren't you?
In the morning I was. Then after lunch...
In the morning is what I'm talking about. 10 a.m. In the morning. Now, you were working next to Mr. Bissinger, right?
That's right.
And at 10 a.m., a man came into the bank and walked up to your window. A man wearing a blue baseball cap. Remember that?
Well, no, I don't actually.
He shoved a note at you. And you gave him $500.
Shoved a note?
Well, maybe it looked to you like a withdrawal slip.
That's what it looked like to me.
Jerry?
Is that what it looked like to you, Miss Brett? Or was it a note ordering you to turn over $500?
I don't know what you're talking about.
It's not that we blame you for giving the man the money. It's just too bad you didn't tell us. But, well, if you can tell us now what the note says.
If you will produce the note.
There isn't any note. There wasn't any man. Nothing happened like what you're saying.
Miss Brent, Mr. Bissinger saw the whole thing.
Well, at first he couldn't believe what he was seeing, but when the computer showed $500 missing...
He remembered what he had seen.
He didn't see anything. Tell them, Jerry, you didn't see anything like that. Tell them.
But I did, Dorothy. I couldn't believe my eyes, but then later I realized that what I couldn't believe I saw, I really did see.
Don't you think I'd have told somebody? Do you think I'd have let somebody walk out with $500 without telling anybody? Walk out with the bank's money just like that?
Well, we thought maybe you were too frightened to say anything.
Maybe the man threatened you. Maybe he had a gun.
There wasn't any man.
Miss Brent, if we could just see the note.
There wasn't any man, and there wasn't any note. And none of this happened. Oh, Stanley, it was awful. Just awful. Mr. Treadway and Jerry and this detective, they wouldn't believe me. They believed Jerry. Jerry, of all people, he doesn't even know me.
It's all right now, honey. It's all right.
No, it isn't all right. It's terrible.
No, it'll all get straightened out, sweetheart.
But nothing like that ever happened. There wasn't any such man, and there wasn't any note. I never gave anybody any money. You believe me, don't you?
Whatever you say, honey, I believe you.
Oh, you're so wonderful, Stanley.
No, I'm not. I just love you, that's all.
Oh, that's everything.
What's going to happen with this thing, huh?
I don't know. They didn't say anything about it. They keep thinking the note will show up.
They do?
Of course it won't, because there isn't any note.
Well, after a while, they'll give up.
They will, won't they?
Well, of course they will, honey. So don't worry about it.
I'll try not to.
There. You feel sleepy?
Oh, no, not a bit.
Come on, Don. Put your head down on the couch.
I feel like I'll never be able to sleep again.
You will. Believe me, you will. That's it. Come on. Put your head down.
Oh, it won't do any good.
Oh, no, yes, it will. Believe me, it will.
Okay. I believe you.
That's it. Now, want me to give you a little massage,
Would you?
Sure, I would. Sure. Now, how's that?
Wonderful. Why would Jerry say something like that?
Forget Jerry.
We were never what you'd call friends.
Don't think about him.
I never knew he hated me.
Forget him.
And Mr. Treadway? I always thought he liked me all right.
Oh, the heck with Mr. Treadway.
He gave me my job.
Forget him.
Okay, I will.
Just think about me and go to sleep. That's it. That's it. You're getting sleepy, aren't you? Sure you are. Sure you are.
A loving couple, wouldn't you say? A tender scene, a delicate exchange of devotion and dependency. But we have only completed the first act of our story. There are 2 more acts to follow, in which we will explore in more detail the complexities of this relationship. As of now, it would appear to be one of gentle love. Who knows? We'll come back shortly with Act 2. Is our Dorothy an innocent, naive child? Is Stanley an adoring, gullible lover? Is Jerry a malevolent influence in both their lives? And is the apparently mild but forceful Mr. Treadway only an observer to the interplay of forces which he can neither control, influence, or even comprehend? And our detective sergeant, Mr. Hobbs, what of him? Perhaps we'll progress a bit further in our investigation of all these people as we listen to Act 2.
Listen, Jerry, maybe it really was a withdrawal slip.
Oh, it was, Mr. Treadway. I'd recognize one of those any place. I see enough of them. It really was one.
Well, they couldn't have been a regular customer at the bank.
I never saw him before.
Well, that doesn't prove anything.
I've been here 5 years, Mr. Treadway. That ought to mean something. I mean, probably the only reason I looked up is because I'd never seen him before.
And it doesn't follow that there was anything written on the withdrawal slip. It could have been, well, a regular transaction.
Well, of course, that's what I thought it was. Only she gave him the money right away. I mean, she didn't consult the records or anything. She just handed it over.
$500. Yeah.
Then, when the computer showed $500 missing at the end of the day, that's when I connected the whole thing with Dorothy and the man in the baseball cap.
Well, you certainly made out a case for it, Jerry.
I don't see why she keeps on saying it never happened.
She's coming in today, any minute now.
Maybe I better get out.
No. I want you here. Detective Hobbs will be here, too, and also he's bringing somebody.
Who?
He didn't want to tell me, so I just didn't urge it. Excuse me just a minute. Miss Treadway here. Oh, yes. Well, ask him to come in. The both of them. Oh, and when Miss Brent arrives, send her right in. Thank you.
Mr. Treadway?
Yes, Detective Hobbs. Come in, sir. Come in.
Mr. Bissinger, that's the right name?
Yes, hello. How are you?
I'm just fine, thank you. I would like you to meet the...
Mr. Treadway? Your secretary said to come right in.
Oh, yes, Miss Brand. Please do. Come in. And please close the door, will you, please? Now, come over here and sit down, will you?
I hope I'm not late or anything.
I was just about to introduce Miss Treadway, Miss Dorothy Brent, Mr. Bissinger. This is Dr. Haywood.
How are you?
Yes, good to know you.
Doctor?
I hope you don't object, Miss Brent. Dr. Haywood is attached to the police department.
I don't understand what he's doing here.
I thought perhaps I could be of help.
Help who?
Well...
Help me?
Possibly.
I don't need any help.
Well, neither do I.
Now, Jerry...
I know what I saw, Dorothy.
No, you don't, Jerry. Because nothing like what you say happened really happened. I don't know why you're doing this to me. I've never done you any harm. I don't know why you should try to hurt me. I suppose you have your reasons. Maybe I hurt you sometime without even knowing it. If I did, I wish you would tell me, and maybe we could straighten it out. But we're never going to get anywhere if you keep on telling these lies.
They are not lies. I saw what I saw, and that's what I told Mr. Treadway and the detective here. Now, I haven't got anything against you, but I know what I saw.
All right, now, hold on there.
I know what I saw.
You didn't see anything.
All right, now, let's everybody take it easy.
You tell her to take it easy, Doctor.
Both of you take it easy, okay? Now, Mr. Bissinger... would you be good enough to tell me what you've already told Detective Hobbs and Mr. Treadway? Would you do that for me? Just tell me briefly what you saw.
He didn't see anything, Doctor.
Bear with me, Miss Brent. Will you do that? Just be patient, and maybe we can get to the bottom of this very perplexing situation, which I'm sure causes you a lot of pain.
Yes, it does.
So... let's allow Mr. Bissinger to proceed. All right?
All right. But he didn't see anything because there was nothing to see.
Go ahead, Mr. Bissinger.
Well, it was yesterday morning about 10 o'clock, Doctor. A little before, a little after, but about 10 a.m. This man walked up to Dorothy's station. He had on a blue baseball cap. Now, you don't see too many of those. But these days, people wear anything they feel like wearing. So, he shoved this piece of paper under the plastic window, and Dorothy opened the cash drawer and took out 5 $100 bills and handed them to him. He took them and walked out.
That's all?
That's all. And I didn't think anything about it. I thought a little bit about it because we usually don't hand out that much money without checking to see if the depositor had that much in his account. But I figured she probably knew him, so I forgot about it. Until the computer showed 500 missing, and then I remembered.
Did you know the man, Mr. Bissinger?
Never saw him before in my life, Doctor.
About this piece of paper?
That was a withdrawal slip. It was pink. And that's the color of our withdrawal slips. Deposits are green.
Isn't it possible? The man in the baseball cap was a regular depositor. and simply walked in to take out $500.
Let me answer that, Doctor.
Yes, Mr. Treadway?
No withdrawal slip in that amount has turned up.
Well, does anyone have a theory as to why Miss Brent handed over the $500? If she did.
She did. She did. And I've got a theory if nobody else has. I think the man was a bank thief. I think he wrote on the withdrawal slip that she should turn the money over to him or he'd kill her. Shoot her, maybe.
Did he have a gun?
I couldn't see from where I was standing.
Did Miss Brent seem frightened?
Oh, I don't know. See, I didn't bother to look because at that point it never entered my head that anything peculiar was going on. That came later when the computer showed it.
I think I've got the picture. Now, Miss Brent, I'm sure you want to say something.
No.
No?
I've already said it. Nothing like that ever happened.
Do you remember handing out 5 $100 bills to a man in a blue baseball cap?
There wasn't any such man.
But Mr. Bissinger says he saw him.
He couldn't have.
And he says he saw you give the man 5 $100 bills.
He couldn't have because I didn't. I don't know why he wants to make trouble for me. I don't know why he hates me. I don't know what I've ever done to him that he should want to make...
Dorothy, you've got me all wrong.
That's all right, Jerry. I know you think you're telling the truth. I know that. Because basically you're honest. Anyway, I've always thought so. But this time you're wrong. Because nothing like what you've just said ever happened. Now, I'd like to go home, please.
Hey, Doctor. Better go home, Mr. Treadway.
Thank you very much. I need to be with somebody who believes me.
Now, we'll be in touch, Dorothy.
You know where to reach me. I expect I'll be home most of the time from now on.
I feel sorry for that girl. I don't know why, but I do.
Gee, so do I.
It's none of my business, but would a lie detector do any good?
Lie detector?
Nah, I don't know about that.
Why should I take a lie detector test? I'm telling the truth. I got no reason not to tell the truth.
Well,
I'll tell you what. I'm sorry I got mixed up in this thing in the first place. I should have known better. You try to do the right thing, and what do you get? An invitation to take a lie detector test. Let a machine decide if you're telling the truth. Well, no thanks. Not for me.
No. There seems to be a contradiction between what you say and what she says.
So let her take a lie detector test. I'm telling the truth.
But she says she is.
So let her prove it.
Dr. Hayward.
What?
What do you think?
Yes.
I feel sorry for her, too. No. I mean, what do you think about a lie detector test?
Well, not for me. I won't take one. There is no reason why I should.
Doctor, what about a lie detector test for Miss Brent? Lie detector test? Oh, no, I don't think so. Not too reliable, those tests. No. It's obvious. The poor girl is in a trance. A trance? A trance-like state would be more accurate. It's a little like somnambulism, sleepwalking. Not precisely like, because the subject isn't asleep. No. She is in a trance state. Probably she was yesterday, too.
I ought to start dinner, Stanley.
No, there's no rush. You tired?
Mostly I'm cold.
Here, want your sweater?
Yeah. Hand it to me, will you?
Right. Here you are. Here, let me help you on with it, honey. Now, were they mean to you over at the bank, huh?
Not mean exactly. The doctor was quite nice. I liked him, but he doesn't believe me either. Oh, thanks, honey. Oh, that feels good.
Want me to button it up for you, huh?
I can do it. Stanley, they just don't believe me. None of them.
Well, they just don't know what a wonderful girl you are the way I do.
Anyway, you believe me.
You bet I do. Want me to answer that?
No, I will. Hello?
Hey, Miss Brent? Dorothy?
Yes?
Hey, this is Mr. Treadway, Dorothy. At the bank?
Yes, Mr. Treadway.
Well, I hope we weren't too hard on you this morning.
That's all right.
Now, you have to understand we're all very confused about this whole thing.
I do understand.
Well, we even talked about the possibility of a lie detector test.
Okay.
Did you say,
I said okay.
you wouldn't mind?
Why should I mind?
Well, Mr. Messenger minded. He kicked up quite a fuss about it.
That's because he's not telling the truth.
Well, actually, the doctor says lie detector tests are not too reliable. He wants to see you again.
Who does?
The doctor does.
I don't think I want to see him.
You don't?
I told him everything. I don't see why he'd want to see me again.
Well, he has an idea. I mean, I wish you would see him again, Dorothy. As a favor to me.
I'm sorry, Mr. Treadway, but I don't think I can do that. I'd like to do it as a favor to you. But frankly, I'm sick of this whole thing, and I don't want to go on with it. Good night. That's that. The doctor wants to see me again, but I don't want to. You heard what I said, Stanley?
Yes, I think you're absolutely right. You feel okay, honey?
I feel cold, kind of.
You want me to turn the heat up?
That's not a bad idea.
Well, no sooner said than done.
Stanley!
Huh? What is it?
Look. Look what I found in the pocket of my sweater.
What? What is it?
It's a withdrawal slip.
You mean it?
This is the sweater I had on yesterday.
Dorothy, do you think that...
Stanley, call Mr. Treadway and tell him I'll see the doctor. Go on, call him. And tell him I've got the note. Tell him Jerry Bissinger must have been right.
What does the note say?
Nothing. Not a thing. It doesn't say anything.
Now what do you think of our cast of characters? To which another has been added in the person of Dr. Hayward. Is he the Deus ex machina who will solve the mystery of conflicting testimonies? Or will he muddy the waters even further? We'll be back shortly with the concluding act of Mind Over Mind. Dorothy has denied the truth of Jerry's contention that she had turned over $500 to a man who handed her a note at her teller's window. And then she discovers evidence that Jerry could have been right. In the pocket of her sweater, she finds a withdrawal slip. The very sort of paper Jerry claimed the note to have been written on. But complications have developed. The small slip of paper holds no message whatsoever. No writing of any kind.
I feel bad about this, Doctor.
Trust me, Mr. Treadway.
Yeah, she was so positive and so calm about it, so serene. Now, I have to tell you, I believe the girl.
So do I.
You do? You mean you don't believe Jerry Bissinger?
No, that's not what I mean.
Oh, well, then you don't believe the both of them.
Yes, I can. And yes, I do.
Sounds like you got something up your sleeve, Dr. Hayward.
Well, you could say that.
Doctor? Oh, excuse me. Yes? Oh, yeah, ask her to come in, please. She's here.
Good. Mr. Treadway, I'd like to be alone with her. Now, after the preliminaries, could you make up some excuse to leave?
Oh, yes, I suppose I could. Dorothy, hello.
Hello, Mr. Treadway.
You know Dr. Hayward, of course.
Hello, Dr. Hayward.
I am so glad you decided to come back, Dorothy.
I had to. I found this in the pocket of my sweater.
Oh? May I see it?
It was the same sweater I was wearing yesterday.
This is a withdrawal slip.
I know.
But it's blank. There's nothing written on it at all.
I know.
I have some things to attend to, so if you'll please excuse me.
Yes, of course, we will excuse you.
Couldn't you stay, Mr. Treadway?
It's better if you leave us alone, Dorothy.
But
He'll come back, Dorothy.
I'll wait outside, Dorothy. Now, if you need me, I'll be right there.
Well, all right.
Now, don't be frightened.
I'll try.
Close the door, will you? Well, Dorothy?
What's going to happen?
Nothing very alarming. Sit in this chair, will you?
All right.
Good. And I am going to pull up this chair facing you. Nothing very disturbing so far.
No.
Tell me something. Do you like me at all?
I don't even know you.
I know that. This is only the second time we've met. But don't you think that we all get a certain impression of people right away? And what was your impression of me yesterday?
Nice. I thought you were nice.
Just nice. That's all? Just nice?
Strong. Strong but kind, too. Like a...
Yes?
Like a father.
That's what I would like to be. Like a father. Good, strong, kind father. I like you, Dorothy.
You do?
Yes, I do. You're a very likable person. Now, don't be embarrassed if someone likes you. Are you embarrassed?
Sort of.
Look in my eyes, Dorothy. Look deep into my eyes. And you'll see that I am telling the truth. You're a little bit tense, aren't you?
I guess I am.
Well, you just try to relax. Just let yourself go limp. Close your eyes. Now, let go of the tension. All of it. Let go. That's it. You feel it leaving you?
I think so.
So do I. Now, let your head fall back against the chair. That's it. Back and back. All of you is beginning to relax, isn't it?
Yes.
Limp and relaxed. No tension anywhere. Right.
Right.
Now, Dorothy, breathe slowly, deeply, slowly and deeply, and relax. Just relax. Oh, that's good, Dorothy. That's very good. Now, I want you to think back to yesterday. Here in the bank. It's about 10 o'clock in the morning. The man is coming into the bank. He's coming up to your window. He's wearing a blue baseball cap. Remember? Do you remember? He is standing in front of your window. Remember that?
Yes.
Now, what does that man do, Dorothy?
He's standing there.
Yes. Then what does he do?
He gives me something. He slides it under the window.
What is it?
It looks like a withdrawal slip.
Is it? Is that what it is?
Yes. That's what it is. Only
what? Is there something wrong with it?
Yes.
What's wrong with it?
There's something written on it. On the back of it.
What is written on it, Dorothy?
It says, "Give me the money."
So what do you do?
Why, I give him the money.
Why do you think you gave him that money?
Because he asked for it.
Good. Very good. Had you ever seen this man before?
I don't think so, no.
Look hard at him. Look at his face and tell me. Is he someone you know? Someone familiar?
I can't tell.
Why not? Try. Try and see it. Try and see his face.
I can't.
I got you.
Because...
Yes, because?
Because he has no face. He has no face. He has no face at all.
It's all right. It's all right, Dorothy. I got you. You won't fall. I won't let you fall. It's all right, Dorothy. It's all right.
Wait a minute. You can't go in there. Little boy.
Now, will you stay out of here? What do you think you're doing?
I couldn't stop him. I tried.
What's going on? It's all right. She just fainted. She'll come round in a minute. What have you been doing to her? Who is this man?
I've never seen him before. He barged in here demanding to see Dorothy, and I couldn't stop him.
What is your interest in Miss Brent? I happen to love her, and I don't want anything to happen to her. Don't you be alarmed. Nothing has happened to her that hasn't happened before. Many times before. I should think. Such as what? A little hypnotic session. I managed to regress her to the events of yesterday when a man came into the bank. A man in a blue baseball cap. And she gave him $500 without question. Simply handed it over.
We think he must have threatened to kill her.
Under hypnosis, she said to Minnie. She said, the note written on the back of a withdrawal slip merely said, give me the money. Yet this slip that she found in her sweater pocket says absolutely nothing at all. I wonder why.
You must have some idea, Doctor.
Yes, indeed I do. I think that when she was hypnotized, it was planted in her mind that at 10 o'clock, a man wearing a blue baseball cap would walk up to her window, hand her a withdrawal slip, and she would give him 5 $100 bills. There was no need to write anything on the slip. It was already written on her brain, if you see what I mean.
Yes, I'm beginning to.
Now, under this most recent hypnosis, she remembered the man, his blue baseball cap, remembered giving him the money, remembered everything except his face. She couldn't remember his face? She said, he has no face. She repeated it several times. He has no face. Now, why, when she remembered everything else so well, why would she run up against a block when it came to the man's face? I'll tell you why. Because the face was the face of someone she cared for, even loved. Am I right? Am I close to the truth? Well,
Doctor.
Look, she's opening her eyes.
What happened?
You fainted, that's all. Do you remember what happened before you fainted?
I was remembering.
Yes, you were remembering what happened when the man in the blue baseball cap came up to your window and handed you a note written on a deposit slip.
Yes, that happened.
And you gave him $500.
Yes, I did.
Now, when I asked you what the man looked like, you said, do you remember what you said?
I said, he has no face.
And then you fainted. Now, Dorothy, I want you to take a look at this man. Step over here, you. Let's get a good look at you. That's it. Now, Dorothy, who is this man?
Why, it's Stanley.
Yes. Can you picture him with a blue baseball cap on his head?
Stanley. You came into the bank. You came up to the window. You handed me the note. I gave you the money. But why? Why did I do that?
Because I hypnotized you, sweetheart, while you were asleep the night before. Doctor, You know that natural sleep can be changed into hypnotic sleep. Yes, of course I know. Well, I've been doing this to Dorothy for a long time. Why would you want to do that? Well, I don't know. To be sure I wouldn't lose her, maybe. To see if I still had this magical power. See, I've had it, since I was a kid. But I just never used it before to get money. And now you have. No, not to keep. I mean, I never meant to keep it. Magical powers can't be used, for material gain. Oh, here's your $500. If I kept it, my powers of magic would just disappear. Yes, of course. Magic is always amazing, isn't it? Well, but I think I'll be going. I'll leave Dorothy with you. Yes. I think you'd better. All right. Oh, I'll be waiting at home for you, Dorothy. When you feel like it. If you feel like it.
I never knew. I never thought. Why would Stanley want to do something like that to me?
Well, he ought to be horsewhipped. I'd like to beat him up myself. Do you feel like going home to him, Dorothy?
I don't know. How can I?
If I might make a suggestion, please do. Dorothy, would you care to come and stay with my mother? She'd be very happy if I took you home with me for a while. I mean, until all this wears off. She'd like you. She'd take good care of you. And so would I.
So you see, it was a love story after all, wasn't it? Two love stories. Stanley's love, which demanded that he control his sweetheart at all times. And the love of Mr. Treadway, who merely wanted to protect. Which of the two loves will Dorothy choose? Which would she? I'll be back shortly. Each of us has at one time, I'm sure, been in love. Think. Did it not partake of the nature of hypnosis? Did not your lover appear clad in shining raiment, without flaw, without weakness, without sin? Why, of course. Then did the day arrive when you awoke from your hypnotic trance and you saw your lover to be nothing more than a fragile, flawed human being. And you were shocked and stunned and wondered why you had ever fallen in love in the first place. Of course. But we won't dwell on this unhappy discovery. Only trust that you weathered it well and emerged intact. Our cast included Jada Rowland, Earl Hammond, Bernard Grant, and Russell Horton. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is Tammy Grimes inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
America was not yet at war, and the air in Washington was summer pleasant.
But neither Katharine Hepburn nor her supporting cast nor I thought of pleasantries in those days. We were there to try and convince a handful of congressmen to permit refugees to enter our country, very small refugees, baby refugees who would be in the path of the German blitzkrieg. We did the broadcast, and happily our immigration door opened a small blessed crack, and some very small blessed children escaped Hitler and company.
Innocent children caught in the whirlpool of inhuman hatred. Children ostracized, excluded from schools and public places. threatened with physical harm, forbidden the simplest requirements of spiritual survival. Surely our American sympathies go out to these, the most pitiful and helpless of sufferers. America must do its share in offering refuge to some of these children as a token of our sympathy and as a symbol of our faith in the ideals of human brotherhood.
Miss Katharine Hepburn in another original drama. Its title, Miss American.
The scene, a great luxury liner returning from Europe to America. It is late at night. A girl stands on the boat deck looking out into the darkness, her face to the wind that lifts whitecaps on the tumbling sea. Suddenly, an older woman approaches and speaks.
Well, Ronnie, I must say this is a peculiar way to behave.
What did you say, Aunt Mary?
I said it distinctly and you heard me. Do you realize that people have been asking about you?
Have they?
Oh, Ronnie, do come downstairs. Standing up here in the cold.
Please, I'm all right.
Oh, Ronnie, what is the matter with you?
Poor people.
People? Oh, that. Well, after all, my dear, there are always a certain number of undesirables on board a ship besides. And if you'd only stop wandering up and down the second and third classes, you'd find everything quite right and proper.
Right and proper?
As for the children, I spoke to the captain about them.
Did you?
Staring at us every time we walked the deck. I told the captain exactly how we felt about the matter.
We?
The things we talked about this morning.
Oh, yes, I remember.
I should think you would. You were quite definite in your opinion. And, of course, I agree with you. They've no right to take such young children and bring them to New York to heaven knows what. But you know the captain. That was a charming smile, and he changed the subject, and, oh, what difference does it really make? We'll be ducking in the morning and away from all this.
Aunt Mary, there's something I want to tell you.
No, tell me later, my dear. Right now, the thing for you to do is to go down, get dressed, and join the others just as quickly as you can. Come now.
No. I want to stay here.
Why, Ronnie.
Please. A few moments longer. I'll come down.
Ronnie, I've never known you... Well, very well, have your silly little mood. But I don't understand what it's all about. Mooning up here in the dark like a romantic 16-year-old. All I say is hurry downstairs. We'll be waiting for you.
Romantic. Yes, it is romantic. I'm in love with. If she knew. In love with. Yes. Love at 23rd sight with.
America.
That's a childish thought to have.
Patriotic pap.
Of course it is. Of course. Getting softened into the brain. Thinking silly things. Over-emotionalized. Ought to go below and join the party. Stop standing here thinking to myself.
America.
No, why shouldn't I think it out? How did it start?
The things we talked about this morning.
Yes, Aunt Mary did say that. The things we talked about this morning.
Those children.
Always staring at it.
Why bring them over?
Full of foreign ideas. Always staring.
Not like us. Foreigners. Not like us.
Not like us. I said that, I remember. Not like us. Not like us. Not like me. Not like me. Resented their being on board. What happened? Oh, let me remember. I went walking on the lower deck. They were sitting there as usual.
The 4 of them.
Yes, the 4 of them. Sitting in a row. White faces, staring eyes, looking at me. At me. I couldn't stand it. What did I say? Yes, I said.
You, children. Don't you know it's bad manners to stare at people?
For a moment, no answer. 3 little boys, 1 little girl. Their staring eyes. Why should they stare at me? I said.
Answer me, one of you. If you're coming to America, heaven knows why, at least they should have taught you some English.
They didn't move. 4 rigid little figures,
And then?
We all speak English.
Well, at last, the French speak.
No, that is not my name.
He said that. Then he closed his mouth. And the four of them were sitting there once again. Those eyes of theirs, staring. I said, "What are you sitting there for? I've been watching you all through the trip. You sit there in those deck chairs hour after hour. What are you waiting for?"
America.
She said that, the little one. And then she closed her mouth so tightly I could see the muscles of the corners of her lips. She sat there tense, frightened. Not another sound from any of them, their eyes beyond me, on the sea, on the horizon. I said, "All right, you're waiting for us to reach land. But what's that got to do with the four of you getting up, running around, having fun? Come on. Don't you know how to laugh? Do you know how?"
Then we are in America. Then we will laugh.
So that's it. You don't like the sea. You're waiting for the land.
No, we are waiting for America.
Waiting for America? What silly nonsense were these children thinking? Couldn't laugh until America. I thought to myself, how silly. Prove these children strangers, aliens, foreign to our thoughts. Aloud, I said, "Listen, the four of you. Are you trying to rid me in your infant continental manner? If you're waiting until you land until you laugh, I'm warning you, you better start laughing now. There isn't much to laugh about there, let me assure you. The dullest, dumbest place on earth. Why do you think I went abroad? Laugh in America. Don't make me laugh. We've got depressions and recessions and concessions and dissensions and..." And while I kept talking, the children's faces grew angrier and angrier, their eyes larger and larger, hating me for what I was saying, angrier and angrier, until at last one of them cried out,
No, wait.
"Wait?
Miss American, wait. What you say, it is not right.
What's not right?"
All these things you say of America. I do not understand. I do not know. But this I know. It is not right.
No, that is not right. Wait a moment. And what is right, Herr Professor?
America is good. And it's a good place. Because yeah, you say it. Because in America, all men are
created equal.
Yeah, and they are endowed by they're created with the right of life and liberty, on the sort of happiness.
Bravo! Right out of the old Declaration of Independence. So where did you learn that? And what does it mean?
Young teacher? Yeah, yes. Here on the boat, they gave me a book. I read. How you say it, Miss American? I teach.
You teach? You? And what you teach, all that about life and liberty. What can it possibly mean to poor children like you?
Maybe I do not understand everything you say, Miss American. But what we learn, it means that no matter what is wrong in America, it can be fixed. We are free on this boat, and we can work and help America.
Help America? When it said that, I didn't have anything more to say. Nothing cute or bright or clever. Poor little children. I stood in front of them. Suddenly, I wanted to say so many things to them, but my throat, I couldn't. I couldn't until one of them said,
"Please, Miss American, what the book say about America? It is all right."
Right.
Tell us of it, Miss American.
It is.
America. It's very large and very beautiful. And all the people in it, or their fathers, or their fathers' fathers, came over the water to it, just the way you're doing. And there's a bigness to it, and a braveness to it, and you need never be afraid. And no matter what goes wrong there's always hope, as long as there's someone like you to remind the rest of us that the American way is the human way. That's what I said to them. Yes. And they came close to me and touched my hand. And they smiled at each other and at me. And so I'm in love. Yes, in love. With my country. For remembering 4 little people who want to help us.
Ladies and gentlemen, we bring this program starring Katharine Hepburn to a close. The broadcast was especially written for this occasion by Art Oberle. The cast included Betty Kane, Jackie Grimes, May Grimes, Jackie Kelp, Adelaide Klein, Ed Latimer, Bobby Reddick, and George Wallach. And speaking, Raymond Edward Johnson. The music was composed by Leith Stevens, who conducted the orchestra.
Johnson Wax Program, presenting Marion and Jim Jordan as Fibber McGee and Molly. Ted Weems and his orchestra open the show with Do You Mean It? According to schedule, this is the moment when we tell you housewives how you can give your floors and linoleum a beautiful, bright polish without any work of rubbing or buffing. That is, if you use Glow Coat, Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat. While you sit back and take it easy, this remarkable liquid polish makes your floors gleam like new. You have no idea how much more attractive your rooms will look after your floors are polished with Glow Coat. It seems to give freshness and brightness to the whole house. And the work it saves you. Glow Coat protects floors with a wear-resisting polish that sheds dust and dirt and reduces floor cleaning work to practically nothing. Ask your dealer tomorrow for Glow Coat in the attractive yellow can. It's spelled G-L-O-C-O-A-T. Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat, made by the makers of Johnson's Wax. Well, as you may have heard elsewhere, Christmas is approaching. So Fibber is looking through the newspaper for a temporary job to make a little Yuletide pin money. And here in the living room at 79 Wistful Vista, reading the paper and darning socks, respectively, we find Fibber McGee and Molly.
McGee,
Why don't you go out and help Silly with the dishes before you read the paper?
Oh, Sil's getting along all right. Ain't you, Sil? Sure is. Say, here's an interesting item in the paper, Molly.
What is it?
Mae West is recovering from her operation nicely.
What was she operated on for?
It was the only way they could get her hand off her hip.
Oh.
Here's a nice item about Sing Sing, Molly.
Oh, read it to me, McGee. Your friends are my friends, you know.
Just for that, I won't read it to you.
Okay.
Excuse me, please, ma'am. Excuse me, Mr. McGee.
What's the matter, Sil?
Well, where do the sauce and cuppers go?
Where did the what go?
The sauce and cuppers.
You mean the cost and supper.
No, he means the sup and cotters.
Yes, sir. What I say?
Why, you said the sauce and cuppers.
Did I? Well, that's cute. No, ma'am. But where do they go, please, ma'am?
On the top shelf to the left of the cabinet, Silly.
Yes, ma'am.
Here's another cute item, Molly. It says here...
Say, I thought you were looking at the want ads for a job.
Oh, I'll get to them soon enough, Molly. Nobody ever got a job by leaping right into them like that.
Oh.
Got to sneak up on them. Listen to this. This is a pretty hot item. Bill McGee, Columbus right-hander, leads the American Association for 1936 with an average of .619. Bill McGee. I wonder if that could be Cousin Willie that I taught to pitch back in Peoria when I was a top southpaw in the 3I League.
3I? That would be your league. I.
I taught young Bill McGee to pitch a baseball by throwing lemons at nails I pounded into the side of the big barn. I made him throw lemons till he could stick them onto a nail every time. Why, by the spring of 21, that barn was stained lemon yellow all over. Funny thing, too. The acid in them lemons was so astringent that it shrunk the barn way down. We had to use it for a doghouse.
I suppose he wrote that song. Picture me without you.
Excuse me, please, ma'am.
Oh, now what's the matter, Silly?
Well, where do the shakers go, please, ma'am?
The shakers?
Most of them go into burlesque shows, Bud.
Oh. Salt shakers, they're not.
Oh.
Yes, sir.
They go on the lower shelf to the right, Silly.
Thank you, ma'am. I'll put in there through now, ma'am.
Well, straighten things up and you can go on home.
Yes.
Listen to this, Molly. It says here that Japan is trying to influence the elections in China. They're offering free rice for voters.
I see. As chow mein goes, so goes the country.
Gee, here's a movie I'd like to see. It's all about that old army officer who gets up at daylight to darken his gray hair.
What picture's that?
The general died at dawn. I'd like to see this charge of the Light Brigade, too.
Charge of the Light Brigade?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that reminds me, McGee. The bill from the electric company came this morning. Say, aren't you at the want ads yet?
I'm just reading them now, Molly. Aha! Here's just the thing.
What?
The Wistful Vista Jewelry Shop needs a helper. I think I'm going to enjoy that job.
Oh, you think you will. Why don't you get the job first?
Why, shucks, it's in the bag, Molly. Watch what you can do with brains and personality. Hand me that phone.
Here.
Hello, operator. Give me 7-Eleven. Dear old Lookout Mountain, wait for... Hello. Number 7-Eleven? Huh? Oh, excuse me. Hello, operator. I didn't get 7-Eleven. No. Throw 'em again. Hello, Wistful Vista Jewelry Shop? Fibber McGee speaking.
Asking for the job real nice.
Hello, Mr. Sinful Bob? Say, I was driving past your jewelry store this morning about 30 miles an hour, and I noticed you got a stick pin in your window with a diamond in it. Sure, but I noticed a flaw in the diamond. Okay, I'll hold the phone while you take a look.
Say, how could you see a flaw in a diamond in a window across the street at 30 miles an hour?
Quiet, Molly, now take it easy. Hello, Sinful Bomb. It has got a flaw, eh? I thought so. What? Oh, that wasn't so tough for a fellow that knows diamonds like I do. Huh? Why? Oh, no, I wouldn't be interested. Huh? No, I would. How much does it pay? Oh, just a few days, huh? Well. Okay, I'll take it. Just as a favor to you, Sinful Bomb. Okay, be right down. Well, Molly, we got a job.
McGee, what is this? How did you know there was a flaw in that diamond?
I used to own it, Molly. I lost it to Mort Toops in a poker game, and he sold it to Sinful Bomb. I seen it in the window yesterday. Come on, let's go.
now Ted Weems and his orchestra play Who Loves You, featuring Perry Como.
Who loves you? Ask yourself the question. Who loves you, sweetheart? And tell me who thinks of you 1,000,000 times a day, and who's blue and lonely, honey, when you're away. Say who needs you every minute, who fell for you from the start, oh, who just longs for your caresses, don't have to take 3 guesses, who loves you, sweetheart?
Vista Jewelry Shop, where Mr. Sinfulbaum, the proprietor, highly impressed by McGee's expert knowledge of jewels, has taken the day off and left our friends in charge.
Well, what on earth do you know about jewelry, McGee?
Oh, don't worry about me, Molly. Nobody's going to take any diamonds from under my nose.
Oh, no?
Oh.
Well, who's going to take the rings from under your eyes?
You think nobody else knows anything about jewelry just because your Uncle Dennis was took away in bracelets?
Don't be funny, McGee. Me uncle was only detained on a technicality.
Yeah, sure. They tell me that technicality carried about 50,000 volts.
Well, what I want to know is, suppose somebody comes in here and wants you to fix a watch or something.
Don't worry, I know my stuff. Why, I used to remodel 8-day clocks into wristwatches for 6-day bike racers. Say, what did Sinfulbaum say about the burglar alarms?
Why, he says, always press this button before you open the showcase or the alarm rings. Like this, you see?
Oh, I get it. If you press the button first, it don't ring.
That's it.
Oh. Hi, Bud. What can I do for you?
Good day to you, laddie. I don't know what I think. I just come in to set my watch.
Oh, well, go right ahead, sir.
Thank you, lass. But which clock is the right one?
Well, we got all kinds of clocks around here, Bud. Just pick out any one and set your watch by it.
Aye, but they're all different times.
Well, the time is different all over the world, Scotty, and we got an international reputation. Where are you from?
Edinburgh.
Okay. Set it by that clock over there. It's about 11:30 in Edinburgh right now.
A.M. or P.M.?
I am.
So am I.
Well, of all the silly...
Say, Molly, did you see the cute little cufflinks they got here in the showcase?
The button, McGee, the button. Shut it off. Shut it.
Oh. I always forget that thing. I was going to say that these cufflinks remind me of some I had once. I still got one of them, but the other's missing.
It would be. You're the type.
What type?
The missing link type. Oh, it's Mrs. Wearybottom.
Oh, yes. My. Hi, O'Weary. How you been?
Oh, I've been all right. Oh, goodness me, this Christmas shopping just wears a body out, don't it? It certainly does. It seems that I'm on the go from morning till night, and I don't seem to get a thing accomplished that I set out to do. Oh, I've got a shopping list as long as your leg, only you're a little too short. Have you got any fountain pens?
Fountain pen, sis? Oh, yeah, but shucks, you better think twice before you get a fountain pen. I don't believe you got the confidence to work crossword puzzles with a pen. And besides, think how they're liable to leak.
McGee, maybe Mrs. Wearybottom wants a fountain pen.
I know, but I was just going to tell about my old pal Wilcox. Harpo Wilcox was his name. He used to be a radio announcer. Well, sir, Harpo took him a fancy for a fountain pen, just like you, Mrs. Worrybottom. And it leaked so much he had to go into the undertaking business because he didn't dare wear anything but black. And there he was, a radio announcer at heart, forced into a business where he had to talk in whispers. Just on account of a little fountain pen.
Well, my goodness, imagine that. Now, I guess it just goes to show, doesn't it, what a little thing can do. It seems harmless, and yet it can change the whole course of a body's life. And just when I was considering opening up a little bakery on 14th and Oak Streets, too, and here I almost buy a fountain pen. Imagine me as a mortician. I don't believe I could do it. Merry Christmas to both of you.
McGee, that kind of salesmanship will never put money in the cash register.
Well, Molly, it ain't the tinkle of the cash register that tickles a merchant. It's the happy gleam in the eyes of his customer.
Oh, how do you do?
Hi, Bud. What's on your mind?
Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Horatio K. Boomer, sir, of the Brazilian Boomers.
Oh, a Brazilian boomer, eh?
Yes, yes. As half owner in the Boomer mines in Brazil, the world's greatest diamond-bearing straighter, yes, getting straighter and straighter all the time, I am authorized to part with a small handful of our genuine Brazilian stones at a sacrifice.
Who sacrificed? Ours?
Quiet, Molly. Let's see some of them gems, Boomer.
Certainly, my boy, certainly. Here, a dozen of diesel dazzle you.
Wait till I put a magnifying lens in my eye. There. Say, this here's a beautiful stone, Molly. Look, a pink diamond with a black edge.
Sorry, my boy, that's my fingernail you're looking at.
You got the glass wrong side, too, in your eye, Eagernut.
Whose eye? Oh, yeah. Well, they're good-looking stones anyway, Molly. How much a pound, Bud?
A pound?
Heavenly days, a pound of diamonds?
Well, then how about 2 pounds? Anyway, I saw some with flaws in them.
But your flaws and linoleum will look like new again after a beauty treatment of Johnson's Glow Coat.
Mr. Wilcox.
Don't pay any attention to him, Molly. He's just a rough diamond looking for a place to set. Well, how much a pound for the stones, Bud?
Well, I'd say in the neighborhood of $50 a pound, in a very nice neighborhood, too. I can only spare a couple of pounds.
Well, let's see how much money there is in the cash register.
McGee, you can't haul off and buy a lot of
Quiet, Molly. This is an important deal. I'm sorry, Boomer. There's only about 27 bucks in the till.
Well, now, let me see. Perhaps I can make some small adjustment in the price. The hand that has tilled the soil can never soil the till, if that means anything. Probably doesn't. Just a moment till I figure out the import duties and the Social Security. 19% ad valorem, 40% to the Peoria Glass Company, new front fender, and a short beard. Yes, my friend, I find I can make the price exactly $27 a pound.
Okay, I'll take it.
And I don't mind telling you, you've made a good buy.
Okay.
So have I. Goodbye.
You imagine that, Molly? Buying a pound of diamonds for 27 bucks? Real Brazilian ones, too. And you know what that means.
What, Brazilian?
Yes.
Yes.
What?
Nuts, both of you.
probably have a lot of company in your home around the holidays. The kitchen will be a busy room with baking and candy making going on, and a lot of things are likely to be spilled on the floor. That means extra work for you unless your linoleum and floors are protected with Johnson's Glow Coat. If your floors do have a shining Glow Coat polish, you won't have to worry about grease spots or stains. Dirt can be easily wiped off the surface, and the floor will stay bright and clean for a long time. Why don't you save yourself a great deal of work by ordering Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat tomorrow? It takes only a few minutes to apply, and there's no rubbing or buffing. Glow Coat dries to a beautiful polish in just 20 minutes. And when you order Glow Coat, made by the makers of Johnson's Wax, remember, you save money by getting the larger sizes. Well, Mr. Sinfulbaum, the proprietor of the jewelry store, is still away, leaving Fibber and Molly in charge. They haven't sold anything yet, but as Fibber says, they're building goodwill. Who are they to put business before sentiment? And here they are with another customer.
Yes, I want an engagement ring. Something good. You know how it is.
Well, isn't that sweet, McGee? I feel so romantic selling an engagement ring. I feel sort of like a Cupid.
Hey, this ain't any weather to feel like a Cupid, Molly. Make it Santa Claus and keep your mittens on.
Well, listen here now. I suppose it's more important to me than you. How about an engagement ring?
Listen, Bud, I don't believe you understand the seriousness of marriage. Have you considered pretty well taking this step?
Well,
There, you see? You haven't considered all the angles. Well, have you got any right to gamble on this girl's future? Suppose she loses her job. But, how do you know what fortune holds for you? What's waiting around the corner?
my girl.
Aha! Then I'm still in time. Now, you just go home and think it over, Bud. And years later, you'll be bouncing the little feller on your knee and telling him, thank goodness Mr. McGee talked me out of that marriage.
Say,
Huh?
who's the little fella then?
Huh? That's his nephew.
Oh.
Well, so long, Bud, and good luck.
Yes.
No, don't thank me. It's perfectly all right. I do the same thing for anybody.
Well, a fine business. Try to talk a man out of his own wedding.
Listen, Molly, an engagement ring might look pretty small to you, but it's big enough so 9 men out of 10 can put their foot in it.
Oh, hello there, little girl.
Oh, hi there, sis.
Hi.
What can we do for you?
Hmm?
I says, what is it you want? Cute, isn't she, Molly? Doing your Christmas shopping, sis?
I'm not going to do any, I betcha.
Oh, you aren't, huh? Why not?
Hmm?
I says, why not?
Why not what?
Why not do any Christmas shopping?
Who for?
For anybody.
Oh, no, mister. I can't shop for just anybody, I bet.
No. I mean, well, listen, what do you want?
I want a doll buggy and a sled and a bottle of perfume and ski.
No. I didn't say what did you want.
You did, too, I betcha.
Well, I meant what did you want in here? What'd you come in for?
Hmm?
Listen, what is it you want us to do?
Fix my wristwatch, I betcha.
Oh.
It's always the same time. Looky.
Let's see. Look, Molly, a 10-cent wristwatch with the band painted on it, with the hands painted on it.
Talk yourself out of that, smart boy.
Well, I don't know, sis. This is a pretty good watch. It says 12 o'clock on it, just as plain.
I know it. But, gee, it isn't always 12 o'clock, I betcha.
Well, I know, but listen. 12 o'clock is about the time Santa Claus comes down your chimney. And this watch is so you won't forget to watch for him. You see? Yes, sir. Look at that little face, Molly, drinking in every word I say. Yep. So you just wait up till Santa Claus comes down the chimney, sis, and then look at your watch, and it'll say just 12 o'clock exactly.
Do you really think Santa Claus will come down our chimney, mister?
Ah, you betcha, sis.
And to think I'd ask a guy like you to fix my wristwatch.
I can just see that little little face drinking in every word you said to him.
What's the fellow going to do?
Oh, it's Billy Watson. Hello, Sylvius. What you got there?
Oh, hi, Sil. What's on your mind?
Hi, ma'am. How are you, boss? I didn't know y'all work here.
Oh, sure.
Well, could y'all fix this little old clock, please, sir?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Why, shucks, Sil. You come to the blessed clock fixer in the business today. Why, I gave Big Ben his first haircut. Yes, sir. And put 3 new crystals in the watch on the run. Can I fix a clock?
Well, can you?
Yeah, sir. Can you?
Why, I used to be known as Clock Dr. McGee out in Cooper, Colorado.
Oh,
Clock Dr. McGee, the conscientious corrector of chronological creations and clever crystal craftsman of Cooper, Colorado. Who said that?
Nobody, Mr. McGee. That's this little old clock, please, sir. She done cuckoo on the slightest provocation.
Well, it just needs a little adjustment, Phil. Now, hold it like this. Hand me a screwdriver, Molly. I think I know what's wrong. Thanks. Now, let's see. Oh, yeah. Hold it now, Phil.
Yes, I guess.
Excuse me, please. Have you the correct time?
You betcha, sis. It's just...
3 o'clock. Can you imagine that? I was 4 hours fast.
one touch of cuckoo makes the whole world kin.
The whole world can what?
The whole world can make their homes brighter with Johnson's wax.
Smart bird you got there, Phil.
Yes, sir.
Hey, who's the proprietor in here, Sonny?
Oh, hello there, Grandma. Wait on her, Molly, while I fix this clock.
Wait on her yourself, mastermind. You've sold nothing yet today. I'll see what I can do with the clock.
Okay, but if she was...
Well, Skippy, do I get waited on or don't I?
Okay, Grandma. What was it you wanted? Something in a nice...
Never mind going into your sales talk, Skippy. I know what I want.
What?
I want a slave bracelet for my ankle.
What did your uncle want with a slave bracelet?
Not uncle, ankle.
Oh, a slave bracelet for your ankle. You a slave, Grandma?
I'll say so. A slave to love. Me.
Oh, sure. Well, now, let's see. What size, Grandma?
Oh, just fit it on my ankle, Shorty. Here, I'll put my foot up on the counter so you can...
Hey, watch the glass, Grandma.
Hey, the button, McGee, the button. Shut off the button.
It don't work. The glass is busted.
Don't bust my face, McGee. It's the police, McGee. It's the police.
What's the matter?
What's going on in here?
What do you want?
Why, officer, we, can you fix a cuckoo clock?
McGee. Whatever was wrong with that cuckoo clock of Silly's?
Well, I didn't want to say anything, Molly. That, after all, a clock's got the right to lead its own life.
What? Yes, but what...
When I got the clock apart, I found the cuckoo had laid an egg.
Oh, dear. Well, how about us?
Good night.
Good night, all.
Wilcox speaking and inviting you all to join us again next week at this same time. Good night.
The selection, Say It With Music, heard on this program is from the Music Box Review. This is the Red Network of the National Broadcasting Company. WMAQ, the Chicago Daily News station. Tickets are available for the 11 o'clock Fibber McGee broadcast. If you would like to attend one of these late performances, write to the Johnson program in care of WMAQ, Chicago.
Lou, I said to myself,
he's a genius.
what the theater needs is a good old-fashioned melodrama.
He's a genius.
The public is tired of symbolic plays where people sit in a sewer for 3 acts contemplating their navels. Lou, I said to myself, get yourself a real melodrama with a pretty, innocent young girl and a deep-dyed villain. I tried to get the top playwrights to give me a melodrama.
He's a genius.
I got stacks of unread manuscripts by unknown writers.
He's a genius.
Then I found it, the play I was looking for. I entitled it Melodrama. And now Melodrama is the biggest hit on Broadway.
He's a genius.
The biggest hit of the season. The biggest hit in years. It's making me $1 million.
He's a genius.
Lou, I said to myself, you're a genius.
Theater 5 presents Melodrama.
Thanks for calling, Johnny. No, I haven't found a play yet. Spread the word around that I want a real melodrama. I tell you what, I'm just leaving the office now. I'll meet you at the Backstage Club in 15 minutes.
Hello, Mr. Darren.
You're not the type.
You're assuming I'm an actress.
Who else comes into a producer's office, especially without knocking? Write your name down and don't call us, we'll call you.
Have I asked you for a job?
What else would you want?
Plenty. Now, look, it'll take a few minutes to explain. It might even take a long time.
No, it won't, because I won't listen. I have to leave now.
Oh, look, you're looking for melodrama, aren't you?
Uh-huh. And I don't expect to get it from any actress.
Oh, how do I say it? Mr. Darren, I'm desperate. Oh, I know you're used to having people say they're desperate. I know it isn't a good approach, but look, Mr. Darren, when was the last time an actress came into this office not looking for a job?
Young lady, are you trying to pry into my private life?
I am deadly serious, Mr. Darren. I want a favor, yes, but I'm not looking for a job. Please listen to me.
What favor?
Give me 5 minutes.
I'll tell you what I'll do. I'm going to light this cigarette now, and you have until it's finished to tell me what's on your mind.
All right. Oh, my goodness, I better talk fast. In the first place, I'm not from New York.
Actresses never are.
I come from a little town upstate. I was the leading lady in the high school dramatic club, and everybody said I was good.
Every leading lady in every high school dramatic club is good until she leaves home.
I wish you'd stop talking and using up my time. Well, I started acting with a little theater group. A professional critic from Rochester said I was absolutely wonderful as Tina. You know, the girl who sucks her thumb throughout the 2 acts of Hope is a Crumpled Newspaper blown by vagrant winds. All right. 4 months ago, my uncle's estate was settled, and I got $3,500.
So you came to New York to play Ophelia.
So I came to New York to play anything I could get. But it wasn't easy. I tramped around from one producer's office to another, and I never heard a casting director say anything except, you're not the type. Everybody talks about how actresses have aching hearts. And what we really have is aching feet.
2 more puffs, and I'll kill this cigarette.
Oh, well, here, have one of mine.
All right. 1 more cigarette just because you're pretty.
Fine. And for heaven's sake, Mr. Darren, don't puff so hard. What I want to tell you about is something that started one day in the corridor right outside this office. I'd been waiting to see you for 3 hours, Mr. Darren, and finally I left. Well, a man who had also been waiting caught up with me in the corridor. He was tall and tailored, and he had blue eyes and light hair and a sandy mustache. And, well, naturally, I believed him when he said he was an actor because he had an English accent.
I beg your pardon, miss.
Oh, yes?
I gather we're fellow thespians.
I'm looking for a job as an actress, if that's what you mean.
I gather that. You may have wondered why I was hanging about so long in Lou Darren's office.
Well, I supposed you were looking for a job just like me.
Oh, my goodness, no. Lou and I are old friends. Perhaps it isn't modest, but it's a simple statement of fact that I don't have to beg for jobs in the theater. As a matter of fact, I'm Dick Appleton.
Oh. Is that so?
Yes. To tell you the truth, I was studying you there in Lou's office. I believe you may be exactly the type I'm looking for.
For what?
For lunch, to start with.
Mr. Appleton, I'm not in the habit.
Please, I don't want you to misconstrue my motives. Fact is, I'm engaged in a theatrical venture. That's all I can tell you now. But if we have lunch together, if we talk together for an hour or so, I'll know by the end of that time whether you're the young, fresh talent that I'm looking for.
You mean to act? On the stage?
Exactly. Lunch?
Lunch? It was a good lunch. And I found Dick Appleton very easy to talk to. Mostly because what we talked about was me. But by the end of the lunch, I still had no inkling as to whether he was pleased with me or not. Over coffee, though.
Well, you are an interesting person, Miss Biddle. What I don't see is how you managed to live here in New York.
Well, I do have a little money.
Oh?
Yes, but it's discouraging when no producer seems to take me seriously.
Yes, of course. I don't suppose you have much money.
My uncle left me $3,500. You know, I was wondering whether I ought to go to a dramatic school.
Oh, I doubt that you need to. $3,500, you said?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I don't suppose there's much of that left.
Oh, about $2,500.
Ah, $2,500. Then you can sustain yourself during the rehearsal period.
Would you say that again?
Oh, sorry, my dear girl. Here we are. I've been talking for an hour, and it's obvious to me that you're enormously talented.
Golly.
You have incandescence.
Oh, I've seen that word in drama reviews.
You have luminosity.
I have?
Indeed, you certainly have. Now, let's get down to business. I'm associated in the production of a new play by... Well, I'm not at liberty to say who the playwright is yet.
Of course.
But he is one of our really fine modern playwrights. The play is symbolic. It's all about a girl surrounded with abnormal uncles and aunts, cousins and brothers and sisters, you know, who runs away to find sanity by living in a sandbox.
Oh, the sandbox is symbolic.
I knew you had a quick mind. And the writing itself, stark, almost incoherent.
Oh, it sounds wonderful.
Oh, it is. I'm sure it'll run 2 years. Now then, I want you to play the girl.
The lead?
The lead. But I don't want to unveil you to my associates until I've coached you for some time.
Oh, I'll do anything you say.
Splendid. Now, I have a small apartment here in the city. I live in Bucks County, actually. Now, if you'd come to that apartment each day.
Starting when?
Starting now.
Let's go. For 2 weeks, I rehearsed in that apartment. Mr. Darren, you have no idea how exciting and demanding he was. Why, sometimes he'd have me read one line over and over again, different ways, for an hour. Oh, he seemed to know an awful lot about acting.
Wait a minute. My cigarette's out.
I know, I noticed. But I hope you're going to listen to the rest of it.
I am, yes, and I'll tell you why. This man said he was a good friend of mine.
Yes?
I don't know anybody named Dick Appleton.
I'm not surprised.
He acted as if he were well known in the theater. I can say with authority that there's no Dick Appleton in the theater.
I'm not surprised at that either.
Who was this guy?
Will I go on?
Yes.
Well, as I say, he rehearsed me hard for 2 weeks. He criticized my walk, corrected my diction, told me that all my life I had been sitting down and standing up without really knowing how to do these things. Well, then one day when I arrived at the apartment...
Oh, hello, Mary.
Good morning.
Come in, won't you?
Right. Well, shall we start?
Ready, Mary, I don't know.
What's the matter?
I just don't know how to tell you this.
Oh, dear, something's terribly wrong.
It certainly is. Here, I've made you put in your time here for 2 weeks. Really, I feel I ought to pay you for it.
I don't understand.
You know what an angel is, of course.
Oh, sure, the backer of a play, the man who puts up the money.
Well, that's one way of saying it. My way of saying it this morning is that an angel is a devil.
Oh, I think you'd better explain.
Sit down, won't you?
All right.
Oh, naturally, I have a backup for this play we've been rehearsing. I've put in a good deal of my own money, but I did need the backer's money, too. Now, the playwright trusts me implicitly. And when I told him about you, he said he'd take my word for your talent. But the backer...
I see. The backer doesn't want me?
The backer insists on a big-name star.
Oh, dear.
Either I agree to cast a star, in which case you don't get the part, or I insist on you, in which case the play doesn't go on.
There isn't any other way of getting the money?
Not quickly enough, no. Oh, wait a minute. If I sold my telephone company... I know. I'd almost make it, but we'd still need another $2,000.
Oh.
$2,000.
But I have $2,000.
No, Mary. I couldn't take your
Look,
money.
there isn't anything wrong with an actress investing in a play, is there?
Well, no, it's done all the time, of course, especially when the actress is going to star in the play.
Well, then...
No, Mary, I hate to do...
But don't you see? You're doing me a favor.
Well...
Look, when do you need the money?
Well, as a matter of fact, dear, right away. I have to put a deposit down for the theater.
Now, you stay right there. I'm going to go down to the bank, and I'll be back in 15 minutes with $2,000. I ran all the way to the bank, and then all the way back. And when I gave Dick Appleton the $2,000, it was wonderful to see how happy he was.
Oh, wonderful, Mary. Let me kiss you. No rehearsing today, Mary. Go on home, take a nap, and dream about opening night.
He didn't have to tell me to dream about opening night. I did nothing else from then until the next morning when I returned to his apartment. I knew, or at any rate I thought, that yesterday he had put down the deposit on the theater. Oh, I was so excited. I was an actress. I was going to be a star. Well, when he didn't answer my knock, I tried the door. It opened. So I walked in. The apartment was vacant. All the furniture was gone. Dick Appleton was gone. And my money was gone.
Well, Miss Biddle, that's a very interesting story, but I don't see what it has to do with me.
Mr. Darren, the story is not finished yet.
You said you were going to ask me a favor.
That's right.
What is it?
Well, you'll have to hear the whole story first.
I'm overdue at the Backstage Club.
You haven't been interested in what I've been telling you?
I've been very much interested. But when somebody wants a favor and tells me a long story, finally ending with the information that her money is gone, I get suspicious.
Aha, you're afraid I'm going to ask you for money.
It's exactly what I'm afraid of.
Well, I won't keep you in suspense about that. I am going to ask you for money.
It's time for me to leave for the Backstage
Club. The rest of the story doesn't take long, and I can assure you that you're going to want to give me money when I'm finished.
Is this some kind of blackmail?
No.
Oh, well. I'll admit you've got me interested. Go ahead.
Well, I was left with less than $500, and you can't live long on that amount in New York. Of course, I tried to locate Richard Appleton, but the police told me there was no such person in Equity or the League of New York Theaters or in the Bucks County telephone book. I don't suppose Appleton was his real name anyway. He was gone with my money, and I didn't think I'd ever see him again. But then, just this morning, I went into a cafeteria on 23rd Street, and there he was, sitting alone at a table having breakfast. He didn't see me until I'd taken a seat opposite him.
Excuse me, here, let me get that tray out of your way, miss. Oh.
Oh. How do you do, Dick?
I beg your pardon?
I'd like my money back.
I'm afraid there must be some mistake. We can start with the fact that you called me Dick, wasn't it? Actually, my name is Mortimer.
Mm-hmm. I don't imagine your name is Mortimer any more than it is Dick, and I don't care what your name is. I want my money.
Say, miss, are you quite sure you're all right? Perhaps I should call a doctor, or
perhaps I should call a policeman.
Really, I don't know what this is all about, but by all means, let's untangle it, shall we? If you're looking for a policeman, there's one over there.
Oh, where?
Right behind you.
Oh, well, then. Stop! Thief! Stop! Stop that man! Stop! Thief! Oh, of course he had tricked me. There wasn't any policeman there. He was just getting me to turn around. And now there he was running away from me, and I was screaming at the top of my lungs. But you know what New York is like. As soon as I screamed, "Stop thief," everybody in that cafeteria hunched over their coffee and pretended not to hear me. So I had to chase Dick Appleton myself. Well, he knew I was after him. He ran down the street, turned the corner, but he never got very far ahead of me. I didn't waste my breath. I knew no one would help me. Well, he turned another corner, and when I reached it, I was just in time to see him running up the steps of a brownstone house. And I pounded up the stairs after him. The nameplates on the doorbell revealed only one with the initials R.A., Roger Amster, and 2B. I took a chance, and I went to 2B.
Yes, who is it?
Exterminator.
Oh, good. Oh.
I think I'm in better condition than you are, Mr. Appleton. Hamster, or whatever it is. If you want to start running again, I can chase you all over town, but sooner or later you'll have to give me my money.
Well, I guess the jig is up, eh? Why don't you come in?
No, thank you. Look, if the money is in this room, please go get it and bring it here to the door. If you have to go out to the bank for it, I shall go with you.
And if I've spent it?
If you've spent it, you'll go with me to the police.
Look, Betty, you may be able to outrun me. But really, I am taller and stronger than you are.
Ow!
Now, what are you going to do?
I'm going to walk right past you and out of here.
I think not.
Now, listen, you let me go.
To the police. Do I look like an idiot?
I'm leaving.
Are you really?
Oh, yes, Oh, you wouldn't.
Rather a pretty little knife, isn't it?
Oh, no.
Very sharp, too. Quite valuable. Not merely because it has a jeweled handle.
Oh, you wouldn't dare use that knife.
I'm afraid that's only your opinion.
Oh, I'm getting out of here.
Oh, no.
No, stop it. No, stop it. Oh, my God.
Are you trying to tell me you killed him?
Yes, Mr. Darren.
When was this?
I told you. This morning.
Wait a minute. How do you know he's dead?
Well, I didn't leave right away. I examined him. Do you want me to go into detail?
No.
Look, if he'd been alive, I would have called an ambulance.
What have you been doing since this morning?
I've been walking around the city trying to think what I should do. And anyway, around 2 o'clock this afternoon, I called the police, and I told them a man had been murdered and where they could find the body.
You didn't tell them who you were?
No, not then, but I'm going to. When I leave here, I'm going right to the police station.
I've never heard of anything like this.
I'm sure you haven't.
But why did you come here? What have I got to do with you or with that Appleton or whatever his name is?
I told you I had a favor to ask of you.
You told me more than that. You said you were going to ask for money and that I'd give it to you. Well, I won't.
Won't? Not even when it means hundreds of thousands of dollars in your pocket for a relatively small investment?
What are you talking about?
Mr. Darren, you've been looking for a melodrama, and I need money for my defense. Now, haven't I given you a good plot for a melodrama? And isn't that worth the money to you that my lawyer will ask?
Well, you're going too fast for me.
Look, I don't claim I've told you the whole play. But what happened today brings us up to a good first act ending. Mr. Darren, at the end of the first act, the girl comes to the producer and asks for money, just as I've asked money from you, for the defense.
It's not a bad first act.
All right. Now, suppose the producer helps her. Suppose you shielded me, hid me, while the police were looking for me, while you were looking for proof that I did it in self-defense.
I think you've got something. Listen, there's a playwright I know, and if I can get him on the phone, he'll be over here in half an hour, and you tell him everything you've told me.
That won't be necessary, Mr. Darren.
Huh?
Mr. Darren, you have been trying to get every big playwright in town to write you a melodrama. Is that right?
Yeah?
But you ought to know that nowadays big-name playwrights are interested only in one thing. In those plays about girls who suck their thumbs or sit in sandboxes. Mr. Darren, would you please tell me why you never read your unsolicited manuscripts from unknown playwrights?
What are you talking about?
Just a minute. Is that your pile of unsolicited scripts? Excuse me a minute. All right, now let's see. Ah, here it is. Now, here's a play you've had in your office for exactly 4 months, Mr. Darren. You've apparently never read it, but you know something? Just now you found the first act awfully interesting.
Melodrama, play in 3 acts.
By Mary Biddle. That's me. It'll make you $1 million, Mr. Darren. It'll make you a genius.
Theater 5 has presented Melodrama, written by Robert Senadella and directed by Ted Bell. In the cast, Rosemary Rice, George Petrie, and Lon Clark. Audio engineer Bill Sandreuter. Sound technician Ed Blaney. Story editor Jack C. Wilson. Original music by Alexander Vlastotsenko. Orchestra under the direction of Glenn Osser. Executive producer for Theater 5, Edward A. Byron. We invite and will appreciate your comments. Please write to Theater 5, New York 23, New York. This is Fred Foy speaking. This has been an ABC Radio Network production.
Kraft presents The Great Gildersleeve. Each week at this time from Hollywood, California, Kraft presents Harold Terry as The Great Gildersleeve, written by Leonard L. Levinson. We'll hear from The Great Gildersleeve in just a moment. But first, remember the saying, an army marches on its stomach? Well, nowadays, battles are won not by armies alone, but by entire populations. For total defense, we all must have plenty of the right kind of food. That means wholesome, nourishing food. Food that produces the energy we use up in hard work and play. That's why Parquet margarine, the quality margarine made by Kraft, should be an important item on your shopping list. Because Parquet margarine is an economical source of important food elements we all need. Parquet margarine not only has delicious flavor that makes it a favorite for table use, baking, and pan frying, Parquet margarine is a highly nutritious food, one of the best energy foods you can serve. What's more, every pound of Parquet contains 9,000 units of important vitamin A. So why not give your family the benefits of this wholesome, nourishing food and start serving them Parquet margarine now? They'll like its flavor. You'll know it's good for them. So tomorrow, ask your dealer for Parquet, Parkay. And now let's visit our friend, the Great Gildersleeve.
Well, my goodness, Bertie, the ashtrays are all empty for once. What is this, some special occasion?
For me it is, Mr. Gildersleeve. I'd like to have the evening off.
Oh, is this your night to leave early?
No, sir, but I'd sort of like to get an advance on next week's night off.
Oh, any reason why not, Marjorie?
Oh, not at all. Go ahead, Bertie.
Thanks. I wouldn't ask, only we've got spectacular things tonight down at our lodge.
Oh.
That's the mysterious and bewildering orders of the daughters of Cleopatra.
Yeah, Bertie's the head sphinx.
Not no more, Leroy. I'm now the exhausted ruler of the pyramid. I've been promoted.
Yeah, I see. Does that make you the head man?
No, sir. I'm practically a stowaway on the royal barge of the ancient Nile.
Yes.
And ahead of me comes the major domus of the outer chamber of the inner sanctum.
Yeah.
Then the chief searcher in the bulrushes for the daughters of Pharaoh.
Oh, yeah.
And above her comes the royal rejecter of delinquent daughters.
Well, isn't there a queen, Bertie?
Mr. Gilsleeve, in our organization, every gal's a queen.
Oh, my pardon.
Oh, what are you holding tonight, Bertie? An initiation?
No, ma'am. It's the red, white, and blue fish fry in order of, to honor a group of our visiting soldier boys.
Oh, yeah.
The daughters of Cleo Patriots, all 100% Americans.
Well, that's a fine thing, Bertie, entertaining your soldier friends.
Yes, sir. We've even hired a military jitterbug band. The brown-skinned boogie-woogie bugle boys.
Well, go right ahead. And if you want to take anything from the pantry for the fish fry, help yourself, Bertie.
Yes.
You may want to broil a couple of cans of sardines.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much, Mr. Gilsleeve.
Yeah, that's all right.
Say, Unc, you know something?
Leroy, I wish you wouldn't keep using that expression. Of course I know something. But what is it?
Well, I was reading in the paper where there's going to be about 1,000 soldiers in Summerfield over Thanksgiving.
Yes?
Well, let me see. Yeah, here it is.
Well, the city will play host to 32nd Regiment Thursday. USO urges all citizens to invite Army men to dinner.
That's what I mean. Can we have a soldier for our Thanksgiving dinner, Uncle Mort?
Leroy, you sound like a cannibal.
Leroy, you mean can we invite a soldier to come to dinner?
Yes, and I think it's a splendid idea.
Oh, then we're going to have one?
Why, of course. When I think of all those boys, many of them so far away from home, it takes me back to the lonesome Thanksgiving I spent in an Army hospital back in 1918.
Gee, Unc, I never knew you were wounded.
Well, it's something I never talk about.
Oh, what happened to you, Uncle Mort?
I was kicked by a mule.
Where were you kicked, Uncle?
In the customary place. That mule kicked me so high they gave me a pilot's license. I spent 3 weeks in bed, flat on my stomach. In those days, I had a flat stomach. But remember, kiddies, never mention a word of this to anybody. It's still a painful subject. Even now, I twitch when I pass a mule.
Gee, Uncle Mort, where did this happen? In France?
No, Leroy, in Missouri. I was buying mules for the Army. Sort of talent scout for jackasses. Yeah. Well, anyway, I got 9,000 of them before one of them got me.
Say, I never knew you knew anything about mules.
Oh, yes, Leroy. I had quite an asinine education. Yeah, but that was a long time ago. Let's forget it, children.
Yes. Does that paper say how we go about inviting a soldier for dinner?
Inviting? Let me see. Oh, yes, here it is. Patriotic families who wish to share their Thanksgiving dinner with members of the Army are requested to be at Bacon Square, opposite the City Hall, before noon Thursday to pick up their dinner guests. The Army men will be bivouacked at the square.
What's bivouacked, Uncle?
A bivouac is a place where barking dogs are cooled off in pup tents. Yes, I got to remember that. Also that word.
Well, but it's very simple.
Huh?
Just one more for dinner Thursday.
Yeah.
You can drive down in the morning and pick up one of the boys, Uncle.
Gee, that's going to be keen.
We better ask Bertie if it's all right with her first, though. Bertie!
Yes, it's all right with me.
That woman's wasting her time as a cook. She could get a job as an airplane detector.
Say, I have a better idea. Let's have a real celebration. We'll get a couple of extra turkeys and invite 8 or 10 boys.
8 or 10? Won't that be too much trouble, Marjorie?
Oh, no. I'll ask some of my girlfriends to come over.
Girlfriends? Oh, by all means. That'll be jolly for the soldiers, too.
Oh, gee, Unc, the whole idea sounded great till you brought in the girls. Do we have to have girls?
Why not, Leroy?
Yes, what's wrong with them?
Jeepers, don't you think those soldiers are doing enough for their country as it is without wasting their day off with a bunch of silly girls?
And in conclusion, fellow citizens of Summerfield, let me urge you once more on the eve of Thanksgiving to open your hearts and your homes tomorrow to the soldiers visiting our fair city. Yep. Quit popping your bubble gum, Leroy. especially while I'm rehearsing my radio speech.
Oh, I'm sorry, Unc. I'm doing it unconscious.
Yes, I'm sure you are. Young man, if you keep playing with your gun that way, someday you're going to have a blowout. And remember, you haven't got a spare face.
Finish your talk, please, Uncle Mose.
Well, I don't need to rehearse it anymore, Marjorie. I know that speech backwards.
You do? Let's hear it. I bet it sounds even better backwards.
Yep. Leroy, you keep that up and you're going to get some applause backwards.
I think it's wonderful of you, Uncle Morse, to go on the air tonight and urge everyone to entertain the soldiers.
Well, people have always told me I should be on the radio. They say I sound just like that fellow who used to be with Fibber McGee and Molly.
Oh, that's probably some of the girls now.
Oh, wonderful. Oh, yeah. Cute, aren't they?
Uncle Mort, I want you to meet Betty Wilkins and Mildred Sherman. Hello,
Well, what lovely friends you have, Margie. You should invite them here oftener. Much oftener.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Not at all, my dear. I've always had an eye for redheads.
But Uncle Mort, last year she was a blonde.
Yes. I see. She's got a convertible top.
Mr. Gildersleeve, all of us girls think you're simply too tremendous starting these soldier parties.
Oh, he ain't so tremendous. It's that suit he's wearing.
Well, I like him just the way he is, especially that straight military bearing.
Yeah.
After all, he was an army man, you know.
He was?
Mm-hmm.
What branch of the service were you in?
You flew, didn't you?
For a short time.
What kind of a plane did you use?
A plane? It's an old Jenny.
And you were wounded, too, weren't you?
Oh, dear. Whereabouts were you wounded, Major Gildersleeve? At the front?
No, it was in the...
Leroy.
I was just going to tell him it was in the middle of...
Leroy!
But, Unc, you told me yourself you were wounded right smack in the middle of Missouri.
Oh. Yes, that's right, in Jefferson City, Mo.
But even so, you were lucky to have recovered.
Yes. Everybody said I had a horseshoe in my hip pocket. I didn't get rid of it either till they operated.
Well, what were you doing in the Army when you weren't flying, Major?
Well, I was sort of a recruiting officer. Yes, I brought more than 9,000 recruits into the field artillery alone. I got a kick out of it, too.
I imagine that must have been a lot of fun.
Fun? Well, only at the beginning, my dear. I got awfully tired in the end.
Hey, Uncle, isn't it time for you to go to the radio station?
By George, you're right, Marjorie. Leroy, you want to come along?
Well, I'd like to, Unc, but I got a little surprise of my own for tomorrow. I'm going over to Piggy Banks' house.
Oh, say, while you're there, Leroy, remind Piggy's sister Penny about coming tomorrow.
If you mean that Piggy Banks has a sister named Penny Banks?
Yes. Uh-huh. She was named after her Aunt Penelope, who lived in Indiana. Auntie is one of the...
Don't tell me, Marjorie, I know. One of the Banks of the Wabash.
Look, Piggy, how's about lending me your bugle?
Oh, I don't know, Meatball. What you want with it?
I need it for Thanksgiving tomorrow.
Oh, you got the wrong instrument. On Thanksgiving, you play with drumsticks. Now beat it.
Oh, for corn's sake. Look, Pig, the reason I want it is because we're going to have a lot of soldiers for dinner.
So what? We're having our cousin Rockwell. He's a city alderman.
Oh, what's a measly old alderman? My uncle used to be a big shot in the Army. A major in the Missouri Mules.
What you mean?
Oh, that's what they called his outfit. Say, he recruited the toughest, meanest, fightingest outfit that ever come out of Missouri.
What kind of outfit was it?
A field artillery. You know, the cannoneers with hairy ears.
Do they really have hairy ears?
Oh, brother.
I still can't see that this got anything to do with borrowing my bugle.
Gee, you're dumb. I gotta make these soldiers feel at home so they can enjoy the turkey dinner. I'm gonna blow mess call on your bugle.
Oh, I get you. That's a keen idea, Meatball.
Now will you lend it to me?
Sure.
Well, now there's only one thing I gotta do.
What's that?
I gotta learn how to play a bugle.
My, those turkeys sure look good, Bertie. You don't happen to have a spare leg, do you?
No, sir, but I sure could use one with all the running around I got to do.
No, Bertie, I mean a spare turkey leg.
No, sir. I ain't going to subdivide none of them birds before the 0 hour.
Oh.
And when I serve them, they're going to be intact. A thing of beauty and a joy for about 2 minutes.
Yeah. How about some stuffing, then?
Nobody's going to do no stuffing nohow till everybody does.
Yes.
And that includes stuffing yourself with stuffed olives, too.
Oh, yeah. You talking to me?
Yes, sir. I've hardly got enough olives now to spell out welcome 32nd Regiment into mashed potatoes.
Huh?
You know, people have been coming to the door all morning asking for soldiers for dinner just because you went on the radio last night.
Yeah, but I told them to go down to Bacon Square. Jumping jeeps? What's that?
Oh, it sounded like it came from the living room.
Well, it can't be anything serious. Then again, maybe it can. I'll find out right away. Leroy! What are you doing?
Learning how to blow a mess call, Unc.
Was that mess call? Sounded more like a moose call.
Boy, won't those soldiers be surprised when they hear me blowing the bugle?
Yeah, and won't you, too?
Oh, gee, give me a little time. All I need is practice.
Yeah?
I heard in school that Grace Moore practices 6 hours a day.
Yeah, a lot of good it does her. I bet she still can't play the bugle. Well, it's a sweet thought, Leroy, even if your music is sour. Oh, there's a doorbell. I'll get it, folks. Yeah?
Excuse me, please. Is this the gentleman who was speaking last night by the radio from Soldiers for Thanksgiving?
Yes, madam.
Well, permit me to introduce myself. Mrs. Shapiro, glad to meet you.
How do you do, Mrs. Shapiro? Glad to meet you. What can I do for you?
Well, I got right now in the oven a nice young kosher turkey, and I am wanting a soldier who is likewise.
Ew. I'm sorry, Mrs. Shapiro, but I haven't anything to do with these soldiers officially. You'll find them down at Bacon Square.
Please. If the soldier boy I'm looking for is at Bacon Square, then he's not the soldier boy I'm looking for. Goodbye.
Huh? You started downtown yet? You better get going. It's almost 12.
Oh, all right, just as soon as I get my coat and hat. And Leroy. Leroy, come on if you're going downtown with me.
Okay, Unc, here I come.
Oh, stop that for a little. Young man, what are you doing swimming around in my old Army uniform?
Gee, Unc, that's part of the surprise. How do I look?
You and the mothballs look fine.
Oh, girls, come in here and see Leroy.
Looks cute at that.
Look, he's got Uncle's uniform on, and it's all pinned up. Isn't it cute the way the breeches almost reach to the floor and back?
Oh, Major Gildersleeve, why don't you put it on?
Oh, I'm sorry, girls. But I couldn't get into that uniform if it were 3 times as big as it is now and I was twice as small as I am. Which would still be half again as large as the suit would be if it were double the size of what it is now, which it isn't, thank goodness, because if it was, I'd have to wear it, and I can't because it doesn't fit. Leroy, with all those girls coming over to our house this afternoon, I'm going to have to ask for about 12 soldiers instead of 8.
Oh, that'll be super, Unc.
Huh?
Say, look at all those tents. Gee, where are all the soldiers?
Oh, they must be inside.
Say, you don't think they've all been invited out already, do you?
Leroy, you get the most fantastic ideas. Hello, where is everybody? How do you knock on a pup tent?
There's nobody in here, Unc.
Oh, my goodness, nobody home. Leroy, get away from that cannon before it goes off and takes you with it. Why did we wait so long? If all these pup tents are empty, I'm certainly going to be in the doghouse.
Hey, Uncle Mort, here comes a soldier. Shall we invite him?
Yes, of course. Soldier?
Yeah?
How would you like to come over to my house for dinner now?
Oh, I don't know.
We're going to have a...
Hey, wait a minute. You leave this boy alone. He's coming home to dinner with me.
Is that so? Don't you try to rustle my recruit. I saw him first.
Oh, no, you didn't. I saw him first.
You did not. I saw him at least 20 seconds before you did.
Mister, I saw this boy 20 years before you did. He's my son.
You...
Come on, boy. Mom's waiting.
Yeah, Mom's waiting. Oh, my goodness. Leroy, if I don't bring back a bevy of boys for that gang of girls, my goose will be cooked instead of my turkeys.
Hey, let's look in this big tent. Maybe somebody's here who...
Huh?
Oh, hello, mister.
Hello.
This is the mess tent, Leroy. Hello, Sergeant. Leroy, this is the mess sergeant. Where can I find some of your boarders, Sergeant?
They've deserted me. And after I've been working my fingers to the bone over a hot stove all morning.
Oh.
You mean they've all been invited to homes already?
Everybody, including my dishwashers.
Oh, Leroy, we're sunk.
Your song? What about me? 50 gallons of the finest turkey a la king made from a special recipe created by Prudence Penny. 20 dozen dainty Parker House rolls that couldn't be topped by Parker House himself. And 32 mince pies made out of the tenderest part of the mince.
Yeah. Well, I can sympathize with you, Sergeant, but maybe you can help us.
How?
Well, it just so happens that we've gotten ourselves into something of a mess, Sergeant. We have 3 turkeys and almost a dozen beautiful girls at our house, just waiting to entertain some soldiers.
Yeah, you should see the cookies that are waiting for the rookies.
You'd have a wonderful time at our house, Sarge. How about taking off that apron and coming with us?
I'm sorry, sir, but I'm on duty.
Yeah?
Like the captain of a ship, everybody else can leave. But I gotta get down with me pipe.
Gee, that's too bad. Come on, Unc.
Before you go, I got just one slight request I'd like to make. Would you please take a taste of my turkey a la king?
Well, I don't think
Oh, come on. Huh? Just one teensy-weensy little taste.
Well.
Just so I didn't labor all morning in vain. Here.
Conscientious, isn't he, Leroy? Well, thank you.
You have some, son?
Thank you, but it has spoiled my appetite for dinner, and I've been saving this appetite for a week.
How do you like it, mister?
Well, I think I'll have a little more.
Oh, no, Uncle Mort. Come on, we gotta dig up some soldiers.
You're right, Leroy. Are you sure you won't come with us, Sarge?
No, buddy. Duty is duty, and besides, the colonel would be sure to catch me if I sneaked out.
Oh, the colonel? I'll bet he's got a few soldiers up his sleeve. Where can I find him?
Way over there at the other end of the square, sitting in his tent.
Yes. Well, come on, Leroy. We'll lay our troubles in his lap.
Yes, I'm Colonel Atterbury. What can I do for you?
Colonel, my name is Gildersleeve.
Oh, yes, very unusual name. What can I do for you?
Colonel? I have a lovely big home, a wonderful cook, and a dozen of the sweetest girls in Summerfield.
What, no boys?
No. That's the trouble. No boys. We get all prepared to entertain 10 or 12 soldiers at dinner today, and when I come down to pick them up, what do I find? No soldiers. Not a single solitary rear-rank third assistant buck private.
Well, I'm sorry.
Sorry, he gargles. By George, this is a pretty pickle for our army to get itself caught over a barrel into.
Yeah, and after I've been practicing mess calls all day, too.
Yes, the poor little fellow almost blew his brains out.
Well, I'll tell you what I'll do, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Gildersleeve?
So I think I know you from someplace. Huh?
Yes?
Yes, I can't place your face, but your manners are awfully familiar.
Yeah.
Well, never mind. As soon as some of our men return, I'll send them out to your house.
That's just the old brush-off. I'm just stubborn enough to stay right
Stubborn?
here.
That's it. I've got it. Mules. That's where I know you from. You were stuck again, Gildersleeve. The officer who bought more bad mules than the whole artillery could shake a stick at.
Why, you... Don't pay any attention to the way he jokes, Leroy. Great kidders, these Army men. Well, Colonel, now that you recognize me, I hope you'll trot out some suitable recruits for us to take home.
Gildersleeve, I've got just the right detachment for you.
Wonderful. Who are they?
Some old friends of yours. A whole corral full of mules that just love to be your guests.
Come on, Leroy. Let's get out of here.
What am I laughing at? Darn it. Wish you'd invited me to go to dinner today.
Leroy, you better run along home now and tell the girls I'll bring back some soldiers if I have to call out the Marines.
Okay, Uncle, where are you going now?
I'm going to try the USO headquarters. And if you see any soldiers on the way home, grab them, even if they're wearing Civil War uniforms.
I'll do my best, Uncle Mort. See you when you get home.
Yeah, all right, Leroy. Look who's standing on the corner. Well, hello, Judge Hooker.
Hello, Gildersleeve.
What's wrong? You look as though you've lost your last friend. But, of course, I know that happened years ago.
Gildersleeve, I'll thank you to keep your nose out of my business.
I'll be only too glad to. What are you doing hanging around street corners?
Well, it's a long story.
Huh?
I happened to turn on the radio at home last night, and there was a fellow urging everyone to invite a soldier to dinner.
Oh, he did.
Ah, that speaker. There's a man. The way he told every citizen to do his duty by our new army was stirring and inspirational.
It was, eh?
Yes. Why, the first thing I did this morning was phone the best restaurant in town and order the most expensive turkey dinner out to my house. I was going to invite a soldier to share it. That's the effect that speaker had on me.
Well, where is your soldier?
Well, that's where the trouble comes in. People at the USO headquarters tell me that there would have been plenty of them to go around if this radio speaker hadn't wrecked all their plans by urging everybody in town to come down after a soldier.
Oh, my goodness. So that was it. Of all the numbskull notions...
Not a word against that man, Gildersleeve.
Huh?
He made a wonderful impression on me. Clean-cut, vibrant personality. One of nature's noblemen, I should judge. Wish I could meet him someday.
Would you really want to?
Yes.
Well, then shake hands.
Oh, you'd like to meet him, too?
Good gracious, no, I am him.
What?
Yep.
You? Why, you hypocritical hippopotamus.
What?
No, that's wrong of me. I've misjudged you, Gildersleeve.
Well, I guess I've misjudged you too, Judge Hooker. I never thought you had a heart under that old thick hide of yours.
No?
No. I just thought your blood circulated because you brought it to a boil so often.
What are you doing roaming the streets on Thanksgiving afternoon, Gildy?
Yeah, same thing as you are, Hooker. Looking for some military men to fight their way through a couple of 20-pound turkeys.
Well, suppose we do our hunting together, Gildy, old pal.
Why not, old chum? After all, this is Thanksgiving Day, and we should treat each other like human beings for change.
Splendid. That goes for me, too. At least for today.
Yeah, well, come on. You work this side of the street, and I'll take the other side.
All right.
Oh, boy. Wait a moment.
What is it?
Look, here comes a young fellow in uniform now, and I saw him first.
Yes, that's so. Hey, son, come here.
Stop that, you double-crossing little botfly.
Young man, how'd you like a delicious turkey dinner?
Huh? Who, me?
Yes, he wants you to come up to my house.
I don't either. I'm in my house. I've got a great big turkey just for two of us.
We got 4 turkeys at our house, and we'll give you a whole one for yourself, son.
Oh, gee whiz, I couldn't eat that much. And besides, I'm supposed to report to USO headquarters.
They're closed for the day, Corporal. Come on out to my house.
Oh, but I'm not a corporal.
Of course not, Sergeant. Now, my car's right over here. So if you'll excuse us, Judge...
Nope. Come this way with me, Lieutenant.
You wouldn't like it at his place, Captain.
Oh, now, gentlemen, please, let go of me. Hey, you're tearing my uniform.
Let go of the Major's uniform. Yeah. Let's trot along.
Okay, if you want to get indigestion. Now, my turkey is...
His turkey is as old as he is and just as tough.
Hey, I wish somebody would tell me what this is all about.
Don't let him confuse you, son. I'll take you to a movie after dinner.
A movie? We're going to have dancing at our house. You'll have 12 beautiful hostesses to dance with.
Oh, who wants to dance on a full stomach?
You do, don't you, son?
Well, gee, I don't know. I never learned.
No time like right after dinner. Come on, that's my car right over there.
Of all the low-down, backbiting, double-dyed, unscrupulouses, I've had enough. Come back here, young man.
Who, me?
Yes, you. I'm going to start off entertaining you this afternoon by making this fat worm fold up like a road map. Here, hold my coat.
I'll be very glad to. No, I won't. Now, see here, Hooker. You point a pinky at me, and I'll beat the daylights out of you and then back in again.
Hey, gee, aren't you two fellas a little too old for this sort of thing?
Yep. You keep out of this. Who invited you to... Say, I invited you. Come on, let's go home.
No, you don't, Gildersleeve. I'm going to knock you colder than an Eskimo mother-in-law's kiss.
Why, you old... Oh. What's the use of quarreling like this? If you've got your heart set on taking this young man home, Judge, I won't stand in your way.
Yeah, but haven't I anything to say?
No. Gildersleeve, do you mean this?
Yes, Judge. Go on, get your car. Hurry up now before I change my mind.
All right. You just wait right here, soldier. I'll be back in a jiffy, and then we'll have a wonderful dinner.
Yeah.
Happy Thanksgiving, Gildy.
Yeah.
Gee whiz, mister. You got me all confused. Do I have to have dinner with that other gentleman?
With that old goat? Of course not.
Huh?
Wait till he turns the corner. All right, come on now. Run like anything.
But the judge went that way.
I know that. My car's this way. Hurry up, boy.
Huh?
Last. There they are now. Come on, girls. Let's go to the front door. Come on. Bertie, get things ready. Leroy, there's your cue.
Yeah, well. Here we are at last. Step right in, son, and meet everybody.
Gee, thanks.
Girls, this is Jerry Arnold, Private Jerry Arnold of the United States Army.
Oh, no, sir.
Oh, you're not a private?
Oh, no, sir. I'm not even in the Army.
What? You're not?
Why, no, sir. I'm a Boy Scout.
Oh!
The great Gildersleeve will be with us again in a few minutes. But right now, whether you celebrate Thanksgiving next Thursday or the week after, there's one thing that's the same everywhere. Yes, that turkey's going to taste mighty good with all its trimmings and fixings. And we all want to remember that we Americans still have plenty to be thankful for. And another thing that's certain, if you make your Thanksgiving cakes and pastries and cookies with Parquet margarine, you're going to get plenty of compliments on their downright good taste. You see, the delicious flavor that makes Parquet margarine so popular for table use makes it wonderful for baking, too. Yes, as sure as Parquet is a delicious spread, it's a genuine flavor shortening, too, not a bland, tasteless fat. Parquet adds flavor to pan-fried foods, too, and it doesn't spatter or stick to the pan. So serve Parquet margarine at the table, use it for baking and pan-frying, too. Remember, you can use all you want, because Parquet margarine is economical and good for your family. Yes, Parquet margarine is a wholesome, nourishing energy food and a reliable source of vitamin A. So right now, add Parquet margarine to your shopping list. Remember, it's Parquet, P-A-R-K-A-Y.
Sorry, our time's up. Happy Thanksgiving, ladies and gentlemen. Good night.
Original music heard on this program was composed and conducted by William Randolph. This is Jim Bannon speaking for the Kraft Cheese Company and inviting you to be with us again next week at this same time for the further adventures of the great Gildersleeve. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Theater, starring Joel McCrea and Constance Moore in Smokey. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keeley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Some 20 years ago, Will James, one of the West's great writers, got out of the saddle long enough to pen a simple yet thrilling story about a horse. As a result, from the rough and tumble country of cattle stampedes and gun-toting cowboys comes Smokey, an epic saga that has gone through many editions and been translated around the world. Tonight we bring you 20th Century Fox's great screen version of that story, and our stars are Joel McCrea and the lovely Constance Moore. The only character missing from our cast, that is, so far as personal appearance goes, is Smokey himself. But I'm sure you can visualize a seal brown stallion, sleek and spirited, his black mane flying against the blazing reds, soft blues, and yellows of the Utah Ranges. And I can't imagine a better man to gentle him, as the phrase goes, than Joel McCrea. On to our play, Act One of Smokey, starring Joel McCrea as Barkley and Constance Moore as Julie. As our theater lights are lowered, the curtain rises on Clint Barkley.
I remember the first time I ever saw Smokey. I was traveling then, getting as far as I could from Texas, but heading no place in particular. I reined in when I saw this herd of horses in the valley. Cowhands were bringing them in from winter pasture, except Smokey had no intention of being brought in. Suddenly he cut loose from the rest of the herd and made for the canyon. The men tried to head him off, but Smokey was too smart for them and too fast. I guess maybe it was kind of foolish of me to feel the way I did, because the horse wasn't mine, but when I saw him proud and wild, I knew he was for me, and so I went after him. A few hours later, at the Rocking R Ranch.
Well, there's the herd, Judy. Well, they seem to be in pretty good shape. It's going to be a job getting those broncs ready for the market by the first of the month.
Oh, fine talk for a gal who knocked Indians off the tailgate of a covered wagon.
Did I say I was worried? About time you brought those horses in, Jeff. Some foreman you are.
They're worth taking time with, Miss Richards. How they look, Miss Julie?
Fine. Have any trouble with them?
Oh, they're a little skittish, but they're bound to be after running wild for so long.
What about that steel brown stallion? Did you bring him in this time?
No, ma'am.
Outsmarted you again. Looks like I'll have to bring him in myself.
He's all yours, Miss Richards. I'll bet you two.
Wait a minute. What's that over the rise there?
What? Why, it's him, the stallion.
Somebody's driving him in. Who's that rider?
You got me, miss. Not one of our boys.
Sure made a monkey out of you, whoever he is. How'd he find the stallion?
I don't know. Willie!
Yeah, Jeff.
That fella coming in. Tell him we want to see him. Now.
Afternoon.
Nice work, young fella. Bringing in that stallion.
I hope he's worth the trouble you took. He sure looks good to me. Make a fine saddle horse if he's broke right. Oh, you the owner of the Rocking R, ma'am?
No, I am not the boss. Just bossy. Outfit belongs to my granddaughter here. What'd you say your name is?
Clint Barkley.
Well, meet the boss. Mr. Barkley, Miss Richards.
How do you do, Miss Richards?
Hello.
I heard you were hiring some extra wranglers.
Oh, well, I was thinking about it, but I don't believe I mentioned it yet.
Must have been your thinking I heard then.
Maybe we could use an extra man. How about it, Jeff? Oh, this is Mr. Hicks, our foreman.
Where you been working, Barkley? Texas, Arizona, New Mexico? I mean, what outfit? Most all of them, one time or another. Oh, don't like in one spot for long, huh? Depends on the spot. Some I like, some I don't. This place I think I like. Can you break a horse? I think so.
There's 30 broncs in that corral that'll have to have the rough edges off of them by the first of the month. Think you could handle, say, half of them?
I'd sure like to try.
Okay, Jeff?
Okay. That's the bunkhouse over there, Barkley. I'll give you orders later. Thanks. And thank you, Richard.
What's the matter, Jeff? Don't you like him?
Oh, I just like to know a little something about the men we hire, Miss Julie. When a man doesn't want to give some reference, there might be something he's trying to hide.
Well, there's room enough around here to hide it. Come on, Graham. Let's go see what we've really got in that corral.
Hey, your new man's sure a worker, Jeff. That's 6 broncs he stopped today.
Yeah, doing all right, Willie. Wonder what's made him drift around so much.
Oh, some of us just can't stay put. We're like flies.
Yeah. Hey, look, we're going to work out that stallion. This is something I want to see.
Got a saddle him in the chute, Clint?
No, we don't want to rush this one. I don't think I'll even try to ride him today.
He'll be plenty salty when you do get to him.
Well, here goes. I'll get a rope line first. Take it easy. Take it easy, Sonny. Nobody's going to hurt you. You're not going to like this, but it's got to be done.
Hang on to that rope, Clint. Hang on.
Yeah, I'm trying to.
Watch it, Barkley. He'll kill you. Put your rope in that loving pose. He won't kill me. That's it. Give it another turn now.
All right. Now fight. Go on. Get it out of your system.
Look at him there.
Easy, boy. Easy now. Sure got your eye on me, haven't you? That's good. The more you watch, the more you'll feel me, and the more you'll learn.
Hey, what's going on there?
He's working on the renegade, miss. Come on, Willie. Now, we got work to do.
You better keep back. You better keep back, Miss Richards. This fellow's not very polite yet.
Oh, I'm used to horses, thanks.
Yeah, but he's not used to humans. You don't know quite what to make of it.
Oh, bad one, huh?
No, he's not bad. He's just got a mind of his own. It's going to take plenty of time with him.
Why? Think maybe he'll bring a better price than the others?
Well, you're not going to sell him with that bunch of crows, are you?
Oh, decide that when the time comes. After all, that's our business, selling horses.
Yeah, I know, but this one's in a class by himself.
Well, what would you suggest, Mr. Barkley?
Keep him here on the ranch. He'll make one of the finest cow horses in the country if we break him right.
And incidentally, you'd enjoy doing that, wouldn't you?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, right now I think you've got your hands full breaking in the others. Suppose you turn him loose.
You're the boss, miss. But you better get out of the corral before I do.
I told you, I'm used to horses.
Okay. Yep, boss.
Whoa!
Well, I warned you, miss. You all right?
Yeah, thanks. I'm fine.
I never saw a man or a girl climb a corral fence as fast as you just did.
Phew, what a horse.
Yeah, what a horse. I worked on the horse every spare moment I had. In a week or so, he calmed down enough for me to get him halter broke. And so that day, I led him beyond the south pasture, down by a stream. I'm leaving you here for a while, Smoky. I'm tying you up. You got plenty of grass and plenty of water and plenty of time to think things over. Just remember, the better you treat this rope, the better it's going to treat you. I'll see you later. The men were playing cards in the bunkhouse when I got back. Willie the cook was singing some song about Laredo.
Cowboy, all wrapped in white linen, wrapped in white linen, man cold as the clay. He said, beat the drum slowly and play the fife lowly. Play the dead march as you carry me along. Take me out of Laredo, then lay the sod o'er me. For I'm a young cowboy, and I know I've done wrong.
Fine, Willie. Willie, if you could only cook as good as you can sing. Ain't that right, Clint?
You're sure a bird with that guitar, Willie.
Well, thanks, Clint. Say, you ever been in Laredo, Clint?
No, I never have.
I thought you said you worked in Texas, Barkley.
I did.
Well, Laredo's the center of the cow business down there, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, Jeff, your deal. Didn't you like Texas?
Oh, I liked it all right.
Then why'd you leave?
Well, I just thought maybe I'd like it better up here.
Want to sit in the game, Clint?
No, thanks. I'm going out and do a little work.
Huh. Ambitious, ain't he? Working on Sunday.
He's as jumpy as one of them broncs he's been a-busting.
A man's bound to be a little jumpy when he's hiding something. Maybe. Or maybe he's just tending to his own business like a lot of us ain't.
His hat was thrown back and his spurs was a-jingling, and as he approached, he was singing.
Julie here, Miss Richards.
What's the matter? Thought you was playing cards.
I just want to talk to her for a minute.
Can't she even have her Sunday to herself? She was fixing to go swimming. You want to see me, Jeff?
Oh, yes, Miss Julie, as long as I worked for your father, he never had any complaints about the way I manage his ranch.
Well, have I ever complained?
No, ma'am. What about this fellow Barkley? Figure on keeping him here after he gets through with those broncs?
He seems to know his job.
Yes, he does. He's a good hand. But you know, Miss Julie, news has a way of getting around.
Especially if it's bad.
I was talking to a couple of boys in town yesterday, and near as I can figure it out, Barkley was mixed up in a pretty nasty scrape down in Texas.
Some folks would look for a rattlesnake and a bunch of ice. What sort of a scrape, Jeff?
Some money disappeared, a lot of money.
I don't believe it.
Well, the boys wouldn't have any reason for just saying that, Mrs. Richards.
Well, what does Barkley have to say about it?
Well, I keep trying to edge it out of him, but he's always clamming up.
That feller's no jailbird. And suppose he is. Why, there ain't a cowhand on this ranch that hasn't wound up at least one Saturday night in jail. And how do you suppose your father got his start, Julie? Graham. Well, he just didn't come by that string of horses he swapped for this ranch. Are you trying to say Dad stole those horses? Well, no. No, but he sure got them awful cheap. Excuse me, both of you. I'm going swimming.
All right. I know you've got pretty legs. You don't have to show them off to me.
When the...
Yeah, I guess you don't like school much, Sonny. There's a lot of things more important than kicking up your heels and having a good time. One thing you have to learn is how to get along with people, see? You understand? Sure you do. You haven't got this bump of knowledge for nothing.
Hello.
Oh, Miss Richards. Hello.
For a moment, I didn't know it was a horse you were talking to.
Kind of looks like Smokey and I are trespassing on the swimming hole.
Smokey?
Oh, I hope you don't mind my naming him Smokey. I just figured that, well, where there's smoke, there's fire, and you got to admit he's got plenty of fire.
Oh, it's a good name for him. I see you're still coddling him.
Yeah, but on my own time. You know, today's Sunday.
You think he's something pretty special, don't you?
You bet. Don't you?
Smokey's always been something special. I used to catch glimpses of him when I was out riding. He was an adventurous little cuss, even when he was a yearling. He's wild, though, Clint. Completely wild.
Oh, you get over that.
Hello, Smokey. Hiya, boy.
I'm afraid he hasn't developed much of a sociable streak yet.
It's amazing how much you two have in common.
How do you mean?
Well, from what I hear, you're not very sociable yourself.
I guess just doing my job as a wrangler isn't enough for Jeff.
Just looking after my interests. Look, I don't like to say this, but he's heard some ugly rumors about you.
Oh? If he believes them, I guess that means I'm through, huh?
Not necessarily. A little explanation would clear up everything.
But it isn't as easy as that. Certain things you can never explain to some people, and the few who would understand don't need an explanation.
I'll buy that.
Thanks.
But if my curiosity ever gets the better of me, I'm going to ask Smokey. See you later.
Sure has got pretty legs. Oh, shut up, Smokey. I don't have to talk about you all the time, do I?
And I don't care, Jim crack corn, and I don't care, Jim crack corn, and I don't care, old master's gone away.
Hey, Bud.
Well, hello, young fella. Where'd you come from?
Off the road. I'm looking for somebody named Clint Barkley.
Well, friend of his?
Yeah, a friend of his. Well, they told me in town that he
Try
was...
the barn there. He's in the blacksmith shop, I think.
Okay, thanks, Bud.
You're welcome, bud. Jim crack corn and I don't care. Jim crack corn and I don't care. Jim crack corn and I don't care. Old master's gone away.
Hiya, Clint.
Frank.
Hey, you're a hard man to find.
Maybe you didn't look hard enough. You could have found me at the Laredo jail. That's where I've been the last 8 months.
Yeah, I just heard about that last week. I heard you'd been in jail.
You sure that's the first you heard of it?
Sure, naturally. If I'd known before, I'd have come on back and told her what really happened.
Yeah, I know you would, Frank.
Well, anyhow, I want to thank you for what you did for me.
What I did for you?
Well, at least you didn't squeal on me.
If I had, nobody'd believe me.
Yeah, I guess you're in a pretty tough spot at that. Well, I sure wish I'd known before.
You didn't come here to tell me that. What did you come for?
Well, Clint, I need a job. I was just thinking that maybe you'd put in a good word for me around here.
I wouldn't put in a good word for you again if you never got a job. Now get out of here.
Oh, Clint, now... You know how I am. Every time I get a job, I just seem to get into some kind of trouble. I don't know. Now, I've been thinking that if I could work along with you, you'd sort of keep an eye on me, keep me in line. I know you're sore at me. I don't blame you. But I'd sure appreciate another chance. Well, Clint, if you won't help me, who will?
All right. But look, I like my job here, see? I like it better than any job I ever had before. And if you start...
No, Clint. I promise I won't. I'll do everything you tell me to do. Morning, Clint.
Morning.
Hi, Baldy.
Hi.
Hey, don't blame you for liking it here, Clint. I've only been here 2 days, but sure is a good outfit.
Okay, now get to work.
No, Foreman sent me to watch you. He said I might learn something.
I doubt it. Smokey might learn something. I might learn something.
Oh, come on, Clint. Hey, you're saddling the bronc, huh?
That's right.
You want me to ear him down while you put the saddle on?
Oh, I'll saddle him. I don't think he's going to be much trouble.
Yeah, but how about when you get on that dog?
He's liable not to like it. You better stand back, Frank.
Well, sure, okay.
All right, Smokey. Easy, boy. Easy now. Easy.
That's the way I used to break horses, Frank. Easy. One step at a time.
That's the difference between us, Baldy. You don't believe in shortcuts. I do.
Yeah, you would.
That's the boy. Now, easy, Smokey. This isn't going to hurt you. No, it's just a saddle, see? Go on, smell it. That's it. That's the boy. Here we go now. That's the stuff. That didn't scare you now, did it? Okay, we'll tighten the cinch. How's that, huh? Too tight? Easy, Smokey. Easy.
$2 he gets thrown, Frank. What do you say?
No business, Baldy. I'm no sucker.
Stand back, you guys. Yep.
Hang with him, Clint.
A couple of days later, I rode Smokey out of the corral. A cow pony isn't a pleasure horse. He's a workhorse, and he's got to learn how to work. Once he's saddle-wise, the first thing you teach him is neck reining so that he'll turn with the slightest pressure. And he's got to get used to things, to the man on his back, to a coyote hiding in the grass or a chipmunk scooting across the trail right under his nose. Well, we worked together on my own time before sunup or at dusk, and Smoky caught on fast. He'd gotten used to the rope trailing around his head, but when I shouted past him and caught that bush, it was another story. Come on now. That's just a little old bush, Smoky. You're not going to be scared of that, are you? Oh, now. Oh, Smoky. Oh. I brought the bush in for him to see so that he'd know that no matter what was on the other end of the rope, why it wouldn't hurt him. And then he had to learn the feel of the weight on the rope. He had to get wise to the sudden shift of the saddle when the weight pulls hard on the horn and jerks against his withers. Later that day, I roped Smoky's first calf. Oh, son. Oh, boy. Oh, now back. That's better. That's it. Yeah. That's all right, Smoky. That's good. Good. He learned fast. And what he learned, he never forgot. And I was mighty proud of him. He wouldn't make a liar out of me, not Smoky. Best cow pony in the country, I'd told Julie. And that's just what he was turning out to be.
How's Cecil set today, Clint?
He's doing all right, Willie. He's doing fine. I'll let him cool off here in the corral.
Well, he ought to do all right the way you've been nursing him along.
Yeah, well, it's worth it, Willie. He really catches on to things.
He's just kidding you, Clint. First chance he gets, he'll go hightailing it right back to them hills.
I'm not going to give him the chance.
Yeah, he sure is a pretty little rascal at that, ain't he? Look at him nuzzling you. Why, this son of a gun, he likes you.
Yeah.
You got those broncs ready yet, Barkley?
Yeah, they're all over there in the other corral.
What about him, Smoky?
He doesn't go, Jeff.
Why not?
Well, isn't Miss Richards keeping him here on the ranch?
She didn't say anything about it to me. Run him in with the others, Frank.
Sure, Jeff, sure. Now, look, Jeff. That horse will be worth a lot more to you here than the price you could get for him.
Well, if he's as good as you've been saying, we ought to get plenty.
Well, anyway, you can't send him out with the others. He's not ready yet.
Not ready?
No.
Well, you've been riding him, haven't you? Get him out, Frank.
You're not getting sentimental over a horse, are you, Clinter? All right, Knothead. Outside. You heard me move.
Look out, Frank. Smokey, stop it. Oh, boy. Ooh.
I can handle him.
Yeah, I just saw you try it. I told you he wasn't ready.
I'll ready him. I'll throw him right on his back.
You let that horse alone.
That Knothead's a killer.
I said let him alone.
Okay, Clint. Don't have to get sore about it. Wish I was breaking him, though.
Now, look, Barkley. I don't know what you're trying to do with that stallion, but you take the fight out of him or I'll turn him back to the hills where he belongs.
Okay, Jeff. Sure. Smokey'd have his chance to prove his stuff when we went out on a cattle roundup. We'd be gone for days. And if Jeff wasn't satisfied by the time we'd get back, I'd be willing to turn Smokey back to the hills. I was that sure of him. I wish I was only half as sure of Frank. Frank, who told me that all he wanted was just one more chance.
Boy, Clint, just look at him. What a herd.
Yep, we'll have our work cut out for us for the next week or so.
No, I wasn't thinking of the work. Yeah, there's over 1,000 head there. What they can sell cattle for today, I'd settle for a couple of hundred.
One more crack like this and out.
What's the matter, Clint? Don't you know when I'm kidding?
I guess I don't. Just remember, Frank, you're punching cattle here, not selling them.
In a moment, we'll continue with the second act of Smokey, starring Joel McRae and Constance Moore.
Many eyes watch the graceful ship sail into the harbor, including the eyes of espionage agents who watch and report. In every world port, they watch the cargo ships and military vessels. Agents find it easy to watch the harbors. A more difficult job is to gather classified information. This is almost impossible unless someone turns traitor, someone gets careless, or there's loose talk. The outcome of wars and the course of world history has changed because people who should have known better talked.
Now, here's Mr. Keeley at the microphone.
we continue with Act Two of Smokey, starring Joel McRae as Clinton Barkley and Constance Moore as Julie.
Well, we were still out on the range rounding up the cattle. And one morning, right after breakfast, Jeff Hicks, the foreman, called me over.
Okay, Barkley. We got to get after the strays this morning. You better ride over to Box Canyon. And, Willie, you do the same on Rock Ridge. Take Frank with you. You could... Hey, wait a minute, Barkley. What horse you riding?
The one I'm on, Smokey?
Trust him so, ain't you?
He's earned a chance, Jeff.
Okay, maybe he has. If he does a day's work on those strays, maybe we'll keep him at the ranch after all.
You'll have to take my word for it. I'll be alone.
I'll take your word.
Thanks. What do you say, Smokey?
Let's go.
I guess we were about 10 miles out when it happened. It wasn't Smokey's fault. We'd cornered a stray steer among the rocks. But instead of staying cornered, he charged us. Smokey fell, and me with him. I don't know how long I was unconscious, but when I came to, Smokey was standing next to me, wondering why I didn't get up. Hello, Smokey. It's all right, boy. Wasn't your fault. I guess I got a few busted ribs. Gotta get back to the ranch. Pull up a little, boy. No use, I guess. I just can't make the saddle. I can't get up, and we can't stay here. They'd never find us here. Only one thing to do, Smokey. Just one thing. If I can get my arm through that stirrup, like this, if I can tie it tight enough with my bandana, tight enough for you to drag me, maybe we can... Maybe... It's my only chance, Smokey. It's up to you, boy. It's up to you.
Well, 5 strays is a good morning's work, Willie. Wonder how Clint's doing.
I don't know. Frank, when are you going to pay me that $20 you owe me?
I told you, Willie, next payday.
Yeah, but payday's come and gone.
Oh, there'll always be another payday, Willie. Will you quit worrying?
Hey, look. Ain't that Smokey down there?
Yeah, Ed, he's dragging something.
Well, that's a man. That's Clint he's dragging.
Oh, he's thrown him. Well, that's no good. Horse, give me your rifle.
Now, take it easy, will you, and use your eyes. Clint's tied to the stirrup. That's his bandana, ain't it?
Yeah.
He's tied himself to the stirrup.
Well, he'll be dragged to death. What are we standing here for?
Smokey's still half wild. Clint's the only one he'll let come near him. If we ride down on him now, no telling what that horse will do.
No, but we can't stay here.
That's right. We'll follow him. And quietly. Come on.
I don't think I can sneak around and throw a rope on that jughead.
He won't let you get near him. Nobody else either.
Yeah, I guess so. Oh, how far has he dragged him already? Clint may be dead now.
Yeah, maybe. But you can bet your life he will be gone if we don't let Smokey alone, and at least he's heading toward the ranch.
Yeah, and Clint's hanging onto the right stirrup, too.
Son of a gun. Any other horse would have kicked his brains out for that.
Look, I'll get the strays back to camp. You follow Clint, will you? I'll meet you at the stream.
There they are, Miss Julie. In the corral. That horse dragging him all the way back here.
Well, what are you waiting for? Get his arm free of that stirrup.
Miss Julie, stay back. That horse won't let anybody get near him.
But, Clint, look, he's off.
Yeah, I know, miss. He's pretty badly banged up. He's not feeling it, though. Been unconscious most of the way, best as we could tell.
Oh, how are we going to get Clint out of the corral? It's all right, Smokey. It's all right, boy.
Easy, boy, easy. We're not going to hurt you. We're not going to hurt Clint either. No, sir.
Willie, he'll trample him.
Yeah, he's going to fight anything we can do to get Clint away.
I'll get him away. He won't fight this.
No, wait a minute. No rifle yet.
No, why not?
Look, he's moving. Clint's moving.
Yeah.
Clint, can you get your arm loose? Clint, can you get it out of the stirrup?
Sure. I'll try. He's getting it, miss. Clint! Once more, boy. Just once more and you'll have...
That's it, Clint. You're loose now. But don't try to move again. Just lie there.
Where's that rope now? Clint! I'll have to throw this rope around you. I'd rope the horse, but there's no telling what he'd do.
Come on. Throw it.
Slowly, Willie. Slowly.
I'm pulling you over to the fence here, Clint. Hey, Frank!
Yeah?
Get around on that other side.
Make up like you're trying to climb into the corral or something.
Okay. Easy, Willie. Easy.
Smokey, over here.
Stop it, Frank. Smokey's going after you now. He thinks you're trying to get in.
Well, hurry up, will you, before he busts his corral down.
I got him, Frank. I got him.
Oh, he's unconscious again.
He's alive, though. Okay, Frank.
Close the gate, Willie. Then get Clint up to the house. Graham's trying to get the doctor now.
He's covered with bruises, miss. I don't think anything's busted, though, except them ribs.
Take it easy, Clint.
Hurts to breathe, huh, boy?
Keep quiet, Willie.
Yeah.
Please don't try to talk, Clint. Just lie still till the doctor gets here.
Smokey?
Oh, he's all right. Frank and Scrubby are out there looking after him right now. Just try not to move, Clint. Try not to.
Get in that stall. Doggone it. I said get.
Take it easy, will you, Frank?
Take it easy, huh? One-man horse that ain't no horse at all. Get in there and knock head off.
Frank, you all right?
No, he bit me. Hit me in the shoulder. Oh, he won't get away with that, Scrubby.
Stop him, will you? He's Clint flying. He's coming up now. Leave him alone.
Okay. I'll leave him alone. But someday, Knothead, somebody's going to teach you manners. And that somebody might even be me.
Well, how's the patient this morning?
What patient? I'm getting out of bed this afternoon.
Oh, no, you're not. All right, open up your pajama coat.
Huh? What for?
I'm supposed to retape your ribs today.
That's what I was afraid of.
Dr. Jameson can't get out again till next week.
Oh, well, maybe we better just wait until next week then.
Come on now, come on.
Okay. Now what?
Well, first I'll just have to pull off this old adhesive tape.
Oh, no. Now, don't.
Well, what are you yelling about? I haven't even started yet.
Yeah, I know, but you were going to. Now, look, I think the best way is to work it off bit by bit. See? Like this.
Mm-hmm.
See? See, it's coming off all right.
Slowly, huh? Like this?
Yeah, that's it. Nice and...
Yo! Oh, now, is that so bad? Would have hurt twice as much for longing it.
You just killed me, that's all. Well, I'm glad we don't have to do this again next week. Hey, what's that?
Ether?
Oh, great. First you murder me and then you bring out the ether. Why didn't you bring out the ether first?
The ether's for your skin, to clean it off.
How do you know there's any skin left?
Come on, you'll have to help me with this. Here, hold that.
Say, this isn't too bad, is it?
Look, I'm just trying to get this fresh tape around you. Now, take a deep breath.
Ow, be careful.
Hold the scissors, please. That's it. Oh, I saw Smokey today.
You did? How is he?
Fine.
Is Frank Denton still working with him?
No. Oh, well, a blind man could see how you felt about somebody else handling Smokey, so I put him up to pasture.
Oh?
And then when you're well enough, you can pick up the schooling right where you left off. Okay?
You bet it's okay, thanks.
Morning.
Oh, morning, Mrs. Richards.
Did Julie do a good job on those ribs?
She sure did.
Just take a look, Graham. Oh, dear. Oh, dear, dear.
Julie, I'm ashamed of you. That's no way to tape a man.
Huh?
Oh, this has got to come off right now.
Oh, no. There,
My first day out of bed, a man drove in looking for me, a fellow named Gordon. He owned a gambling house in town. He asked me to step out to the bunkhouse for a minute.
So you're Clint Barkley, huh? Well, you're the wrong Clint Barkley, then.
What are you driving at, Mr. Gordon?
Oh, just this piece of paper. It's an IOU for $200.
It's signed Clint Barkley.
Yeah, except you're not the fellow who gave it to me. I've had it about a month. Thought I'd come up and collect. Got any ideas who could have signed your name?
Yeah, I might have.
Who is it?
Look, I don't like people signing my name to things. Do you mind if I hang on to this piece of paper?
What for?
If you let me handle it. Maybe I can get your money for you.
Well, that's okay, just so I get it. But if I don't, I'll be up to see you again.
Hi, Clinter. What's on your mind, boy?
You're the guy that wanted another chance, huh, Frank?
Yeah, what about it?
Just this IOU.
Well, you're not getting sore about a little thing like that, are you?
A little thing, huh? Signing my name, that's forgery, isn't it? What did you have in mind? He can't collect from me.
Oh, that's the point, Clint. He can't collect from you, and he's got nothing on me.
You're no good, Frank, and you never will be. Now go draw your pay and get out of here. You've caused me all the trouble you're going to.
Oh, quit worrying. If that's the way you feel about it, I'll pay Gordon.
You bet you'll pay him, because I'm driving you to town right now and see that you do. Now go on, pack your things.
Just a minute. Maybe I'm not ready to quit this job. Besides, you can't fire me. You're not the foreman around here, not yet.
I said go pack your things.
You're making a mistake, Clinter. You wouldn't want me to tell the boss about you, would you? Of course, I think she's a little stuck on you, but she might change her mind if she knew you spent quite a stretch in jail. She might even... Okay, Clinter. I'll go.
See by your outfit that you...
That you, Clint?
Julie? Yeah, I was just putting away the car. Thanks for letting me use it.
When'd you get back from town?
Oh, half hour ago.
Come on up on the porch. Had your supper?
Yeah, Willie just fixed me a couple of eggs.
You know, Graham is sure you moved back to the bunkhouse because you like Willie's cooking better than hers.
She's wrong about that. It's just that, well, I appreciate you taking care of me while I was laid up, but it's time I started back to work.
I'm sure you're able to.
Oh, I'm fine now. I stopped in at the doctor's, and he said I can ride again if I take it easy. You know, I thought maybe the first thing in the morning I'd go out and bring in Smokey. How about you riding along?
Oh, I'd love to. I'll fix up a nice lunch.
Hey, now, wait a minute. I'm supposed to be going back to work.
Well, you still have to eat, don't you?
Yeah, I guess. Say, do you suppose maybe we could bring Smokey in if we rode out tonight?
Oh, now, Clint, look, you can wait till morning. Anyhow, how do you expect to find a black horse at night?
Well, it'd be fun to try. Go on, change your clothes, huh?
Well, okay. I won't be long.
Miss Julie! Miss Julie!
Oh, Sheriff? What is it?
Scrubby's just come in from the South Meadow, miss. Some of our prize cattle has been stolen.
Stolen? Oh, now, wait a minute.
Well, I didn't believe it either. Figured they just broke through the fence, maybe, but Scrubby saw them. He rode up just as they were hauling them off in trucks.
Smokey was in the south pasture, Jeff.
Yeah, they got him too, Clint.
Did Scrubby get a look at him?
Not too good, miss. It's too dark for that, but whoever was in charge, Scrubby says he sounded just like Frank Denton. Excuse me, miss. I'm calling the sheriff.
Reach the sheriff, Jeff?
Yeah, he's coming right over. Barkley, what do you know about Frank Denton?
Just about everything, I guess.
And you knew he asked me for his time today?
I told him to.
You told him to. Why?
I had a good reason.
Well, I guess you also had a good reason for talking me into hiring him.
I thought I did.
You know, Barkley, ever since you've been here, I watched you like a hawk. Now, so far, you've been all right. You haven't slipped once. But what I want to know is, where do you fit into this?
Now, just a minute, Jeff. You've no right to accuse Clint. You're not even sure it was Denton. After all, Scrubby didn't see him. He just heard a voice.
I'm as sure as Jeff is that it was Denton.
You are? Why?
Because I know him. He's just crazy enough to try something like this.
Well, if that's the case, why did you recommend him for a job?
Because he's my brother.
Your brother?
Ever since we were kids, I've covered up for him. I even went to jail for him. And then he came here looking for a job. He promised me he wouldn't make any trouble, and I believed him because, well, he knew how much this place meant to me. I guess I made a mistake.
You think you might know where to find him?
No, but I'd sure like to try.
Then take the station wagon, Clint, and get started. We'll follow later on, as soon as the sheriff gets here.
Return with Act 3 of Smokey, starring Joel McCrea and Constance Moore in a moment.
Rumor had it that 20,000 people milled in and around the White House the day of Andrew Jackson's inauguration. The president, trying to escape the mob, was exhausted. Retreating, he stood against the wall of the East Room while friends with linked arms tried to protect him from the exuberant crowd. When the people had been lured outside by promises of lemonade and ice cream, Jackson escaped to a nearby hotel and went to bed. Another page in the White House story.
Mr. Keeley returns to the microphone.
It's time for the curtain for Act 3 of Smokey, starring Joel McCrea as Clint and Constance Moore as Julie.
I'd come to the Rocking Hour Ranch, I'd noticed an abandoned ranch not far from the spot where I'd first seen Smokey. And as I drove down the road that night looking for Frank, I knew it would be hard to find a better spot than that ranch for hiding out stolen cattle. But it wasn't an easy place to locate at night, 5 miles anyway from the highway. And if Frank was there, it wouldn't be for long.
All right, you can't hang around here, Bart. As soon as you switch brands...
Oh, finish, Brandon, Denton.
Well, then put out the fires. They can be seen for miles.
Relax. Put out the fires, Charlie. Get the steers down to the road and back in the truck.
Your hand, boys. Get going.
Well, as far as I'm concerned, that's it then, Bart. And our deal was cash on delivery.
Yeah, that's right. Here's the money.
Thanks.
From now on, it's my responsibility. Hurry up, boys. Get moving. Hey, what about that black horse? What's he still doing in the corral?
Well, that horse isn't for sale, and if it's all the same to you, I'm going to stick around for a while and gentle him down.
Not afraid of him, are you?
Not now, I'm not. Not the way I got him roped. Poor horse. Just got to stand there and take what's coming to him.
Well, I'll see you in a few days. Good thing we got a moon tonight. We'll be out of this state in no time.
Okay, Smokey. If you're ready, I am. I've got plenty of room this time. No stall where you can back me into a corner and sink your teeth into me. So you want to learn the hard way, huh? Well, that's good enough for me. Look, here's a cinch. You see this knothead? It's a cinch with steel rings, see? What's it feel like, huh? Yeah, I sure wish old Splinter could see this, Smokey. I sure wish that he was here.
Clint? Yeah, Jeff? You all right? They've been here tonight. Your brother, some others.
How do you know?
Sheriff and I just found something here in the corral, Clint. Used to be a man.
Who is it?
Jeff, what have you... It's him, all right. Frank.
Dead?
That's right, Barkley. Killed by a horse. Near as I can figure from the cinched belt and the broken ropes, he was beating the horse. The horse broke the ropes and, well, just went crazy, I guess.
Then he must have just jumped the fence and headed for the hills. Smokey's probably 20 miles away by now. Well, guess there's nothing more we can do.
I'll go out on the road, Jeff. Get Miss Richards to sign a complaint against those fellows we caught with your cattle. I'll be back in a little while.
I'm going to look for Smokey, Jeff.
Don't you think it'd be better to forget him after what's happened?
No. No, they'll say he's a killer now. They'll never believe he had a reason for doing what he did. That's why I've got to find him before someone else does.
Sure. Go ahead. I hope you find him.
I spent weeks going from rancher to rancher, glad that no one had caught him yet, but scared to death that sooner or later someone would find him before I did.
Yeah, mister, I heard tell of that horse. He's somewhere around this part of the country. Real killer, ain't he?
He was a 4-year-old. He stood about 16 hands high.
No, I ain't seen him. Some boys went out last month and tried to track him down, but he's too slick for them. He's probably over in Arizona by now.
Well, thanks. Thanks, anyway.
I tell you, I've seen that horse, Mr. Nelson. I've seen him not a mile from this very spot.
Now, look, Peters, I own a rodeo, and I'll give $1,000 for such an animal. But I'm beginning to believe there just ain't no such thing.
You believe when we catch him, you're sure going to have the wildest bronc was ever in a rodeo.
I hope you're right. We could use...
Hey, look.
Huh?
Up there on the bluff. It's him. Gee, hey, here he is.
I didn't know it's him.
How do I know that rope, see? It's still around his neck from when he busted loose and killed that guy.
All I know is that fellow owns a rodeo, hired some men to go looking for a horse like that. Don't know if they ever found him, though.
Well, when'll he be back?
Who knows? It's all this snow that wouldn't be coming down this side of the mountain anyway. They'd head over through the valley. I probably won't know what happened till next spring. If weather keeps up, we'll be snowed under for sure, Julie. There's still a lot of our cattle out on Pine Ridge. Willie and Scrubby brought in what they could. Almost froze to death doing it. Willie must have thawed out considerable with all that caterwauling he's doing. Graham, I'm worried. Huh? We have another heavy snowfall. We'll never bring that stock in.
Don't worry.
Jeff and I'll pick him up the first thing in the morning.
When?
Well, hello, stranger.
Hello, Mrs. Richards. Hello, Julie.
My, it's good to have you back. All these weeks, where have you been?
Everywhere.
Just ran into him riding back from town, Miss Julie.
You find Smoky?
No, ma'am, I didn't. Somebody else may have found him, though. Maybe not.
Well, take your coat off. Sit down.
Thanks.
You wanted a cup of coffee, didn't you, Jeff?
No, ma'am. I had 3 cups at supper.
Then the one I'm getting you now will make 4. Come on, get it.
Huh? Oh, sure. Hey.
You, had any supper, Clint?
Yeah, I stopped in town on my way here.
Didn't you even find a trace of Smoky?
Traces? Yeah. Yeah, I followed them into the Antelope Mountains, then into Arizona around the Tonto Basin. They had an early winter down there, and the trails are all snowed in. I just had to give it up.
I'm sorry, Clint.
Well, one way of looking at it. Smoky's probably got his freedom again.
Stop kidding yourself. You'll never be happy until you find him.
He saved my life that time he dragged me back to the ranch. I can't forget that, can I?
No. No, of course not. Well, when the trails open up next spring, you'll want to start looking for him all over again.
Yes, I guess I will.
Okay, then. You have a job until the middle of March, and then you're fired.
That's a deal, Julie. Thanks. But that March, when I started out again to look for Smoky, was the same thing all over. Reports, rumors, trails that ended nowhere. But all the while, as I found out long afterwards, Smoky had been captured. That spring, his new owner was Nelson, the man from the rodeo. That spring in Ogden, Smoky was packing him into the grandstand. Cougar, they called him. The world's wildest bucking bronco.
What you all been waiting for? Cougar, the wildest, buckiest bronco in all the world. Cougar, the man killer. $500 for any rider staying the limit.
Flagstaff, Klamath, Bakersfield, Reno, cities and towns, while I was searching for him through forests and canyons. Smoky, the sweetest cow pony I ever knew, was building himself a reputation for being the wildest horse who ever lived. And the cash register jingled and the money rolled into Nelson's box office. The crowds came and cheered, and Smoky did his job as he always had. Season after season, Nelson grew richer because Smoky had a great heart and a great spirit. But one day he fell. He was hurt. The bucking days were over. There was news of this that seemed to be months later. The cowhand at the ranch was talking about horses. He'd once seen this cougar. Was at the rodeo in Cheyenne the night he got hurt. His description of the horse was enough to take me to Cheyenne to this man called Nelson.
Well, yes, he had a horse like the one you're talking about, Mr. Barkley, except we called him Cougar.
Where'd you first get hold of him, Mr. Nelson?
Up in that Red Rock country. You know, he was the toughest animal I ever had in the show.
It sounds like Smoky, all right. What happened to him after his accident?
Well, I had to get rid of him, naturally.
What does that mean?
Well, it made so much money for me that I didn't want to shoot him. I gave him away.
Who'd you give him to?
Oh, some old man that runs a riding academy on Maple Street. He thought maybe you could fix him up. Get some use out of him.
Seems to me that I remember that horse. Sort of a red roan, wasn't he?
No, seal brown, nearly black. He got a white star on his forehead and a look in his eyes. Well, if you'd seen it, you'd remember.
Would you be willing to go as high as $100 to get him back?
I'd give a lot more than that. Where is he?
Sure wish I knew. Ain't very often anybody offers me money like that for one of my horses.
Well, Nelson told me he gave you the horse the last time his rodeo played here. Try and remember, will you?
They come to me, they all look pretty much alike. None of them ain't worth much, and when I get through them, they're worth less. I sell them for what I can get, mister. For dog food and sometimes for glue. What kind of a look did you say he had?
If you can't remember, I can't tell you. Thanks. Thanks anyway. They were holding Pioneer Days in Cheyenne that week, and Scrubby and Willie had come along with me to see the celebration. That afternoon, we were standing on the street watching the parade.
Hey, look at the billboard, Flip. The Tornado Rodeo, featuring
Imagine the world-famous outlaw greater than the cougar.
As far as I'm concerned, there never was a greater horse than Smoky.
If we'd only known that this cougar was Smoky. Hey, look. Would you look at that? The junk wagon's joining the parade. Hey, look at that magnet. Pull up the rear.
Where'd he come from, anyway?
I was standing by that warehouse at the corner. Boy, is that junkie mad. Stop, you no good playback. Come in. Don't let you run away. I'll teach you plain.
Take it easy, mister. I said take it easy.
I'll teach him to run away.
I wouldn't yank on his mouth like that. He just wanted to get in the parade.
Why don't you mind your own business? As for you,
Sorry, mister. You're not using that whip on him either.
You bust that whip and I'll...
You what?
Never mind. I got my horse.
Sure. Sure, I'll let go. It wouldn't hurt you to feed him once in a while either.
Come on, get up there. Hey, look at him, Clint. That old nag. He's trying to get another look at you. Looks like you ain't a Hitler here.
Sure does, doesn't it?
Hey, I'm hungry. How about it? Let's go get something to eat.
What'll it be, gentlemen?
Hamburger, no onions, and Java. Same here. A lot of it.
Say, did you notice before that horse? He had a star.
Huh?
That junkie's horse, he had a star on his forehead.
All right, he had a star. What'll you have?
I'll have the same.
What?
You know, there was something about that old horse.
Cool. Hey, where are you going?
Never mind. I'll see you later at the hotel.
I'm a junkie, but I don't know what you're talking about, brother. I got my horse with a star, and I can't see him anywhere.
Well, somebody must have him. I saw him today. He was trying to get into the parade.
Well, he said you've been over at Schultz and Brown's, and they didn't have him, and old lady Barry's got a truck, and like I said before, I ain't got him, so I guess that just about does it, son.
Well, much obliged anyway.
Hey, wait a minute, Dick. Come to think of it, I did hear of a new man moving in the other side of Crow Creek.
Where's that?
East side of town. I believe they said his name was Mingo or something like that.
Mingo. Thanks. Thanks, I'll find him.
Hey, it sure looks like rain, don't it?
What do you want? It's late. I ain't open after 7 o'clock.
You, Mr. Mingo? I sure had a hard time finding you.
Say, you're the wise guy. What do you want here?
I want to take a look at your horse.
What for?
Well, if he's the one I'm hoping he is, I'd like to buy him from you.
Well, that's different, mister. I might sell him at that.
Where is he?
Out there in back. Wait a minute. I'll get a ladder. That's him, mister. That's the horse.
Give me that lantern. A star on his forehead, yes. Look at it. No. Oh, no, it couldn't. His feet. His eyes. His eyes. Smoky. Smoky. It's me, Smoky. It's me.
Richard. When Clint brought Smoky back last week, I thought we'd have to shoot him.
Well, he's taking him out of the barn today, turning him to the pasture. Look at him, Jeff. He'll be all right. Ain't that a picture now? Look at him. Well, ain't it?
Yeah. Never seen a man so crazy about a horse in all my life. Hope we'll never do again. Maybe now we'll get some work done around here.
The valley
He just doesn't seem to believe he's home, does he, Clint?
Give him a little time, honey. He will.
Go on, Smoky. Thought you'd be anxious to get out the pasture.
Sure, he's anxious. He's waited a long time for this, Julie. All right, boy. Go on. There it is. It's all yours. Go ahead.
Oh, look at him, Clint. He just can't believe it. He can't believe it.
Go ahead, Smoky. That's it, boy. Go ahead. Well, he believes it now.
Clint, do you think you'll settle down for a while now?
Yeah, I think I'll settle down.
Happy?
Awful happy, Julie.
Is home now, home for the stay. He spills his night now, contentment his day.
There's a happy postscript to Smokey as our stars appear in answer to your curtain call. Joel McRae and Constance Moore. Joel, I don't know anyone better qualified to play a role like Clint Bartley than you yourself.
Well, Bill, it's true I just about grew up in a saddle.
Is that how you first got into pictures, Joel?
Well, in a way, you might say my first job was teaching Rudolph Valentino how to ride at $4 a day.
$4 a day?
Yeah, and I had to supply the horses.
Well, I can imagine that was quite a promising association.
Yes, Rudy introduced me to people like Bill Hart and Wally Reed, and the first thing I knew, I was riding in pictures as a double for Greta Garbo.
Oh, come on now, Joel, not Greta Garbo.
That's the truth. Remember, I was only 18 then, and a wig could make an awful lot of difference.
And so, from doubling for Greta Garbo, you became a double for yourself.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night, and our sincerest thanks. This is William Keeley saying good night to you from Hollywood.
This is ChestertonRadio.com.
The Chevrolet program starring Jack Benny with Frank Black and his orchestra. Frank Black opens the program with Charlie's Home. Throughout the United States, a series of big, colorful posters are going up on the billboards, reading, "Every minute someone buys a new Chevrolet." Watch for these new signs, my friends, and bear in mind when you see them, they're signs of better times. They're signs of bigger business for the world's largest builder of motor cars. Also, they're sure signs that the one best buy in the low-price field must be Chevrolet. America certainly wouldn't buy Chevrolets at the astonishing rate of one every minute unless Chevrolet were the one best buy at its price. And that's exactly what it is. The only car in its field with a Fisher body. The only one with Fisher no-draft ventilation, with a cushion-balanced engine mounting, with a time-proved six-cylinder power plant, a starterator, an octane selector, and no other full-size car in the world is so economical on gas and oil and upkeep, or so dependable. In view of all these things, do you wonder why every minute someone buys a new Chevrolet? And now, Jack Benny.
Hello, some more. This is your New York correspondent, Jack Benny, the Earth Galloper, coming to you with all the late news reports with the courtesy of the Weekly Watch. The news that brings out all the dirt. Okay, Frank, let's go. Thank you. Chicago, Illinois. World's Fair gets off to a good start with many notables arriving daily to represent their respective countries. Sam Insull will represent Greece. Jimmy Walker will represent France. And Black's Orchestra will represent Russia. Scotland sends Harry Lauder, C.O.D.
Jack, another wire just came.
All right, what is it, Mary? Quick.
World's Fair, Chicago. Molly and Dietrich just arrived, representing Pennsylvania.
Mary, go away, will you, please? Bombay, India. More Gandhi news. Mahatma Gandhi finishes 21-day fast and is now wearing a cigar band. Seen, he was mistaken for a Panatella. Babylon, Long Island. Man and wife discovered here with 16 children. Stork found dead on stoop. Overworked, you know. Special cable dispatch. Frank Buck and Jimmy Walker will sail for America shortly. Buck will bring them back alive, and Walker will bring them back a wife. Glasgow, Scotland. Glasgow, Scotland. Harry Lauder also sailing for America. Local citizens give him big blowout by putting tack in his rear tire. Pretty good for Scotland. And now, folks, we have also added a want ad column to our paper as we cannot exist on circulation alone. So take down these addresses if you are interested. Traveling salesman wanted. Must be familiar with traveling, salesmanship, farmers, and farmers' daughters. Address Box 482, this paper. Wanted, 30 chorus girls. Apply Minsky Theater, New York. Wanted, 3 more chorus girls. Apply to Melton, Black, and Benny. Got you in on this, Frankie. For sale, baby grand piano by lady with electric attachment. Well, girls wanted, to knit sweaters for Katz, Broomberg, and Riley. The boys must be told. Woman 55 will trade a Pekingese dog and a canary for slightly used husband. Realizes mistake. Address RFD 4, Pump Handle, Ohio. Female help wanted. Good secretary. If good looking, don't have to be so good.
Jack, can I read one now?
Go ahead, Mary.
Wanted. Good master of ceremonies for Chevrolet program.
Graham. Wanted. Howard Claney to say something about Chevrolet.
Oh, yes. You'll find that Chevrolet saves you on oil, gas...
Play, Frank. Don't wait for this. Play. Don't wait. Play, Frank. Thank you. That was My Darling from the Vanities, played by Frank Black and his orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we continue with our penthouse murder that was started last Friday. You all remember our terrible murder mystery last week? Well, it's terrible this week, too. Who killed Mr. X? You remember, folks? Mr. X was killed in his penthouse a week ago tonight between 8 o'clock and the bathroom. And the only clue found was a hot dog running away from a stand in Coney Island. You may also remember that during the trial, we were unable to place the guilt where it belonged. Garbo had to go home, Mae West had a date, and the other prisoners were not interested. So it still remains a horrible, unsolved mystery. Who killed Mr. X? I said, who killed Mr. X?
Oh, pardon me.
Watch those cues. Huh? Now, what could have been the motive for this crime? Let us analyze it. Mr. X was the landlord of 3 apartment houses, so you see he had no enemies. He lost every cent in the market, his wife was pressing him for back alimony, and he had incurable rheumatism, so there was no reason for suicide. Now, what was it?
How old was he, Jack?
95.
Then he did not die of old age.
Neither will you, Mary.
What did he have to suffer the night of the crime?
Liver.
Then it couldn't have been a heart attack.
No, Mary, it couldn't. A pipe was pulled out of his mouth, and he was examined carefully.
What kind of a pipe?
A gas pipe.
Oh, well, a little gas never hurt anyone.
I know. Well, anyway, folks, we've had 2 detectives working on this case. Detective Nelson. Detective Nelson, you've been out on this case a week.
Yes, sir.
What have you found?
I found a place where you can get a sandwich and a glass of beer for a nickel.
Mary, take down the address, but that doesn't help solve the mystery. Detective Claney, what did you find?
I find that every minute of the day someone buys a Chevrolet.
Well, now we're getting someplace. After all, that's what we're here for. Did you find anything else, Claney?
Yes, but the Chevrolet has the Fisher nose-off ventilation.
That's great. Now all we have to find out is who killed Mr. X.
Jack, why not put it in the hands of Sherlock Holmes, who understands crime?
You're right, Mary. We'll get Sherlock Holmes, the man who sees all, knows all, and plays the fiddle.
Hey, Jack, wait a minute.
Yes, Jimmy?
I hate to interrupt your mystery, but do you mind if I sing my song now?
Oh, no, pardon me, Jimmy. Go right ahead. What are you going to sing?
Franz Lehar's Prostituta Serenade.
I know that, Jimmy. I just couldn't pronounce it. Play, Frank, please.
In the silence of the night, when the moon is shining bright, and the world at last is fast asleep, every creature goes to rest in his cozy little nest, just his very own, alone to keep.
Done by James Melton. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we will continue with our mystery and take you to the residence of Sherlock Holmes.
A 7:15. Only 1 more hour until 7:15.
And just an hour ago, it was 6:15.
What a strange world. Answer that, Mary. I'm not in.
Hello? You want to speak to Sherlock Holmes? Yes, this is Sherlock Holmes, but Sherlock isn't home. He's working on a case right now. Yes, he's on his last bottle.
What is it, Mary?
It's about that penthouse murder of Mr. X. They want you to start working on it at once.
Oh, yes. I was expecting that case. Tell him I'll take it.
Hello. Mr. Holmes just came in and said he'll take the case. Tell Mr. X not to worry. Goodbye.
Mary, call in Dr. Botson. We have work ahead of us.
Mr. Sherlock, I hate to ask you this, but can I draw 5 shillings to payday?
That's elementary, Mary.
I get it, Sherlock.
Sherlock to you. Call Dr. Botson.
Dr. Botson, the boss wants you.
Okay, I'm coming.
Well, Sherlock, what's new?
Watson, we have much work ahead of us. By the way, you've been eating herring. Is that right?
Sure. But tell me, Sherlock, how did you know it?
That's elementary, Watson. Besides, I can smell it.
Sherlock, you're a genius.
Watson, you're a lip box. You know, Watson, you're really supposed to be an Englishman.
Well, I say, Mr. Holmes, I'll try, you know.
I like the other dialect better.
All right. What do you want?
Watson, we have a strange mystery to solve.
Mr. X was killed in his penthouse, and we start working on the case today.
All right, but before we start, why don't you eat something? You're always working. Now, I just made some nice homemade soup.
What kind of soup?
I made some chicken, vegetable, and noodle. Which do you want?
Quick, Watson, the noodle. We leave. We leave, Watson. We leave for the Empire State Building in 10 minutes. The Empire State Building. Pack your bag and hand me my violin. I've got a lot of thinking to do. I must think.
They laughed when he picked up his violin, but when he started to play, they screamed.
Quiet, Mary. Quiet. I must think. Come, Watson. A thought just struck me. We must get to the Empire State Building in a jiffy.
Why in a jiffy? My Chevrolet will get us there just as sweet.
And much safer. At times, Watson, you show signs of intelligence. You have just heard what these two famous detectives have said about the Chevrolet. It is quick, safe, and dependable. That's elementary, Claney, and get out of my study. Come, Watson, we must hurry. And by midnight, we will find the murderer of Mr. X.
Sherlock, you're uncanny.
Watson, you're nuts. Come, let us away. have just heard Playing with the Devil. And now we take you to the lobby of the Empire State Building, where we meet Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson.
Tell me, Sherlock, why did we come here to the Empire State Building? What has this got to do with the murder of Mr. Hex?
Watson, I'm surprised at you. While playing the violin, I made the following deduction. Mr. X was killed by some gorilla here in New York. Do you follow me? A gorilla was seen climbing up the Empire State Building with a girl in the palm of his hand. And is at present on the tower.
How do you know?
I saw the picture. Now, if he could climb up a building the size of the Empire State, why couldn't he have climbed up that penthouse and killed Mr. X?
You mean the gorilla is King Kong?
Of course. Who else is covered with hair like that?
George Bernard Shaw.
Well, he didn't do it. Well, here's the elevator.
What floor, Captain?
We want to go to the tower.
That's the 102nd floor, boss.
Yes, I know that. When will we arrive?
Sunday night, sir.
You know, Sherlock, that elevator boy looks very suspicious and very friendly, too.
I think so. What's your name, son?
My name's Jim Melton, sir.
Oh, sure, Jimmy. He's our tenor, Watson. Say, Jimmy, I hate to ask you this, but did you kill Mr. X?
No, sir, Captain. I didn't kill him. I was a lady killer.
Quick, Watson, the needle.
Ow!
And cut out those jokes. Well, we have 2 days in this elevator. 2 days. I must keep my mind occupied. Hand me my saxophone. That was Stormy Weather, brought to you through the courtesy of the Chevrolet Motor Company.
102nd floor, all out.
Sunday got here quick. Now be careful, Watson, and very quiet. Very quiet. Please follow me around the edge of the roof. We must use our wits and trap him. This fellow King Kong is the biggest creature you have ever seen. He eats elephants like you eat salami.
With mustard?
That's elementary, Watson. Come, follow me. The drummer just dropped the cymbal. Frank, keep the boys quiet, will you? Just a moment. Watson, don't move.
It's so dark up here. Why didn't we come up here in the daytime?
Quiet. Go ahead. I'm right behind you.
I'd sooner be behind you.
Watson, look. Look carefully. Carefully. You see that figure standing there in the doorway?
Yes.
Look. Somebody is handing him some money.
Oh, that's Al Smith. He runs this building and he's collecting the rent. Hello, Al!
You're wrong again, Watson.
What is that, Philip?
That's King Kong. He's here, all right. Keep down, Watson. He mustn't see us.
Be careful, Sherlock. I think he sees us.
Grab him, Watson, and don't let him get away.
Thank you. Look, he's got the girl right in the palm of his hand. It looks like Mary Livingstone.
Wait. It is Mary. Mary, what are you doing there with King Kong?
There's something in his eyes that makes me realize he got me in the palm of his hand. The thrill of his caress.
Mary, we must rescue Mary from that brute. I'm not afraid of him. Hey, King Kong. What's the idea of climbing buildings and carrying women with you?
Well, it's always a sport, and I just love the fresh air.
Is that King Kong? I'll get him.
Wait, Watson. It may be a trick. Now, look here, Kong. You've been climbing buildings, dragging people out of their beds and murdering them. Did you climb up to the penthouse on Park Avenue and kill Mr. X?
No.
You lie. You did murder Mr. X. Why, you're big enough to eat him alive.
Well, I did have eggs for breakfast this morning.
Then you admit that you killed him.
No.
Take him away, Watson.
Goodbye, Mary. I'm sorry. I can't play with you anymore.
Goodbye, Paul and Harry. Come up again sometime.
Well, it didn't take us long to get him, did it, Watson?
Yeah.
Who's that?
It's me, the voice of the shadow.
What do you want?
You think you've got the murderer, eh? Well, King Kong did not kill Mr. X.
Then who did?
Mr. X was killed
Ladies and gentlemen, this mystery will be continued next Friday night. But there's no mystery about the Chevrolet motor car. It's the best buy in America today and the nation's choice. Play, Frank.
about the mother where I first learned how to cook. They look so out of place without your smiling face. In that little second-hand store, I found a little armchair and the Oriental rug. The whole sofa where we used to kiss and hug.
My Mary, folks.
So dusty there, and no one there in a little second-hand store. Odds and ends that we got from a friend. How they thrill my heart.
I'm screaming.
Bring me back a day, wedding day of May, when we said we never part. I seem to hear them whisper, you're to blame for you did wrong. Why don't you kiss and make love? Take us back where we belong. It broke my heart to see the home you planned for me in that little second-hand store.
Whenever you see or hear the figures 445 FOB Factory, always think, my friends, of Chevrolet, of the new Chevrolet Standard 6, the car that made $445 famous, of the smart, fast-stepping Chevrolet that gave a new meaning to 445 by giving so many wonderful new features for that wonderful low price. A Fisher body, a big, comfortable interior, Fisher no-draft ventilation, safety plate windshield glass, an octane selector, a low-to-the-road chassis that rides smoothly and steadily, and a six-cylinder valve and head engine that's not only one of the snappiest on the road, but listen to this. Some Chevrolet Standard 6 owners report gasoline mileages as high as 26 miles to the gallon, and nearly all of them are getting between 18 and 24, depending on how they drive. So if you have a minimum of money to spend on a new car and want that money to do you the most good, to bring you the most fun and the greatest savings in return, save with a new Chevrolet Standard 6, the big General Motors value that made $445 famous.
Well, folks, this concludes our program for tonight. Be sure and listen in next Friday. Try and figure out for yourself who killed Mr. X.
Mary, hand me my violin. I must sing. Good night, folks. Good night.
This is the National Broadcasting Company. WEOS, New York.
This is Chesterton Radio, your home for podcasts of works by G.K. Chesterton, plus drama, comedy, mystery, science fiction, big bands, and much more. The soundtrack to your Chesterton day at chestertonradio.com.
The Chevrolet program starring Jack Benny with Frank Black and his orchestra. Frank Black opens the program with Roll Up the Carpet. week, my friends, I directed your attention to that big, striking Chevrolet poster now on all the billboards. Every minute, someone buys a Chevrolet. Ladies and gentlemen, that statement is incorrect. Tonight, I take pleasure in informing you that since the Chevrolet poster was prepared, Chevrolet sales have shown such an increase that instead of every minute someone buys a Chevrolet, it should be every 40 seconds someone buys a Chevrolet. Now that, mind you, is every 40 seconds, night and day. And here are the figures to back it up. During the month of May, Chevrolet dealers reported the sale of over 65,700 cars and trucks. That's 17,500 better than May 1932. 11,800 better than April of this year. Naturally, Chevrolet is grateful to the American public for making such a record possible. A record which exceeds by 1,000 cars a day the May production of any builder of automobiles. And everybody knows why. Chevrolet is the only car giving Fisher body, no draft ventilation, fine performance, proved dependability, and unexcelled economy at prices as low as $445 FOB Flint. That's why, today, more than ever before, Chevrolet is the world's largest builder of automobiles. And now, Jack Benny.
Hello again. This is Jack Benny, the Earth Galloper, coming to you with all the late news events, and tonight we have a big surprise for you. We are going to give you a full description of the smelling bear fight which was not broadcast last night. We have here our own film of this famous fight held at the Yankee Stadium, where the New York Yankees play baseball while at home. Run the film, Hank. The preliminaries are over, and Smelling and Bear are now in the center of the ring taking their instructions. What a crowd, folks. 60,000 people and only 30 vacant seats. Primo Carnera walks in and the 30 seats are filled. Carnera sits down and 2,000 people behind him get up and go home. Ah, what a crowd. Here goes the bell for the first round. Smelling and Bear walk to the center of the ring. Bear looks confident and Smelling looks German. They are fiddling around for a minute and there they go. Bear starts off with a hard right to Smelling's jaw, and Bear counters with a hard right to Smelling's jaw. Ah, what's this? Smelling sends a hard pin to Bear's right. Bear swings a wild right to Smelling's jaw, and Bear comes back with a wild right to Smelling's jaw. Smelling's jaw seems surprised as it didn't even know that Bear was in town. They are both mixing in the center of the ring as the round ends. Smelling's round and Howard Craney. The Chevrolet motor car is the finest. Round two. Both men step to the center of the ring and exchange blows. What a crowd at the Yankee Stadium. Starkey is here sitting right over second base. Gene Tunney is also here sitting over first base. Bear sends a long left to Smelling, sending Starkey to third and Tunney to second. None out and Bear still at bat. What a game. In the outfield, we see Lefty Grove warming up for Germany, and Smelling still catching. As the bell rings, Ruth and Gehrig are seen walking through the dugout. And Howard Claney.
The Chevrolet motor car is the most economical car in
round three. At the start of this round, Bear makes a mad rush at Smelling, but Smelling tosses a right to his nose, and Bear starts singing California, Here I Come. He sees Jimmy Melton become self-conscious and lands a right to Smelling's temple. What a blow! Watch out, Bear. 4 feet lower. It would have been a foul. Bear takes command again. He's much bigger than Moxie. What a mountain Bear is. Bear Mountain. Get it, folks? That was good. Smelling leads a right. What's that? What's that? Another fight breaks out at the ringside. Another fight. Oh, who is it? They tell me it's between a taxi driver and a tailor. Well, folks, now we have a doubleheader at the good old Yankee Stadium. The tailor lands a right to the taxi driver's jaw. Smelling blocks it and crosses a left to Bear's chin. Bear sends a wicked right to the tailor, and the tailor sends a wicked note to his lawyer for a triple play. Lawyer to Smelling to Bear. What's this? Bear sends a dozen assorted rights to Smelling's jaw while we weren't looking. He sends another right to his head, a right to the heart, and a right to the liver. As there are no more places for Bear's right, he rings the bell, ending the third round. Now, the next 6 rounds were nip and tuck. Bear nipped and Smelling tucked. And as there was nothing outstanding in these 6 rounds, I'll tell you a story. Once upon a time, there were 3 little bears. Mama Bear, Papa Bear, and Maxie Bear. They all lived in the woods. So one day, Poppy Bear said to Maxie Bear, "Round 10. Bear opens this round with a right to Smelling here and a left to the jaw. Smelling counters with a nasty look. Bear resents this and starts fouling. The referee warns Bear, Bear warns Smelling, Smelling warns Sharky, and Sharky leaves the stadium. Bear is now mad and sends another right to Smelling's jaw and a left to the head. They are now mixing it. Right, left, right, left, right, left. Company, halt. What a parade. Bear looks at his watch, remembers he has a date, and there he goes, forcing Smelling to the rope. Ah, what a chance for a cigar program. He sends 2 rights and a left to Smelling's head, and Smelling goes down for the count of 9. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh, small and handsome, why don't you get up?
6, 7, 8. Are you hurt, Smelling? 9. He gets up at the count of 9. But it's too weak to carry on, and the referee steps in and announces Max Bear the winner, which is a surprise to everyone. Now Frank Black, who bet on Smelling, will try and play Somebody Stole Gabriel's Horn. Play, Frank. Our misery, or mystery. Who killed Mr. X? The great penthouse mystery. Now, for the benefit of our new listeners, let me give you a brief synopsis of what happened. Mr. X was found dead in his penthouse. He was discovered hanging in midair from a chandelier, dangling from a long rope. Mary, did you find out where the rope came from?
Yes, Jack. It's on a garble with shoelaces. Jealous?
Oh, well, disregard that, huh? Now dim your lights, folks. Get ready for thrills, romance, adventure, and the boogeyman. Not yet, Frank. Besides, we're not feeling anything. This is a mystery.
Hey, Mr. Benny, when do we answer the case?
One mystery at a time, please. Remember, folks, last week we put the case in the hands of Sherlock Holmes, but nothing happened. And if we take Sherlock in advance, we will have to give him another chance.
And those of you who have given Chevrolet a tax will admit there is no mystery attached to it.
That was Hawkshaw cleaning, folks. It was always on the trail of a plum. You'll have to pardon me while I put on my makeup now. I'm Sherlock Holmes, you know. Now while we are preparing for this scene, James Nelson will sing Our Sweet Mystery of Life. This has nothing to do with our mystery, folks.
Believing
James Melton. And now we take you again to the study of Sherlock Holmes, who is working out some new clues in hopes for a speedy arrest of the murderer of Mr. X. The home of Sherlock Holmes.
The 9th of June, and the murder is still unsolved.
That seems to be the trouble, Sherlock. I never saw you act like this before.
Very mysterious case. Very mysterious, Watson. Very mysterious. Watson, I must think. Bring me my piano.
The finance company took it away this morning.
Then give me my violin. It's no use. No use, Watson. I will never learn shuffle off the buffalo.
Then why don't you try Rochester or Albany?
Albany, fine. How does it go?
Albany. Why not take Albany?
Watson, an idea just struck me. You couldn't loan me $10, could you?
Sherlock, you're wonderful. How did you guess it?
I felt it. Was there anybody here to see me today?
Yes, 3 fellows.
What's their names? Sir
Arthur, Cohen, and Doyle.
Very good, Watson. You better let me get a laugh, or you won't be on the program next week.
That's elementary, Sherlock.
Hello. This is Holmes in Boston, in the club room. You want to speak to Mr. Holmes? Wait, I'll connect you with the bathtub.
I'm not taking a bath, Mary.
Well, you should be. Here, it's for you.
Who is it?
Mr. X, he wants to know how you're doing with his case.
Give me that phone. Mr. X? Yes, we'll find the man who murdered you. Just keep your shirt on. Yes, you'll get a report. What's the address? All right. Goodbye. Go down the address, Mary. Box 32, Evergreen Cemetery.
See, he lives right next door to my great-grandfather.
Mary, see who it is. Be on your toes, Watson.
Who do you wish to see, sir?
Mr. Holmes, I've got some news for you.
Let him in. Well, young man, what can I do for you?
I have a clue to the murder of Mr. X.
You have a clue, eh? Who are you?
I'm a stool pigeon.
Oh, a stool pigeon, eh? Sit down. Mary, get him a stool.
Here you are. Give him, Mr. Pigeon.
Mary, lock the door. Close the window and pull down the blinds. Now tell me, who do you think killed Mr. X?
Well, give me $5 and all I know.
For $5, eh? Mary, have you...
Certainly not.
Watson.
No.
How much do you want to sell all?
$5.
Here's 50 cents. Just give me a rough idea.
Well, you're a new customer. I'll take it.
Now, what's your clue to the murder of Mr. X?
Well, I saw a fellow flying over the penthouse less than a week ago. He looked very suspicious. He was flying over 200 miles an hour, and he couldn't stop until he got to Oslo, Norway.
Oslo, Norway.
Yes, and when he turned around and saw me looking, he left quickly for Moscow.
Yes. Go on.
As soon as I got to Moscow, he left for Siberia.
How did you keep up with him?
Don't tell anybody.
A Chevrolet.
Mary, a Chevrolet.
It was a Chevrolet, folks, the most dependable car in the low-price field. Now, Mr. Pigeon, your face looks very familiar. What did you do before you became a stool pigeon?
You...
I thought so. Now, tell me one more thing. Did you get the name of this aviator?
Yes. His name is Jimmy Mattern.
No Mattern, eh? Boston, put down that salami. Get me my aeroplane. There's no time to lose. We'll follow him to the ends of the world.
But wait, Sherlock, how did you figure he could have killed Mr. X by flying over the penthouse?
Well, I'll tell you, Watson. All those aviators carry sandwiches. Now, he may have had a 3-decker sandwich and dropped it. And that would kill anybody.
Sherlock, you're there.
Watson, you're smelling. Get the aeroplane.
Here you are, Sherlock. All we got is a tri-motor plane.
What's a tri-motor plane, Jack?
Plane with 4 motors. Watson, spin the propeller. Watson, you've got her in great shape. What was that?
The left wing fell off.
Do we need it?
Yes, I'll have to fix it.
I've got a safety pin.
Not yet. That's in the next scene.
I'm only rehearsing.
Oh, come on. Come on, let's go. Get in, Watson. Are you coming along, Mary?
Are we going up in the air?
Yes.
Well, wait till I get my air together.
Never mind, Ed. Get in. All right. All right, get ready. Be careful, Mary. Be careful how you get.
Happy landing! I doubt it!
Still on the trail of the murderer of Mr. X. How fast are we going, Watson?
600 miles an hour.
600 miles, and I'm only in second.
You're certainly going fast. What country is this we're passing?
England.
What country?
You're too late. France.
Look, Sherlock. Somebody left a tack laying on the ground.
Tack nothing. It's the Eiffel Tower.
Sherlock, you're colossal.
Hallelujah, you're a boss. Watson, I'm afraid we're running out of gas.
Don't worry, I just put a quarter in the meter.
Good work. Look, we're crossing the Russian border.
So quick.
Remember, this is a half-hour program. Look up. Look, there's another aeroplane.
You're right, Sherlock. Maybe that's the man we want. Get closer.
Hello there! I'll see you, folks. Flag, what are you doing in Russia? I need 2 more men for my orchestra.
Hello, Frank. See you when we get back.
Are you all right, Mary? Back there?
Yes, Shirley. Gee, this is certainly a wonderful night for flying. Look how bright the moon is. Hello, round and shiny. Why don't you come down sometime?
Sherlock, there's another plane ahead of us.
What plane?
That one straight in front of us.
That's a mosquito on your nose.
Oh, I was wondering why it bit me.
Watson, put down that cloud. What are you doing with that cloud in your hand?
The silver lining.
Doc, isn't that another plane ahead of us?
He's right, Sherlock. Yes, sir. Do you see it?
Yes. That might be our man, Jimmy Mattern. Now pull up alongside him. Hello! Are you Jimmy Mattern?
No, I'm Jimmy Melton.
Well, that's clear enough. Did you kill Mr. X?
No, you asked me that last week.
Pardon me. Watson is getting awfully foggy now.
Yes, Sherlock. Be careful.
I'm afraid to go further. I think we better turn back.
Don't bother. It's foggy on this side, too.
Sherlock, There's a storm coming up, and the fog is getting worse.
You're right, Watson. I can't see 5 feet ahead of me.
Who killed Mr. X?
Never mind X. I've got my own trouble. Oh, what was that?
The other wing dropped off.
You see, folks, this couldn't happen in the Chevrolet, as it is safe, dependable, and does everything but fly. We're in terrible danger. Watson, I can't control the stick. Oh, there goes the propeller. How are we on gas?
The tank is dry.
Well, good night, folks. Next week, ladies and gentlemen, we will continue our mystery. Who killed Mr. X? And what happened to Holmes, Watson, and Mary?
And Snelling.
Right, Watson. Play Frank.
Progress Exposition. Ladies and gentlemen, it's off to a grand and glorious start. Everybody's excited about it, talking about it, planning and figuring how and when to go. And nearly every person who's been to Chicago comes back with the same enthusiastic story. Chevrolet has stolen the whole show. That perfectly amazing World's Fair factory of Chevrolets, in which cars are built right before your eyes, is a fascinating sight. It's the highest of all the high spots in 3.5 miles of thrill. Now, here's a tip, my friends, on how to get to the World's Fair, the easiest way, the coolest way, and by far the cheapest way. Drive in a Chevrolet, America's most economical car. You can travel all day long, and based on average gasoline costs throughout the country, 4 people in a Chevrolet can cover over 200 miles for less than 40 cents apiece. Yes, you'll not only have a cooler, more restful, more enjoyable trip in a Chevrolet, but you'll have more money left to spend at the fair when you get there. On to Chicago, America. On to the World's Fair, the most economical way. In that big, thrifty, dependable 6, Chevrolet.
That was Mary singing It's Great to Be Alive. And don't forget to listen in next Friday, ladies and gentlemen, and follow our thrilling mystery, Who Killed Mr. X? Come on, Mary, I'll take you home now.
I'm sorry, Jack. I have a date tonight.
With whom? Oh, yeah? Well, he'll find out. Good night, folks.
Come on, Shadow.
In the Park is from The Gold Diggers of 1933, and It's Great to Be Alive is from Strike Me Pink. This is the National Broadcasting Company. WEAS, New York.
This is Chesterton Radio, the true, good, and beautiful at chestertonradio.com.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Joan Blondell, Alan Ladd, and Laird Krieger in This Gun for Hire. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. I was looking the other way when Paramount released This Gun for Hire. I thought it was just another gangster picture. Then I heard people talking about it at lunch in the studio commissary. Letters began to come in from you, asking why we didn't broadcast it. In self-defense, I saw the picture and discovered that it is not just another gangster picture. It's a prime example of how to maintain suspense in a motion picture or any other kind of drama. I discovered, too, just why This Gun for Hire made a new star overnight. His name is Alan Ladd. He's here tonight to co-star with Joan Blondell, and he brought another gifted member of the film cast with him, Laird Krieger. Alan Ladd has just finished a new picture at Paramount called Lucky Jordan, but he won't make another for some time to come. We'll tell you why later. This Gun for Hire casts Joan Blondell as a hostage, a very lovely hostage, held prisoner by a gangster named Raven. That's the part Alan Ladd plays. As an adventure story, it's on the top rung of the ladder, and as a drama of character, it's sprung a few surprises on Hollywood. It takes all kinds of plays, from comedy to drama, to make a good theater. But good plays all have one thing in common. They get as much applause from a housewife in Omaha as from a stenographer in New York. And it's that transcontinental appeal that this theater depends on, both in plays and in Lux toilet soap. Beauty is among the products of every state in these United States, even though it may not be listed in the geography books. If you examine the list of hometowns where all of Hollywood's lovely stars come from, it proves the point. They cover the country from the Atlantic to the Pacific. And since Lux toilet soap always follows in beauty's footsteps, you'll find that from ocean to ocean, too, and at most of the crossroads in between. Now the curtain goes up for a thrilling drama, This Gun for Hire, starring Joan Blondell as Ellen, Alan Ladd as Raven, and Laird Krieger as Gates, with Jack LaRue as Michael. In a shabby rooming house on the San Francisco waterfront, a man climbs the creaking stairway to the second floor. On the dimly lighted landing, he stops for a moment and glances back down the stairs to make certain he's not been followed, then moves slowly toward a door. His finger reaches for a bell. At last, the door is opened on a chain. A half-hidden face peers at him through the opening.
Yes? What do you want?
Is your name Baker?
What do you want?
I was told to come here. You were supposed to give me a letter.
Who sent you?
A fellow named Gates.
Wait a minute. All right. Come in, my friend. Just wanted to make sure there was no mistake. Sit down, friend.
Oh, we got company?
Yeah, get the gentleman a drink, Pearl.
Sure.
What'll you have, mister?
Nothing.
We're having some coffee ourselves. Bring another cup, Pearl.
All right.
What is this, Baker? You're supposed to be alone.
Oh, Pearl's my secretary. Don't worry, she's all right. Well, did you bring the money?
It's in the briefcase.
$10,000?
$10,000. Where's the letter?
I've got it. Don't be so impatient. What did you say your name was?
I didn't say.
Well, I'm funny. I always like to know who I'm dealing with.
It's Raven.
Thank you, Mr. Raven. You know, it's lucky they sent you today. By tonight, that letter would have been on its way to Washington. That would have been too bad for your boss, wouldn't it? Especially that little part about the formula. But for $10,000, I'm willing to forgive Mr. Gates anything. Even that nasty little word he used about me. Blackmail.
I don't know anything about it. You wanted a letter.
You mean you don't know what's in it? Oh, you should. Then maybe you could get $10,000, too. Here you are, see? Addressed to Senator Burnett in Washington. Subject, the preparation of bromine. Formula attached, and a few remarks concerning Mr. Willard Gates. I even had the stamps on it. Airmail.
Give me the letter.
The, money, please?
I was told to get the letter first.
Very well. Here.
Okay.
You're not a very trusting soul, Mr. Raven. But I am, you see.
Yeah? Well, that's great.
You... Oh.
What happened? What? You shot him. You killed him.
They said he'd be alone. Too bad he wasn't.
No, don't! No.
Paper, evening paper, chemist and woman murdered, 2 dead in mystery killing, murderer at large. Chemist and woman murdered, 2 dead in mystery killing. Yes, it was nicely handled, my boy. I compliment you.
Yeah? I'll take my cut now, Gates.
Taught Mr. Baker a lesson in morality, didn't you? Ugly people, blackmailers, only one way to pay them off. Sure you won't have a Sunday with me, Raven? Marshmallows. Very good.
All I want is my cut. I'm broke. You got the letter you wanted? I want money.
Oh, yes.
You through with this, mister?
No, just a moment, young lady. There's still some marshmallow left, if you don't mind. Just leave the dish, please.
I will if you'll let go my hand.
Oh, it's a lovely hand. Dainty and sculptured.
Yeah? I'll bet you read palm.
I'm an expert. How'd you guess?
I guess.
Yes, Raven, my boy, my client is most grateful. He really needed that letter.
I need the $1,000. Where is it?
I have it. It's in this envelope. But I don't advise your counting it at the soda fountain.
Your boss must have plenty of letters, Gates. Who is he?
Oh, he's very shy. I couldn't discuss him.
Hey, what is your line anyway? You're not a finger man.
I'm shy, too. Have a peppermint?
No.
My boy, I suggest you don't open that envelope here.
Is there $1,000 in this?
Certainly.
They're all tens.
You didn't expect 1,000 ones, did you? What's the matter? Don't you trust me?
Who trusts anybody?
Direct from the bank, as I promised.
And all new, huh?
Yes. Though I see your point, of course. If the bills were bad, you couldn't very well complain to the police, could you?
I'm my own police.
What do you mean? What would you do?
First, I'd find out who you're stooging for. The shy boy. Then I'd give him what I gave Baker.
No, I can't stand violence.
Then I'd whittle off a little of that blubber you carry around on your stomach.
Such a warped sense of humor. Oh, I forgot. Here, Raven, a little gift from me. 2 orchestra seats to the best show in town. I ought to know. It cost me plenty. That's my one vice, backing leg shows. Here, 2 on the aisle.
No, thanks.
Oh, go ahead. Take your girl. You must have a girl or a friend.
Why?
No. Live alone, work alone. Have a peppermint?
No.
Excellent for the digestion. Raven, tell me something. How do you feel when you kill a man?
I feel fine.
Really? Well, I'll have to be going. Goodbye, Raven. Be good.
Yes?
Lieutenant Crane, there's a man named Willard Gates with me.
Gates.
From Los Angeles.
Oh, send him in.
Lieutenant Crane.
Yeah, sit down.
I'm Willard Gates, Nitrochemical Corporation of Los Angeles. My firm wants to know what the police up here are doing, if anything, about the man who robbed our paymaster.
We're working on it, naturally.
He's been reported here in San Francisco. Don't you know that?
Yes, of course we know it. That's why I'm on the case. I'm from the Los Angeles force up here on my vacation until this happened.
Well, I hope you can get some results. It's been a week now since the robbery. The stolen bills are all new and all tens. Why hasn't an arrest been made?
I'll tell you why. Because the man may not even be here. All we can do is wait for him to pass one of those hot bills. Now, if he does that, we've got him.
I hope so. You know that Mr. Brewster, the president of Nitro, has offered a reward.
Oh, yeah. 5,000 for a 20,000 bundle. That's kind of unusual.
Is it? Well, it's just because Mr. Brewster is so upset over it.
Well, it's his dough.
Remember, we want him. Dead or alive. Preferably dead after what he did to our paymaster. And quickly, too, or we'll go higher up. Good morning, Lieutenant.
Go milk a duck.
Hello? Hello, Mr. Brewster. This is Gates. No, I'm still in San Francisco. I have the letter you wanted, Mr. Brewster. And the formula. Yes, I think our troubles are over. A man named Raven got it for me. Oh, no. I wouldn't worry about him. The police here are very cooperative, Mr. Brewster. I don't believe he'll even have a chance to talk. Yes, I'm coming back tonight. What? Well, there's someone I'd like to see here first. Well, it's a girl. A theatrical agent wants me to see her act for my club in Los Angeles. Oh, but I'll be in the office in the morning, Mr. Brewster. Goodbye, sir.
Well, what do you think, Mr. Gates? The girl can dance, can't she?
She's very clever and very lovely.
She'd fit right into your Neptune Club, Mr. Gates. You can hire her for 150 a week. What do you say?
I say yes, by all means.
Now you're talking. All right, Miss Graham, that's enough.
How'd you like it, Joe?
I'm your agent, honey. I always like you. What's more important, Mr. Gates here likes you. You're hired, Ellen.
Yeah, what for?
Neptune Club, Los Angeles.
I'm Willard Gates, Miss Graham. I own the Neptune Club. Your act is very charming.
Thank you.
I wonder if we two might have dinner together tomorrow night in Los Angeles.
Dinner? Well, I don't know.
Now, if you're going to work for me, Miss Graham, I think we ought to get acquainted.
Well, all right, Mr. Gates.
Here's my card. I'm leaving for Los Angeles tonight. Oh, call me in the afternoon sometime.
Okay.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Fletcher, for digging her up.
For 10%, I'd dig up my wife's mother.
Tomorrow night, then.
Tomorrow night in L.A. Goodbye, Mr. Gates.
Goodbye. Bye, Mr. Fletcher.
So long. All right, Miss Graham. He's hooked. Go change your clothes.
Look, Mr. Fletcher, I don't get this.
Come on, we've got to see somebody right away.
Now, wait. You're no agent, I know that. All of a sudden, you take a big interest in me and tell me I ought to work for Gates. Well, that's all right with me, but I want to know what goes. What's it all about?
Talk takes time. We haven't got it. Hurry up, get dressed.
Come in, Fletcher. Right on time, I see.
How are you, Senator? This is the young lady I told you about. Miss Graham, this is Senator Burnett.
Senator? Oh, so you're the mystery.
Oh, no mystery about me. Just a hick lawyer the voters got stuck with. Did Miss Graham get the job, Fletcher?
Yeah, and I think Gates is hooked.
I shouldn't wonder. I am, too.
Oh, now, Senator, I have a boyfriend.
She doesn't mean me. Well, goodbye, Senator. I don't think you need me any longer.
Oh, thanks, Fletcher.
So long, Miss Graham.
Yeah.
Well, Miss Graham, you look a little puzzled by all this.
I am, and it's not just a little.
Well, I'll try to clear it up for you. You know about my committee? You read the papers?
Well, yes, but
Well, how about your history books? Remember Benedict Arnold?
Sure. The all-American heel.
Yes. Well, there's a handful of those heels in this country today. We are trying to expose them.
It's okay by me.
My committee thinks Gates is one of them.
Him? The nightclub angel?
Well, in the daytime, he's an executive of the Nitrochemical Corporation in Los Angeles. In between times, he's been seeing men who are suspected of being foreign agents. Yet our investigators can't turn up anything definite.
And that's where I come in.
Yes. Will you give it a try?
Well, it isn't exactly like deciding to go to a beauty parlor.
Oh, worried about the boyfriend?
Well, I don't know what he'll think when he sees me with Mr. 555.
I don't either. By the way, who is your boyfriend? Is he here in San Francisco?
He is now, but he's from Los Angeles. As a matter of fact, he's in the police department there. Lieutenant Michael Crane.
A police lieutenant?
Mm-hmm.
Well, Miss Graham, this might seem strange, but if you go through with this, I wouldn't want you to tell anybody, not even your lieutenant.
Well, that might be tough. He's a pretty fresh guy.
Do you think you can handle him?
Sure. What do I do, Senator?
Yeah, who is it?
It's me, Annie. You want me to clean up your room, Mr. Raven?
Yeah, come in.
It's after 2 o'clock, Mr. Raven. I tried all morning to get in here.
Well, you're in here now. Go ahead and clean up.
That cat don't help me any.
Here, cat. Come on. Come on, here's your nook.
There ought to be a rule against cats in a boarding house. Now look what he done. He knocked over the milk. Get out of here, you dirty cat, you.
Let that cat alone.
Oh, take your hands off me.
Don't ever touch that cat, do you hear?
You're hurting me. Let go.
Go on, beat it.
Cat, look at my dress. You ripped it, you see?
Beat it, I said.
Ought to buy me a new one.
Shut up. Here. Here's $10. Now get out.
It's the least you can do. You and your cat.
Get out. Come on, cat. Come on, I'll get you some more milk. Oh, listen, Alan, what's this about a new job? I don't have to leave San Francisco yet for a week, maybe. Why, it's perfect.
Except for one thing, Mike. I'm going to Los Angeles.
But I don't. Hello?
Lieutenant Crane, Sergeant Wilson is here, and he wants to...
I'll see him later, and don't bother me. What do you have to go to Los Angeles for?
I told you, Mike, a job. That was my good news. I thought we'd be down there together.
Well, how long are you going to be there?
I'm not sure yet. I'm leaving tonight.
Look, Sugar, what does it take to get you to darn my socks and cook my corned beef and cabbage and sort of confine your magic to one place and one customer?
Oh, Michael, I would have died if you'd let me go away without saying something. I want my guy, Mike. I want a home and some kids.
Well, honey, you've got your guy, but I understand kids take time. Well, we'll get married Sunday. How about it?
Mike, I'd love to, but my job, I can't quit on them.
Why not?
Listen, darling, it isn't... Well, it's not really the job. It's something else. I'll marry you the minute you get to Los Angeles, but it must be there.
Why?
I can't tell you why.
Well, this is a fine start.
Michael, listen.
Hey, Mike.
Look, Wilson, not now, please.
This can't wait. One of those hot bills was just passed.
A new 10?
Yeah, in a dress shop.
Who passed it?
Some girl. A guy named Raven gave it to her. He lives at the place she works.
Got the address?
Sure.
We'll get some men over there quick.
Okay.
Hello?
Michael.
Hello, get me Dolan. Hurry up.
Michael, I'm leaving on the 7 o'clock. Southern Pacific. Now, please.
Yeah, if I can. So long, Ellen. Hello? How'd they find out?
Please, Mr. Raven, let me alone.
How'd they trace me here?
You're hurting my arm.
Cops all over the place. You got them after me, didn't you?
Mr. Raven.
Come on, get out in the hall.
Take the second floor, Dewey. Okay. The rest of you stay here.
Now get in that phone booth.
Mr. Raven.
Get in that phone booth. All right, now stand in front of me so they can't see. You hear?
Yes,
Now
but...
lift the receiver. Pretend you're talking to somebody.
Yes, sir.
Say hello. Say hello, Miss Stewart.
Hello, Miss Stewart.
Louder. Tell her what's up.
They're after Mr. Raven.
Why?
Because he passed a stolen bill in a dress shop.
What do you mean, stolen?
You ought to know.
Talking to the phone? How'd they know it was stolen? They have the number of the bill?
Yes, Mrs. Stewart. The dress shop had the number from the police department.
Gates. Stolen from where?
I don't know.
You do know?
I don't remember it. It was some chemical company in Los Angeles, a payroll.
All right, now listen. Hang up here. Go out to the booth down the hall. When you get to the window, look down the street and yell, "There he is." You understand? The back window.
Yes, sir.
All right, now go ahead. I'm going out the front way. You get them all back here. Remember this. If they get me, I'll get you.
Yes,
Go
sir.
on.
There he is! There he is! Down the street!
Martin, bring those men around to the back, quick!
A ticket to Los Angeles, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Compartment to Los Angeles.
Oh, hello, Mr. Gates.
Leaving us? Yes, for a while.
One ticket to Los Angeles.
Yes, sir. Well, new bills, huh? Haven't seen
Never
any
mind
new
the bills. Give me a ticket to Los Angeles.
Yes, sir. Here you are.
In just a moment, Alan Ladd, Joan Blondell, and Laird Krieger will return in Act Two of This Gun for Hire. Now, let's look in at a party where the guests are being entertained by that most popular of pastimes, fortune-telling. A young lady is listening to hers.
Now, let's see. You were born between January 22nd and February 19th. Then you are under the sign of Aquarius. That means progress ahead. And looking at you, my dear, I'd say it means romance ahead, too.
Well, would that all fortunes were as easy to tell as a Lux girl. A girl with the charm of smooth, radiant skin. The kind that makes keen eyes linger and admire. Yes, a lovely Lux complexion makes any woman attractive. And if your skin isn't as fresh, as soft and smooth as you'd like it to be, why not make this test? Try regularly for 30 days the Lux Soap Active Lather facials that famous Hollywood screen stars use. Here's what they do.
Just smooth the creamy active lather well in. Rinse with plenty of warm water, then splash with cold. Pat the face dry with a soft towel. This beauty facial leaves skin softer, flower fresh.
Yes, you'll discover this simple Lux Soap care really works. Active Lather, you see, removes stale cosmetics thoroughly. Every trace of dust and dirt. Screen stars say it's like smoothing beauty in. To use Lux Soap's gentle, creamy lather. Why not get some fine white Lux toilet soap tomorrow? You'll be delighted with the new loveliness this real beauty soap will give your skin. Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
Act Two of This Gun for Hire, starring Joan Blondell as Ellen, Alan Ladd as Raven, and Laird Krieger as Gates, with Jack LaRue as Michael. Southbound from San Francisco, the night train speeds toward Los Angeles. Ellen Graham is on this train, and Willard Gates, and Raven. The girl has been asleep in the coach. When she wakes up, she reaches for her purse, glances through it quickly, and then stares at the man in the opposite seat.
Are you that broke? Come on. I know you're not asleep. Hand it over, mister.
What do you want?
You know what I want. My $5. It was in my purse, and it was the only $5 I had. One corner was torn off.
I don't know what you're talking
Now,
about.
look, mister, don't make me call the conductor. Just hand it over, and we'll forget it.
All right. Here.
Thanks.
I'm no pickpocket. Gotta find somebody in L.A., and I'm short of cash. I wouldn't have taken it.
Oh. Well, that's too bad. I can break this. You want to borrow $1?
I'll get along.
Well, I hope your friend owes you something.
No. No, I owe him something.
I don't get it. If you're broke, how can you pay him?
Oh, I can pay him. He's a fat man who likes peppermints.
And you're going to pay a debt with peppermints?
Yeah. First I find out who his boss is. Then I pay both of them, see?
No, I don't see.
Well, forget it.
Yeah, I will. Night.
Night.
Hello, long distance. I'm calling Raymond Brewster in Los Angeles. Person. What? Hello, Mr. Brewster. This is Gates. Listen, I haven't much time. I'm in Salinas on my way down. Mr. Brewster, listen. Raven is on this train. I just saw him. I don't know. You better call the police. Tell them to pick him up at the station. They can identify him. He has a deformed left wrist, like it was broken. Yes, he's traveling alone.
Let me see your left wrist, please. Okay. Let me see your left wrist, please. All right, go ahead. Let me see your left wrist, please. Okay.
Are you sure you don't want that dollar?
I don't need it.
That's right, I forgot. You're going to collect from the guy you owe the peppermints to.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So long.
Wait a minute.
What's the matter?
See those men? The cops. They're looking for me for a job I didn't do, and they're not going to get me. You're going to help.
Oh, no, I'm not.
Take your coat and fold up in your arms.
What for? I'm not...
Do what I tell you. Fold up your coat and carry it like you were carrying a baby.
Listen, I'm no sucker.
Do you hear me?
Yeah. You can take that gun out of my back. Makes me uncomfortable.
All right. Now go ahead. Walk. I'm with you. We're together, see?
Okay.
They won't stop a guy with his wife and kid unless you tip him. Don't.
I won't. Don't worry.
All right, just look straight ahead and keep going.
Let's see your left wrist, please. Okay. Your left wrist, please. Okay. Let's see your left wrist, please. Okay.
Well, you made it all right. Sorry, I can't have breakfast with you, but I've got a rehearsal. You won't be needing the baby anymore, will you?
Wait a minute. I got a job to do.
Well, you don't need me. Nobody knows you're here. Go ahead.
Somebody does know. You know, and I don't like it.
What are you going to do?
Stick with me for a while.
What for?
I want to know where you are.
Listen, I'm not... Taxi! Taxi!
Shut up!
Taxi!
Come back here! Come here!
Hollywood, quick!
Nitrochemical Corporation, good morning. Mr. Brewster? I'm sorry, but you can't speak to Mr. Brewster just now. He's in conference. Nitrochemical Corporation, good morning. Just a moment, please.
Bungling idiot, Gates.
Mr. Brewster...
I gave you a job to do, Gates. A job involving millions of dollars, and you botched it.
I didn't botch it, sir. Here's Baker's letter and the formula.
Raven got those, and then you let him slip through your fat fingers. Is that all?
Oh, well, there's one thing. I don't know whether they're working together or not, but there was a girl on the train with Raven.
You said he was alone.
I didn't see her until this morning.
You know anything about her?
She's a performer I just hired for my nightclub.
Apparently you want to commit suicide.
I didn't know that when I hired her. And now I'm afraid to turn her over to the police. They wouldn't believe anything Raven said, but they might believe her.
You're a fool. Get down to that club of yours and take her out somehow. Find out all about her and get out of here.
Yes, sir.
Hello, Ruby.
Mike!
Hi, Ruby.
Well, swell. When'd you get back from Frisco?
Oh, this afternoon. Say, is Ellen around?
Well, no, she isn't.
Well, where is she?
She went out to dinner about 2 hours ago.
2 hours ago. I don't get it.
Well, neither do I. She went out with Willard Gates.
Gates?
Yeah, that fat wolf.
Where'd they go?
Well, she didn't say.
Well, that's great. That's fine. Thanks, Ruby.
Mason, are the lights on yet?
No, Mr. Gates. I just called the company. The lights are off all over Hollywood.
Well, bring some candles, will you, Mason?
Yes, Mr. Gates.
Cocktail, Miss Graham?
No, thank you.
You know, Miss Graham, when I was a little boy and it thundered like that, my mother used to say, God is angry at someone. He couldn't be angry at you, could he?
I don't remember breaking any commandments.
You know, you're a very intriguing girl. I want to know all about you.
That's a big little word, all.
Well, practically all. Have a peppermint.
What?
A peppermint. Good for the digestion. Try one.
Yeah. Yeah, thanks, I will.
You know, I looked for you on the train last night. Thought we might be in the same car. I tried the observation car, the diner, the pool.
I was in the chair car.
Oh, really? Isn't that uncomfortable?
Not for an old trooper. That is, of course, unless you're unlucky and your neighbor snores.
Were you unlucky?
Oh, no. I sat with a very charming old lady. She told me all about her farm in Iowa and how her grandmother came out in a covered wagon, and she said... What's the matter?
So you do know him?
What?
You know him?
What are you talking about?
You were with Raven on that train. I saw you.
What have you got to do with him?
He's after me. And you're helping him. He'll use that gun, the gun he used on Baker. Why did you get mixed up in this? I hate violence. But don't think I won't protect myself. Mason! Mason!
Yes, sir.
I'll have to leave now.
Oh, no, not yet.
I'm sorry,
Did
but
you
I...
want something, sir?
Yes, my coat and purse, please. I'm leaving.
Is she leaving, Mr. Gates?
No, I don't believe she is.
Now, get away from me. Get away! Let me go!
That'll hold her for a while.
What did you do, Mason?
I tied her up and put her on the couch.
You didn't hurt her?
No, never even scratched her. We're a cinch, boss. In a couple of hours, the bridge over the reservoir will be deserted. And now look...
Don't tell me. I don't want to know anything about it.
But this is a work of art. You see, the ropes come off. I tie sash weights to her ankles with soft catgut.
Please. That's a horrible word.
Now get the angle on this. She disappears 2 weeks, maybe 3. Then the catgut dissolves. And she floats up. No marks on her anywhere. A suicide. Now, isn't that beautiful?
It's loathsome. Be sure no one sees you.
Don't worry, I'll take the other car. And when they find
Don't
her...
tell me.
Okay. It's just between me and the reservoir.
I'll wait down at the Neptune until you come. No, I wish she had stayed in San Francisco.
You know, you're all upset over nothing, boss. Eat a good dinner. It'll calm you down.
Such a lovely young girl. It's revolting. Come to the club as soon as you can.
Yes, sir. What is it?
I want to speak to Willard Gates. Does he live here?
Who shall I say is calling?
Nobody.
Mr. Gates isn't at home. There's no one here but me.
Yeah? I'll take a look around.
I'm sorry, sir. I can't let you in.
Come on, get out of my way.
You can't come in.
This gun says different.
Oh.
All right, now come on, back up. Oh, so there's nobody home but you. What's his pocketbook on the table?
Mr. Gates had a guess. She left it there.
Who's that?
Stay out of that room.
I'm giving the orders. Open that door there.
Listen, you can't walk in here and...
All right, sister. Just a minute. There.
Oh, I was afraid that gag was going to choke me.
All right, come on, take it easy. I'll get these ropes off you.
Oh, gee, I never thought I'd be glad to see you again.
What are you doing here? What's Gates got against you?
He saw us on the train. I'm your girl.
How'd he catch up with you?
I work in this nightclub.
Yeah? Where is he now?
He went back there to wait. They were going to get rid of me.
Yeah? You got a dressing room down there, haven't you?
At the club, sure.
All right, come on.
What for?
I want to talk to Mr. Gates alone.
Wait,
Now, look, I'm not going to hurt you. You treated me okay, but you do what I tell you. Come on. All right, just keep walking. Go right to your dressing room. Don't speak to anyone.
What are you trying to do? I can't help you.
Which one is it?
This one here.
All right, go on in.
Oh, here you are.
Michael.
Well, where have you been? Who is this guy?
Michael, don't. Don't hit him.
Watch it, mister. I shoot awful straight.
Michael, it's Raven. Do what he says.
Stay where you are, mister. I'm leaving, and I'm taking her out of here.
Raven, huh? Well, there's a dragnet out for you, Raven. It won't do any good to hurt her, so use your head.
You better stay put. Don't move out of this room until we get clear. All right, sister, back up. Back up!
Hello, this is Crane. Raven just left here. The doorman said he was heading south. Send a call out, but tell him to be careful. He's got Ellen with him.
We're right here, Mike. Somebody reported a man and a woman headed toward the gasworks. Must be them, all right.
Is he in there now?
He must be. We've had the whole works surrounded since 10 o'clock. Nobody's come out.
How many men have you got?
About 20. But there's a lot of buildings and things inside those works. We go in.
Oh, no. Just watch the outside. We'll have to wait until it's light before we can do much.
Well, that's what I figured.
Meanwhile, send for a searchlight, just in case he makes a break. Oh, and get a sound truck so I can talk to him.
Okay. Charlie, call headquarters and get a sound truck.
Why don't you let me go?
You're going to help me find Gates.
If I yelled just once, you know, they'd come in here and get you. Even in the dark.
If you do yell, it'll be just once.
Okay. Look, I've been thinking. We both took a beating from the same guy, didn't we?
Yeah, Mr. Gates.
I think I know where he'll be in the morning.
Where?
But you gotta tell me something first. I want to know what you've got against him.
I did a job for him. Paid me off in hot money so he could put me where I couldn't talk.
What was the job? Well,
It's your turn to talk now.
but you haven't told me.
Your turn now. Where is he?
He's a nitrochemical.
Thanks.
What was that? Is that a cat?
Yeah. Yeah. Hey, cat. Here. Come here, fella.
What's a cat doing in this place?
Oh, you're hungry. Yeah, it's hungry. But we ain't got nothing for you, Tuffy.
Listen, Raven.
That's the cops.
Raven, I want to talk to you. You're trapped. You can't get out. We're moving in when it's daylight, so we don't want to shoot unless you make it. Come on, talk it over. Raven, do you hear me? Raven!
Yeah, I hear you. Is that your boyfriend?
Yes.
Why don't he lay off on me? I don't want to knock off a friend of yours.
He's a policeman, and you're wanted for murder.
Yeah?
You killed Baker. Gates told me. That's the job you did for him. But who's the man behind Gates?
That's what I'm trying to find out.
Well, maybe I can help you. You must have some idea who it is. How much do you know about the job you did?
Baker was blackmailing the guy behind Gates. He was going to send a letter about him to Washington. I gave it to Sweet Tooth.
What was in it?
Piece of paper with some kind of arithmetic on it, a formula, he called it.
Like a chemical formula?
Now, how do I know?
Was the letter going to Senator Burnett?
Huh? Yeah, that was his name. Hey, you know, I'm glad this cat came in here. Cats are good luck. Hiya, fella.
You like cats, don't you?
Yeah. Yeah, they're on their own. They don't need anybody.
Well, this one could do with a friend. So could you.
They're trying to make me go soft. Well, you can save your oil. I don't go soft for anybody.
Okay. You know, I've been figuring something. That chemical formula.
Yeah?
I bet I know what they're going to do with it.
What?
They're selling it to the enemy.
So,
So tomorrow, maybe they'll ship it back in bombs.
Hey, is there somebody outside?
Listen, do you hear what I said? It's important. This war is everybody's business. Yours, too.
Mr. Gates is still eating his peppermints. That's my business.
Why don't you stop thinking about yourself for a minute?
Well, who else is going to think about me? They're coming in. Keep down and don't move.
Hey, Charlie, how'd you like to be worth 5,000 smackers, dead or alive?
I wouldn't care for him dead.
Hey, hear that?
What?
Let me out.
Quiet, fella.
Oh, it's a cat, so what?
Yeah, but what's it doing in there?
How do I know?
Maybe we ought to go see.
Come on, they don't pay off on cats. Anyway, it stopped. They'll be gone by now.
Yeah. Hey, you know what I'd do with 5,000 bucks?
What?
You can let the cat go now. They've gone. What's the matter with you? Let it go.
Choked it. I couldn't help it. It's dead. It's dead, and I killed it. Killed my luck.
Station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. After a brief intermission, Mr. DeMille presents Alan Ladd, Joan Blondell, and Laird Krieger in Act 3 of This Gun for Hire. Haven't you often heard people say something like this?
I haven't met her, but I certainly like her looks.
Yes, we'll consider him for the job. His looks impress me.
Yes, looks are important. And as a matter of fact, you can usually tell by a person's appearance a great deal about the qualities of that person. And, you know, that's true of soap, too. Lux toilet soap, for instance, attracts the eye with its charming, distinctive sampler wrapper. Then when you unwrap it, you notice its whiteness. And if you run your fingers over the fragrant cake, you'll find it smooth and firm to the touch. Lux toilet soap is hard-milled, you see, made to last and last. And you need never worry that Lux soap won't live up to its fine appearance. That smooth, fragrant white cake is a promise of rich, creamy lather. Active lather that's quick and abundant, even in hard water. Lather so gentle that Hollywood stars say it's like a caress on the skin. And they use Lux toilet soap daily for their million-dollar complexions. Yes, you can trust your precious complexion to Lux toilet soap and know that you simply can't buy a finer toilet soap at any price. It's pure and mild as only the best of ingredients can make it. And it costs you so little because millions of cakes are sold every year. 9 out of 10 screen stars use it. So don't miss out on a real beauty bargain. Get some luxurious white Lux toilet soap tomorrow. Remember, lovely screen stars say,
it's a real beauty soap. Here in Hollywood, we've used Lux toilet soap for years.
Now, Mr. DeMille returns to the microphone.
After the curtain, we'll put our stars on the witness stand. But now here's Act 3 of This Gun for Hire, starring Joan Blundell, Alan Ladd, and Laird Krieger, with Jack LaRue. The police searchlights play on the steel frame of the gasworks, and dark figures roam the outer fringes of the deserted buildings. Somewhere, deep in the shadows, are Raven and the girl he is holding as a hostage. The killer kneels on the ground, gazing at the limp and silent form of the cat.
You got the break, Toppy. I'd like to crawl down there with you and sleep.
Why don't you get some sleep?
No good. I'd only dream. Every night I dream. I read somewhere about a kind of a doctor, a psycho something. If you tell your dreams, you don't have to dream it anymore.
That's right.
You wouldn't laugh if I told you, would you?
No.
Oh, it's a woman. Dream about a woman. She used to beat me. Whip the bad blood out of me, she said. My old man was hanged. My mother died right after that, and I went to live with that woman. My aunt. She beat me from the time I was 3 till I was 14. One day, she caught me reaching for a piece of chocolate. She was saving it for a cake. A crummy piece of chocolate. She hit me with a red-hot flat iron. Smashed my wrist with it, see? She grabbed a knife. I let her have it. She stuck a label on me. Killer. Shoved me in a reform school, and they beat me there, too. But I'm glad I killed her. Only I don't like to dream about it. Oh, what's the use? There's nothing I can do about it.
There is something you can do. Don't kill anymore. You're just killing her all over again. That's all you're doing. Look, you don't really want to get Gates. You don't want to kill him.
What do you want me to do? Send him some peppermints?
I want you to make him spill the whole works. Who's behind him, names, everything. I want a signed confession. That's more important than killing him. It's important to your country, don't you understand me?
Come on, take your hands off of me.
No, please.
Get away from me. Go on. Go on, get away.
All right.
Raven, listen. Are you coming out? Raven, we can see now you haven't got a chance. Are you coming out? All right, then we'll come in and get you.
Come ahead, Copper.
He's right. You haven't got a chance. There's too many of them.
Listen, I got a proposition for you. You still want that stuff from Gates?
Of course I do.
All right, help me out of here and I'll get it for you.
Help you?
Oh, it was that hot air last night. That flag waving. All right, come on, make up your mind. Okay, I'll shoot it out with him, and I hope your copper gets the first slug.
No, wait a minute. Promise me you won't use that gun anymore. Don't kill. If you promise that, I'll help.
All right.
It's a deal. What do I do?
You go out first, across the yard. Don't run or they'll know it's a woman. Here, take my hat and coat. Wait till they spot you, then get under something, stall as long as you can, and come up with your hands up.
You want me to go now?
Yeah. Hey, wait a minute. You, gonna marry that copper?
Yes.
Is he the right guy for you?
Yes.
Okay. All right, go ahead now.
Get over that way, Ed. Straight out, you man. Here we come, Raven. This is your last chance. Are you coming out?
Right, I'll come out.
He's coming out, Mike.
Hold your fire.
There he is. He's coming across the yard.
Keep coming, Raven. Keep your hands up.
He's moving awful slow, ain't he?
Yeah, it's funny. Quit the stalling, Raven. Keep moving.
If he drops his hands, Mike, let him have it. Don't take any chances.
Stay out in the open, Raven. Raven, get away from that pile of lumber. Hey!
He's ducked behind it, Mike.
All right, men, close in.
Watch out, you men! Careful!
Get the tear gas ready. We may have to smoke them out.
There he is. He's laying down on the ground.
Don't move, Raven. Don't lift a finger. Quick, Ed.
All right, Raven. Stick your hand in here.
Oh, wait a minute.
Come on.
Wait a minute.
Hey, it's a girl.
Michael.
Oh, Ellen. Are you all right?
Yes, I'm all right, but listen.
Where is he? Where is he? Where did he go?
Michael.
Don't stall. You're helping him get away. Where did he go?
I don't know.
Ed, keep the boys moving. Cover every foot of this place. Now, look, Ellen. What's going on? Are you going to talk? Why did you help him? Where did he go?
I can't tell you.
Well, use your head, darling. That guy's a killer. How did you meet him? What were you doing with him?
I can't tell you.
This isn't a cop asking, darling. It's me.
He saved my life.
Where?
At Gates' house.
Oh, Gates. What was he doing there?
I don't know.
Oh, Gates, huh? So that's who he's after. Then he's headed for Nitro. All right? So are we.
Hello, yes, this is Gates. Mason, where are you? Well, have they got him yet? Have they got Raven? Escaped? But they had him surrounded. Well, get down here right away. I need you.
Well, Mr. Gates.
One moment. Yes, Mason, I'll be expecting you. Come at once. Well?
Mr. Brewster wants to see you right away.
Oh, yes, I'll be right there.
Mr. Gates, what's the matter? You nervous about something?
Nervous? No, I'll be there in a minute.
All right.
Hello, Miss Bailey.
Yes, sir.
Cancel all my appointments. I can't see anyone.
Yes, sir.
Don't move.
Miss Bailey.
Get away from that thing.
Yes, sir.
Don't answer.
Yes, sir.
Throw that key, cut it off.
Did you call me, Mr.
Get away from that desk.
Listen, you can't kill me, Raven. I'm not to blame. You wouldn't kill an innocent man, would you? It's all his fault. I was only acting as his agent.
Oh.
Mr. Brewster. He's the one.
Is he the boss of this outfit?
Yes.
Where is he?
In that office over there.
All right, come on. I want to see him.
It was his fault. He wanted it done, I swear.
All right, shut up. Open that door.
Yes.
Well, come in, Gates. What delayed you?
Is that him, Brewster?
Yes.
What is this, Gates? Who is this man? What do you want?
My name's Raven.
Raven?
Mr. Brewster, the police are outside.
Close that door.
What?
Close the door, I said. Now lock it. All right, Gates, you lock the other door.
Yes.
What were you saying about the police?
They're outside. They want to see Mr. Brewster.
They will, but not yet. We got business to do. Are you a secretary or something?
Yes, I am.
I'll sit down and write.
Write what? What do you want him to write?
The things you're going to tell me, Brewster, so you can sign it.
Don't be a fool. Incidentally, you can put that gun down. There's no necessity for it.
I'll hang on to the gun. What was in that letter I got from Baker?
Letter?
Come on, talk.
You'll have to tell him, Mr. Brewster. He'll kill you.
Shut up.
Suppose you tell me, Gates.
It was a formula. A secret formula. Baker knew we were making it.
Be quiet.
He was writing to someone in Washington to tell them.
Write that down, you. Senator Burnett, huh?
Yes.
You fool.
Were you selling that formula, too?
Now, wait. You look like a young man who knows a good thing, Raven. Now, why don't you...
Come on, talk.
Answer him. Tell him he'll kill you.
Stop whining.
I'll tell you. The new formula. Brewster sold it to the highest bidder.
You've just committed suicide, Gates.
You got that down?
Yes.
All right, give me the pad. Now, sign, Brewster.
I will not sign it.
You'll sign. Go on.
Wait, listen. How much do you want, Raven? I'm a rich man. Name your price.
Take that pen and sign while you still got a chance.
Very well. Very well.
All right. You're next, Gates.
I'll sign it. I'll sign.
Mr. Brewster, put down that gun! Mr. Brewster! He's killed himself. He's killed himself.
One final double cross. Now, that's one out of the way. But you're still left, aren't you, Gates?
No, I told you. I was only an agent. Believe me, it was Brewster.
There's something else. You tried to kill that girl.
No.
That girl's my friend.
She's not your friend. She told the police about you.
Shut up.
They called me up.
You lie.
Oh, why are they here then? She told them you were here.
I promise I'll never kill again. You're the only one exception.
No, you can't. I'm innocent. Don't.
There he is.
Let him have it.
Well, here it is. A full confession signed by Brewster and Gates. So this was it. This is what you were trying to get, Ellen.
Yes.
Not much use moving this guy, Mike. He's through.
Okay.
Can I speak to him, Michael? Can I?
Sure, go ahead.
Is it very bad?
No. No, it's kind of nice. Gonna rest now.
Yes. Yes.
You didn't tell the cops I was here, did you?
No.
Okay. I didn't think so. You know, when they came through that door, the cops, I didn't shoot.
I know.
Did I? Did I do all right for you?
Yes. You did fine.
Well, that's good. That's good, I'm glad.
Michael, he's...
Come along, darling.
Michael. Look. He's smiling.
This gun is no longer for hire. But for the kind of acting that makes any audience applaud, we'll bring Joan Blondell, Alan Ladd, and Laird Krieger back for a curtain call.
Well, thank you, Mr. DeMille. Last week you had Dick Powell here. This week, Joan Blondell. Lux kind of runs in the family, doesn't it?
If you need a few actors for next week, Mr. DeMille, I have a suggestion.
I never have enough of those, Joan.
We have 2 children that aren't working.
Do they take direction well, John?
I refuse to answer on the grounds that they might be listening. I never know what they'll say when I get home. When I came back from touring the camps in Newfoundland last month, Ellen said to her brother as I came in the door, "Hooray, Mommy's home from war."
Well, Joan, I think this would be a great time for us all to wish Alan Ladd the very best of luck in the adventure he begins tomorrow morning.
Yes, by this time tomorrow, he'll be Private Alan Ladd of the United States Army.
Well, thanks, everybody.
Give us your address, Alan. We'll write you one of those new V-mail letters.
Well, I'll have to wait till I get overseas, Joan.
That V-mail's certainly a swell idea for speeding up the mail, Alan.
Yeah, and all you need is a special kind of stationery, which you can get free at the post office or buy at any stationery store. Write your letter on this, and then the government photographs it along with a lot of others and sends the film abroad. There it's blown up to readable size again.
Well, the Army and Navy recommend it because it saves a fantastic amount of cargo space. 1,800 letters converted into V-mail are only about as large as a cake of Lux soap. Out of 10 million letters already sent, not one has been reported lost because the original is kept here until the film reaches the other side safely. V-mail is fast, too. It's generally sent by air at no extra charge.
Well, let us know when you get to camp, Alan, and I'll send you a package. Let's see, I'd better put some Lux soap in it. Everybody likes that. Men like the lather, and women like it because it's so kind to their skin. We use it at our house all the time.
Confidentially, Joan, we have Lux soap in our house, too.
Assuming that you haven't got a play that fits Joan's children for next week, Mr. DeMille, what are you going to have?
Next week, lad, Well, next week we have a very unusual offering in the Lux Radio Theater and a very unusual star. You've heard of him on this radio program, on his own radio program, and with Fibber McGee and Molly. You've seen him in the...
Break it up, boys. Break it up. Hot stuff coming through.
Here, just a moment.
Well, here I am, Mr. DeMille. Hope I'm not late. To be or not to be, that's the question. A horse, my kingdom for a horse.
Just a moment, please. Who are you?
Oh, Juliet, wherefore art thou, Juliet? How's that, Mr. DeMille? I think I'm going to be all right in this dramatic stuff. Where's the script, please? When do we begin?
Wait a minute. You're not. Oh, no, you couldn't be. Yes, I'm afraid you are. Ladies and gentlemen, the great Gildersleeve.
Well, where's the script, Mr. DeMille? What kind of a part am I playing?
Did you come here tonight to act?
Well, I didn't come here to wash my face, as Lux would have it. Luck. To be or not to be, a horse. My kingdom for a horse.
Oh, wait a minute. I think I ought to let you in on something, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Huh?
You are on this program next week.
Oh, little early, huh?
Yes, but I've got a great part for you, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Oh, something dramatic, huh? That's my strong point, CB. Heavy drama. The heavier, the better. I see myself as a lover. I hold the heroine in my arms. She looks at me. I look at her. I kiss her again, and I smother her face with kisses. You sure I'm a week early, CB?
Well, don't worry. We'll give you plenty of rehearsal.
Rehearsal? Oh, fine. Say, tell me, this part that I'm playing, what is it? Charles Boyer stuff or Gable stuff?
Well, no, it's Gildersleeve stuff. We're going to give you a part that really fits your personality.
Oh.
Shy, retiring, unassuming, a shrinking violet. You're playing the title role in the show-off.
Oh, this is going to be one of my bad days. Good night, CB.
Good night, Mr. Gildersleeve. Good night. Now, Joan, where were we?
You were going to tell us who the star is for next week.
Well, something tells me that won't be necessary right now.
Well, let me review the facts. Next week, our play is George Kelly's great comedy, The Show-Off. And our stars are the great Gildersleeve, alias Harold Perry, Una Merkel, and Beulah Bondi.
Well, if I can find a radio wherever the Army puts me, Mr. DeMille, I'll be listening. Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Good night. And good luck to you, Alan. Ladies and gentlemen, this week brings the birthday of the President of the United States. As in recent years, there will be a public celebration of the day, with all proceeds being used in the fight against infantile paralysis. This epidemic disease is a greater enemy than ever in wartime. So won't you join the March of Dimes tonight? Give a dime or a dollar or as much as you can afford, and send it direct to the White House in Washington. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents the great Gildersleeve, Una Merkel, and Beulah Bondi in The Show-Off. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Starring with Joan Blondell tonight were Alan Ladd, who is currently seen in Paramount's Star-Spangled Rhythm, and Laird Krieger, who appears in the 20th Century Fox Technicolor production, Hello, Frisco, Hello. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers, who was also in charge of music for the picture Powers Girl. Heard in tonight's play were Charles Seal as Wilson, Gloria Blondell as Annie, Norman Field as Brewster, and Arthur Q. Bryan, Vicki Lang, Paula Winslow, Jane Bierce, Leo Cleary, Jeff Corey, Fred Mackay, Boyd Davis, and Earl Keane. This is your announcer, John M. Kennedy, reminding you to tune in next Monday night to hear the great Gildersleeve, Una Merkel, and Beulah Bondi in The Show-Off.
A word about food shortages.
The government says that 3 out of 4 of us didn't get enough vitamins and minerals even before the war.
Science tells us people who don't get enough vitamins and minerals become tired, nervous, low in resistance.
So don't take chances. Take Vim, the amazing low-cost tablets that have the 6-vitamin formula doctors endorse. 3 vital minerals also. Remember Vims. It's VI for vitamins, double MS for minerals. Get that Vims feeling.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
If freedom fails. We'd like to take you on a visit to a town that doesn't exist. A town we call Springfield, USA. We'd like to show you how things would be in any American town if communism took over. Thomas Gomez plays the role of Joseph Maston in The Bishop of Springfield.
My dear brethren, what doth it profit a man if he gain the whole world and suffer the loss of his soul? From Matthew chapter 16, verse 26. In observing the world of today, there can be little doubt of the significance of this question. When Jesus asked it of Peter, it was a direct question. But we must ask ourselves now, if even then, in his infinite wisdom, Jesus did not see a day some thousands of years hence when it could be again asked of a man whose ambitions have dwarfed the plans of Alexander and Caesar. It has been said to us by our rulers that man has no soul, or that if he has, that soul belongs to the state.
Somebody shut that guy up. I can't hear the picture. He's right. Let's throw the copper out. Yeah, then let's get the math and start all over again. All right. Why don't you know
Joseph, what happened? It's not even 11:30 yet.
They were there again.
They?
Yes, they. Who else? The whole local contingent. Every communist in Springfield who wasn't busy plotting some other inspired evil. Oh, Mother, I'm sorry I shouted at you. I hope my soul proves to be stronger than my body.
What happened?
The usual. Nothing direct. Nothing I could throw back at them. Just a mild riot. Mild enough to break up the services.
You couldn't do anything?
I didn't try this time. Where's the Reverend Mr. Cleary?
In the next room, in bed.
Oh, of course. How is he?
Oh, he'll be all right. His rheumatism comes and goes with the season.
I might as well tell him what happened. Come along if you wish. Francis, wake up.
I'm wide awake. Pardon me for saying that not many a man born of flesh and blood can sleep when Bishop Maston blows his top. You'll pardon the expression.
That's right. Calm me down. Make me forget my anger.
No. I don't mean to do that.
You heard what happened?
Only too clearly.
Francis, what am I going to do?
You're the bishop. It's up to you. Every churchgoer in Springfield looks to Bishop Maston for guidance.
The communists said we'd still have our freedom of religion when they took over America. We didn't know how all-devouring this new Caesar would be. All up and down the state, they're working feverishly to turn as many men as they can away from God. It's a tyranny. Tyranny that tramples on the most sacred human rights. A tyranny that denies, even in theory, that the individual has a right to develop his abilities, his talents, his tastes. The weaker the opposition, the stronger it grows. I have to fight it. I must.
I
right, Talbot. Tell me about it.
Well, I've been assigned to watch the rectory since Tuesday.
Yes, I know. Get to the point.
Wednesday morning, some people stopped by.
You have all their names?
Yeah, they've all been checked. There were no party members. Anyway, they were each carrying sacks full of shoes. In the afternoon, there were more, and then ever since then, 5 or 10 parties a day have been dropping into the rectory, all of them with more shoes.
For what?
Poor parishioners, I suppose.
How touching. Poor parishioners, you say. Don't be naive. They're for... Hey. The black market. Yes, that's a good one. Maston is collecting shoes to sell on the black market so he can make money to fill his belly.
Bishop Maston, come in. Sit down.
Thank you.
It's good to see you.
That's a dangerous statement, Burton, even for a lawyer.
Living is dangerous these days, Bishop.
That's what I came to see you about.
Living?
Or dying. Or something that is neither life nor death.
They've threatened you.
Of course, but that's of little significance. They threatened our whole democratic way of life when they took America over. They've carried out the threat. So what's one communistic warning to one Midwestern bishop?
What happened?
Boss Jeffries paid me a visit.
About the separation?
Yes, seems I'm one of the few bishops in this part of the country still fighting the Comintern's proposal that we liberate the church and have it join the communist fold.
What did you say?
I told him I'd never change my policy or take back any of the things I said against the communist government.
Oh, that's as good as hanging yourself. You know that.
I know. But it's something I've said to hundreds of people, my friends and my enemies. I've written it down. I want you to have it. To record it or register it or do something so that it won't die with me. Here, read it.
Be it known by all men that the principles I have lived by to this day are my own and will never be rejected by me. Be it known that any confession that might appear someday over my signature would only be the result of human frailty or diabolical acts through which I might be tricked or drugged. I will never reject my people or my God.
You should be able to take care of that, Burton. You're a lawyer.
No. Oh, I'll do what I can with it, but I'm not a lawyer anymore.
Burton.
Could you go on being a bishop if you had to preach that communism was your God? Could a writer who loved liberty go on writing and exalting the theories of communism? Could a thirsty man enjoy a glass of water when he knew it was poisoned? Nor can I practice law and justice when there's nothing left of it but an unholy version that can be revised every minute to pamper the needs of the state.
But you're giving up. You can't do that. People are still fighting.
Yes, I'm giving up. I'm waiting to die. Bishop Maston, you've got something to turn to, a faith, a soul, a God, something as tangible to you as admittance to the bar was to me when we were a democracy. But they've made a mockery of everything I hold dear. I'm just a pawn in a courtroom when the communists move the pieces. This statement you gave me, well, ordinarily we could buy an advertisement in the papers and print it. We could send it out over the news wires. We could rent billboards. We could hire an auditorium and have you preach it to thousands of people. But what can I do with this statement now? The state controls the papers and the communists control the state. There's only one news wire, the government news wire. There's no such thing as billboards because advertising is capitalistic and opposed to the theories of communism. Auditoriums may be used only by high-ranking party members. The government owns everything. With a possible exception of your soul, Bishop Maston. Come on, I still have an automobile. Only because they had so many here, they didn't know what to do with them. I'll drive you home.
Gentlemen, I called you all here on behalf of Mr. Jeffries. The Maston case has come to a head. As you know, we've been exploiting every possibility in order that his church doesn't look up to him as a martyr. We've had little success. The man is remarkably strong and equally stubborn. More drastic steps will have to be taken. Miss Winslow, will you read the memo from Mr. Jeffries? Just the last part.
Yes, sir. In view of the situation, I am recommending the formation of a Maston elimination group with you in charge. You will begin with an all-out campaign of propaganda and intimidation against the bishop. A full detail of secret police will be assigned to him 24 hours a day, thus supplementing the smaller detail now working on the case. All his mail is to be censored. His telephone's tapped.
That's enough, Miss Winthrop.
Measures aren't very strong, Mr. Ryder. Don't you think Jeffries is being too lenient?
Not lenient. Rather, let us say tactful. If we can get Maston to submit without causing a public issue, we'll save the party a great deal of time and money. Making a martyr of him would keep his sentiments alive long after his death. Jeffries is well aware of this. However, you must remember he has given me a free hand. I intend to use it. We will begin by causing a series of accidents. Fires, broken store windows, the stoning of automobiles, especially those of people who still attend his services. That failing, arrests will begin, not with Maston.
Mrs. Chandler, always nice to see you.
Thank you, Bishop. I don't know as how you'll think so after I've had my little say.
Nothing you can say will change the Mrs. Chandler I've known for 17 years.
We won't be at the services anymore, Bishop. They smashed his store this morning. They threw rocks through the window.
Oh, no.
Broke the showcases, stole half the merchandise, and then they beat him up. He's in the hospital now. We haven't done anything to aggravate them.
Except attend church.
Oh, I want to keep attending for the children's sake. To keep the idea of God alive in their mind. But what good is it? They have to attend their school, and since it's been nationalized, any good we try to do is destroyed by the classroom. Bishop, I don't know what to say. Just forgive us and pray for us.
Yes, that's one thing they can't take away from us no matter what they do. Prayer. That is, as long as someone keeps the idea of prayer alive. As long as there's someone to keep it alive.
I want the records for the trial completed within the week.
Yes, sir.
Judge Blackburn is arriving Saturday. He's going to take charge of everything. Conveniently enough, he will also be the presiding judge at the trial.
Well, then there'll be a trial.
Yeah, I'm afraid so. I'm sick of wasting time. Everything Jeffrey suggested has failed. One more thing. I want you to arrange for transportation from Moscow for Professor Vasily Gerson. The details are all set. He'll be prepared to leave by tomorrow night.
Yes, sir. Should I know that name, Gerson? Sounds familiar.
Yes, you might know it. He's been active in every major trial which involved a confession. It's Gerson, you see, who will make certain that Bishop Maston renounces everything for which he has stood.
This may be the last time we shall all meet together. If the Lord is willing, I shall be wrong. Nonetheless, I will make the same statement next Sunday and every week until it is so. For I am now certain that the time will soon come when I shall be waiting my turn in a hangman's cell. What turn of events will bring me there, what knowledge you will have of it, I have no way of knowing. Therefore, before you and God, I will say this. No matter what their intentions are for me, life, imprisonment, torture, or death, I will never alter my opinions on communism or deny my opposition to it. For us to survive, the church must survive separately. It must never become an organ of the communistic government. I will never condone that union. I ask Almighty God to be my witness.
Don't anybody leave. You, up there. Your name?
I am Bishop Joseph Maston.
You're under arrest.
You are listening to The Bishop of Springfield, starring Thomas Gomez. A story of the way things could be if communism took over. A picture of what life would be like under a communist regime in an ordinary American town, a town we call Springfield, USA.
Right down here, Mr. Ryder, into the corridor.
The door is locked?
Open from the outside.
You needn't come any further, then. I want to see him alone.
Yes, sir. There's a light switch just to the right in the other.
No, I know. Hello, Master. It's so dark in here. What's the matter, Master? Oh, of course, the light hurts your eyes. Well, no need for it. There. Hungry? Thirsty, perhaps? Why is it that the strong type is always silent?
How long have I been here?
About 75 hours. It's raining out. Did you know that?
What do you want?
So brief, so to the point. I thought you'd like to make a little conversation. You must be awfully...
What do you want?
Lonely. All right. I'll tell you what I want. I want to bargain with you. Now, that's a fair enough statement. We try to do things justly. I want to make a trade with you. You give me something, I'll give you your freedom.
Freedom? Why are you so afraid of me?
Oh, come now, Master. We may fool most of the people, the masses, but not your kind.
Then I've been right all along. The state is making certain that the church doesn't have a new martyr.
Of course. Now, about my offer. And before I make it, let me remind you of the last 75 hours, and of the hours, the days, the weeks to come. All right, then. It's this simple. You can go on holding services as long as you wish. Only there will be no more sermons or any public statements. That's the bargain. That's all there is to it.
A bargain with God. That's your offer in return for my liberation from this cell. Mr. Ryder, this room is in darkness. You see nothing here. Not these walls, this floor, not me, not yourself. You may as well be blind. But with me, Mr. Ryder, it's different. I've lived in this darkness now for a long time. Ever since the communists took over this country, I've existed in an ominous black cavern far more oppressive than the darkness of this cell. Yes, Ryder, I'm used to it. I've even learned to see in it, and through it. This very instant, you don't see me, but I see you for what you are and what you're doing to the world. You wish to know what I see? I see a system that's destroying the last vestige of human dignity and integrity. A system that denies man the privilege of his own considered judgment. You're removing from humanity the right to think, to hold an opinion, to look to its own conscience. Your system stamps out the God-given power of love and substitutes the new God-given power of hate and contempt for all that is good and right in this world. You move maliciously and insidiously. You destroy freedom step by subtle step. And now you're trying to press out the one thing we have left to turn to, religion. Today you make an offer to continue services, but no sermon. Tomorrow there will be God, but no services or praise for him. The day after that there will be no God, but the new God. I say again what I've said to all of you before. I will never change my policy toward the communist state. I will never agree to a union between the church and the state.
Right through here, Professor Gerson.
Good.
You won't want me then, eh?
It will not be necessary.
All right, I'll wait upstairs.
The equipment is all in place?
Just as you ordered it.
All right, good day. Well, you look very comfortable, Mr. Maston. You like the chair I had placed here and the small light?
Who are you?
My name is Gerson, Professor Gerson. You've heard of me, Mr. Franklin?
Maston. Maston's the name.
Huh? Oh, of course. Everybody always says the professor Kotoff is absent-minded. I guess it's true.
Thought you said Gerson.
Gerson? No, who is he, a friend?
No, you just call yourself Kotov. I thought your name was Gerson.
Oh, I see, Mr. Gerson. You thought my name was Maston. Is that right, Franklin?
So that's how you work. This is the beginning.
Of course. You see what I'm trying to do. You are perfectly normal now, so I am unable to accomplish very much today. Now, drink this, Mr. Gerson.
No.
It's just lemonade, Franklin. Look, I'll drink it myself. Oh, no, I won't either.
Stop it.
This hypodermic needle, I'll give you a shot. It will help the pain.
I have no pain.
Where does it hurt most, Reverend Cleary?
I was thinking of the Reverend Francis Cleary all of a sudden. He has rheumatism.
You do, Reverend Cleary. Then your legs hurt. What time is it?
I don't know.
Drink this. It will help the time.
No.
What's your name?
Maston.
Strange. That's my name. Bishop Maston. I thought you were Gerson.
You're Gerson. You,
Mr. Franklin. You're confusing me. The needle, it will stop your rheumatism. Stand up. Quickly. My name is Gerson. You are Maston, correct?
No, Yes.
You will drink this, all right?
No.
Why not, Franklin? Too dark, perhaps? I'll turn on the light. You're hungry, Professor. You should be. I'm thirsty. Drink this, Professor Gerson.
No.
And I will. You see, it's good. Try some, Franklin. Franklin? Oh, no. That's not your name. What is your name? Sit down. Stand. Stay standing. The needle, the hypodermic needle.
No, stop it.
Father Cleary, why should I stop? What's your name?
Master, no, yes.
Sit down. Your arm, Mr. Williamson. Give me your arm.
Stop.
What time do you think it is? Who are you? I am Bishop Maston.
Gerson. I'm Gerson. Bishop Gerson.
All right, sleep now. You're very tired. But first, your arm. This will make it easier for both of us. You will see. In a few days, you will see. My staff is ready to continue.
How's it going?
The biodynamic treatment has never failed, Mr. Ryder. You see, there are two drugs, Actagon and mescaline. They overstimulate and break down the nervous system to the point where the difference between fact and fancy fades out, and memory becomes so plastic it can be molded by any capable operator.
He's a strong man.
Yes. The first day I saw him, no food, no sleep for nearly 4 days, yet it was very difficult to confuse him. It's different now. The drugs are taking their effect. If you wish to observe, we can watch. What you will see under your very eyes is a complete transformation of character.
You're lying.
No.
You preached that sermon, not Cleary.
What about the 720 pair of shoes?
For the poor.
Lies. You were going to sell them on the black market.
No, I wasn't going to sell them there.
Then where were you going to sell them?
I don't remember.
Lies. But you were going to sell them. Will you sign a confession admitting it?
No.
Lies. Don't turn around, face the wall. You said the Communist Party denies the rights of human integrity.
Will you admit that's a lie?
These are lies, Maston. All lies.
How much did you make on the black market?
Nothing.
Lies, Maston. Lies. All lies. Lies.
All right. Stop it a moment. Spell.
Huh?
How long has he been standing?
40 hours, Professor. This is my fourth shift.
Bring him a chair. Professor?
Yes, sir.
Coffee, quick.
Yes, sir.
Sit down, Maston. Give me that, Professor.
Here you are, Professor.
Pour some more. All right, now, Maston. And hold your head. You drink this. Yes. Some more. Professor?
Yes, sir.
All right. Drink, Master.
Thank you.
You want some food?
Yes.
Well, after you answer some questions the way we want you to. All right, all of you. Begin again. Continue all night. Maston, on your feet. Face the white wall. Turn the lights. Good. Now begin. And do not stop. Go on.
Do you still oppose the party?
How much did you get for the shoes?
Where is this God you talked about? Lies.
Well, What is it? Why so quiet in here?
He passed out, Professor.
Well, finally.
After 66 hours on his feet, it's no wonder.
What happened?
Oh, he had 27 cups of coffee, but there was no effect. Last night, his feet and legs began swelling. Must have been pain. He fell down several times. We took off his shoes, asked him some more questions, and about 10 minutes ago, he collapsed.
Bring him to at once.
Yes, sir.
All right, Master. Come on. Wake up. Wake up!
Some water. That's enough. You'll be all right. Master, you're hungry, no? You want something to eat?
Food? Eat. What do you want from me?
Come, he's broken. He'll do anything I tell him now. Get the letter.
It's right here, Professor.
Listen to this, Master. We just want you to sign it, and then we let you rest for a few days. It only says what you have already admitted in this room. Now listen. I wish to lessen the present tension. Is that true, Master?
Yes.
I voluntarily admit that in principle I committed the acts in the indictment. Correct, Master? After nearly 40 days of constant meditation, I consider that an
tension, I voluntarily admit that in principle I committed the act in the indictment. After nearly 40 days of constant meditation, I consider that an agreement between church and state is necessary. I hereby willingly declare, free from pressure, of course, that I am willing to withdraw from the exercise of my duties for a time. Signed, Bishop Joseph Maston. This confession was given to the court this morning to be read before the beginning of the trial. Will the clerk call Joseph Maston to the stand?
Joseph Maston, take the stand. Place your hand on the book. Do you, Bishop Joseph Maston, by this manifesto of the people's will, agree to tell the entire truth before the people and the almighty state?
I do.
Bishop Maston, did anyone force you to make your confession?
No.
All right, then how do you account for your firm attitude previous to this trial and a letter to the clergy of this state in which you mentioned you would never renounce your opposition to our communist state?
I want to say that I see things differently now. I regret my error. I want the letter and all the things I said to be considered null and void.
You offer no defense of your past actions, then?
None whatsoever. If I collided with the laws of communism, I regret it. I am sure while remaining faithful to basic principles, I would do certain things differently in the same situation today. I have never been the enemy of the American people. I have no quarrel with the workers or with the people to whom my family belongs. I can say no more, except to repeat that I regret my error.
This court is satisfied with your confession.
You have just heard a story of what happens to a man of God under a communist regime. You have heard what would happen to any American man of God if communism took over America. You think this could not happen? It did happen in the communist-dominated country of Hungary. It did happen to Cardinal Joseph Mindszenty. In 1949, Cardinal Mindszenty was sentenced to life imprisonment. It took the Hungarian uprising of 1956 to free him, and when that revolution was crushed, Cardinal Mindszenty was forced to seek refuge in the American legation, where he has remained ever since. You've been listening to If Freedom Failed, starring Thomas Gomez as the Bishop in The Bishop of Springfield. Sergeant Lloyd Ayers speaking. This program has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Can your name be Ashenden, sir?
Yes.
Mine is Benedict. I'm the interpreter at the British consulate. I've been told to look after you. We have got your place on the train tonight.
That's, splendid. I suppose we'll be going ashore in a minute. My luggage...
I shall take care of everything, Mr. Ashenden, if you will do me the honor of allowing me...
Yes. Well, that really is splendid. Thank you.
I came aboard with the pilot.
Oh, yes?
Yes, it was a good journey for you, Mr. Ashenden. Here?
It was a very long journey. New York to San Francisco, across the Pacific in a Japanese boat to Yokohama, and then from Tsuruki in a Russian boat. I was the only Englishman on board up the Sea of Japan.
And now from Vladivostok you shall take the Trans-Siberian to Petrograd. You can truly say, Mr. Ashenden, that you have recently traveled. Steve, perhaps we were to make our way.
Things are happening. It's splendid.
I've had instructions to offer you everything. Yes, you've only got to tell me what it is you want, Mr. Ashenden. I've fixed you up all right on the train, but heaven knows if you will ever get to Petrograd. Oh, by the way, I have got for you a traveling companion. A man called Harrington, an American. He's going to Petrograd for a firm in Philadelphia. He's been trying to fix up some deal with the provisional government.
What's he like?
Oh, he's all right. I wanted him to come with the American consul to luncheon, but they've gone for an excursion in the country. Now, you must get to the station at least 2 hours before the train starts. Someone will pinch your seat, you see, if you aren't there on time.
Really?
Yes, most awfully. We will dine at the station restaurant, I think. It's probably the best bet altogether. Rather. Stations in Russia, they are always so noisy.
And very dramatic, too.
But yes.
Tolstoy is being reenacted over there. Oh, there's a fine performance from the three sisters across there.
Perhaps she's leaving her lover.
Perhaps. I'd say the service is intolerably slow, isn't it?
Unfortunately, it always is at the Russian railway station.
Looking at some of the luggage these people have with them, you'd think they were moving their whole homes forever, so to speak.
Some of them are. In Russia, people are always moving all of their homes. At the railway station, because of the great delays, it seems as if whole families must sometimes camp for days.
Horrible sort of light here, Mr.
Yes. In Russia,
everyone's faces seem, I don't know, warm and cold. White. Horrible. So different to Waterloo.
Yes.
Come in and sit down. I've had the greatest difficulty, sir, in keeping this carriage. Indeed, these very seats free for you. A man came in here only just a minute ago.
This is Mr.
With a wife and
Harrington.
2 children.
Yes.
He wanted all seats. My consul just went out with him to speak to the station master.
Well, how do you do, Mr. Harrington?
I am delighted to meet you, sir. Delighted. John Quincy Harrington at your service.
What?
No. I can't believe it.
What?
It seems this is the man who, he wishes to gain some seats in this compartment.
Now, look here. Look here. Just a minute, my good sir. These seats have been booked by the consuls of the United States in Britain. I can't speak to the King of England, of course, but I can assure you that the President of the United States would never permit an American citizen...
Across Siberia with Mr. Harrington. Somehow, I don't think it's going to be particularly pleasurable.
If the Russians want us to look upon them as civilized people, why don't they talk a civilized language? Tell him I am Mr. John Quincy Harrington, and I'm traveling on behalf of Mrs. Crew and Adams of Philadelphia, with a special letter of introduction to Mr. Kerensky. If I am not left in peaceful possession of this carriage, Mr. Crew will take them...
I would like you to look upon it as the most important mission you've ever had, Ashenden. You'll have no one to give you orders, unlimited funds. You must keep the bills of exchange in the belt provided next to your skin. Your task in Russia is difficult, and I have every confidence in your ability. 10 days on a Russian train isn't everyone's cup of tea. That is life, Ashenden. Life experience. That is what matters in the making of a man. So, to your mission in Russia. By the way, it's rumored that in one or two places between Vladivostok and Petrograd, soldiers, completely out of hand, have blown up bits of the railway line, some of the bridges. And I wouldn't let that worry you unduly. Rumors, you know, in this day and age are largely unfounded. Wear warm clothes, though, won't you? Just in case you're turned out into the steppes to fend for yourself. In Petrograd, you'll meet Dr. Egon Oft, one of the leaders of the exiled Czechs in Russia. He'll put you in touch with a certain Professor Z. He's most eager to free his country from Austrian rule. He realizes this can only come about by the downfall of the Central Powers. You are England's ambassador, Ashenden. Your most important, and perhaps your last mission. The war must end, and you'll be able to return to Switzerland and write those novels of yours. You must meet Professor Z, you must learn his views, and explain to him that you have the financial means to support any scheme that will prevent the Russians making a separate peace with Germany. The Russian government is tottering. The army is mutinous. People are starving. The situation is quite intolerable. Enjoy yourself, Ashenden.
Pardon? Something comical?
Oh, no. No, not at all.
Well, aren't we just lucky? Two English-speaking gentlemen traveling across the interminable steppes. My. Just imagine. We might have been completely alone. Think of that.
Yes.
I hope you didn't think too badly of me, sir, last night, I mean. I was terribly sorry to have to refuse to give up my seat to a gentleman and his wife and 2 children, but I must get to Petrograd up by this train, and... I mean, no one knows better than I the respect due to a woman and mother, even if she is Russian, but you see, I can't afford to run any risk at all of losing these important orders. And I'm not going to spend 10 days in a train corridor, not for all the mothers in Russia.
Well, I don't blame you.
I'm a married man myself, and I have 2 children. I have some pictures here, if you care to...
Oh, yes. I'd love to.
Anyway, situation desperate. Kerensky only holds power because no one else has the courage to seize it. There is already a possibility that the Germans will march on Petrograd. Ashenden.
Sir?
There is another person, a lady, and it's essential that you make contact with her. Her name is Anastasia Alexandrovna Leonidov. I thought perhaps that might startle you. You haven't forgotten her, then? A cigarette?
No, I haven't. No, thank you, sir. I haven't forgotten her, sir.
I thought perhaps you wouldn't have. I don't suppose many people, Ashenden, know that you're, shall we say, capable of the passion ironically called tender. Anastasia Alexandrovna Leonidov. Enjoy Russia, Ashenden. This is the first time my dear wife and I have been separated, ever.
Really?
Yes, we're very devoted, you know.
How wonderful.
Oh, yes. My wife is the perfect mother. She has delicate health, you know. But she's a cultivated woman. If ever there was a member of the true intelligentsia, it's my wife. She had an operation last year. I was terribly worried. I've had a couple of operations in my time. Tonsils and appendix. Now, my 2 sons, they're both in school, by the way. I keep this little book, you know. A little book in which I note down all the stories I hear. I put a little G against each one I can tell in general society, and I put a little M, if they're, you know, a little rough and fit only for masculine ears, like the one that... What are you planning on doing? Card playing?
I was thinking of playing a small game of patience.
You know, it beats me how an intelligent man can waste his time playing cards. Of all the unintellectual pursuits I've ever seen, it seems to me solitaire is the worst. It kills conversation. A man is a social animal, and he exercises the highest part of his nature when he takes part in social intercourse.
There is a certain elegance in wasting time. Any fool can waste money. But when you waste time, you waste that which is priceless. Besides, you can still talk.
How can I talk when your attention is taken up by whether you're going to get a black 7 to put on the red 8? Well, I think I'll read. You know, sir, I always like to read pencil in hand. I love underlining passages, you know, making notes in the margin. Don't you often do that?
Never.
Oh, no? How do you remember certain things, then?
I read largely to forget, to pass away the time. I seldom wish to remember.
Oh. I brought along with me some real exciting stuff I mean to get through on this trip. Maybe I can read you something later on. I love reading aloud, and I find most people, even though they don't often admit it, love being read aloud, too.
Who will deliver me from accompanying this man across the face of Russia? I can't even dislike him. He's so good, so wholesome, so well-meaning and kind. His conceit's so childlike you can only smile at it. He's thoughtful, deferential, well-meaning. His manners are perfect and formal. He's a nice man. I cannot dislike him. There's nothing to dislike. Yet I'd kill him. Dear sweet life, I would kill him without a single qualm. And if I met his wife, I'd do the same to her, too.
Now, my wife, now.
Oh, please, no.
Take my wife.
Certainly not. Not for all the riches in the Orient.
She's an intellectual, a real intellectual. Her reading consists entirely of good books. And by good, I mean.
Good morning.
I can't skulk forever trying to read, but by all the gods, if I go back in there, I'll not read a word. I'll be read too. There is another person, Ashington. A lady. It's essential that you make contact with her. Where do you fit in, my dear, beautiful angel, Anastasia?
Ashington, I think it's advisable you don't go up there. I really do, sir. Atchison, what's happening out there?
Now, why on earth should Cossacks in full regalia board this train and... I don't really know what you're saying, sir, or what your intentions are. I know probably only 3 words in Russian. 2 of them are repeatable. The third is...
Were those Cossacks that boarded the train? It's terribly primitive, isn't it? For goodness sake, sir, your collar's torn. There. Did something take place out there in the corridor? When we reached Petrograd, sir,
We reached Petrograd, son.
Oh, but we must. I have business to do, and I have a personal letter of introduction.
I did hear, Mr. Harrington, a gong. It sounded very much as if a meal was being served. Perhaps you'd like to go.
Well, I don't know, Mr. Ashington. There's a distinct possibility, sir, that... Oh, no, nobody new got on at that last stop and would take our seats. Silly of me.
Ashington? Oh, perfectly trustworthy. Perfectly. The most excellent fellow. Oh, yes, and of course there's Anastasia Alexandrovna Leonidov. They were lovers, you know. Anastasia is the daughter of a revolutionary who escaped from Siberia after being sentenced to penal servitude for life. When Anastasia reached a suitable age, she had, by the way, with her father, settled in London. When she reached a suitable age, she married Vladimir Semenovich Leonidov, also an exile from his native country, and it was after she'd been married to this man for a number of years that Ashington made her acquaintance. Although it pains me to say so, I find your husband quite unworthy of you, my dear Anastasia Alexandrovna.
I must confess I need to agree with you.
You're beautiful.
And so are you.
My dear Anastasia Alexandrovna. Would Vladimir Semenovich let himself be divorced, do you think?
Vladimir adores me. It will break his heart.
Oh, he's a nice fellow. I'd hate him to be unhappy. Still, I suppose he'll get over it.
Oh, he will never get over it. That is the Russian spirit. When I leave him, I know that he will feel that he has lost everything that has made life worth living for him. I have never known anyone so wrapped up in a woman as he is in me. But of course, he wouldn't want to stand in the way of my happiness. He is far too great for that. He will see that when it is a question of my own self-development, I haven't the right to hesitate. Vladimir will give me my freedom without question.
Oh, my dear, my life, my own. The trouble is, though...
my angel of light, my divine...
In England, it's foolish, I know, but the divorce laws belong to the Middle Ages.
Vladimir would never expose me to the vulgar notoriety of the divorce court. When I tell him I've decided to marry you, he will commit suicide.
Pardon?
Vladimir will kill himself.
I look at it like this, Mr. Ashenden. Sir?
Pardon? I must have been...
Dreaming? A very dangerous preoccupation, sir. I was talking of money, sir.
Oh, yes.
I am quite content to work for a salary. I think of myself as adequately paid so long as I can educate my boys and leave my widow enough to live on. Apart from this, what are my needs? What are they, I repeat? Culture to me is more important than mere money. For instance, I find it very hard to deny the poor people who come onto the train and beg at each and every station we spend any time at all at. I feel I'm absolutely bound to distribute everything in my pocket.